In the realm of Douluo, the awakening of martial spirits through blind boxes has revealed a remarkable potential in innate full spirit power. While many scoff at my seemingly useless martial spirit, they remain oblivious to the treasures my blind boxes are capable of unlocking. Liena, intrigued, spends a gold coin on a box, and her spirit power surges dramatically, leaving the crowd in astonishment. The martial spirit hall is set ablaze with excitement. How could a Title Douluo only obtain a mere embroidery needle from the box? Do not be dismissive, you merely opened a level 10 Spirit Master blind box. What would a level 90 blind box cost? Not exorbitant, merely 1 million gold soul coins. Liena eagerly snatches them up, while Qian Renxue conducts covert investigations, and Bibi Dong oversees the operations personally. As the divine battle looms, I quietly present my blind box. Shall we open it? This time, a divine artifact is guaranteed. Chapter 1. Useless Martial Spirit? Innate Full Spirit Power? In the sanctum of consciousness, within Spirit City, today marks the day of martial spirit awakening. Liena stands in line, his youthful figure clad in an oversized white robe. His gaze is cast downward, resting on his hands, which are clean and fair, belonging to a mere 6-year-old child, yet within them resides a modern soul abruptly thrust into this fantastical world. Fragments of memories from a life extinguished by overwork linger, their chill rapidly overshadowed by the familiar, yet foreign scene before him. Next, Liena, the officiating elder, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and hawk-like eyes, gestures for Liena to step into the center of a 6-pointed star formation, outlined in a peculiar silver powder that sparkles with a cold, strange energy. Relax, child, the elder's voice lacks warmth, offering a mechanical reminder. Focus on feeling and guiding the power that slumbers within your veins. As his low, cryptic incantation resonates, the lines of the star suddenly blaze with light, engulfing Liena in a surge of silver radiance. A warmth indescribable floods through him, coursing from the formation into every limb, culminating at the crown of his head. Liena trembles violently. His vision is consumed by pure silver light. Deep within his consciousness, something is forcefully pried open by this illumination. A peculiar sense of existence breaks free from its bindings. The brilliance is fleeting. The silver glow recedes like a tide, revealing Liena once more within the formation. Above his outstretched hand hovers an object. It is a square wooden box, seemingly ordinary, crafted from rough-hewn wood, with splintered edges. The surface is devoid of patterns or markings, so simple it resembles a farmer's makeshift container for odds and ends. It floats silently, emitting a nearly negligible wave of spirit power, so mundane that the onlookers are momentarily stunned. What is this? A child in the front row can't help but murmur, his voice laced with confusion and a hint of disdain. A wooden box? Can this even be considered a martial spirit? Another child exclaims, laughter unmasked. A useless martial spirit? Absolutely worthless. A voice in the crowd decisively declares, imbued with the tone of as expected. The officiating elder's brow furrows, his sharp gaze flitting between Liena and the unremarkable wooden box in his palm, culminating in a barely audible sigh. He shakes his head slightly, exuding a sense of pity for yet another unfortunate child, and solemnly announces, martial spirit, unknown wooden container. Preliminary assessment indicates it is a vessel martial spirit, lacking offensive, defensive, or supportive traits, categorized as a useless martial spirit. The phrase useless martial spirit pierces the air like an icicle. The gazes of the surrounding children shift instantly, curiosity and envy evaporating, replaced by raw pity, relief, and even a trace of schadenfreude. Yet Liena remains oblivious to the clamor of judgments and the elder's pronouncement. His entire being is enveloped by the torrent of information that floods his mind at the moment of martial spirit awakening. Martial spirit, celestial blind box ability. Consume personal spirit power to condense a blind box upon others paying to open it. Both the opener and the host may receive. Random rewards. The quality of rewards correlates with the host's current spirit power level. Current spirit power level. Level 10, innate, full spirit power, daily condensation limit. 3. Box's host reward acquisition rules. Identical to the opener's. The information flows with clarity, imprinted with a chilling sense of order in his consciousness. A useless martial spirit? Liena's lips nearly betray a smile, curving upward. No, this is merely the beginning of a divine miracle. The elder's voice resumes, tinged with the monotony of routine. All right, child, place your hand on the crystal ball to measure your spirit power. Even a useless martial spirit has its way of surviving. Ling Yi complies, extending his left hand to gently press against the large blue crystal ball offered by the elder. Its touch is frigid. The instant his palm makes contact with the crystal ball buzz. It is as if a slumbering dragon has been awakened. The one-stole crystal ball, symbolizing zero spirit power, erupts with unimaginable brilliance. The blinding blue light floods the ceremonial hall, filling every corner with an intensity that eclipses even the grand crystal chandelier overhead, casting all faces in a dynamic blue hue. A child screams, instinctively shielding their eyes from the searing light. How is this possible? The elder's expression of indifference and pity shatters, replaced by sheer astonishment. His eyes widen, mouth agape in disbelief as he stumbles forward, fixated on the resplendent crystal ball that seems on the verge of bursting, his voice distorted by shock, cutting through the hall's oppressive silence. Innate full spirit power. It is innate full spirit power. Innate full spirit power. That useless martial spirit. Are you joking? Silence lasts but a moment before an overwhelming wave of astonishment erupts. Gasps of disbelief and incredulity wash over the hall like a tsunami. All eyes, previously fixed on the blinding crystal ball, abruptly shift to the small figure of Ling Yi. He stands, hand cradling the absurdly mundane wooden box, bathed in the wild blue light, creating a scene so surreal it defies belief. A useless martial spirit juxtaposed with innate full spirit power. This paradox, defying the unyielding laws of Douluo for millennia, now unfolds vividly before all. The elder's face drains of color, transforming from dark to ghostly pale. He spins on his heel, nearly scrambling towards the rear of the ceremonial hall, crashing through the heavy side door into a shadowy corridor. Sir, a grave matter has arisen. The division hall leader. Quickly, report at once. His hoarse, frantic shouts reverberate through the corridor. The division hall's overseer, a sole emperor-level powerhouse, personally probes Ling Yi and his peculiar wooden box martial spirit with spirit power. For the first time, a look of bewildered gravity crosses his usually composed face. After confirming the crystal ball's response, he immediately activates the emergency communication channel. In just half an hour, an urgent order, composed of pure spirit power and bearing the emblem of the Pope's Hall, traverses a significant portion of Spirit City, landing directly on the overseer's desk. The order bears but a single line of chilling text. Immediately escort the awakened one, Ling Yi, along with his martial soul record, to meet His Holiness the Pope. Do not delay. The head of the branch trembled slightly as he held this command. Fearing any hint of negligence, he quickly took Ling Yi under his wing, boarding the opulent carriage designated for the martial soul hall. With the protection of 4 soul kings, whose presence was as formidable as it was silent, they sped towards the very heart of the martial soul city, the imposing sanctum of the papal palace. The wheels clattered rhythmically against the wide, smooth streets of the city center, producing a muffled yet regular sound. Inside the carriage, an unusual stillness prevailed. The branch head sat upright, his gaze unwavering, though beads of sweat clung to his brow. He dared not steal a glance at Ling Yi, who sat quietly across from him, his small hands outstretched, cradling the enigmatic wooden box that hovered silently in his palm. Ling Ye's gaze drifted through the window, absorbing the swiftly passing scenery. Towering palaces, spires that reach for the heavens, patrolling guards clad in exquisite armor, and an omnipresent aura of power and order, laced with an undercurrent of chilling pressure that belonged to the martial soul hall. Was this to be the place where he would plant his roots? Orphaned, with his father, Ling Mo Sang, a once respected cardinal of the martial soul hall, perishing on a mission, fragments of information flitted through his mind. This identity served as both a backdrop and a potential foothold. The carriage came to a halt at the edge of the breathtaking white jade square before the papal palace. The expansive square exuded an air of solemnity, culminating in the majestic hall that loomed like a divine mountain, overseeing all of martial soul city. Golden sunlight bathed the pure white columns and dome, casting a sacred yet frigid radiance. The atmosphere felt almost stagnant, saturated with an oppressive aura that left one breathless. The branch head nearly bowed as he carefully guided Ling Yi up the seemingly endless steps that led to heaven, under the watchful, piercing gazes of the palace guards clad in dark golden armor. Each step echoed like a hammer, striking the soul. At last, they were ushered deep into the papal palace. The heavy doors, intricately carved with myriad sacred motifs, slid open without a sound. Beyond the threshold lay not the resplendent hall one might envision, but a vast study, dimly lit yet palpably more foreboding. The lofty ceiling seemed to vanish into the shadows, flanked by towering bookshelves that reached from floor to ceiling, laden with volumes and scrolls that exuded the weighty scent of aged paper and ink. An ineffable pressure pervaded the air, not overtly released, yet palpable like dense mercury, weighing heavily upon the heart of every entrant. At the far end of the study, behind a grand obsidian desk, sat a figure, Bibi Dong. She was not adorned in the resplendent vestments of supreme authority, but rather wore a simple, yet impeccably tailored purple robe. Her deep violet hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, the ends curling naturally. With her head slightly bowed, she appeared to be reviewing a document in her hands. From Liena's vantage point, he could only discern her smooth forehead, straight nose, and a jawline that, while graceful, radiated an intangible chill. "Your Holiness," the branch head's voice trembled uncontrollably as he deeply bowed, nearly touching his forehead to the cold floor. "I have brought him. The awakened one, Liena, martial soul. Unknown wooden vessel, innate soul power. Level 10, full soul power." He struggled to utter the final words. In the study, the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Chapter 2. The Spirit Hall Academy. Bibi Dong did not raise her head. Time trickled by, each second weighing heavily on the heart of the branch master. Cold sweat soaked through his garments. Liena could distinctly sense an inconceivable, vast mental force sweeping over him like the most delicate probe, silently fixating on the wooden box suspended in his palm. This mental energy was frigid and formidable, bearing an unwavering scrutiny that seemed intent on dissecting him, body and soul. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong finally lifted her gaze. What kind of eyes were those? Deep and violet, as if they contained the entirety of the starry sky. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet as cold as ancient ice, devoid of any warmth belonging to humanity. Her gaze swept across the shivering branch master, ultimately landing on Liena, lingering on the unremarkable wooden box in his palm. In her eyes, there was neither surprise nor doubt, only an unfathomable tranquility, coupled with a scrutinizing intensity that could freeze one's very soul. "Liena?" Her voice rang out, not loud, but exceptionally clear, imbued with a peculiar magnetism, each syllable resonating with a listener's soul. "The son of Ling Mo sang?" "Yes, Your Holiness." Liena suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, striving to maintain a steady tone. He slightly bowed, performing a standard gesture of respect befitting a child of 6, exhibiting just the right measure of reverence tinged with trepidation. The rough wooden box remained quietly suspended in his open palm. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on the box for several moments, and a fleeting ripple seemed to pass through her deep violet eyes, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. She did not inquire further about the martial soul, as if it were of little consequence. Her slender, pale fingers lightly tapped on the desk. Mo sang, a loyal servant of the Spirit Hall, died in service. His contributions are commendable. You, being his orphan and endowed with innate full spirit power, shall not be neglected by the loyal's legacy. Her gaze shifted toward the nearly exhausted branch master beside her. According to protocol, he shall be admitted into the Spirit Hall Academy and granted the status of a core disciple. "Yes, I shall obey Your Holiness's decree." The branch master, as if granted a reprieve, raised his voice slightly, bending even lower. "Depart now." Bibi Dong's voice regained its aloof indifference, as if her earlier decision was merely the resolution of a trivial matter. She lowered her head once more, her attention returning to the documents in her hands. No longer glancing at them, the heavy door of the study closed silently behind them, severing the oppressive aura that had filled the room. The branch master took a deep, almost greedy breath of the comparatively free air outside, only then realizing that his back was completely soaked, the fabric clinging tightly to his skin. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he looked at Liena with a gaze rich in complexity. The Spirit Hall Academy is situated in the western district of Spirit City, adjacent to a larger advanced academy. Towering walls made of massive granite are adorned with deep green vines. The academy's internal architecture is magnificent, with wide and tidy pathways, exuding the grandeur and heritage of the continent's foremost soul master institution. Liena was assigned to an independent dormitory. The room was modest yet clean and orderly, furnished with all necessary amenities. The branch master personally explained the academy's regulations and the privileges of core disciples, handing him a small crystal card preloaded with an initial stipend amounting to several hundred gold soul coins as the descendant of a loyal figure. Having completed this, he departed in a hurry, visibly relieved. The room fell silent. Liena approached the window and opened it. The evening breeze, carrying a hint of chill, tousled his hair. He extended his right hand, his thoughts stirring. Buzz. Soul power surged like a gentle stream from his dantian, coursing through designated pathways toward his palm. A faint glow illuminated as a rough wooden box, identical to the one he had awakened with, materialized and hovered an inch above his palm. The box's surface remained in its unadorned wooden hue, devoid of any embellishment. This was his martial soul, a mysterious blind box. According to the knowledge in his mind, he attempted to channel his soul power into the floating blind box. A distinct sense of weakness washed over him, as if a portion of his strength had been swiftly siphoned away. Simultaneously, the surface of the floating wooden box flickered with an almost imperceptible, breath-like sheen that lasted for about 3 or 4 breaths before falling silent. Soul power consumed, approximately 13. Blind box condensation successful. Remaining daily condensation attempts, 2. One blind box consumed a third of his total soul power at level 10. Liena furrowed his brow. This consumption was greater than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, gazing at the successfully condensed blind box in his palm, an irrepressible thrill surged within him. This was his future reliance. In the days that followed, Liena embraced the life of a true 6-year-old at the Spirit Hall's primary academy. He attended classes, engaged in fundamental physical training, and listened to instructors expound upon the knowledge of the soul master realm and martial soul theories. He presented himself as quiet, obedient, and somewhat reticent. No one sought to trouble him, yet neither did anyone approach him willingly. His reputation as a waste martial soul had spread throughout the grade alongside the startling news of his innate full spirit power. The gazes of his peers were filled with a complex mix of curiosity and scrutiny, and he occasionally overheard hushed discussions passing by. Is that him? The freak with a waste martial soul and full spirit power? I heard he is the son of Bishop Mo Sang. Mo Sang was a hero, but what does it matter if the Holy Emperor personally intervenes? A waste is a waste, no matter how high his innate spirit power. What can he add to his soul rings? What use is that? These discussions played like background noise, falling on Ling Ye's ears unheard. His thoughts were entirely consumed with how to make the most of his unique martial soul. During his free time, while other students either sweat profusely on the training grounds, engaged in spirited conversations in their dormitories, or strolled through the bustling streets of Spirit City, Ling Yu would venture alone to a relatively open area at the junction of the primary and advanced academies. Here a constant flow of people bustled about, including hurried instructors and staff, as well as numerous mid- and high-level students out to relax after completing their coursework. He chose an inconspicuous corner, placed a small stool, and sat down. Then, from his bag, he carefully retrieved a smooth, white wooden board he had prepared in advance, along with a charcoal pencil. The board was set meticulously on the ground before him. The charcoal pencil glided across the surface, producing a soft scratching sound as clear, well-formed letters emerged. Mysterious blind box. Infinite surprises. Open once, 1 gold soul coin. No deception, no credit. Having finished, Ling Yi took out 2 additional items from his bag. One was 2 new blind boxes he had created that morning using the remaining 2 opportunities to condense soul power, identical to the one he had awakened with. Placed side by side, next to the wooden board. The other was a small, open-mouthed clay jar for collecting money. Once he had completed all of this, he sat quietly on his stool like a true vendor, calmly observing the flow of people in the square, waiting for the first brave soul to take the plunge. The golden glow of the setting sun cast a warm hue over the square. Young soul masters, dressed in a variety of academy attire, gathered in groups, chatting and laughing as they hurried along. Ling Ye's small stall seemed like a tiny stone cast into the vast sea, utterly inconspicuous. Time trickled away slowly, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Students and mentors alike upon noticing the diminutive figure clad in the Junior Academy's uniform. Seated in the corner with a makeshift sign proclaiming 1 golden soul coin for a mystery box, often displayed expressions of bemusement, shaking their heads before moving on. 1 golden soul coin? Has this little rascal lost his mind over money? A mystery box? What nonsense is this? A wooden box? Ah, isn't that the infamous figure? Ling Yi, the waste spirit? What a farce! Whispers of varying tones, some benevolent, others mocking, accompanied by pointed fingers, continuously drifted into Ling Ye's ears. He maintained an impassive demeanor, as though the words were not directed at him. In this world, a single golden soul coin possessed considerable purchasing power, sufficient to cover an ordinary family's expenses for several months. For these affluent spirit master students, it was not an insignificant sum, far from the kind of money one could casually toss away. As the sun sank behind the distant skyline, the light in the square softened and dimmed, and the flow of people became sparse. The 2 mystery boxes Ling Yi had brought continued to lie untouched on the ground, and his clay pot was empty. It appeared that his hopes for a successful opening day would go unfulfilled. Undaunted, Ling Yi prepared to pack up his belongings, intending to return the next day. At that moment, a hurried, somewhat impatient set of footsteps approached. A figure emerged from the twilight, casting a long shadow that halted in front of Ling Ye's stall. Ling Yi lifted his gaze. The newcomer appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, her figure already hinting at grace. Dressed in the exquisite uniform of the Spirit Hall's Advanced Academy, her smooth, light golden hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, revealing a flawless forehead and an exceptionally delicate face. Most striking were her eyes, subtly upturned at the corners, imbued with an innate charm, yet currently reflecting impatience and scrutiny due to her mood. She was none other than Liena, the direct disciple of the Pope, a core member of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. Liena's gaze traversed the white wooden board on the ground before landing on the 2 inconspicuous wooden boxes, ultimately resting on Ling Ye's overly calm, even indifferent expression. 1 golden soul coin for a shabby wooden box? This is absurd. Hey, little brat, Liena began, her voice bright and tinged with the arrogance of a privileged child. What are you selling? Mystery boxes? For 1 golden soul coin each? Do you have any idea how much 1 golden soul coin can buy? Her tone was laced with clear disbelief, her beautiful brows arching slightly as her alluring fox-like eyes scrutinized Ling Yi, as if attempting to see through him. Ling Yi met her gaze, his eyes clear and tranquil, undisturbed by her status or inquiries. With a youthful voice that was surprisingly steady, he replied, "It's a mystery box. I don't know what's inside either. There could be surprises upon opening." Surprises? Liena scoffed, as if she had heard the grandest of jokes. With her arms crossed, she looked down at Ling Yi. What surprises could possibly come from these 2 shabby wooden boxes? Spirit bones? Spirit rings? Or perhaps the offspring of 100,000-year spirit beast? Her sarcasm was palpable, and a few students lingering nearby, drawn by Liena's presence, chuckled softly. Ling Yi did not engage in argument. Instead, he calmly reiterated, there could be surprises upon opening. 1 golden soul coin for 1 chance. His placidity, or rather his stubbornness, intrigued Liena, while simultaneously amplifying her irritation at being questioned in such a manner by a mere Junior Academy student. Huh, you've piqued my interest, Liena laughed. Her finely sculpted chin raised defiantly, a glint of challenge in her eyes. All right, 1 golden soul coin it is. I'm in a good mood today, so let us see what you can conjure up. With delicate fingers, she brushed against her exquisite storage soul guide at her waist, and a glimmering, heavy golden soul coin appeared at her fingertips. Without a second glance, she flicked it. Clink. The coin traced a beautiful arc before landing precisely in the open clay pot at Ling Ye's feet, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Here. Liena gestured with her chin towards the 2 identical mystery boxes. Pick either one and let me see what surprise awaits. Her tone brimmed with mockery and indifference, purely for amusement. Success. Ling Ye's heart steadied, though his expression remained unchanged. He extended his small hand without hesitation, selecting the mystery box closest to Liena's feet. The wooden box felt slightly heavy, exuding a smooth texture. Please open it, Ling Yi offered, cradling the box in his palm and presenting it to Liena. According to the rules, the pair must open it themselves. Liena pursed her lips, her expression revealing curiosity and skepticism. She extended 2 slender fingers, delicately pinching the edge of the wooden box's lid, and casually lifted it with a flick. Click! A faint, almost imperceptible sound echoed as the lid sprang open. In that instant, a radiant glow, pure to the extreme, erupted from within the box. The light was not blinding, but possessed an indescribable warmth and vitality, illuminating Liena's disdainful expression and Ling Ye's tranquil eyes. The brilliance flickered and vanished as swiftly as a mirage. The box lay empty. Yet, at the moment the light dissipated, Liena's expression of mockery and impatience froze. Her stunning fox-like eyes widened, pupils constricting. Her rosy lips parted slightly, as if to exclaim, yet no sound emerged. An extraordinary, gentle energy surged through her fingers, gripping the box lid, flowing in her body like the most docile stream. This energy offered no violent impact, nor overwhelming heat or cold. It merely and swiftly merged into her soul power, like a drop of dew falling into parched soil. It was absorbed without a trace. But Liena felt it distinctly. It was a tangible, undeniable sensation of enhancement. Although exceedingly faint and insufficient to break her current 28th level threshold. Indeed, barely a tenth of that. It was a sensation she, as a remarkably gifted spirit master with acute control over her soul power, could not overlook. In that fleeting moment, she felt a minuscule yet unmistakable increase in her peak 28th level soul power. Though negligible, it was akin to a small stone splashing into a placid lake, creating ripples that undeniably existed. How is this possible? Liena gasped, her voice altered in disbelief. She abruptly lowered her head, fixating on the fingers that had just gripped the box lid, then quickly turned her gaze to the now empty wooden box in Ling Ye's palm, as if no miracle had ever occurred. Finally, her eyes locked onto Ling Ye's face, which remained devoid of expression. The color drained from her face, replaced by a flush of astonishment, mingled with disbelief, confusion, and an exhilarating sense of the unknown, rendering her expression utterly captivating. The insignificant surge of soul power ignited a shock that far surpassed the absorption of a millennium-old soul ring. This phenomenon contradicted everything she understood about the principles governing soul masters. Simultaneously, a nearly identical yet feeble warm current quietly coursed through Ling Ye's body, blending seamlessly with his soul power. He observed Liena's astonishment with keen interest. Success, a living testament. Ignoring the intense gaze from Liena that felt as though it could pierce him, Ling Yi bent down to retrieve the empty wooden box, tucking it into his satchel. He then extended his small hand to pick up the remaining blind box on the ground, returning it to its original position. Lastly, he pointed at the sign by his feet that read 1 gold soul coin and indicated the clay jar containing the solitary gold soul coin, addressing the surrounding students, including Liena, who were utterly dumbfounded. With his clear and calm childish voice, "There's one last blind box. Nana?" A concerned and steady male voice broke through. A tall, strikingly handsome young man with a cold demeanor swiftly parted the crowd and approached, dressed in the same senior academy uniform as Liena. His silver hair stood upright, and his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. He was none other than Liena's brother, Xiaoyu. Clearly drawn in by his sister's unusual exclamation, Xiaoyu reached Liena's side, quickly discerning that something was amiss with her state. Following her gaze, he too looked at Ling Yi and the crude sign indicating 1 gold soul coin for the blind box, as well as the remaining rough wooden box beside it. His brows furrowed immediately, his expression revealing scrutiny mixed with displeasure. "What is happening?" Xiaoyu whispered to Liena, his tone tinged with protectiveness. He did not recognize Ling Yi, but a student from a lower grade clad in ordinary attire, seemingly with a useless martial soul. How could he provoke such an extreme reaction from his sister? Liena appeared oblivious to her brother's inquiry, her gaze firmly fixed on Ling Yi, her voice trembling with barely suppressed intensity. "What was that just now? That energy, it merged with my soul power. Although it was minimal, I felt it. My soul power has truly increased a little." She nearly bit her tongue as she spoke the last few words, each one weighted with significance. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's pupils constricted sharply. Increased soul power? From a mere wooden box? His initial reaction was utter incredulity. This was as absurd as claiming the sun had risen in the west. The enhancement of soul power could only result from years of diligent cultivation. The absorption of soul rings or bones leading to a qualitative change, or the consumption of rare heavenly materials. There were no shortcuts. Could something conjured by a 6-year-old truly enhance soul power? Especially with Nana herself confirming the increase? After the sense of absurdity came overwhelming doubt. Xiaoyu knew his sister well. Liena was proud, self-confident, and possessed an acute perception of her soul power. She would never jest about such matters, nor lose her composure to this extent. Could that shabby box truly possess some peculiar quality? Nana, what nonsense are you spouting? A rough, mocking voice interjected. A remarkably burly, red-haired youth, resembling a small iron tower, pushed through the crowd, boldly standing at the forefront. His name was Yen, a core member of the Golden Generation with the martial soul of Flame Lord, known for his fiery and straightforward disposition. He had just happened to pass by and witnessed Liena paying for the box, naturally overhearing her astonishing exclamation. Yen crossed his arms, a sneer plastered on his face, and loudly addressed Liena. The shabby box? Enhance soul power? Nana, you haven't been overworking yourself lately and started hallucinating, have you? Or has this kid tricked you with some illusion? As he spoke, he scrutinized Lingyi with a skeptical and provoking glare. 1 gold soul coin? Huh, kid. You got some nerve scamming people at the Martial Soul Academy. Yan's words acted as a catalyst, breaking the spell of astonishment that had enshrouded the other students. They swiftly regained their composure, expressions shifting to skepticism, amusement, and even schadenfreude. Yen is right. A rickety wooden box enhancing soul power? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Exactly. Did Senior Nana really fall for this little brat's trick? 1 gold soul coin? This kid is truly unscrupulous. A useless martial soul is just that, always resorting to underhanded means. The chatter grew increasingly raucous, more vehement than before, laced with evident distrust and malice directed at Lingyi. Liena's earlier astonishment had inadvertently become evidence of Lingyi's deceit. After all, how could a useless martial soul produce something capable of enhancing soul power? It fundamentally challenged their understanding of reality. Furious and pale, Liena felt her chest rise and fall with agitation. She opened her mouth to retort, but found herself unable to articulate the abstract, paradoxical experience she had just undergone. The energy was real, and the sensation of enhancement was palpable, but how could she prove it? Should she publicly claim that her soul power had gained a mere fraction? That would sound like a feeble excuse. Just as Liena was caught between frustration and anxiety, and Xiaoyu's brows knitted tightly, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. Lingyi finally spoke. His voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of the distinctive clarity of childhood, piercing through the cacophony of doubt. There is one last blind box. He gestured towards the remaining wooden box at his feet, then pointed to the clay jar containing Liena's gold soul coin, stating, 1 gold soul coin, for 1 opening. If it's a scam, won't we find out? His gaze drifted over Yan's face, marked by skepticism and provocation, finally landing on Xiaoyu. As if to convey, the item is right here, the opportunity is here, whether you believe it is entirely up to you. This calm demeanor, bordering on audacity, ignited Yan's fury. All right, good kid, Yan exclaimed, his anger morphing into a mocking laugh. He stepped forward, his imposing stature exuding pressure, his bravado unwavering. Fine, today I, Yan, will expose your little scam, and let Nana see for herself what you are truly made of. He dramatically tossed a gold coin to Lingyi. Here, S your money. Yen pointed at the solitary wooden box on the ground, his voice booming with the thrill of publicly unmasking a fraud, laced with an air of condescension. Open it. In front of everyone, let me see what surprise this shabby box can produce to enhance soul power. If it yields nothing, or if you dare to play tricks, he cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing like a series of firecrackers, his threat unmistakable. The entire square fell into a profound silence. All eyes, curious, skeptical, entertained, and gleeful, were fixated on the small, unassuming wooden box at Lingyi's feet. Liena held her breath, her hands instinctively clutching her clothing, her gaze fixed on the box, torn between anticipation and the fear that it might all be an illusion. Xiaoyu focused intently, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing through the wooden box. Meanwhile, Yen crossed his arms, a cold smile playing on his lips, embodying the certainty of someone awaiting a spectacle. Liena exhibited no hesitation. He bent down, his small hand steadily grasping the box that bore the weight of all gazes, cradling it in his palm, then calmly extended it towards Yen. Please proceed to open it. Once more, he uttered those 3 words. Yen scoffed, brimming with disdain and confidence in his ability to expose the deception, and lunged for the wooden box. His movements were rough, lacking the elegance who Liena had displayed when she opened it. He didn't even bother to pinch the edge of the lid, but instead seized the entire box, yanking it upwards with force, as if intending to crush it. A flash of light flickered momentarily. Inside the box, it remained utterly empty. In a fleeting moment when the light vanished, the confident and sinister grin on Yan's face abruptly froze. His expression became as rigid as if it had been instantaneously encased in ice. Soon after, that frozen visage began to contort, morphing through confusion, incomprehension, and bewilderment, until all emotions coalesced into an overwhelming sense of shock and disbelief. A short, perplexed sound escaped his throat. He distinctly felt a faint warmth, almost negligible, coursing through his fingers, gripping the wooden box and into his body. This warmth was gentle and serene, instantly merging with his vast soul power, akin to a droplet of water falling into a raging river, not even stirring a ripple. An enhancement? What a farce! Yen was now a 30-level soul master. The totality of his soul power was incomparable to Hu Liena's peak at 28 levels. This feeble energy, while perceptible to Hu Liena as a slight increase, was utterly trivial to Yen, whose soul power was both more substantial and refined. He questioned whether it was merely an illusion. It felt as though a drop of water had fallen into the desert. Could it quench his thirst? This sensation was profoundly frustrating. It was akin to gathering all one's strength for a punch aimed at shattering a wooden board, only for the fist to land without causing even the slightest movement, resulting in nothing but a negligible rebound. The anticipated earth-shattering impact never materialized, leaving behind only a sense of emptiness and awkwardness from having misapplied one's strength. The muscles in Yan's face twitched, and his fingers clenched tightly around the empty wooden box, which groaned under the strain. He abruptly lifted his head to look at Ling Yi, his eyes filled with incomprehension and a simmering anger at having been deceived. Is this it? This is what you call an enhancement of soul power? His voice, tinged with profound disappointment and frustration, had taken on a slightly different tone, though still resonant. It lacked its previous assertiveness, instead carrying an unexpressed sense of grievance and bewilderment. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire corner of the square. All murmurs and derisive laughter evaporated. Everyone was bewildered by Yan's reaction. What was happening? Yan's response was peculiar. It did not reflect the triumph of having unveiled a deception, but rather that of having suffered a mute loss. Had he been played for a fool? Hu Liena's tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed, her gaze shifting from Yan's incredulous expression to Ling Ye's calm demeanor. An absurd yet crystal-clear thought struck her like lightning. Could it be that the effect of this blind box is related to the soul power level of the opener? She, at peak 28, could clearly feel a slight enhancement, while Yen, at 30, sensed almost nothing. This could perfectly explain the stark contrast in their reactions. As this thought crystallized, a chill surged through Hu Liena, racing from her feet to the crown of her head. If this were true, then this blind box soul weapon could not possibly be a useless artifact. It was, in fact, a miraculous phenomenon that could upend the very understanding of the soul master world. A strategic resource that could incite frenzy among all factions. Ling Yi, observing Yan's descent into self-doubt, spoke clearly. The blind box opens randomly, with rewards varying by individual. The higher the soul power level, the less pronounced the sense of enhancement. This statement detonated like a splash of cold water in a boiling oil, causing an immediate uproar. Varying by individual, the higher the soul power level, the weaker the effect. Is this for real? Could there be such a rule? Did Senior Sister Nana truly experience an enhancement? If Yen felt nothing, could it be because his level exceeded that of Senior Sister Nana? My goodness, this soul weapon. All gazes shifted from doubt and curiosity to astonishment and fervor. If Hu Liena's earlier words had seemed like a fanciful tale, and Yan's response had appeared inexplicable, then Ling Ye's clear explanation of the rules. combined with their vastly different experiences, swiftly constructed a near-mad possibility in the minds of all present. This unassuming wooden box, deemed a useless soul weapon, could genuinely enhance soul power. And such peculiar rules. "Give me one." A trembling and urgent cry rang out. A boy clad in the intermediate academy uniform, appearing around 14 or 15, surged from the crowd, his face flushed with excitement, eyes fixed on the sign at Liena's feet, fumbling for gold soul coins. "I'm at level 23. Let me try. 1 gold soul coin, right? I have it. I'll give it to you." This outburst ignited a fuse. "I want one too. Liena, save one for me. I'm at level 24. Get back. I was here first. My soul power is lower. Only level 21. The effect will definitely be better for me. I'll pay you. Count me in. Liena, I'll offer 2 gold soul coins. Let me go first. Don't push. Line up. Line up." The throng, once filled with skepticism and mockery, descended into a frenzy of excitement. Enhancing soul power, even if just a fraction. That would mean a tangible enhancement. How much tedious meditation and arduous training would it spare? Especially during a bottleneck period. Even the slightest push could be the key to a breakthrough. 1 gold soul coin for even a slight increase in soul power. It was akin to receiving a windfall for those still far from achieving higher ranks. The scene spiraled into chaos. Silence. A commanding voice imbued with immense soul power reverberated like thunder across the square. The tumultuous crowd paused as if the play button had been pressed. A middle-aged man in the garb of a Soul Master Academy instructor, his expression grave, parted the throng and strode towards them. The instructor's sharp gaze swept across the chaotic scene, lingering momentarily on Xiaoyu, Liena, and Yin, before finally resting on Liena, who sat on a small stool, alongside the humble sign proclaiming 1 gold soul coin for a blind box. Loud gatherings are prohibited in the academy square. What is this commotion? The instructor's voice carried an admonishing tone, his gaze fixated on Liena. "You're the new student they call a waste, aren't you? What is happening here?" Liena raised his head to meet the instructor's scrutinizing gaze, his expression remaining almost woodenly calm as he replied, "Report, instructor. I'm selling blind boxes. 1 gold soul coin each. They all wish to purchase." He gestured towards the eager students surrounding him, then pointed to the clay jar containing 2 gold soul coins, one from Liena and one from Yin, along with the 2 emptied boxes in his cloth bag. "However, we have sold out for today." The words "sold out" fell like a bucket of cold water on the heads of the previously fervent students. Disappointed sighs and murmurs of discontent filled the air. The instructor's brow furrowed tightly as he glanced at Liena, then at the students whose faces bore expressions pleading for a purchase, and finally at the 2 empty, ordinary wooden boxes. He had certainly heard the rumors earlier, but his rationality and common sense as an instructor made him instinctively skeptical. Could something produced by a useless soul weapon genuinely enhance soul power and vary by individual? It was utterly unfathomable. "Blind box." The instructor's voice was laced with doubt. "Liena, the academy is a place for learning, not for engaging in these activities." He hesitated, almost ready to label it as trickery or deceit, but upon observing Liena's hesitant expression, he swallowed his words and instead stated, "A place for commercial activities. Pack your things and return to your dormitory immediately. If this happens again, you will face disciplinary action according to academy regulations." The stern reprimand carried an undeniable authority. Disappointment and resentment washed over the students, yet none dared to challenge the instructor's command. Liena offered no argument, merely nodding calmly, "Yes, mentor," with deft movements. He gathered the white wooden sign from the ground, secured the clay jar containing 2 gold soul coins, and tucked it into his cloth bag, also collecting the 2 empty wooden boxes. Finally, he slung the small bag over his shoulder, lifted the little stool, and, under the stern gaze of his mentor and the scrutiny of countless complex expressions, set off towards the dormitory area of the academy, his short legs moving purposefully. The diminutive figure quickly vanished into the twilight at the edge of the square. However, the storm he brought with him was just beginning to unfold. "Nana, Xiaoyu, Yin, you 3, follow me to the office." The mentor's gaze swept over the trio of the golden generation, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Liena took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and exchanged a solemn glance with Xiaoyu before silently following. Yin, meanwhile, wore an expression of confusion and frustration, trailing along dejectedly. The crowd in the square did not disperse immediately. Whispers about the useless martial soul Ling Yi, the miraculous blind box, Liena's soul power enhancement, and Yan's lack of sensation surged like hidden streams, wildly converging and amplifying within the academy at dusk. Have you heard? The innate full soul power waste martial soul Ling Yi just arrived at the academy. Liena herself said so. She opened a blind box, and her soul power really increased. Senior Yin opened one too, but he said it was useless. Senior Xie, you was present at the time. Ling Yi himself said the effects vary from person to person. The higher the level, the less effective it is. My goodness, does that mean it's worth it for us lower-level students? Just one gold soul coin. If it can enhance our soul power even a little, it's invaluable. Too valuable. Unfortunately, it sold out today, and we were chased away by the mentor. Tomorrow, he will definitely come again. Let us go queue early. Rumors spread like wildfire, engulfing every corner of the primary and intermediate academies within a single night. The name Ling Yi, along with his enigmatic blind box of useless martial souls, entered the consciousness of all low-level soul master students in an unprecedentedly bizarre manner, igniting their most primal desires. Chapter 5. The soul ring's limit has increased. Deep within the Pope's Hall, in a vast study dimly lit by shadows, Bibi Dong remained seated behind an obsidian desk, her deep purple hair cascading over her shoulders. In front of her, a crystal ball silently played a sequence of images, specifically, the moment at dusk when Liena activated her blind box, Yin's astonished and frustrated expression, and the ensuing chaos as the crowd surged towards Ling Yi's stall. As the imagery concluded, the glow of the crystal ball dimmed. Bibi Dong slowly lifted her gaze, her deep, abyss-like purple eyes devoid of shock or doubt, instead reflecting an unfathomable tranquility. Her slender fingers gently tapped rhythmically against the smooth, cold surface of the desk. Tap, 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 the sound echoed in the silent study. The effect of the blind box on soul power is inversely proportional to the level of the opener, she murmured, her voice cool and melodic, akin to pearls falling onto a plate, imbued with a hint of peculiar amusement, resonating softly within the expansive study. Ling Mo sang, "You have indeed given birth to an intriguing son." In the academy's dormitory area, after several hours of meditation, Ling Yi had fully restored his soul power. He opened his right hand, a subtle thought igniting a faint glow. Buzz! A rough, unadorned wooden box materialized out of thin air, hovering just above his palm. This was his foundation, the blind box of all heavens. According to the rules, once his soul power was restored, he could condense new blind boxes for the following day. 3 was his daily limit. Condensation. With a focused thought, the recently restored pool of soul power within his dantian surged forth, akin to a dam being breached, flowing swiftly towards the blind box martial soul in his palm. A wave of weakness washed over him. The surface of the wooden box glimmered with a breathing luminescence once more, sustaining for 3 to 4 breaths before the light completely retracted. Soul power consumed, approximately 13. Blind box condensation successful. Remaining daily condensation count, 2. Ling Yi did not pause, condensing once more. As the final blind box successfully took form in his palm and the light vanished, he exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his brow. 3 brand new, identical rough wooden boxes lay quietly on his bed. They appeared unremarkable, yet harbored secrets capable of stirring the winds and clouds. Ling Yi carefully stowed the 3 blind boxes in the innermost layer of his cloth bag and placed the clay jar containing 2 gold soul coins, the contributions of Liena and Yin, beside it. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. Tomorrow would be the true beginning. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the plaza of the Martial Soul Palace Academy, the site before the early rising mentors and senior students drew sharp intakes of breath. At the edge of the square, the inconspicuous corner where Ling Yi had set up his stall the day prior was now completely submerged by a throng of people. A dark mass of heads surged, shoulders brushing against one another. The majority were young men and women clad in the uniforms of the primary and intermediate academies, their soul power fluctuations mostly ranging from the teens to the 20s. Don't shove. Queue up. I was here first. Nonsense. I've been sitting here since midnight. When will Junior Ling Yi arrive? The sun is already up. He is coming. Look, over there. A small figure clad in the blue uniform of the primary academy was seen, carrying a somewhat worn cloth bag, with the iconic little stool in hand, making his way steadily towards them. It was Ling Yi. He appeared unchanged from the previous day, his small face still calm, even bearing a hint of sleepiness. Seemingly indifferent to the awe-inspiring spectacle of the line before him, the crowd parted to create a narrow passage, countless fervent gazes converging upon him as if they wished to ignite him. Ling Yi approached his previous spot, seemingly oblivious to the nearly fiery stares surrounding him. He set down the little stool and sat down. Then, under the watchful eyes of hundreds, he leisurely retrieved the familiar white wooden sign inscribed with 1 gold soul coin for a blind box and placed it squarely at his feet. Next, he produced the open clay jar. Finally, as everyone held their breath, with hearts racing almost out of their chests, he took out 3 identical, rough wooden boxes and lined them up beside the sign. 3 blind boxes. Ling Yi raised his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the flushed faces in the front row. And in his clear yet unperturbed childish voice, he announced, "The opening sequence will be in accordance with the cue. 1 gold soul coin per opening. Please leave after." His voice was soft yet distinctly cut through the surrounding clamor. "I'm first. I was here first." The girl at the front of the line, clad in a faded intermediate academy uniform, appeared to be around 15 or 16, with a delicate countenance yet eyes brimming with tension and a sense of desperation. Her family background was evidently modest, as her fingers turned pale from tightly gripping a gold soul coin. She nearly lunged at the stall, trembling hands cautiously placing the warm coin into the clay jar. I want to open one." Her voice quivered, her gaze fixated on the 3 wooden boxes, as if they were the hope that could alter her fate. Ling Yi nodded, casually picking up the leftmost blind box, cradling it in his palm, and offering it to her. "Please proceed." The young girl took a deep breath, as if she had summoned all her strength, and extended her slightly trembling fingers to grasp the edge of the box lid, abruptly flipping it open. With a crisp sound and a hum, a familiar soft click resonated, followed by an explosion of pure, warm, and indescribably radiant light, illuminating the girl's anxious yet expectant face. The brilliance flickered and vanished. Inside the box, it was far from empty. A few dazzling golden glimmers lay quietly at the bottom. "Golden coins!" The girl gasped in astonishment, her voice rising in pitch due to overwhelming surprise. With trembling hands, she carefully poured out the gleaming coins from a box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 pristine golden soul coins. Wow! The crowd erupted in a wave of astonishment. Golden coins! 5 of them. She opened 1 golden soul coin and earned 4 more. My heavens! This luck is simply extraordinary. It's worth it. Transforming 1 golden soul coin into 5. Ha ha! The girl was left utterly stunned. Next, Ling Yi's voice remained calm, as if the previous revelation of 5 golden soul coins was merely a trivial affair. He retrieved the empty box and placed it back into his satchel. The second in line was a sturdy, honest-looking boy from the junior academy, with a soul power fluctuation around level 17 or 18. Unable to contain his excitement, he dashed forward as soon as the girl stepped aside, throwing a golden soul coin into the jar with a clang, eagerly pointing at the blind box on the ground. "I want to open this one." Ling Yi picked up the middle blind box and handed it to him. The boy imitated Liena's actions, pinching the box lid and forcefully flipping it open. With a click and a hum, the light reappeared. As the radiance dissipated, the boy's earlier eagerness froze on his face, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming, incredulous joy. He distinctly felt a warm current, though faint, surging into his body, seamlessly merging with his soul power. The bottleneck that had held him at the peak of level 17 for nearly half a year suddenly felt a slight loosening under the influence of this warm flow. "It's rising. It truly is." The boy trembled with excitement, jumping up and waving his fists, shouting enthusiastically at the surrounding crowd. "I feel it. My soul power. It has really increased a little. The bottleneck has loosened. Ha ha! It has loosened." His jubilant cries ignited an even more fervent atmosphere among the crowd. "It really has increased. Another success. Next. Hurry. It's my turn. Oh my gosh. It's real. The blind box can truly enhance soul power." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Countless eyes turned bloodshot, fixating on the last remaining blind box on the ground, like hungry wolves eyeing a tender lamb. Third in line was a red-haired boy named Li Tai, who had witnessed who Liena and Yin opened their boxes the previous day. With soul power at level 19, he was flushed with excitement, breathing heavily as he nearly lunged at the stall, slamming a golden soul coin into the clay jar. His voice hoarse with eagerness. The last one. Give it to me. Quickly. He pointed at the last blind box, his fingers trembling. Lingyi picked up the final blind box and handed it to him. Li Tai took a deep breath, as if engaging in some sacred ritual. He cradled the wooden box in his hands, reverently and cautiously lifting the lid. Click! Hum! The third burst of light illuminated Li Tai's face, filled with anticipation and tension. As the brilliance faded, the bottom of the box revealed not a soul power glow nor coins, but a tiny, nearly indistinguishable transparent crystal fragment radiating a faint white aura. The fragment was merely a tenth the size of a fingernail, utterly unremarkable. What is this? Li Tai was taken aback, his anticipation swiftly turning into confusion and a hint of disappointment. Not soul power, not coins. It looks like a piece of broken glass. The surrounding crowd murmured in puzzlement. However, just as Li Tai instinctively reached out to touch the minuscule fragment, an unexpected twist occurred. The tiny transparent piece seemed to sense something, instantly transforming into a delicate, almost imperceptible white stream of light that swiftly shot into the back of Li Tai's right hand, vanishing without a trace. Startled, Li Tai recoiled, gazing in terror at his hand. It appeared smooth as ever, without any wounds or marks. But the very next moment, buzz, a faint, hazy white halo unexpectedly rose from beneath Li Tai's feet, though exceedingly thin, as if it might dissipate at any moment. It unmistakably took the form of a soul ring. A soul ring. Someone cried out in disbelief. A 10-year soul ring? Wasn't Li Tai's first soul ring supposed to be 100 years? What is happening? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The ring that originally encircled Li Tai's waist, symbolizing a 10-year limit, visibly began to merge into his first soul ring. Li Tai stood frozen as if petrified. He distinctly felt that his first soul ring was strengthening. My soul ring, Li Tai's voice distorted with shock and elation. Had the limit truly increased? Although only slightly. But it really has increased. Boom. Silence. An absolute silence. The limit of the soul ring has increased. Chapter 6 banned from selling? But what is the ironclad law of Douluo continent for millennia? Once absorbed, the limit of a soul ring is fixed for life. It cannot be altered. It cannot be enhanced. This is common knowledge in the world of soul masters, a truth more unassailable than the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. Yet now, this truth was shattered before their eyes by a 6-year-old child with a broken wooden box, producing something akin to shards of glass. Even if it was merely a trivial 10-year enhancement, even if it was still far from a true 100-year soul ring, what does this signify? It signifies that soul rings are not absolutely unchangeable. It signifies that a new, revolutionary possibility has been unveiled. This is no mere shortcut to bypass arduous training. This is nothing short of a miraculous reversal of fate. The silence lasted but a fleeting moment. The next second, it erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for millennia. The limit of the soul ring. The limit has increased. My heavens, what am I witnessing? A miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. Lingye, Yunir Lingye. No, big brother Lingyi, I beg you. Tomorrow, you must save one for me. Get away. Big brother Lingyi, I'll offer you 10 golden soul coins. No, 20. Sell me one. I implore you. Lingye, look at me. I will be yours from now on. I will work for you. Just give me a chance. The frenzied shouts, incoherent pleas, and reckless shoving plunged the crowd into a state of hysterical fervor. Countless hands reached out towards Lingyi, and countless scorching gazes fixated on him, as if they intended to devour him whole. The scene spiraled completely out of control, tenfold, 100-fold more chaotic than the previous evening. Li Tai, still immersed in the overwhelming joy and bewilderment of his soul ring's limit increase, was jostled about by the surging crowd. He raised his voice, attempting to cut through the surrounding clamor, but his childish tone was drowned out by the fervent wave. As he realized the crowd was about to engulf him entirely. Silence. A voice, imbued with a terrifying spiritual pressure, erupted like a thunderclap from the heavens, reverberating across the square. The overwhelming might descended upon the crowd like an immovable mountain, instantly stifling all clamor, jostling, and frenzied roars with its formidable force. Hundreds of fervent students, as though caught by an invisible hand around their throats, turned pale, their bodies rigid. The weaker among them even succumbed, collapsing onto the ground. Before Liena stall, three figures materialized like phantoms. The foremost, a tall figure with a stern countenance, was none other than the Intermediate Academy instructor who had reprimanded Liena the previous evening. At this moment, his face was ashen, his eyes brimming with a mix of astonishment and fury. Flanking him were two venerable elders from the Spear Hall, their hair and beards as white as snow, adorned in dark golden robes exclusive to the Hall of Elders. The aura they emanated was profound as the ocean, their gazes piercing like searchlights, locking onto Liena instantaneously. One of the elders appeared to waver slightly before an instant later. He seemed to teleport directly in front of Litai, his speed surpassing the grasp of any observer's vision. "You." The elder's voice was deep and frigid, laced with an undeniable command. "Release your first spirit ring." Litai, struck by the sudden presence of such terror, felt his soul flee in horror, his legs weakening as he nearly fell to the ground. Under the piercing gaze of those hawk-like eyes, he could not muster even a flicker of defiance, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy in trembling submission. Buzz! A yellow spirit ring rose from beneath Litai's feet. The age of the ring has indeed increased. The elder's voice was dry and crackling. He abruptly retracted his finger and turned sharply to regard the diminutive figure of Liena sitting on a small stool. The collective minds of all students in the square, including the academy instructor, were rendered blank by the elder's dry yet thunderous proclamation. The elder had confirmed it. The age of the spirit ring had genuinely increased. It was no illusion, no sleight of hand. It was an ironclad truth. This revelation was far more devastating than Litai's earlier shout. It swept through the crowd like the fiercest hurricane, obliterating the last vestige of doubt and leaving behind an overwhelming shock and a tremor that brushed against the forbidden. "Clear the square." The elder with an ancient visage finally spoke, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, imposing an unyielding authority that quelled the tumult within every heart. "All students, return to your designated areas immediately. Discussion is prohibited without permission. Violation will lead to severe punishment." The final word fell, sealing an unyielding decree in the hearts of all present. "Yes, we shall obey the elder's command." The academy instructor, as if granted a reprieve, straightened his posture and barked at the surrounding students, who were paralyzed with fear. "Did you all hear? Leave the square at once. Return to your dormitories. No one is to linger or discuss." Swiftly, the expansive square transformed into a desolate silence, save for the rustling leaves caressed by the morning breeze. The elder's gaze remained fixed on Liena, akin to a searing iron, while his lips moved slightly, as though he wished to utter something. At that moment, a faint yet distinct spiritual wave, akin to an invisible thread, silently penetrated the air, reaching the ears of the two elders and the instructor. This wave was subtle, yet it bore an undeniable will emanating from the highest echelons of the spirit hall. Both elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. The elder's frenzied curiosity and greed momentarily receded, and he regarded Liena with a deep gaze, as if imprinting the small figure into his memory, before merely emitting an ambiguous grunt from his nostrils. The ancient elder on the right subtly nodded towards an unseen direction in the void. Student Liena, the academy instructor, having received guidance, stepped forward and addressed Liena, his tone starkly contrasting with the previous reprimand, even laced with a hint of unrecognized politeness. "The matter for today ends here. You are to return to your dormitory immediately and are not to venture outside. Regarding your spirit abilities, a formal assessment will be made before any public sale of blind boxes is permitted within the academy." He paused, lowering his voice to convey a warning. "His Holiness the Pope is already aware of everything. Conduct yourself accordingly, focus on your training, and do not instigate further troubles." "Understood, Instructor," Liena replied calmly, his expression betraying no emotion. He struggled to lift the cloth bag containing 3 empty boxes and several golden spirit coins, grasping his small stool as his slight figure appeared somewhat fragile in the vast square. It was only when Liena's silhouette vanished around the corner of the dormitory building that the elder slowly withdrew his gaze, casting a complex look at his companion. Murmuring in a tone as low as a whisper, "Ghost Leopard, did you sense it?" Though the increase in the spirit ring's age was slight, the power of the rules has been stirred. The elder known as Ghost Leopard, his expression grave as water, nodded slowly. "Indeed, Qinjun is a force akin to a bestowed rule. This child spirit is likely far more formidable than we anticipated." The two Title Douluos exchange a glance, each perceiving an indescribable excitement reflected in the other's eyes. They ceased their conversation, their figures merging seamlessly into the surrounding shadows, silently vanishing as though they had never existed. Only the Intermediate Academy instructor remained, standing alone in the empty square, feeling the coolness of the morning breeze, yet realizing his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Lingyi pushed open the door to his solitary dormitory, shutting it behind him. Inside the small room, silence enveloped him, allowing him to hear the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat as he placed the cloth bag upon the table. Approaching the window, he gently lifted a corner of the curtain. Outside, along the path leading to the dormitory, two figures had silently appeared, clad in the common black attire of Spirit Hall officials, their appearances unremarkable, their auras restrained, standing like lifeless stone sculptures in the shadows beside the entrance. Protection? Or perhaps surveillance? Lingyi lowered the curtain, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The Pope, Bibi Dong, was indeed informed. It seemed that the events surrounding Liena and her companions yesterday, as well as Li Tai's spirit ring anomaly today, had clearly captured the Pope's attention. This bodes well. Being a descendant of the Spirit Hall's esteemed contributors, I should be safe from danger. Lingyi settled down on the modest mat in the center of his room, crossing his legs and closing his eyes, channeling his focus into his dantian to begin absorbing the 10-year spirit ring. As the last rays of the setting sun sank below the horizon, darkness enveloped the earth. Buzz. In a meditative state, Ling Ye's body jolted suddenly. Level 11. Spirit Master. At that very moment of Ling Ye's breakthrough, deep within the Pope's palace, in a dimly lit, vast study, a massive crystal orb atop an obsidian desk radiated a soft glow. Within the orb, the image of a simple dormitory room, with Ling Yi seated cross-legged, and the fleeting silhouette of the blind box he had just conjured was vividly reflected. Beside the crystal orb, a slender, pale hand with distinctly defined knuckles rested casually upon the table, its fingertips rhythmically tapping against the cold surface. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound echoed in the stillness of the study. The light from the crystal orb illuminated the stunning yet indifferent profile of Bibi Dong, her deep purple eyes resembling a vast nebula, unfathomably profound. Her gaze pierced through the orb, settling on Ling Yi's youthful, yet unnaturally composed face, as if examining an exceedingly intriguing yet perilous tool. As Ling Yi observed the blind box in his palm coalesce and then dissipate, he sensed the moment when its soul powers surged to a level beyond 10. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Bibi Dong's lips, reminiscent of ice that had been trapped for millennia, forming a cold yet intriguing arc. Level 11. Is it? Her voice flowed like a cold spring in the vast study, imbued with an air of indifferent authority. Young one, the journey has only just begun. Do not disappoint me. With an abrupt shift in tone, Bibi Dong's voice turned icy, akin to a blade unsheathed. From this day forth, Ling Yi is prohibited from selling blind boxes publicly within the academy. She instructed, inform Nana that she, along with Xie and Yan, must come daily to open 3 blind boxes without fail. Yes, came a barely audible response, as fleeting as a whisper, before fading into silence. The expansive study returned to its quietude, save for the crystal ball emanating a steady, gentle glow. Bibi Dong reclined into her large chair, her deep purple hair shimmering like satin in the dim light. Closing her eyes, a chilling yet absolute smile graced her lips. Let me see just how many surprises your blind box can yield. Chapter 7. Worthless Items. The following morning, Ling Yi opened the door to find 3 individuals waiting outside. Liena stood at the forefront, clad in the elegant academy uniform that accentuated her graceful figure. Her golden hair was neatly tied back into a ponytail, and her fox-like eyes, slightly narrowed, bore an air of scrutiny and curiosity. To her left stood Xie, his sharp features framed by silver hair that resembled needles, his piercing gaze sweeping across Ling Yi like a blade. To her right, The imposing Yin, with his flamboyant red hair, crossed his arms, his face displaying evident displeasure and lingering frustration. Ling Yi, Jr., Liena's voice rang clear, tinged with a formal tone, yet lacking the arrogance displayed in the square 2 days prior. By decree of His Holiness the Pope, from today onward, your blind box martial soul is not permitted to be sold publicly within the academy. She emphasized the title, her gaze fixed on Ling Yi, seeking any hint of reaction. Ling Yi's expression betrayed no dissatisfaction. He simply nodded in calm acknowledgement. Understood. Liena continued. Furthermore, His Holiness has sanctioned that myself, Xiaoyu, and Yin shall come to you daily to open blind boxes, with a fee of 1 gold soul coin per instance. As she spoke, she deftly revealed 3 heavy gold soul coins resting in her palm. Stepping forward with an air of undeniable authority, Liena declared, "Let us begin. 3 blind boxes today." Ling Yi stepped aside, allowing them entry. The small dormitory suddenly felt cramped as the trio entered, their gazes scanning the room like searchlights, ultimately settling on Ling Yi. Without further ado, Ling Yi moved to the center of the room, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His mind sank into his dantian, where his soul power surged forth like a newly born stream. He opened his right hand, palm facing upward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 faint yet distinct lights flickered in succession. With each illumination, Ling Yi's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 3 unremarkable wooden boxes, identical to those before, materialized above his palm and then gently floated down to rest side by side on the ground before him. The entire process took but a few breaths. It felt as if it had drained much of Ling Yi's energy. He opened his eyes, breathing slightly unevenly, and gestured to the 3 boxes on the floor. "They are here. Please proceed." Liena's gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 inconspicuous wooden boxes. The vivid sensation of her soul power elevation from the previous day surged back, igniting a fervent warmth within her. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to grasp the leftmost box, her fingertips poised to lift the lid. "Wait," Yin interjected suddenly, his tone rife with skepticism and a hint of irritation. "Nana, this fellow is quite suspicious. Who knows if he is playing tricks? That last contraption wasted my money. I should open it first." He stepped in front of Liena, reaching for the box. "Yin." Liena frowned, a trace of displeasure crossing her features. "That was your own fault for not recognizing the level of your power. The Pope's decree permits all 3 of us to open the boxes, not just you first." "Indeed. Yin, do not cause trouble." Xiaoyu chimed in, his voice low. Caught off guard by the simultaneous reproach from both, Yan's face flushed crimson, akin to a heated iron. He shot a glare at Ling Yi before glancing at Liena, who was safeguarding the box, and Xiaoyu, who bore a warning gaze. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, crossing his arms and grumbling, "Fine. You open them. Let us see what you can conjure." Liena ignored Yan's sulking demeanor, taking a deep breath to quell her excitement and anticipation. She extended her delicate, jade-like fingers to grasp the edge of the box lid, applying gentle pressure. Click, buzz. The familiar soft clicking sound accompanied by a warm, gentle glow illuminated her exquisite features and eyes filled with expectation. The light flickered and vanished. A pure, gentle, yet overwhelmingly potent energy surged into her body through her fingertips. This energy felt even more robust than what she had experienced the day before. Like nourishing rain replenishing parched veins, it seamlessly integrated into her own formidable soul power. Boom! Liena's body trembled violently. Her beautiful fox-like eyes widened in disbelief, radiating an incandescent joy. She distinctly felt the silent crack of the long-standing barrier that had kept her at the pinnacle of level 28 for some time now, shattering under the gentle impact of this pure energy. "Did I just break through?" Liena exclaimed, her voice quivering with exhilaration. Instinctively, she channeled her soul power. Level 29. This is genuine. A powerful surge of soul power erupted uncontrollably from within her, suffused with the elation and strength of her newfound breakthrough. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, their expressions shifting drastically. "Nana, you really broke through." Xiaoyu's voice was laced with astonishment and disbelief. He had witnessed his sister's struggle at this bottleneck for so long. To think a single blind box could facilitate such a leap. Yin, as if struck by lightning, froze in place. Brother, I can feel it. Such pure strength. Liena's excitement rendered her cheeks flushed as she turned to grasp Xieyu's arm, shaking it fervently. Her previous composure and formality dissolving in a whirlwind of childlike joy and ecstasy. This blind box was truly miraculous. Xieyou, feeling the unmistakable surge of soul power emanating from his sister, allowed a rare smile to grace his usually stoic face. His gaze shifted to Ling Yi, now filled with solemnity and an unspoken respect. The extraordinary efficacy of this blind box martial soul had been undeniably reaffirmed. My turn. Xieyu's voice remained steady, yet carried an undercurrent of urgency. He stepped forward, taking the middle blind box. With Liena's success as a testament, his doubts had dissipated, leaving only a yearning for his own enhancement. Click, buzz. The light enveloped Xieyou. As the glow faded, a similarly pure and gentle energy, with a hint of ethereal coolness, surged into his being. His entire frame shuddered as brilliance ignited in his eyes. He felt his soul power, currently at level 31, ascend sharply, bridging the gap to level 32. Though he did not experience a breakthrough like Liena, the sensation of enhancement far surpassed his arduous training over the past days. Excellent. Xieyou could not suppress a low exclamation, his face radiating unrestrained exhilaration. He felt the surging, even more potent soul power within him, and his gaze towards Ling Yi was now infused with unabashed awe and a hint of reverence. Regardless of the principles underlying this martial spirit, the tangible enhancement was sufficient to earn his respect. Brother, you have improved too, Liena exclaimed joyfully, more elated than if it had been her own breakthrough. Indeed, the results are remarkable, Xieyou nodded, placing the empty box down. At that moment, only the final blind box lay quietly on the ground. Liena's gaze instantly locked onto it, sparkling with astonishing brightness. The immense joy and excitement from 2 consecutive boosts in soul power ignited her inner desire like a wildfire. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward, eager to reach for it. Nana, Yin could no longer hold back, stepping in front of Liena, his voice tinged with urgency and reluctance. It's my turn. The last one. We agreed to open it together. Blocked by Yin, Liena's brows furrowed, ready to retaliate. However, upon seeing Yan's eager, yet somewhat aggrieved expression, she quickly devised a cunning plan. Her fox-like eyes shimmered with a layer of pleading moisture, capable of melting steel. She extended her delicate hand, gently tugging at Yan's sleeve. Her voice sweet and soft, trailing off melodiously, Brother Yan. This endearing call, imbued with 1,000 twists and turns, was filled with an overwhelming charm and entreaty that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of his bones. Yin had always been susceptible to Liena's charms. Her gaze and voice evoked a flicker of helplessness on his stern face. Seizing the moment, Liena gripped Yan's arm with her other hand. Swaying gently like a playful kitten, her voice dripping with sweetness, Brother Yan, look, I just broke through, and my soul power is still unstable. Yours is so high. Activating this would surely be ineffective. Please let me open the last one. Pretty please? As she spoke, she fixed her pleading, watery fox-like eyes on Yan, her rosy lips slightly pouting. As if he refused, tears would immediately follow. At this moment, Yin was parched and overwhelmed. All right, you can have it. Yay! Brother Yin is the best. Liena cheered, snatching up the last blind box. Click, buzz. The light flared for the 3rd time, illuminating Liena's expectant face with a sanctified glow. As the brilliance faded, inside the box lay an object. It was neither the radiant glow of soul power, nor the glittering gold soul coins, nor the mysterious crystals that extended soul ring years. Instead, it was a peculiarly shaped iron box, crafted entirely from an unknown black metal, emanating a cold, eerie light. The iron box measured about 1 foot in length, 1/2 foot in width, and 3 inches in thickness. Its sleek lines exuded a chilling mechanical beauty, its surface adorned with intricate grooves and mechanisms. At the front, 16 small, glimmering circular holes were neatly arranged, resembling the fangs of some ferocious beast. On the side of the box, a small metallic trigger was present, connected to a strap for securing it. The entire object appeared heavy, precise, and filled with a pure aesthetic of metallic and mechanical brutality, distinct from any soul-guiding artifacts. The anticipation and smile on Liena's face instantly froze. What is this? she gasped, her voice filled with immense disappointment and confusion. She had been expecting another surge of pure soul power, the ecstasy of further enhancement. But what lay before her was this cold iron lump. A toy? Scrap metal? Xiaoyu and Yin were also drawn to the peculiar object, moving closer. Xiaoyu frowned, a man of unparalleled combat skills among the Golden Generation. With a profound understanding of various weapons, he instinctively sensed that this iron box was far from ordinary. He cautiously reached out, carefully lifting it from the box. The cold, heavy sensation far surpassed that of wood or stone of similar size. He examined the complex mechanical structures, his fingers gently grazing over the 16 holes that emitted a lethal glimmer, his expression growing increasingly solemn. It doesn't resemble a soul-guiding artifact. There is no fluctuation of soul power, Xiaoyu spoke solemnly, his tone laced with unprecedented suspicion, but the construction is extremely intricate. These holes seem to be some sort of launching device. Yin also leaned in, his thick fingers curiously poking the cold metallic box, then glancing at the 16 small holes. Scoffing, a launching device? What can such tiny holes launch? Toothpicks? Ha ha ha. Liena, gazing at the cold iron mass, reflected on her earlier pouting and expectations. Feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance swell within her, her eyes slightly reddening. After all her coaxing, she had ended up with such a trinket? Chapter 8. Zhuge Divine Crossbow Yin, witnessing Liena's tearful and aggrieved expression, glanced at the utterly unremarkable iron lump and quickly offered words of comfort. Ha, Nana, you've already broken through one level. This last one doesn't matter. Remember, I got nothing last time. Xiaoyu's brow remained furrowed. He was far more perceptive than Yin. The cold touch of this iron box and its unsettlingly precise structure were anything but ordinary. He was about to soothe his sister when a voice interrupted. This item is known as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The three of them abruptly turned, their gazes converging on Ling Yi, who was seated cross-legged on the ground. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow? What is that? Liena instinctively inquired. A mechanical type of concealed weapon, not a soul-guiding artifact. Ling Ye's voice was clear and steady. It contains 16 finely crafted steel arrows, powered by a special spring mechanism, activated by a minuscule amount of soul power. A concealed weapon? Yin scoffed, his face filled with disdain. And it requires soul power? What can this broken iron lump possibly do? Scratch a soul beast? Ling Yi disregarded Yan's mokiri, his gaze shifting to Xiaoyu, the most weapon-savvy among them. Senior Xiaoyu, I have this crossbow? Xiaoyu, already filled with doubt, immediately handed over the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, his actions imbued with a seriousness he was unaware of. Ling Yi received the cold metal box, its weight and chill palpable in his grasp. His slender fingers pressed gently on a hidden groove behind the small metallic trigger on the side of the box, revealing a minuscule hole, just large enough for a hint of soul power to be infused. Simultaneously, he deftly flicked a switch at the back of the crossbow, producing a soft click as a loading port opened, revealing 16 triangular steel arrows, gleaming with a cold light, neatly arranged inside. The fluidity of his movements, reminiscent of a practiced routine, caused Xiaoyu's pupils to constrict in surprise. Ignoring Yan's derisive snort and Liena's lingering confusion, Ling Yi stood up, surveying the cramped dormitory. His gaze finally settled on a stout granite pillar in the corner, supporting the roof. This pillar was part of the dormitory's load-bearing structure, exuding exceptional sturdiness. He positioned himself about 10 steps, approximately 5 meters, away from the pillar, his movements deliberate yet steady. With his left hand supporting the crossbow, his right index finger rested on the cold metallic trigger, aligning the tiny hole at the back with the pillar. Infusing soul power and pulling the trigger is all that is required. Ling Ye's calm voice resonated. Under the puzzled gazes of the three, a buzzing sound erupted. At the instant soul power was infused, an almost imperceptible clicking sound of compressed springs erupted from within the cold crossbow. The sound was not loud, yet it carried an unsettling sensation, a palpable sense of mechanical power ready to unleash. Liena and Yin instantly felt a chill rise from their spines. The next moment, Ling Ye's index finger rested gently on the trigger, and with a subtle pull, whoosh, the air filled with a horrific, piercing whistle, dense enough to suffocate, sharp enough to rupture eardrums. It resembled 16 bolts of black lightning from the depths of hell, instantaneously rending the atmosphere asunder. The trajectory of the crossbow arrows was imperceptible to the naked eye. All that could be seen was the stout granite pillar, which, at the moment the shriek erupted, appeared to be struck by an invisible hammer. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound reverberated, enough to halt hearts. The granite surface shattered, as if it were fragile tofu. Countless fine cracks, spreading rapidly like wildfire. Dust and tiny fragments erupted like the smoke of an explosion, obscuring vision. The entire dormitory quivered under the impact. Dust cascading from the ceiling. Silence. An absolute silence. The expressions of Liena, marked by grievance, and Yan's mocking smile froze, resembling two poorly crafted masks. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape yet unable to produce a sound. Only their hearts raced wildly in their chests, nearly bursting forth. Xiaoyu appeared as though petrified. Being closest, he witnessed the scene most vividly. Those 16 black, lightning-like arrows penetrated the pillar with no resistance at the moment of contact. Indeed, they pierced through, not merely shattering the surface, but as if red-hot needles plunged into butter, deeply and completely embedding themselves within the unyielding granite. They left behind 16 abyss-like, smoothly edged holes. The central portion of the pillar was reduced to a fine powder by this terrifying force of penetration. As the dust slowly settled, a gaping, basin-sized indentation erupted at the point of impact, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. The 16 holes embedded deep within the pillar were starkly visible, resembling a beehive. Yen gasped, as if his throat were constricted, stumbling forward instinctively, his robust form trembling uncontrollably. He fixated on the grotesque wound on the pillar, then abruptly turned to gaze at the now cold and silent black crossbow in Liena's hand, his eyes filled with profound horror, disbelief, and a sense of cognitive dissonance. What on earth was this? No fluctuations of soul skills, no release of soul power, merely a faint wisp of soul energy serving as a catalyst, triggering a pure, cold, mechanical storm of death. Liena's face turned pale, replaced by overwhelming fear and dread, as she contemplated the near destruction of the granite pillar and what would have happened had that terrifying arrow been aimed at her. A chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head, causing her hair to stand on end. She instinctively took a step back, covering her mouth with trembling hands, her body shaking uncontrollably. This weapon was utterly terrifying. Ling Yi paused, adding, the effective range is within 50 meters. Capable of disregarding non-defensive soul skills and penetrating defenses of soul beasts and soul skills of the soul master level, below level 40. It poses a severe threat to defenses of the soul ancestor level. Hiss, Xiaoyu, Liena, and Yen inhaled sharply in unison. Ling Yese Kang. The motionless description resonated in their ears like a thunderclap, more shocking than the destruction they had just witnessed. Penetrating the defenses of a soul master? Threatening a soul ancestor? This was nothing short of a taboo weapon that could overturn the entire combat system of soul masters. The color drained from Yan's face as he gazed at the poisoned arrow in Xiaoyu's hand, then at his own proud flame lord defense. A cold dread climbing from his spine to his head. If that object had been aimed at him, he instinctively touched his chest, as if already feeling that icy sensation of penetration. Liena trembled slightly, gazing at the now mundane iron box in Liena's hand. Her eyes filled with shock and regret. She finally understood that what she had just released was not mere scrap metal, but a formidable weapon capable of instilling terror in countless soul masters. Today's blind box session is complete. You three may leave. I must meditate. The trio exited Ling Ye's dormitory in silence, burdened by an indescribable heaviness and the formidable weapon that could unleash a storm of bloodshed. Ling Yi resumed his seated position, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The soul power that Liena had just released now flowed into his body. Boom! Level 12. Pinnacle. In the depths of the Pope's chamber, in a dimly lit study, Bibi Dong sat behind a black obsidian desk, her deep purple hair shimmering with a mysterious luster in the faint light. The crystal ball before her silently reflected the events occurring within Ling Ye's dormitory, Liena's grievance, Yan's derision, Ling Ye's calm exposition, the astonishing demonstration of the Zhuge divine crossbow, and finally, the soul power fluctuations emanating from Ling Yi as he broke through to level 12. Upon witnessing those 16 arrows, resembling black lightning from hell, annihilate the granite pillar, a ripple of surprise crossed Bibi Dong's deep, abyss-like purple eyes for the first time. Xiaoyu, Liena, and Yin stood respectfully before the desk, holding the cold Juga divine crossbow and a document detailing its diabolical nature, afraid to breathe. Yin lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down his brow, no longer daring to exhibit even a fraction of his previous arrogance. Your Excellency, Xiaoyu's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement and a hint of fear as he raised the Juga divine crossbow and the document high. This weapon is called the Juga divine crossbow. It was produced from Junior Ling Ye's blind box. Its power is astounding. The description is all contained on this page. His voice quavered slightly with excitement. Penetrates the defenses of soul masters, threatening soul ancestors. In the void, ethereal petals appeared to fall silently. A figure emerged like a ghost from the shadows of the study, tall and clad in a splendid robe adorned with intricate chrysanthemum patterns, his face elegantly handsome. Yet his gaze sharp as a blade. It was Yueguan, the chrysanthemum Douluo. Your Excellency, Yueguan bowed slightly, his voice soft. This object is called the Juga divine crossbow. Bibi Dong's finger pointed towards the lethal weapon in Xiaoyu's hand. It is not a soul guide, but a pure mechanical creation. Its power, as you have witnessed. Her gaze swept towards the horrific image of the shattered granite pillar within the crystal ball. Yueguan's attention fixated on the Juga divine crossbow, and for the first time, a grave and doubtful expression appeared in his sharp, peach blossom eyes. My subordinate has seen it, Yueguan replied solemnly, his voice carrying a hint of tremor. Take it away. Bibi Dong's voice held an undeniable command, resonating like the clash of metal, summoning the top artisans and mechanics of the palace to thoroughly dismantle this object. Reverse engineer it. Analyze its materials, structure, and activation principles. I demand a detailed report. She paused, a glimmer of cold and resolute light flashing in her purple eyes. And the possibility of replication. Even improvements. Yes, I shall obey your command. Yueguan's heart raced as he comprehended the significance of this object in the Pope's eyes. He swiftly approached Xiaoyu, carefully taking the cold metallic weapon and the document that bore the mark of a devilish contract. The weight of it bore an ominous chill, reminiscent of death itself. He dared not delay, bowing once more to Bibi Dong, his figure melding into the shadows as he silently exited the study. The study returned to its profound silence. Only the faint glow of the crystal ball remained, accompanied by the heavy breaths of the three individuals below. Is the mechanism truly a marvel of craftsmanship? She murmured, echoing the note's remark, her deep violet eyes swirling with the depths of an endless galaxy. The icy yet exquisite curve of her lips slowly formed a cold smile, one that suggested mastery overall. Chapter 9. Spicy Strips the following morning. A rhythmic knock resonated at the door, precise and calculated. Three figures stood outside. Liena's face no longer bore the traces of yesterday's grievances and shock. Instead, it reflected curiosity and a hint of anticipation. Xiaoyu remained stoic, yet his gaze towards Ling Yi held a subtle gravity that was hard to miss. Yin lingered at the back, his eyes evasive, betraying a palpable awkwardness and reluctance, yet powerless against the allure of the mystery boxes. Ling Yi, Jr., who Liena initiated, her voice bright as she scanned the 4 mystery boxes on the floor, her eyes glimmering. Why is there an extra box today? The increase in my soul power level allows for more boxes to be produced, Ling Yi replied calmly. Are you opening them all alone again today? Xiaoyu stepped forward, clasping his hands. We 3 have discussed it. We shall take turns daily. Yesterday was Nana, today is Yin, and tomorrow will be me. Thus, Ling Yi calmly picked up a mystery box and handed it to Yin. Yin snatched the box roughly, gripping the lid's edge and yanking it off with fervor. Click! Buzz! A radiant light enveloped Yan's rugged face. As the brilliance subsided, a feeble warmth trickled through Yan's fingers into his body. For his 33rd level soul master, this slight enhancement was akin to a mere drop in a desert, barely causing a ripple. TCH, the irritation on Yen's face peaked as he hurled the empty box to the ground, producing a sharp crack, as if to vent his pent-up frustration. I knew it. Utterly useless. What a waste of my feelings. He crossed his arms and turned away, presenting his back to the others, embodying a stance of refusal to continue. Liena observed Yan's reaction, her fox-like eyes flashing with a hint of exasperation, tinged with a knowing understanding. Xiaoyu frowned slightly, disapproving of Yan's outburst, but choosing to remain silent. Ling Yi, indifferent to Yan's volatility, bent down to retrieve the discarded box and placed it back in a bag. He then turned to Yan, signaling him to continue. Yan glared at the remaining 3 mystery boxes, his anger and unwillingness intertwining. He refused to believe that as a member of the illustrious Golden Generation, with the Flame Lord Martial Spirit, he was truly incompatible with these boxes. Fueled by a near rebellious defiance, he seized the second box with vigor and violently flung it open. Click! Buzz! The light re-emerged. In that instant, Yan's previous agitation and resentment solidified into shock. This time, the warm current that flowed into him was significantly more pronounced than before. He was utterly convinced that, for a fleeting moment, his 33rd level soul power had indeed experienced a minuscule fluctuation upward. A puzzled sound escaped from Yan's throat. He instinctively clenched his fist, feeling the soul power within, then glanced at the empty wooden box in his hand, and finally at Ling Yi's calm expression. His prior anger and frustration ebbed away. Replaced by a profound bewilderment and a glimmer of anticipation, he was reluctant to admit. Yan? What's wrong? Liena keenly noticed the dramatic shift in Yan's expression and inquired with curiosity. Nothing. Yan abruptly snapped back to reality, his voice gruff as he attempted to mask his confusion, a hint of an unnatural flush creeping across his face. He fell silent, yet his gaze remained fixed on the 2 remaining mystery boxes, as if they concealed some priceless treasure. Under the slightly astonished gazes of Xiaoyu and Liena, Yan no longer hesitated and grabbed the 3rd mystery box. Click! Buzz! The light shone for the 3rd time. This time, the radiance enveloped Yan for a fraction longer. As the glow dissipated, the warmth flooding into him was clearer and more potent than the 2nd time, akin to a warm stream that, while still unable to shake the river of his soul power, seemed to push the rushing waters forward, albeit laboriously yet undeniably. Buzz! A faint yet distinct wave of soul power surged uncontrollably from Yan's robust frame, although far from breaking through his limits. This feeling of enhancement was as refreshing as a long-drought desert finally sensing a hint of moisture, causing every hair on Yan's body to stand on end. Is it truly enhanced? Yan exclaimed, his voice cracking under the weight of shock and elation. He abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Ling Yi, his previously turbulent and rebellious eyes now filled with overwhelming astonishment and an unprecedented fervor. He had opened 3 boxes in succession, each yielding more pronounced effects. The cumulative sensation of enhancement was distinctly evident, equivalent to nearly a month of rigorous training. Liena and Xiaoyu also felt the clear surge of soul power emanating from Yan, their faces reflecting astonishment. Liena even covered her mouth in disbelief, her fox-like eyes brimming with incredulity. Yan's soul power level surpassed both hers and Xiaoyu's, and even he sensed a significant cumulative enhancement. The effectiveness of these mystery boxes was indeed remarkable, akin to divine magic. At this moment, Yan was oblivious to any semblance of dignity. The immense surprise and allure of power overshadowed everything. Without a second glance at the last mystery box on the floor, he lunged forward like a ravenous tiger, snatching it with fervor. Click! Buzz! The light illuminated Yan for the 4th time. As the brilliance faded, the box contained no radiant soul power, no peculiar crystals, nor cold metallic constructs. Instead, it was filled with an array of colorful pouches adorned with bizarre patterns. These pouches were made of unique material, neither cloth nor paper, smooth and flexible, displaying a vibrant crimson hue. The front featured a cartoon bull head with a wide grin, donning a chef's hat, accompanied by several distorted and peculiar characters: Wei Long, spicy strips, fiery chicken tendons. What on earth is this? The 3 stood there, utterly bewildered. This is called spicy strips. Ling Yi's calm voice resonated, observing the familiar snack within the box with a peculiar glint in his eye. A snack that can rapidly restore a small amount of soul power and physical strength, though its effects are rather intense. Snack? Restoring soul power? Liena's eyes widened as she immediately tore open a packet and took a whiff. Achoo! Liena was taken aback by the intensely pungent aroma, causing her to sneeze. She covered her nose, her beautiful fox-like eyes filled with shock and confusion. What is this smell? It's so strange. Restoring soul power? It's unbearable. Not even a dog would eat this. Let me give it a try. Xiaoyu suddenly reached out, grabbing a hefty handful of the glossy, red spicy strips from Liena's hands, and without a second thought, stuffed them into his mouth. Xiaoyu's body instantly stiffened. His eyes widened like saucers. His face turned a deep shade of purple at an alarming rate. He felt as though he had swallowed a ball of molten lava. It was as if 1,000 needles were simultaneously piercing his tongue. An overwhelming assault of saltiness, savoriness, and spiciness. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoyu was overwhelmed by the explosive flavor, tears streaming down his face as he coughed violently. Brother, Liena exclaimed in alarm, instinctively moving forward. Don't come over. As Xiaoyu coughed violently, he waved his hand in a muddled manner to signal for cessation, tears and snot smearing his face. This is incredibly spicy, yet it is utterly delicious. Moreover, it truly restores soul power. Upon finishing his words, Xiaoyu grabbed a few more pieces and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing and slurping simultaneously. Liena and Yin were left astonished. Was it genuinely this delectable? Liena's voice carried a heavy skepticism laced with a curious intrigue, which she found absurd even to herself. Her beautiful fox-like eyes darted between Xiaoyu's rapturous expression and the box, exuding a deadly allure of red, oily sticks. Surely, her brother wasn't trying to deceive them into sharing his misery. Instinctively, she took half a step back, as if that box were Pandora's jar. In no time, the small dormitory succumbed entirely to chaos. The three top talents of a younger generation of the Spirit Hall were huddled around a box emanating a potent aroma of industrial spices, their faces contorted in discomfort, tears streaming down, and their mouths visibly swollen, yet they were possessed, ravenously stuffing the oily poison into their mouths. The sounds of slurping, gasping, suppressed groans, and the crunching of chewy food amalgamated into an extraordinarily bizarre, yet inexplicably harmonious symphony. 5 minutes later, the final packet, emblazoned with Wei Long and fiery chicken tendons, was licked clean by Xiaoyu, savoring every last bit of oil and spice powder, even neglecting not to wipe the inside of the packaging, before reluctantly crumpling it into a ball and ceremoniously tossing it into the corner wastebasket. The box was completely empty. Within the dormitory, the overpowering, complex aroma seemed to have gained a life of its own, firmly adhering to every inch of air and every object, persisting indefinitely. The trio leaned against the wall, slumped on the floor, utterly devoid of elegance. Their mouths were swollen, resembling 3 plump sausages, with suspicious red oil smeared on their lips, chins, and even their garments. Their gazes were dazed and unfocused, bearing a sense of exhaustion and peculiar satisfaction, as if they had been baptized by an overwhelming sensory tempest. Yin let out a loud, spice-laden belch, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. He gazed at the empty box with complex emotions, touching his own hot, swollen lips. His expression a mixture of anguish and amusement. Liena pulled out her exquisite silver mirror, took a glance, and emitted a piercing wail. Ah, my mouth. It's ruined. All ruined. She pounded the ground in frustration, yet deep within her eyes, there was no genuine anger, but rather a hint of lingering aftertaste. Xiaoyu, having been the first to break free from the spell of indulgence, licked his numb, fiery lips, feeling the faint restoration of his soul power within. His gaze profound as an abyss. He silently closed the box, now smeared with red oil, treating it like a rare treasure, clutching it tightly to his chest. The three supported each other, their faces bearing grotesque, sausage-like appearances, enveloped in an indelible, exotic fragrance, accompanied by an indescribable fullness and fatigue. With staggered steps, they departed from Ling Yi's dormitory, resembling defeated soldiers returning from battle. Chapter 10. Further advancement in the Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong observed the scene that had just transpired within the crystal ball, lost in thought. This little fellow, Ling Yi, is indeed a blessing to our spirit hall, she whispered, her voice as light as a feather, yet carrying the weight of mountains. It seems my ambitions may be realized sooner than anticipated. Strengthen yourself, little one. I can hardly wait to see what surprises you will unveil for me. Ling Yi sat cross-legged in his dormitory, beginning to absorb the immense energy feedback from Yin. A 33rd level soul master, who had consecutively opened 3 soul power blind boxes. Break. Boom. Spirit power level 15. Daily limit for collecting blind boxes increased to 5. Ling slowly opened his eyes, his dark irises sparkling with brilliance. It was yet another similar day. Junior brother Ling, Xiaoyu spoke first, his voice steady. I am ready. You are fortunate. Today you can open 5 blind boxes, Ling replied, unhurriedly. Liena exclaimed. So, I was just being overly affectionate that day. Yen interjected. Enough chit-chat. Let's get started. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, approaching with an air of reverence akin to that of a pilgrimage. Without hesitation, he grasped the leftmost blind box. His fingertips moved slightly. Click. Buzz. Light erupted, enveloping Xiaoyu. As the radiance dissipated, a pure, gentle energy, imbued with a cool lunar essence, surged into his body. The 32nd level of initial soul power instantly stabilized, making significant strides toward the intermediate tier. A flash of brilliance ignited in Xiaoyu's eyes as he nodded in satisfaction, setting down the empty box. The second blind box. Once more, light reappeared. The influx of energy was even more formidable, like a sweet spring pouring into a thirsty riverbed. The barrier of the 32nd level intermediate was gently yet firmly breached by this energy. Soul power instantly ascended into the intermediate domain. Xiaoyu's soul power fluctuations clearly elevated. The third blind box. For the third time, light ignited, enveloping Xiaoyu for what seemed a longer duration. Boom! A powerful surge of soul power erupted uncontrollably. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with uncontainable ecstasy, opening 3 boxes in succession. Soul power breaking through multiple thresholds, nearing the 33rd level. The results far surpassed months of arduous cultivation. Brother, this is incredible. Liena could not contain her excitement, feeling even more exhilarated than during her own breakthrough. Yen, watching from the side, felt his eyes redden, his breath heavy, fists clenched, alternating between envy and regret for having opened so few yesterday. Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement, his gaze intently fixed on the 2 remaining blind boxes on the ground. He calmly picked up the 4th one. Click. Buzz. Light shone once more, then swiftly faded. Inside the box, there was no glow of soul power, no extraordinary crystals. Only 10 gleaming, heavy gold soul coins, arranged neatly at the bottom of the box. Xiaoyu's expression froze instantly. The anticipation of another surge in soul power dissipated, leaving only this yellow, albeit valuable, metal that held no allure for him. Liena couldn't help but burst into laughter, her fox-like eyes crescent-shaped with mischief. Brother, it seems your streak of good fortune has come to an end. Opening a pile of money. Ha ha ha. Yen finally found his outlet for expression, crossing his arms and unabashedly scoffing. Ha, the illustrious golden generation. Opening blind boxes only to find a bunch of coins? Xiaoyu, your luck is just TSK. Not even as good as mine. He deliberately emphasized the word coins with a sense of vindictive satisfaction. Xiaoyu's lips twitched, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. Silently, he picked up the 10 gold coins and tossed them into the earthen jar by Ling Ye's feet, producing a clinking sound. Although the amount was considerable at this moment, it paled in comparison to a mere enhancement in soul power. Finally, only 1 blind box remained. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, suppressing the slight vexation from the mockery, and with a sense of gamble, solemnly picked up the last box. This was his final hope. Click. Buzz. For the last time, light illuminated for Xiaoyu. This time, the radiance seemed to carry an unusual, understated silver glow. As the light faded, within the box, there was no gleam of soul power, no coins, nor any food or artifacts. Only a bead, the size of a fingernail, perfectly round, emanating an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally pure milky white halo. Or perhaps it was a droplet of solidified light? The pearl lay quietly at the bottom of the box, emanating an indescribable, gentle aura that seemed capable of soothing the soul. The moment it appeared, the lingering scent of spicy snacks in the dormitory seemed to be purified, dissipating significantly. What is this? Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. His eyes filled with confusion. He had never encountered such an object and could not sense any powerful energy fluctuations. Liena and Yen also curiously gathered around. Ling Ye's calm gaze fell upon the milky white pearl, and clear information flooded his mind. Item: Essence of Soul Ring Source. grade, trace, effect, randomly increase the lifespan of any soul ring of the user by 80 years, ignoring the current lifespan limit of the soul ring. Usage, direct absorption. The essence of soul ring source. Liena's clear voice resonated, like thunder in the ears of the three. Direct absorption can randomly enhance the lifespan of any of your soul rings by 80 years. What? Xiaoyu felt as if struck by a divine bolt from the heavens. His body quivered violently, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He stared intently at the unassuming milky white pearl in the box. His voice, twisted and warped by extreme shock and joy, increased the lifespan of soul rings. 80 years. Impossible. Yin let out a shrill scream, jumping up as if someone had stepped on his tail. He pointed at the pearl, his face filled with utter horror and disbelief. The lifespan of soul rings is inherently fixed. This is an ironclad rule. How could it possibly be increased? And by 80 years? What a joke. Liena covered her mouth, her fox-like eyes brimming with immense shock and bewilderment. To enhance the lifespan of soul rings? This was even more revolutionary than yesterday's Zhuge Divine crossbow. It was a challenge to the foundational rules that had governed Douluo continent for millennia. The last time such an enhancement was revealed, the three of them were not present, and the elders had ordered the news to be sealed. At this moment, Xiaoyu could hardly afford to question anything. The overwhelming joy and a sense of touching the miraculous instantly shattered his rationality. Trembling, he reached out his hand, full of almost reverential awe, and cautiously picked up the pearl radiating a milky glow. The pearl felt warm and smooth in his hand, possessing an inexplicably intimate quality, as if it were a part of his very being. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu pressed the pearl against his forehead. His consciousness sank, guiding his soul power to make contact. Buzz. The pearl instantly transformed into a pure, gentle stream of milky light, effortlessly merging into Xiaoyu's forehead like a returning fledgling. In the next moment, boom, an indescribable tremor, originating from the very essence of his soul, erupted from within Xiaoyu. Beneath him, 3 soul rings uncontrollably materialized in an instant. Yellow, purple, purple. The first soul ring, a century-old yellow. The second soul ring, a century-old yellow. The third soul ring, a millennium-old purple. At the moment the 3 soul rings appeared, Buzz, it truly enhanced. Xiaoyu felt the unmistakable strength of the first soul ring and trembled with excitement. He abruptly raised his head, looking at Ling Yi, his gaze filled with unparalleled shock, ecstasy, and an almost worshipful reverence. 80 years. The lifespan of my first soul ring has increased by 80 years. Silence. Liena and Yin stood like 2 completely petrified statues, mouths agape, eyes wide, fixated on Xiaoyu's waist where the yellow soul ring now shimmered more brilliantly and profoundly. All doubts were shattered by the ironclad truth. The lifespan of soul rings had truly increased. The iron laws of Douluo continent had been broken. In the depths of the Pope's chamber, in a dimly lit study, Bibi Dong sat behind a black obsidian desk, her long, deep purple hair flowing like a tranquil river of stars. Her eyes, seemingly containing the entire universe, pierced through the crystal ball, capturing every subtle fluctuation of soul power and each minute change of expression in Ling Ye's dormitory. The moment Xiaoyu's soul ring lifespan increased by 80 years, causing a qualitative change in his aura, Bibi Dong's fingertips lightly tapped the smooth, cold surface of the table. Top! A soft sound echoed in the silent study, resonating like thunder. Her gaze did not linger long on the ecstatic Xiaoyu or the shocked Liena and Yin. Instead, it was precisely focused on the calm and seemingly indifferent figure of Ling Yi at the eye of the storm. The crystal ball vividly reflected the minuscule yet genuine synchronization of soul power fluctuations surrounding Ling Yi as Xiaoyu absorbed the essence of soul ring source. Once was a coincidence, twice was an accident, but what about 3 times? Liena broke through, and Ling Yi followed suit. Yin continuously opened boxes, and Ling Ye's soul power surged. Xiaoyu absorbed the essence of soul ring source, and Ling Ye's soul power fluctuated in synchronization. An almost mad, yet perfectly logical conclusion emerged in Bibi Dong's mind. Whenever others opened blind boxes, Ling Yi could also receive the same rewards. At the very least, there was a synchronized enhancement at the soul power level. This thought struck like thunder, exploding in the frozen depths of Bibi Dong's heart. In the depths of her deep purple pupils, the first clear reflection of tumultuous waves emerged. Even with her disdainful view of the world, she felt a shock deep within her soul. What does this mean? This signifies that Ling Ye's very existence is an enigma, a continuously self-reinforcing super amplifier. With every person from a spirit hall opening his blind box, regardless of the outcome, Ling Ye's strength would rise correspondingly. The stronger Ling Ye became, the more blind boxes he could condense, and the higher their quality. This represented a perfect, self-driven, exponentially growing, terrifying cycle. This transcended the realm of strategic resources. This was the ultimate weapon capable of elevating the spirit hall above all forces on the continent, fundamentally rewriting the course of history. So, it is. Bibi Dong's voice resonated softly in the study, cool yet carrying an indescribable wave of peculiar emotion. The corners of her cold lips slowly curled into a smile that could overshadow the stars. Then Yueguan, Guemei, Bibi Dong's voice rang out. Petals fell through the void, shadows writhing. The figures of Ju, Douluo, and Ghost, Guemei, silently appeared in the center of the study, bowing in readiness. Convey my decree. Bibi Dong's voice was like iron clashing, each word imbued with undeniable intent, commanding Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yin to set out immediately to the territory of the Tiando Empire, challenging the elite of various advanced soul master academies in the name of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. A flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of Yueguan and Guemei, but they quickly composed themselves, bowing their heads in attentive silence. Ling Yi shall accompany. Bibi Dong's gaze pierced through the void, as if she could see that small figure. His little venture was about to commence. The target was the geniuses within those academies. Yueguan instantly understood, a hint of realization gracing his delicate features. Your Majesty is wise. With the advantage of blind boxes, we shall entice their talents into our spirit hall. This is an open strategy. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, continuing, challenge in name, but absorb in essence. Inform Nana and the others that their methods may be more vigorous, allowing those so-called geniuses to truly witness what genuine opportunity entails. Her gaze turned to Guemei. You and Yueguan shall discreetly follow for protection. Ensure Ling Ye's absolute safety. He is of utmost importance. The weight of the phrase, utmost importance, carried the gravity of mountains. Yes, Guemei's ethereal voice bore a chilling resolve. Chapter 11. Arrival at Tiando, finally. Bibi Dong's gaze fell back upon Ling Ye's composed visage within the crystal ball, a strange glimmer flashing in her eyes. In my private capacity, I bestow upon Ling Yi 1 million gold soul coins. 1 million. Even the esteemed Yueguan and Guemei, both Title Douluo accustomed to opulence, could not help but feel a tremor of astonishment. This was undoubtedly a sum of money capable of driving any faction to madness. Tell him. Bibi Dong's voice bore an air of detached authority. From this moment forth, you need not be distracted by trivial matters. Your sole task is to concentrate fully on the blind box. The resources you require will be supplied in unlimited quantities by the Spirit Hall. Yes, we shall faithfully obey your command. Yueguan and Guemei responded in unison, their figures vanishing silently from the study. As the sun set, the towering walls of Tiando City gradually became visible, the grand gates resembling the maw of a colossal beast, swallowing a continuous stream of people and carriages. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall and Ling Ye's party had finally arrived at Tiando, after a fortnight of arduous travel, during which they journeyed by day and dedicated their nights to the ritual of the blind box. Xiaoyu, Liena, and Yin took turns to unveil the blind boxes that Ling Yi had condensed each day. The cumulative effects were astounding. Liena reached the 35th level of soul power, while Xiaoyu and Yin attained the 38th level. Even more astonishing to the hidden protectors, Ju Douluo and Guemei, was the fact that after hunting for Liena's third soul ring, the blind box yielded yet another item to enhance the soul ring's age, resulting in the trio soul ring configurations, all transforming into a uniform purple. This unprecedented configuration was strictly confidential, becoming the most profound trump card of the golden generation. Meanwhile, Ling Yi refrained from acquiring a soul ring, yet his soul power accumulated to the threshold of level 20. And the daily limit for the blind boxes he could condense rose to 7. The following morning, the grand and elegant gates of the Tiando Royal Academy swung open in the dawnlight. The Platinum Bishop Salis had already made arrangements, with the 3 esteemed Soul Do, Meng Xinji by Baoshan, and Jilin personally receiving them. The 3 elders exuded an aura of solemnity, their sharp gazes lingering momentarily on Liena and her companions, evidently having heard of these celebrated young talents from the Spirit Hall. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the main event commenced, a spirited battle of soul masters in the exclusive arena of the Tiando Royal Academy. The expansive circular arena, laid with unique stone materials, shimmered with a subdued luster, while the tiered seating around it was filled to capacity with faculty and students, their buzzing discussions resonating like a tidal wave within the venue. Members of the Tiando Royal Academy's combat team, including Captain Yu Qianheng, Vice Captain Du Yan, and the Shizhou brothers, Osro, Yu Feng, and Yi Lingling, lined up at one side of the arena, their intense gazes fixed upon the opposite side. Meng Xinji, with his aged yet resonant voice, cut through the din, announcing, "The first match will feature our Tiando Royal Academy's Yu Tianheng against the Spirit Hall Academy's Yin." As the words fell, 2 figures almost simultaneously stepped onto the smooth stone surface at the center of the arena. Yu Tianheng stood tall like a spear, clad in the exquisite blue and white uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy, exuding a striking presence. His countenance was stern, with hawk-like eyes reflecting innate pride and confidence as the heir of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. He inclined his head slightly in greeting, but the gesture was unmistakably one of condescension. "Yin," he spoke, his voice clear, yet laced with a barely perceptible arrogance. "The golden generation of the Spirit Hall. I hope your strength lives up to your reputation." The sharpness of his words was unmasked. In contrast, Yin grinned broadly, his expression imbued with a rebellious nonchalance, his fiery red hair standing on end like flames in the wind. He did not rise to Yu Tianheng's verbal provocation, merely stretching his neck casually, the joints cracking crisply as a wave of scorching heat began to emanate from his robust form. "Spirit, manifest!" With a commanding shout, Yu Tianheng was the first to act. A resounding dragon's roar erupted, akin to thunder from the heavens. Blue-violet lightning enveloped his entire being, the blinding radiance causing the front-row students to instinctively squint. Within the brilliance, Yu Qianheng appeared to grow taller, his exposed skin rapidly covered in dense and resilient blue-violet dragon scales, while his hands morphed into fearsome dragon claws, crackling with menacing arcs of lightning. An overwhelming, destructive dragon might surged outward like an invisible tide, prompting gasps and startled breaths from the audience. Yellow, yellow-purple. 3 soul rings spiraled upward from beneath him, the 3rd purple ring in particular radiating a rich hue, exuding an extraordinary quality. Waves of soul power at the 33rd level were unleashed without restraint, stirring the air within the arena and producing a deep, resonant hum. Senior Yu Tianheng, victory is assured. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Tiando Royal Academy stands, filled with blind adoration and fervor. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, a pinnacle beast spirit, symbolized invincibility in their hearts. On the opposite side, facing Yu Tianheng's imposing spirit manifestation, Yin appeared remarkably understated. Crimson flames silently surged from within him, swiftly enveloping his form. The flames twisted and rose, sculpting a vague yet immensely heavy silhouette behind him, reminiscent of a colossal figure forged from molten lava and hard rock, a granite giant. A heat akin to a volcanic eruption instantly countered Yu Tianheng's dragon might, creating a collision of 2 distinct yet equally potent atmospheres at the center of the arena. However, as Yan's soul rings ignited, the cheers from the Tiando Royal Academy stands were abruptly stifled, as if gripped by an invisible hand, followed by an eruption of louder, bewildered murmurs. Purple, purple? The first soul ring is a millennium? How could this be possible? 3 rings? 3 purples? This bizarre configuration ignited the entire arena. Shock, skepticism, mockery, and confusion intermingled among the audience. What a trickster. Yu Qianheng's eyes flashed with lightning, embodying his absolute confidence in his own strength. First soul skill. Thunder Dragon Claw. He did not hesitate any longer, as the first soul ring beneath him shone brightly. The gigantic dragon claw formed from his right arm lunged forward. 5 colossal claw shadows composed of highly concentrated blue-violet lightning tore through the air, accompanied by a deafening crackle, like 5 furious, lightning serpents, fiercely striking at Yin in the center of the arena from different angles. With the speed of lightning, the air was ionized in their wake, leaving a faint scent of char confronted with this formidable, thunderous strike capable of severely wounding an ordinary soul master. Yan's wild grin only widened, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. He did not flinch or evade, simply raising his right fist, enveloped by the granite giant's silhouette and ablaze with crimson flames. No soul ring shimmered. It was a pure explosion of strength and fire. Boom! The fiery punch surged forth like an erupting volcanic flow, bravely meeting the 5 ferocious lightning claw shadows. The arena erupted in a deafening explosion. Red and blue-violet light intertwined, devouring and obliterating. The chaotic airflow, infused with scorching heat and paralyzing ions, formed visible shockwaves that violently spread outward, sending the nearby students' garments billowing and their hair standing on end. As the radiance faded, the spectators' pupils constricted in disbelief. Yu Qianheng's 5 fierce thunder dragon claws had been shattered by Yan's seemingly casual punch, disintegrating into a flurry of tiny electric serpents that fizzled and dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Yin remained steadfast in his position, the flames swirling around his right fist burning even more fiercely, leaving only a faint charred mark on the stone surface beneath him. Hiss! A collective gasp resonated from the stands. Yu Qianheng's pupils dilated sharply, his face reflecting the first hints of seriousness. To have his first soul skill so decisively countered by sheer physical strength and a first-tier spirit manifestation. This fellow's body and flames are astonishingly powerful. The force was adequate. Yin shook his fists, as if merely brushing off some dust, his tone laced with unabashed disdain. This was merely a triviality. The blue lightning tyrant dragon? Ha! A name indeed resounding. Arrogance. Yu Tianheng was instantly consumed by rage, as the air of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. He had never been subjected to such contempt. His pride ignited, unleashing the thunder that coursed through his veins. Second soul skill. Thunderclap. The second soul ring beneath him radiated a brilliant purple light, and the blue-purple lightning surged forth with a fury multiplied several times over. Erupting from within him like a torrential flood, countless bolts of terrifying lightning, as thick as barrels, rained down indiscriminately from his center, spreading in all directions. The entire battle arena was instantly filled with blinding lightning, the thunderous roar merging into a cacophony reminiscent of the apocalypse. The raging energy of the lightning wreaked havoc upon the protective barrier of the arena, creating violent ripples. The spectators' faces turned pale as they unleashed their soul power to resist the overwhelming pressure and the chaotic energy swirling around them. This was a devastating blow on a grand scale, completely sealing off all avenues for Yin to evade. Confronted with this inescapable, thunderous inferno, Yan's eyes finally ignited with the fervor of battle. Now this was intriguing. He let out a low growl, flames surging around him as the colossal granite figure behind him solidified further. Second soul skill. Granite rock. The second circle of deep purple soul rings shone with an intensified brilliance. Countless fiery red boulders, as if freshly spewed from a volcano, materialized around Yan like the most loyal of guardians, spinning rapidly. Each stone burned with a fierce flame, emanating an aura of terrifying heat, forming an impenetrable wall of molten rock. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of furious lightning struck down upon the rapidly rotating wall of molten rock. The earth-shattering sounds were relentless. The blinding lightning clashed violently with the red-hot lava, exploding and vanishing. Fragments of lava were scattered everywhere, hissing as they landed on the ground and burning deep pits, while the furious lightning was gradually weakened and countered by the wall of lava, which contained extreme heat and solid defenses. The entire arena transformed into a battlefield where the god of thunder and the god of fire clashed. The chaotic energy raged wildly, the solid ground cracking inch by inch, the protective barrier oscillating violently, groaning under the strain. Gasps erupted from the stands, as everyone was shaken by the intensity of the collision that exceeded their wildest imaginations. So powerful, Yufeng watched in awe. Yan's defense was utterly monstrous. Sure, Mo murmured. Yi Lingling clenched her hands, her cold eyes filled with concern. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened completely. His second soul skill had been forcefully blocked by the opponent. "Break it for me," Yu Tianheng roared, channeling his soul power to its utmost limit, the might of thunderclap surging once more. He attempted to forcibly tear apart that damn wall of lava. At that moment, from within the barrier, Yan's voice erupted in a wild roar. "The scratching is over. It's my turn." Third soul skill, Hellfire Eruption. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that seemed to emanate from a colossal beast of molten rock, the granite figure behind Yan expanded suddenly, solidifying. The arms of the figure transformed from vague rock outlines into two terrifying arms composed of molten lava, burning hot and shimmering with a golden-red glow. The intense heat warped the air, as if the very fabric of space was about to melt. Hellfire Eruption. Yan's arms synchronized perfectly with those of the molten giant, smashing down with a destructive force upon the cracked ground beneath. Boom! Like an ancient volcano awakened from slumber. At the point where Yan's fist struck, the incredibly hard surface of the arena shattered like fragile ice, melting and collapsing, a terrifying pillar of molten rock. Over 3 meters in diameter and comprised entirely of roiling golden-red lava, erupted from the earth like a lava dragon unleashed from its terrestrial confines, carrying an aura of annihilation. The speed of the lava pillar's emergence was astonishing. It was ferocious and violent. At the very moment it appeared, Yu Tianheng's domain of thunderclap, which covered most of the arena, crumbled like snow under the scorching sun, emitting a mournful cry as it was forcibly torn apart and evaporated by the extreme heat and destructive energy. Countless bolts of furious blue-purple lightning were devoured by the lava pillar, vanishing without a trace. The lava pillar surged forward, shrieking through the air with the power to annihilate all, resembling a flame giant serpent, racing towards Yu Tianheng, who was momentarily stunned and had his soul skill disrupted. The scorching light illuminated his suddenly pale and horrified face. "Tianheng!" Yin screamed in anguish. "Captain!" The Sher brothers, Oslo, and others were distraught. The 3 committee members were taken aback, and Meng Shunji abruptly stood up, his precious porcelain teacup shattering in his grip, scalding tea splattering all over him. Oblivious to the chaos, his gaze was locked onto the devastating pillar of lava, his pupils filled with unprecedented seriousness and turmoil. It was too fast, too powerful. This was beyond the capabilities of a mere soul scholar, especially the impact of that third purple soul ring. Even he felt a moment of disarray. At this point, any attempt to intervene was already too late, as the devastating lava pillar was about to engulf Yu Tianheng in the nick of time. Roar! At the brink of life and death, the bloodline of the blue lightning tyrant dragon within Yu Tianheng was fully awakened. A roar, imbued with boundless fury, defiance, and the dignity of the dragon clan, erupted from deep within his throat. The soul power, momentarily paralyzed by the 3 purple soul rings, surged back to life in a frenzy, racing forward. Third soul skill, Wrath of Thunder. Activate. Buzz. The third soul ring beneath him exploded with blinding purple light in an extreme state. The violent thunder power no longer radiated outward, but surged back into Yu Tianheng's body in an instant. Brilliant blue-purple lightning burst forth from the gaps in his dragon scales, his entire being igniting like a powder keg, suddenly elevating in power. His hair stood on end, every muscle bulging with explosive strength. His dragon-like arms crossed before him, forming an immensely condensed shield of deep purple lightning, woven from countless fine bolts of lightning. Boom! The golden-red lava of destruction crashed violently against the deep purple lightning shield. An indescribable sound erupted. It was as if 2 meteors collided at the center of the arena. The blinding light instantly consumed everything. The golden red and deep purple energies clashed like 2 frenzied beasts, tearing, annihilating, and exploding at the point of contact. The terrifying shockwave surged outward like a tangible tsunami. The solid energy barrier at the edge of the arena groaned under the strain, its light flickering violently, instantly covered in a spiderweb of cracks. The violent airflow, carrying scalding heat and paralyzing ions, swept across the entire spectator area, sending the front row students tumbling and gasping in shock. The brilliant light and dust lingered for several moments before gradually dissipating. In the center of the arena, A massive scorched pit over 10 meters in diameter appeared, its bottom filled with dark red, glass-like molten material, while the edges of the stone bore the marks of intense heat. At one edge of the pit, Yu Qianheng knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. His dragon-like arms crossed before him were charred black, the scales shattered and curled, revealing the burnt flesh beneath, with wisps of smoke rising from the wounds. At the intersection of the heart-protecting position, the dragon scales were shattered, leaving a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. His team uniform was charred and tattered in multiple places, with a streak of glaring blood at the corner of his mouth, and his complexion was as pale as paper, clearly indicating severe internal injuries. He fixated on the opposite side of the deep pit, his eyes filled with horror, reluctance, and a tinge of anxiety from having survived a calamity. On the other side of the pit, Yin slowly retracted his fist that had struck the ground. The spectral form of the lava giant surrounding him began to fade. Yet the three profound purple soul rings beneath his feet continued to rotate slowly, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. He bore almost no visible wounds. Only his breathing was slightly labored, with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a clear indication of the immense energy expended in that last strike. From his elevated position, he gazed down at the disheveled Yu Qianheng, a wild, triumphant grin spreading across his face as his voice boomed throughout the arena. Now, do you comprehend the disparity, blue electric Tyrannosaurus? Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire spirit arena. The only sounds were Yu Qianheng's heavy, labored breaths, and the occasional faint clatter of loose stones rolling from the edge of the pit, which seemed particularly jarring in the oppressive quiet. In the stands of the Tiando Royal Academy, the fervor and pride, once evident on the faces of all the students, had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sense of bewilderment, daze, and deep-seated terror. They stared blankly at the vast scorched pit, at their once invincible Captain Yu Qianheng, now gravely injured, and at Yin, who stood like a lava war god, with 3 rotating purple soul rings beneath his feet. 3 purple soul rings. He had directly crushed the captain possessing the top-tier beast martial soul, blue electric Tyrannosaurus. This was no mere victory. It was a complete shattering of their cognitive framework. A devastating blow to the confidence of the Tiando Royal Academy and the younger generation of soul masters throughout the entire Tiando Empire. Yu Qianheng. Yin was the first to react, rushing down from the stands with a choked voice, throwing herself beside Yu Qianheng. In an instant, her blue phosphor snake martial soul enveloped her, and she cautiously examined his wounds, her eyes filled with concern and rage. The Shijia brothers, Osro, and Yu Feng quickly followed suit, their gazes directed at Yin in the center of the arena, filled with animosity and profound apprehension. Yi Lingling stood at the edge of the arena, her 9-heart begonia martial soul already in hand, as a gentle white light enveloped Yu Qianheng, initiating his treatment. The faces of the 3 committee members were so dark they seemed capable of dripping water. Meng Xinji observed the massive scorched pit and Yu Tianheng's injuries, his gaze fixated on the 3 glaring purple soul rings beneath Yan's feet, his grizzled beard trembling slightly. The teacup in his hand had long since turned to dust, his knuckles whitening from the pressure of his grip. Those 3 purple soul rings, coupled with the terrifying explosive power that far exceeded that of an ordinary soul sage, were not something achievable through normal cultivation. What secrets did the Spirit Hall hold? Good. What a remarkable golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Meng Xinji's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed from between his teeth, laden with astonishment and gravity. What a trio of purple soul rings. Today, I have truly opened my eyes. Liena wore a smile that was both sly and elusive, like a cunning fox. Xiaoyu crossed his arms, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Salis slightly nodded, evidently very pleased with Yan's performance. Meanwhile, Ling Yi remained tranquil, silently observing the unfolding battle. In the highest corner of the stands, a nondescript figure stood clad in luxurious princely attire, exuding a gentle and jade-like demeanor. Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, quietly observing. Ling Yi, blind box. I hope you are as miraculous as Grandpa has said. The vast scorched pit continued to emit waves of scorching heat, the air thick with the sulfurous scent of lava and the acrid odor of charred flesh. Yu Qianheng was cautiously assisted off the field by the Shijia brothers, every step tightening the already taut nerves of the faculty and students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Yin suddenly lifted her head, her emerald eyes ablaze with a near-maniacal fury and icy resentment, locking onto the figure in the center of the arena, which resembled a lava demon. Spirit Hall's minions. You have harmed my Tianheng. I will make you pay 100-fold. Her voice, sharp and venomous, echoed throughout the arena, resonating with chilling intensity. With a decisive step forward, a vibrant green light erupted from her body. Blue Phosphor, Snake Emperor. Possession. A piercing hiss rang out, sending chills down spines. Dugu Yan's form was instantly enveloped in a thick, emerald green, poisonous mist, her figure becoming remarkably flexible and uncanny. Her legs seemed to merge and elongate into a serpent's tail covered in intricate green scales, while her upper body retained a human shape. Though the skin of her arms now bore snake-like patterns, her nails sharpening to a sinister black sheen, glinting ominously. Most haunting were her eyes, which had completely transformed into slitted snake pupils, cold and vengeful, devoid of any human emotion, fixated intently on Yan. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings spiraled upward from her serpent tail, the soul power fluctuations of a level 31 control system soul master radiating with an intense, invasive force. Yan, be careful. Yu Qianheng, pale from recent treatment, shouted urgently, worry etched across his features. He understood all too well the terrifying nature of Dugu Yan's poison. Yet he was equally aware of the absolute suppressive power wielded by Yan's 3 purple soul rings. Consumed by rage, Dugu Yan disregarded Yu Tianheng's warning. Her snake pupils reflected only boundless hatred and a desire for destruction. First soul skill, Blue Phosphor Red Poison. With a sudden flare of yellow light from her first soul ring, Dugu Yan's serpent mouth opened wide, unleashing a torrent of thick, blood-like crimson poison mist that surged forth rapidly towards Yan, its nauseatingly sweet scent swirling in the air. This poison not only possessed a potent corrosive quality, but also stimulated the nerves, plunging those who inhaled it into chaos and excruciating pain. Faced with the overwhelming, bizarrely colored poison mist, Yan's wild grin remained unabated. Rather, it widened into a near-provocative smirk. Poison? Is that all? He exaggeratedly inhaled deeply, as if savoring the fragrance of a delightful flower, allowing the tendrils of crimson poison mist to infiltrate his nostrils. Is he insane? Ostro gasped in disbelief. He's courting death. Yu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. However, the anticipated scene of Yin collapsing in agony, his skin rotting away, did not manifest. Instead, beneath his exposed skin, faint crimson lava patterns flickered momentarily, as the inhaled poison mist seemed to encounter its nemesis, instantly incinerated by the extreme heat, dissipating into trivial wisps of blue smoke that wafted from his nostrils. Chapter 13. Yan's unrivaled performance. The flavor is a bit overwhelming. The timing is slightly off, Yan remarked, smacking his lips with a tone laced with mockery, as if critiquing a poorly prepared dish. He even waved his hand dismissively at the remaining poison mist before him, as casually as one might shoo away a fly. You! Dugu Yan's fury made her serpentine body tremble, her green snake pupils nearly spitting fire. To have her first soul skill dismissed as mere air freshener. Second soul skill, Blue Phosphor Blue Poison. Enraged and humiliated, Dugu Yan did not hesitate to unleash a more potent soul skill. The purple light of her second soul ring erupted, with a fierce flick of her serpent tail. She no longer sprayed poison mist. Instead, she shot forth a concentrated deep blue poison liquid, honed like an arrow. This venom was faster, more penetrating, and contained a more lethal neurotoxin, akin to a toxic bolt of blue lightning, aimed directly at Yan's chest. Yan remained unfazed, standing his ground. And just as the venom was about to strike, he slightly raised his arm, covered in a spectral layer of lava. Sizzle! The deep blue poison struck his arm with precision. Yet, the anticipated corrosive penetration did not occur. The poison arrow, capable of piercing through steel, collided against his arm, which blazed with crimson flames resembling solidified lava, producing a faint sound akin to cold water splashing into hot oil. The deep blue venom was instantaneously evaporated and decomposed by the terrifying high temperature, transforming into a wisp of bloody blue smoke that dissipated into the air. It left behind an exceedingly minute, nearly negligible white etching on Yan's lava gauntlet, which was quickly covered and restored by the flowing flames. A chill crept in, accompanied by a slight itch. Yin shook his arm, his expression one of disbelief, as if to say, "Is that all?" Absolute defense. Absolute restraint. The stands of the Tindo Royal Academy fell into a hushed silence, broken only by heavy breaths and the sound of chattering teeth. Dugu Yan's pride in her deadly poison seemed trivial in the face of Yan's lava-like thermal defense. It was utterly ineffective. Dugu Yan's snake-like pupils constricted sharply. A wave of cold dread surging from her tail to the top of her head. Her once formidable poison appeared utterly impotent before him. This feeling of helplessness was far more terrifying and despairing than witnessing Yu Qianheng being struck down moments ago. No, this cannot be. She emitted a shrill scream, her voice distorted by sheer horror and rage. My poison, my phosphorescent snake venom, is unparalleled. How could this be possible? Unparalleled? Yin scoffed, interrupting her cries, his crimson eyes ablaze with wild battle fervor and a hint of impatience. Let me show you what true destruction is. First soul skill. Hellfire. Without employing the stunning 3 purple soul rings, the radiance of the first circle's purple soul ring erupted. The crimson flames surrounding Yin surged violently, as if doused with boiling oil. The furious flames transformed from a gentle defense into a roaring wave of fire, emanating a destructive aura that engulfed everything in its path, rapidly expanding from its center in all directions. The crimson flames surged like a molten river overflowing its banks, instantly consuming all the remaining phosphorescent red venom in the arena, emitting a crackling sound as the air filled with a sweet, nauseating scent that was swiftly replaced by a pungent sulfur aroma. The fiery tide, unrelenting and accompanied by terrifying heat, charged towards Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin screamed, her snake tail instinctively twisting back in a desperate retreat. The flexibility granted by her phosphorescent snake emperor martial soul allowed her to narrowly evade the brunt of the fiery wave's onslaught. However, the searing gust still swept over her tail and body, leaving charred marks on her emerald scales and a sharp, stinging pain. Yet, a more lethal attack swiftly followed. Just as Dugu Yin struggled to maintain her balance after dodging the fiery tide, her previous strength waning and new strength yet to arise, she unleashed her second soul skill. Granite Rock. The second purple soul ring beneath her glimmered once more. This time, there was no defense. Boom, 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 boom. From massive boulders, ablaze with fierce flames and significantly larger than before, coalesced out of thin air, resembling 4 burning meteors. They screamed through the air, bearing down on Dugu Yin from 4 precise angles, sealing off all avenues of escape, and struck her body with tremendous force. So swift, so fierce, the connection was seamless. Yinzi, Yu Qianheng's eyes widened in horror, struggling to rush forward, yet held back firmly by Shimo. Dugu Yan's snake-like pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging molten fireballs. And the shadow of death loomed over her. She let out a desperate shriek, her soul power surging uncontrollably. Third soul skill, phosphorescent purple venom. Sea of poison. At the critical moment, Dugu Yin finally activated her strongest trump card. The third purple soul ring beneath her erupted in blinding radiance. No longer attempting to evade, she slammed her snake tail forcefully against the ground. With a splat, centered around the point of impact, a vast expanse of thick, swamp-like toxic liquid, shimmering with a sinister, deep purple glow, erupted from the ground like a fountain, swiftly covering a 10-meter diameter area around her. The deep purple venom emitted a nauseatingly sweet and foul odor, corroding the solid stone ground with a terrifying hissing sound, visibly dissolving and collapsing. It formed a bubbling, terrifying pool of deep purple poison. This venom not only possessed extreme corrosive properties, but also harbored a lethal blend of neurotoxicity, blood clotting, and soul power erosion effects. This was her most potent area control and lethal soul skill. Within the sea of poison, no life could survive. The 4 roaring molten boulders plunged into the turbulent, deep purple sea of poison. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The deafening sound of corrosion erupted. It was as if a red-hot iron had been plunged into icy water. The flames burning on the molten boulders and the deep purple venom viciously corroded each other, annihilating. Thick plumes of purple-black toxic smoke mixed with acrid white steam ascended skyward. The size of the molten boulders visibly diminished and darkened under the venom's corrosive assault. A sinister and triumphant smile crept across Dugu Yan's face. She was momentarily safe at the center of the sea of poison, believing her phosphorescent purple venom to be her strongest defense. She refused to believe that the opponent's lava could completely breach this toxic ocean. However, just as her sinister smile appeared, it froze instantly on her face. Within Yan's eyes, there was no trace of surprise. Instead, an even hotter, more fervent flame ignited. It was the thrill of witnessing prey worthy of destruction. A sea of poison? How intriguing. Unfortunately, fire conquers poison. It is the natural order. Yan's roar erupted like a volcanic explosion. I'll evaporate it. Third soul skill. Hellish magma surge. Full power. Boom, boom, boom. The third circle of deep purple soul rings, as profound as the abyss of the cosmos, finally unleashed its most terrifying brilliance. The energy was even more violent and intense than when he had defeated Yu Tianheng. Akin to awakening a slumbering ancient lava titan, Yan's fists, along with the fully materialized arms of the lava giant behind him, struck down with earth-shattering force at the edge of the sea of poison. This time, it was not a single column of lava, but three, in a triangular formation, like three doomsday flame dragons breaking free from the shackles of hell. They surged forth. The gold-red lava columns, each exceeding 4 meters in diameter, carried the ultimate heat capable of incinerating everything and destructive energy, crashing through the earth. In their instant appearance, the air warped and distorted from the heat. The very fabric of space seemed to groan. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 raging lava columns, akin to 3 burning blades, plunged violently into the roiling deep purple sea of poison. Hiss! An unimaginable violent reaction ensued. It was as though boiling oil had been splashed into a frozen lake. The gold-red lava clashed and consumed the deep purple venom in a frenzy, obliterating it. Blinding light accompanied by deafening explosions and grating corrosive sounds filled the entire arena. The purple-black toxic smoke mixed with sulfurous white steam formed a colossal mushroom cloud that shot into the sky, only to be forcibly suppressed by the protective barrier above the arena. The sea of poison evaporated and burned at a visible rate. The thick, deep purple venom, confronted with extreme heat, rapidly thinned, dried, and carbonized as if facing its nemesis. The gold-red lava ruthlessly tore through the sea of poison, like the claws of a lava beast, leaving a path of destruction towards the center of the toxic sea, where Dugu Yan stood, her face filled with horror and despair, mercilessly devouring everything in its path. No! Dugu Yan let out a piercing scream, her emerald snake pupils filled with utter terror of death. She desperately twisted her snake tail in an attempt to escape, but the sea of poison surged violently due to the lava's impact, hindering her movements like a quagmire. As the 3 devastating lava columns drew closer, ready to engulf her completely, Yan, Yu Tianheng screamed in despair. The expressions of the 3 committee members changed drastically, as Meng Xinji and Bai Baoshan stepped forward simultaneously, ready to unleash their powerful soul power. At this critical juncture, a shadowy figure, resembling a phantom, suddenly materialized before Dugu Yan without any prior warning. This shadow appeared to be composed of pure darkness, silent yet exuding an unsettling chill that sent shivers down one's spine. With a mere lift of a hand shrouded in shadows, the figure pressed lightly against the 3 roaring pillars of molten lava rushing towards him. There was no cataclysmic noise. The 3 ferocious pillars, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, halted abruptly as if crashing into an invisible wall of absolute zero, freezing in an instant. The wild, flowing lava was forcibly arrested by an incomprehensible power of chilling silence. The searing light and destructive energy fluctuations extinguished like a snuffed candle, dissipating into nothingness. A layer of eerie, light-absorbing ice crystals rapidly enveloped the solidified lava pillars, which then silently shattered and collapsed into lifeless, cold black rubble scattered across the ground. The entire process unfolded in eerie silence, reaching an extreme level of strangeness. In the arena, only the labored, nearly suffocating breaths of Dugu Yan remained, alongside the vast scorch marks left by the 3 cooling lava pillars, which were quickly darkening. The shadow slowly withdrew its hand, as if nothing had transpired. Its obscured visage seemed to turn towards Yen's direction. Although no words were uttered, two chilling gazes, capable of freezing one's very soul, passed through the shadows. Yen let out a stifled grunt, as if struck by an immense force, involuntarily stepping back half a pace, his complexion paling slightly. The molten flames surrounding him surged violently, and a bone-chilling pressure, akin to a venomous serpent, coiled around his soul in an instant. Title Douluo, Chapter 14. The frustration of Douluo. Yen gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes fixated on the shadow. The shadow, akin to an abyss, gradually solidified, revealing a tall, emaciated elder whose eyes glimmered with a sharpness reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Clad in a dark green robe, he emanated a chilling aura of toxicity, as if even light would be corroded in his presence. It was none other than the Title Douluo, poisoned Douluo. He paid no heed to his granddaughter, Yen, who lay weak and trembling on the ground, his lifeless green eyes fixated on Yen, the cause of her distress and near demise. A tide of unrestrained fury and protective rage erupted from him, pressing down upon the youth in the arena. Who is this little wretch? So ruthless. How dare you harm my granddaughter Douluo? I will ensure your utter annihilation. Douluo's voice was hoarse and piercing, akin to a serpent's hiss, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. His bony hand shot up, and 5 glimmering, venomous orbs of eerie green light coalesced at his fingertips, threatening to corrode the very fabric of space itself. The space around these orbs crackled under the immense pressure. The terrifying aura of the Title Douluo descended upon Yen like an insurmountable mountain. Yen let out a grunt, feeling as though struck by a colossal hammer, the hard stone beneath him fracturing and sinking. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his brow, his bones groaning under the unbearable burden. Just as the 5 orbs, capable of instantly transforming Yen and the surrounding area into a lethal wasteland, were about to be unleashed, a soft, sinister laughter echoed throughout the arena. Accompanied by the laughter, golden chrysanthemum petals, seemingly conjured from thin air, fluttered gracefully between Douluo and Yen. Each petal spun delicately, appearing fragile, yet in their descent, they silently sliced through and mitigated a significant portion of the Title Douluo's oppressive aura. Simultaneously, a peculiar movement rippled through the shadow beside Douluo, stretching as if a tear had been rent in space itself. A figure, cloaked in a voluminous black robe with an indistinct visage, stepped forth from the shadows, 2 flickering orbs of ghostly light shining from beneath the hood. Standing less than 3 feet from Douluo, an aura of deathly silence, potent enough to freeze the essence of one's soul, surged forth, locking Douluo in place. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwan. Ghost Douluo Gueme. Yuegwan held a massive golden chrysanthemum, its petals shimmering with sharp golden light, wearing a sly expression while his gaze remained as cold as steel. Ah, I wondered who possessed such audacity. It turns out to be you, old poisoner. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, dripping with unmasked mockery. So, you've struck the young, and now the old must come forth to assert dominance? To poison a junior, TSK, your audacity rivals even that of your venomous snake. The ghostly figure remained silent, but the 2 flickering orbs of ghostly light bore down on Douluo, an unseen pressure akin to ancient ice freezing the space around him, stifling his ability to conjure the poison orbs. Douluo's pupils constricted to dangerous pinpricks. His rage was swiftly replaced by disbelief and shock. He fixated on the 2 terrifying figures before him, their synergy palpable, causing his withered skin to twitch involuntarily. Chrysanthemum 1, Hui Mei. Douluo's voice trembled with a hint of disbelief and dryness, the light from the 5 poison orbs wavering unsteadily. He had never anticipated that this red-haired youth was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Moreover, he was a significant figure under the clandestine protection of the 2 Douluos. Just one Chrysanthemum Douluo was already overwhelming. He could scarcely fathom the presence of the elusive, unfathomably powerful ghost Douluo at his side. Today's encounter was destined to end poorly. A powerful wave of frustration and immense pressure coiled around Douluo's heart like toxic vines. His gaze flickered, and the 5 lethal poison orbs slowly dissipated from his fingertips, The situation was beyond his control, forcing him to relent. Just as Douluo found himself unable to retreat. A clear and gentle voice, imbued with undeniable authority, rang out from the highest tier of the arena. Stop! The voice belonged to Prince Shueqinghe. Dressed in resplendent royal attire, his demeanor as gentle as jade. Accompanied by several composed royal guards, he strode down the steps with urgency, entering the arena. His expression reflected just the right amount of concern and gravity as his gaze swept over the opposing parties, ultimately settling on Douluo. Your Grace, Poison Douluo, please temper your anger. This is merely an academic exchange. Victories and defeats are commonplace. How can we allow this to disrupt harmony, especially against a junior? If word spreads, it could tarnish your esteemed reputation and harm the relationship between the Empire and the Spirit Hall. His words not only provided Douluo an avenue of retreat, but also highlighted the stakes involved, subtly invoking the dignity of the Empire. Simultaneously, his seemingly casual glance passed over Yueguan and Gue Mei, within which a fleeting, subtle authority and will of the Spirit Hall's young master, Shui, flickered briefly. Known only to Yueguan and Gue Mei. Before their departure, Bibi Dong had already discreetly instructed Yueguan and Gue Mei that all actions during this mission must heed the directives of the young master, Qian Renxue. Lurking in Tiendo, Douluo's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white. With the prince personally mediating, his reasoning was irrefutable. If he persisted, he would not only earn a reputation for bullying the young, but also irrevocably offend these two formidable figures of the Spirit Hall. He let out a heavy huff, akin to a serpent exhaling venom, brimming with pent-up frustration and rage. Humph. For the sake of the prince, I shall remember today's events. He abruptly flicked his dark green sleeves, turned around, and seized a limp and tear-streaked Yen, his figure swaying like a serpent merging into shadows, vanishing instantaneously within the battle arena, leaving only a faint, nauseating scent of sweet poison in the air. Grandfather, he bullied me. Yen was taken away. Yet she did not forget to glare resentfully at Yen, her voice tinged with sobs. Yanzi, next time we will definitely defeat him. Yu Tianheng, enduring his injuries, hoarsely shouted in the direction where Yen had disappeared, his eyes burning with the flames of humiliation. Yen adjusted his shoulders, slightly numbed from the oppressive pressure, gazing at the direction of Douluo's disappearance. He cast a sidelong glance at the disheveled Yu Tianheng and grinned, a smile brimming with arrogance and unrestrained confidence. Defeat me? Spare me. You will never catch up to my pace. He raised a finger skyward, his voice as molten as lava. Next time we meet, I shall be even stronger. Strong enough that you won't even have the right to look up at me. Such audacious words struck the faces of all the teachers and students of the Tiendo Royal Academy like a resounding slap. At that moment, a cool voice rang out. Why? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, spotting Yi Lingling standing at the edge of the Tiendo battle team, her presence serene and cold. Having long since retracted her 9 hearts, sea, butterfly, martial soul. Her eyes, clear as an icy lake, were fixed intently on Yen, devoid of anger or fear. Only an extreme purity of inquiry and confusion. Why are you so strong? Yi Lingling's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly throughout the arena. And your soul ring configuration? Why is it different from what the teacher said? Her gaze swept over the 3 haunting purple soul rings beneath Yan's feet, a configuration that defied common sense. This is illogical. How did you achieve this? This direct question instantly captivated everyone's attention. Even the 3 committee members, their faces pale, along with Meng Xinji, who had just exhaled in relief, turned sharply towards Yen. This was the greatest mystery and shock in their minds. It was a secret desperately sought after by the entire Tiendo Royal Academy and even the entire Soul Master community. Want to know? He deliberately elongated his tone, his eyes blazing. It's simple. Come to the Wuhuan branch in Tiendo City and find me. I will help you grow stronger. Boom. It was as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. The entire battle arena erupted in commotion. What does he mean? Is he recruiting senior sister Yi Lingling? Or does he have feelings for her? What is the Wuhuan Hall trying to do? Could his strength be a result of some special method provided by the Wuhuan Hall? The discussions surged like a tide. Yu Tianheng, Yen, though she was no longer present, and others like Sure Mo and Sure Mo's eyes changed dramatically, their gazes towards Yi Lingling filled with complexity and concern. The three committee members, their eyes sharp as blades, fixed their stares on Yin and Salas. The intentions of the Wuhuan Hall were suspect. In the eye of the storm, Yi Lingling, upon hearing his words about growing stronger together, felt a slight tremor run through her delicate frame. Stronger? But I'm a support type. What of it? Ling Ye's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unusual penetrating quality, his dark eyes calmly regarding Yi Lingling, as if he could see through her heart. If you come find me to open a mystery box, I can help you become an attacking support type soul master. This statement struck Yi Lingling's icy heart like a thunderbolt. An attacking support type? This entirely contradicted the ironclad laws of the soul master system in Douluo continent. The Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly, the world's foremost healing martial soul, was destined for pure healing and life, naturally insulated from attack and destruction. Yet, Ling Ye's calm gaze and the disruptive shock brought by Yan's 3 purple soul rings acted like the whispers of a devil, carving a small fissure in her sturdy cognitive barriers. Could becoming stronger break fate, even if just by a sliver of possibility? Wait, open a mystery box? Chapter 15. The Fireball Technique. As night deepened, within the depths of the Tiando City Wuhuan branch, a brightly lit quiet room designated for receiving important guests came into view. Yi Lingling had arrived. Clad in her Tiando Royal Academy attire, she appeared as serene and ethereal as an orchid under the moonlight. She stood quietly in the center of the room, facing Salas, who sat in the main seat, flanked by Liena, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Ling Yi. Has classmate Yi Lingling come at this late hour to join the Wuhuan Hall? Salas wore a gentle smile, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Yi Lingling. Her voice trembled slightly, and she took a deep breath, striving to maintain her facade of calm. Wished to first experience the mystery box spoken of by classmate Ling Yi. She did not directly agree to join the Wuhuan Hall. Oh, experience? Liena's crimson lips curled slightly, her fox-like eyes sparkling with insight, carrying a hint of playful intrigue. Sister Lingling, this mystery box is a rare opportunity. If you experience it and obtain something good, but then have regrets. Her words trailed off. Yet the latent threat and temptation coiled around Yi Lingling's nerves like invisible threads. Yin crossed his arms, his fiery red hair dancing in the light. His eyes intently fixed on Yi Lingling as if she were a lucky one about to open a treasure chest, with a hint of mischief in his gaze. Xiaoyu remained stern, his eyes sharp as blades, scrutinizing Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's fingertips curled slightly, her nails digging into her palm, bringing a faint sting. She looked at Ling Yi, her voice carrying a barely perceptible plea. Classmate Ling Yi, may I experience it first? Ling Yi raised his head, his dark eyes meeting Yi Lingling's cool gaze, nodding succinctly. Certainly, I believe anyone who opens it will be unable to resist its allure. He then moved to the empty space at the center of the quiet room. Without any unnecessary gestures, with a mere thought for equally sized, ancient wooden mystery boxes, unmarked on the surface, materialized as if coalescing from the void, silently hovering before him. The boxes emitted no fluctuations of soul power, appearing as ordinary as wares from a street vendor. Let us begin. Ling Ye gesturet tu Ye Lingling. All eyes instantly focused on the 4 unassuming boxes. Salas narrowed his eyes slightly. Liena leaned forward. Yin licked his lips. Xiaoyu's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Yi Lingling's heart began to race uncontrollably. With a reverent seriousness akin to a pilgrimage, she extended her cool fingers and gently tapped the first mystery box on the far left. Click! Buzz! The box opened in response, a soft white light enveloping Yi Lingling. As the radiance dissipated, a pure and gentle flow of soul power, akin to a mountain stream's clear spring, gradually infused her limbs. The barrier of her originally 28th level soul power loosened slightly, making a steady advance towards the 29th level. Her soul power increased. For the first time, a noticeable change appeared on Yi Lingling's cold face. She clearly felt the growth of her internal soul power. Without hesitation, she immediately pointed to the second mystery box. Click! Buzz! Light flared once more. This time, what surged into her body was not soul power, but a peculiar, warm energy imbued with primal essence. This energy, as if possessing its own spirit, rushed directly to the location of her martial soul, intertwining with the yellow soul ring that represented her first soul skill. Buzz. Beneath Yi Lingling's feet, the first yellow 100-year soul ring uncontrollably materialized. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the previously ordinary yellow glow visibly intensified. The soul ring's age. It has been enhanced. Salas gasped in astonishment, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Although it was merely an enhancement of 100 years, the implications were even more shocking than an increase in soul power. This was a reinforcement of the Soul Master's foundation. Even with his bishop's temperament, it was difficult for him to maintain composure at that moment. Yi Lingling exclaimed coldly, "This is utterly unfathomable. No wonder Yan's soul ring configuration. Let's proceed." All right, the third blind box. With a click, a hum resonated as light enveloped Yi Lingling, seemingly extending the moment. As the brilliance dissipated, the familiar, peculiar warmth of primordial energy enveloped her first soul ring once more. The light of the first soul ring surged, its yellow hue deepening, nearing the threshold of the coveted purple millennium. A century of soul ring, enhanced by another 100 years, accumulating to 200, another increase in soul ring age. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice laced with envy. Lingling, your luck is simply extraordinary. 2 consecutive enhancements to the same soul ring. I feel as though my 3 purple rings have lost their allure. Yi Lingling was rendered speechless, gazing at the radiant circle beneath her feet, the foundation of her first soul ring now profoundly enriched by 200 years. A sensation unlike any other washed over her. Exquisite joy. Only one blind box remained. Her heart raced like a drum, and with an almost dreamlike quality, she extended her trembling fingers towards the final box. Click. Hum. This time, the light that emerged did not envelop her completely, but transformed into a concentrated, crimson stream, akin to a living serpent, swiftly darting into her brow. Yi Lingling stifled a groan, instinctively taking a step back, her once calm visage now marred by a blend of pain and bewilderment. A torrent of unfamiliar information surged into her mind, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. It encompassed complex methodologies of flame control, energy condensation, and trajectory manipulation. Lingling, who Liena gasped instinctively. What is happening? Salas sprang to his feet, his Title Douluo senses enveloping Yi Lingling, anxious for any mishap. However, the look of agony on her face was fleeting, rapidly replaced by overwhelming shock and incredulity. She opened her eyes wide. Within her crystalline ice-blue irises, crimson flame runes flickered and vanished. Almost instinctively, she raised her right hand, her delicate fingers tracing an arcane yet slightly awkward pattern as she quickly formed a seal. A searing, explosive energy coalesced towards her mouth. "Fireball!" Yin shouted, nearly dropping his eyes in astonishment. An original soul skill. Salas's tone shifted, filled with unprecedented shock. As a Soul Douluo, his discerning eye recognized that this was no skill granted by Soul Ring. It was an entirely new method of energy utilization, a genuine self-created soul skill. And it was being mastered in an instant by a healing-type soul master. Hu Liena and Xieyu were left speechless, their faces reflecting pure astonishment. To open a blind box and acquire a self-created soul skill, this transcended their understanding of fortune. Yi Lingling's sensation was the most profound. She felt the terrifying energy capable of incinerating an ordinary great soul master, as if she were ensconced in the most absurd of dreams. She, Yi Lingling of the Nine-Heart Sea Buttercup, a purely delicate healing-type soul master, was now conjuring an offensive fireball. This revolutionary sensation sent shivers through her very soul. The fireball technique. Ling Ye's calm voice resonated, as if introducing a trivial trinket. Why not give it a try? Yi Lingling, awakening from her reverie, suppressed the tumult within, her gaze instinctively sweeping across the assembly before settling upon Yin, the one closest to her and most resistant to flames. Yin, be careful. Her cool voice carried a note of tension and eagerness. Come on, let me show you. Yin, unfazed, was instead exhilarated, rubbing his hands together as he stepped into the center of the quiet room, crimson flames surging around him. A granite colossus shimmering in the background as he assumed a defensive stance, his face alight with curiosity and anticipation. Yi Lingling inhaled deeply, her expression sharpening with focus. Following the vividly etched path in her mind, She expelled the unstable crimson fireball towards Yen. The fireball technique. Boom! The crimson fireball transformed into a massive inferno, over a meter in diameter, unleashing a howling heat wave and a devastating aura, crashing towards Yen like a roaring meteor. Bring it on! Yen bellowed, standing firm, crossing his flaming arms before him. Bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated within the quiet room. The violent flames engulfed Yen, consuming his figure like a blossoming red lotus. The searing tongues of fire licked at his molten armor, producing hissing sounds of scorching heat. A wave of scorching air swept forth, prompting even Salus to raise a hand, casting an invisible soul power barrier to safeguard the room's contents. The blaze persisted for several breaths before gradually dissipating. Yen stood in place, the molten armor on his crossed arms marked by charred traces, with even some areas showing fine cracks. He shook his slightly numbed arms, astonished and in awe. Good heavens, that was powerful! Yen grinned, examining the clear charred marks and tiny fissures on his armor, disbelief and delight dancing in his eyes. The might of that attack was undoubtedly on par with a full-force strike from a second-ring assault-type soul master. He circled around Yi Lingling, marveling. If your martial soul were fire attribute, the power of that fireball would have doubled. It could have pierced right through my molten armor. This self-created soul skill is utterly outrageous. Yan's tone dripped with unabashed envy, his gaze fixated on Ling Yi, akin to a starving wolf eyeing a bone. Ling Yi, I want one too. Grant me such a magnificent self-created soul skill. Wait, from now on, you are my brother, my true brother. Just let me create a self-originated soul skill. The astonishment on Salus's face had morphed into solemn contemplation. He stepped forward, employing his formidable spiritual power to scrutinize Yi Lingling, confirming her soul power flowed without anomaly, merely expending approximately 30%. Yi Lingling, Liena's voice cut through the air, resolute and compelling. You have opened 4 blind boxes. You have felt the elevation of your soul power, experienced 2 enhancements to your soul ring age, and even acquired a self-created soul skill of inestimable value. The quota for blind boxes condensed by Ling Yi has been exhausted. Now, tell me your decision. Her enchanting fox-like eyes were sharp as blades, locking onto Yi Lingling. Join the Spear Hall. These opportunities will be your gateway to the pinnacle of power. Otherwise, a pin could be heard dropping in the silence of the room. All eyes were fixed upon Yi Lingling. The immense pressure bore down like a mountain. Salus's scrutiny, Liena's inquiry, Yan's curiosity, Xieyu's cold demeanor, and Ling Ye's calm gaze made breathing difficult for Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling raised her head, her cool face tinged with a hint of paleness and struggle, her gaze subconsciously drifting back to Ling Ye's composed visage, as if seeking some form of affirmation or courage. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply, her voice trembling yet strikingly clear. Sister Liena, Bishop Salus, and classmate Ling Yi, thank you for allowing me to experience this incredible opportunity. The impact of everything tonight has been monumental. I need to return home and discuss it with my parents. She paused for a moment, gazing at the subtly furrowed brow of Liena, and quickly added, her tone infused with an unprecedented firmness and hope. Please believe me. I am convinced that once my parents learn of my experiences this evening and comprehend their significance, they will certainly understand and agree. Tomorrow morning, I shall provide you with a definitive answer. Is that acceptable? Her eyes sparkled with sincerity, radiating an earnestness that seemed to stake everything on this moment. Liena regarded Yi Lingling deeply, the glimmer in her fox-like eyes flickering as if weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, a knowing smile graced her lips, and she nodded. Very well. Sister Lingling, we trust in your sincerity and look forward to your wise choice. Tomorrow, at the Spear Hall, we await your good news. Bishop Salus also nodded slightly. Miss Yi, you may proceed. We hope to hear good tidings tomorrow. Chapter 16. The new member Yi Lingling felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She bowed deeply to everyone, especially glancing at Ling Yi with a complex expression before turning and swiftly departing the quiet room. As she left, the atmosphere within the chamber subtly relaxed, soon replaced by an even more fervent anticipation. It's our turn now. Yin rubbed his hands together, eagerly looking towards Ling Yi. Quickly, Ling Yi, there are 3 left, right? I can hardly wait to unleash my self-created spirit technique. His mind was consumed by the image of the powerful fireball from earlier. Although Xiaoyu remained silent, his arms crossed. His sharp gaze was fixed intently on the empty space before Lingyi. Lingyi nodded, his thoughts stirring. 3 ancient wooden boxes, identical to the previous ones, silently hovered before the trio. I shall go first. Liena stepped forward without hesitation, shedding the assertiveness she had displayed towards Yi Lingling, and resumed her enchanting demeanor, smiling as she pointed to one of the blind boxes. Click! Buzz! A radiant light enveloped her. As the glow dissipated, a pure surge of spirit power flowed into her body. Liena distinctly felt her 35-level spirit power barrier loosen slightly, making a small advance towards 36. Though not as pronounced as Yi Lingling's initial enhancement, it was still a noteworthy gain. Not bad. Liena nodded in satisfaction, stepping aside. My turn. Yin could hardly contain his excitement as he stepped up, grabbing a blind box without even a glance. Click! Buzz! This time, the torrent of spirit power that surged into him was exceptionally vigorous, akin to a river bursting its banks. Yin's body trembled as crimson flames erupted uncontrollably around him. 3 deep purple spirit rings instantly materializing, radiating brilliance. Boom! A presence more formidable and intense than before erupted from within him. The 38-level spirit power barrier was shattered, as if it were mere paper, breaking through to 39. Wow, this feels amazing. Yin roared with exhilaration, exuberantly pumping his fists in the air. 39. I've broken through again. His gaze towards Lingyi was filled with admiration. Lingyi, you are my lucky star. Xiaoyu observed the ecstatic Yin. His expression remained stoic, yet a trace of barely perceptible anticipation flickered in his eyes. He stepped forward, confidently grasping the final blind box. Click! Buzz! The light flared, enveloping Xiaoyu. This time, the illumination appeared to carry an unusual, subdued purple hue, lingering longer than the previous ones. As the glow faded, within the box lay no spirit power light, no extraordinary item, nor any information stream. Only a non-metallic, non-jade, gently lavender-hued object, roughly the size of a baby's fist, shaped in an archaic and peculiar manner. Was it a jade pendant, or perhaps an enigmatic crystal inscribed with profound patterns? It rested quietly at the bottom of the box, emanating an ineffable aura, as if infused with the very essence of cosmic truths, a rhythm of eternal life. This aura was ancient, profound, serene, yet imbued with a sense of vastness that encompassed all. What is this? Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. He had never encountered such an object and felt no powerful energy fluctuations. Lingya's calm gaze fell upon the lavender crystal, and clear information surged into his mind. Item: Xintian skill inheritance jade slip. Records the cultivation methods of the Tang sect, containing the essence of eternal life. Direct absorption grants complete inheritance of the technique. Usage: mental contact required. Xintian skill? Lingya's voice resonated clearly, carrying a subtle fluctuation he was not entirely aware of. An extraordinary cultivation method. Direct absorption would yield the inheritance. A cultivation method? Bishop Salas furrowed his brow slightly. Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened. He understood that whatever item Lingyi had drawn from the blind box was no ordinary treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended a finger and gently touched the lavender jade slip, allowing his mental energy to sink into it. Buzz! The jade slip instantly transformed into a gentle and expansive violet stream of light, flowing seamlessly into Xiaoyu's brow. Boom! Xiaoyu's body jolted. His eyes closed instantly. An aura of profound mystery emanated from within him. The diagrams of energy circulation, breathing techniques, and the essentials of energy operation imprinted deeply into his soul, akin to a vast celestial map. Within Xiaoyu's chamber, the doors and windows were tightly shut, the air seemingly frozen. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his brow occasionally furrowing and relaxing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Surrounding him, 3 purple spirit rings spun softly. Yet the flow of spirit power was unlike anything before. It no longer surged like lava, but adopted a unique rhythm, reminiscent of a gentle mountain stream, embodying a cycle of life and harmony. At the spirit hall, dawn broke gently. Bishop Salas sat at the head of the main hall, his enigmatic smile still in place. Yet a hint of barely perceptible anticipation lurked in his gaze. Liena lounged lazily on a wide chair draped in pristine white fur, her fox-like eyes half closed, her fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of wine-red hair, while her gaze remained sharp as a hook. Yin appeared somewhat restless, pacing back and forth in the hall. Xiaoyu sat on the opposite side, his eyes closed in meditation, yet the aura of newfound energy surrounding him was difficult to fully contain, prompting Bishop Salas to glance over several times. Footsteps approached, breaking the silence within the hall. Yi Lingling arrived, dressed in a simple yet elegant moon-white gown that accentuated her ethereal demeanor. However, unlike the previous day, she was accompanied by two individuals. On her left stood a graceful woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Lingling, her demeanor warm and dignified, yet her ice-blue eyes reflected a barely concealed tension, worry, and a hint of deep-seated hope. On her right stood a tall, refined middle-aged man, his sharp gaze revealing keen intelligence. Clad in a deep green robe embroidered with silver cloud patterns, he embodied a steady presence. He was Yi Lingling's father, Yi Chongshan, the head of the Yi family's business. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, momentarily lingering on Salas and Ling Yi, revealing the cautious discernment and subtle astonishment characteristic of a businessman. The news his daughter had brought home was astonishing. Had he not witnessed the fireball technique with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a miraculous phenomenon existed in the world. Bishop Salas, Miss Liena, Senior Yin, Senior Xiaoyu, classmate Ling Yi. Yi Lingling stepped into the hall, gracefully bowing to the assembled crowd. Her voice, cool yet hinting at a subtle resolve, announced, "I am Yi Lingling, daughter of Yi Chongshan and Su Wanrong. I have the honor of meeting your Highness Saras and all distinguished guests." Yi Chongshan clasped his hands together, his tones steady and resonant, embodying the finesse characteristic of a merchant. "My daughter returned last night, sharing news that is truly astonishing, far exceeding our expectations. Yet, Lingling has always been composed," he said, casting a complex glance at his daughter. The extraordinary fireball technique she demonstrated was undeniably real. "This matter is of great significance, pertaining not only to my daughter's future path, but also to the fortunes of the Yi clan. Today, I come with my wife. Firstly, to express our gratitude to the Spirit Hall for granting Lingling such a remarkable opportunity, and secondly," he paused, his gaze sweeping over Saras and Liena before finally resting on Ling Yi, his tone resolute, "I, Yi Chongshan, and Su Wanrong on behalf of Yi Lingling, hereby declare our formal decision to join the Spirit Hall. From this moment forth, we shall follow the Spirit Hall unwaveringly. We simply desire for our Lingling to continue opening that blind box." Saras' smile transformed into a genuine expression of delight as he gestured for them to rise. "Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, and Miss Yi, please stand. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise, and you have made the most astute choice. From this day forth, Yi Lingling shall be a core disciple of the Spirit Hall. Her fortune will be fully supported by us." Liena also unveiled a captivating smile, stepping forward to affectionately link her arm with Yi Lingling's sister Lingling. "Welcome aboard. From now on, we are family." Her gaze shifted to Yi Chongshan and his wife, reassuring them, "Uncle, aunt, rest assured, with Lingling's talent paired with the resources of the Spirit Hall, her future knows no bounds." Yin beamed, giving Yi Lingling a thumbs up, while Xiaoyu nodded slightly in agreement. Then, Lingling, Liena said cheerfully, leading Yi Lingling to the cleared space in the center of the hall, "Let us allow your uncle and aunt to witness this miracle firsthand, shall we?" Ling Yi silently rose and stepped into the arena. With a subtle thought, 3 ancient wooden boxes floated silently before Yi Lingling. All eyes instantly focused on the scene. Yi Chongshan and Su Wanrong held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. Yi Lingling took a deep breath, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to tap the first blind box. Click, buzz. A gentle glow enveloped her. As the radiance dissipated, a warm and pure current of soul power surged in her body, loosening the barrier of level 28 just a fraction, steadily advancing. Though the enhancement was modest, it was incredibly solid. Her soul power had increased. Su Wanrong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yi Chongshan nodded slightly in approval. The second blind box. Click, buzz. The light flared once more. Again, pure soul power flowed in. This time, the warmth felt even richer, Yi Lingling distinctly sensed the barrier of level 28 melting away under this gentle onslaught, as if ice and snow were thawing, silently breaking apart. Level 29. Level 29. Su Wanrong's voice rose in pitch, filled with excitement. Had it only been a brief moment, and she had directly leveled up? Yi Chongshan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his breath becoming heavier. Witnessing this firsthand was far more shocking than mere hearsay. Only the final blind box remained. The entire hall was so silent one could hear a pin drop. Even Yin held his breath. Yi Lingling gazed at the last box, her heart pounding like a drum. With an almost reverent anticipation, she extended her finger and gently tapped it. Click! Chapter 17. The God-given soul ring this time. No immediate light burst forth. At the moment the box opened, a soft beam of indescribable hue shot skyward from within, not blinding, yet exuding an indescribable aura of nobility, sanctity, and grandeur. Within the beam, golden points of light sparkled like stars, swirling and floating, radiating warm and immense life energy. The entire hall was enveloped in this divine radiance. What is this? Saras abruptly rose from his seat, his calm demeanor vanishing, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yen were equally stunned into silence. At that moment, Ling Yi's calm voice resonated. This is the God-given soul ring. There is no need to hunt soul beasts. It will self-congeal according to the absorber's inherent limits and martial spirit characteristics, forming the most compatible, perfect, and highest quality soul ring. The energy is gentle, with no rejection, allowing for 100% absorption. The God-given soul ring? Saras's voice was dry as sandpaper, his gaze fixated on the ethereal ring slowly forming within the beam. Seemingly crafted from pure, golden divine light, spinning gently. No need to hunt soul beasts? Self-congealing? Perfect compatibility? 100% absorption? How can this be possible? How could such a thing exist in this world? The God-given soul ring? Liena repeated in disbelief, her enchanting eyes now devoid of allure, replaced by overwhelming shock. She turned to Ling Yi, her gaze fervent and intense. This blind box, this Ling Yi could even produce such a treasure? My heavens! Yan's mouth fell open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground, his mind blank, with only the phrase God-given soul ring echoing in his thoughts. Yi Chongshan and Su Wanrong were utterly bewildered. The God-given soul ring? No need to risk life and limb in the perilous soul beast forest. No need to endure the backlash of soul ring energy. And to acquire the most perfectly compatible and highest quality soul ring. This was nothing short of a revolution in the age-old rules governing soul masters' ascension in Douluo continent. A miracle indeed. But, Su Wanrong jolted from her overwhelming happiness. Lingling, she is only at level 29. She isn't even at the stage where she needs a soul ring yet. How can she absorb such a divine object? The immense disappointment instantly overshadowed her elation. Could it be that this miraculous treasure was beyond her daughter's reach? Yi Chongshan's face also turned pale, the crushing sense of loss nearly overwhelming him. All eyes turned to Ling Yi. Fear not. The two words, like a stabilizing anchor, instantly calmed the nearly fracturing hearts of Yi Chongshan and his wife. The God-given soul ring is not an ordinary object. Ling Yi's gaze turned to Yi Lingling, the inherent spirit of the ring harmonizing with her essence. Though it cannot manifest due to her current level, it is already deeply rooted within her martial spirit's core, nurturing her body and refining her soul. Once her soul power reaches the threshold of level 30, this ring will naturally manifest, merging seamlessly. There is no need for concern. Stored within her body, waiting to merge? Saras gasped sharply, murmuring in disbelief, his gaze toward Ling Yi no longer that of a mere man, but of a being embodying some profound principle. This ability is nothing short of miraculous. Yi Chongshan and Su Wanrong felt a wave of relief wash over them, immense joy surging once more, nearly bringing them to tears. The divine object possesses spirit. Their daughter is truly blessed. At that moment, Liena also snapped back to reality from her shock. Taking a deep breath, she quelled the tumult of emotions within her, her exquisite face instantly adopting an expression of unwavering determination and fervor. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Yi, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. Ling Yi, The shares of blind boxes you have condensed today, aside from the 3 Lingling just opened, should still have some remaining. She did not afford Ling Yi the opportunity to respond, waving her hand toward Yi Lingling. Let Lingling open them all. Perhaps we will soon witness her absorbing the God-given soul ring. She turned to Yi Lingling, her eyes filled with expectation, her tone resolute. Lingling, now that your luck is exceptional, open the boxes immediately. Push hard toward level 30. Let us witness the perfect fusion with this God-given ring. Allow us all to behold this spectacle. Thank you, Sister Liena. Liena beamed, waving her hand dismissively, her tone lighthearted. We're family. Why speak of such formalities? Let us begin. At this moment, Salus rose and cast a glance at Ling Yi, exclaiming, what transpires here far exceeds this old man's comprehension. The divine gift of the soul ring shall undoubtedly reverberate across the continent. Nana, you may continue. I must report this to His Holiness the Pope. With no further words, he offered a slight nod to Zhongshan and his wife before vanishing like a fleeting shadow at the door. Once Salus departed, all eyes converged upon Yi Lingling and Ling Yi. A flicker of thought crossed Ling Ye's mind. Suddenly, 4 identical ancient wooden boxes appeared, as if conjured by magic, hovering before Yi Lingling. Lingling, you can do it, Su Wanrong urged, her hands clasped fervently, her voice trembling with excitement. Relax, my child. Your father believes in you. Yi Zhongshan endeavored to maintain the composure befitting a business magnate, though the slight tremor of his beard betrayed his inner turmoil. Liena clenched her small fists, her fox-like eyes sparkling with encouragement and anticipation. Sister Lingling, it's all up to you. Let us break through to level 30. In stark contrast, Yin and Xiaoyu, the 2 titans of the golden generation, now resembled wilted eggplants, slumped in the corner of a plush chair. Yin idly poked at the patterns of his lava armor, sighing, alas, today it seems we are utterly sidelined, just watching in vain. Xiaoyu, arms crossed, closed his eyes to rest. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lingling, under the expectant gaze of her parents, and Liena, reached out with a slightly trembling finger toward the first blind box. Click! Buzz! A radiant light flared briefly before fading. Inside the box, there was neither a glimmering essence of soul power nor any peculiar crystals. Instead, it was filled to the brim with neatly packaged, glossy red snacks emblazoned with the words Wei Long Yi Lingling, Yi Zhongshan, Suwanrong. The trio tilted their heads in unison, their faces reflecting a shared bewilderment and confusion. What in the world is this? Suddenly, a peal of laughter shattered the silence. Liena, who had moments ago been filled with eager anticipation, now had her fox-like eyes crescent-shaped, twinkling with the excitement of a foodie. She dashed forward. Oh my, it's spicy strips. Wei Long spicy strips. Her voice bubbled with joy as she snatched the box from the bewildered Yi Lingling's hands, moving with the swiftness of lightning, as if afraid it might be snatched away. Sister Lingling, this is a treasure. Not only is it deliciously spicy, but it's also incredibly satisfying to chew. And the best part is, eating it can even restore soul power. Its effectiveness is outstanding. As she rapidly explained, she tore open a package, and a rich, uniquely fragrant aroma of spicy heat instantly filled the quiet room. Hey, my blind box. Yi Lingling gazed at her empty hands, feeling a bit dazed. No worries, Lingling. Today, I'll let you have all the chances with the blind boxes. Consider this box of spicy strips a compensation for you, sister. Liena said, a bright red spicy strip held in her mouth, her words muffled, cradling the box of spicy strips as if it were a priceless treasure. She swiftly dashed over to Yen and Xiaoyu. Initially listless, Yen and Xiaoyu perked up at the overwhelming, tantalizing aroma of the spicy strips. Nana, share the spoils, Yen exclaimed, leaping forward with enthusiasm. Although Xiaoyu maintained his stoic demeanor, his body, in stark contrast, leaned closer, his gaze fixated on the spicy strip bag in Liena's hands. In no time, the trio formed a chaotic circle, with Liena generously distributing the spicy strips. Yen, unable to contain his excitement, tore open a package and shoved a handful into his mouth, gasping as the heat hit him, yet wearing a satisfied grin. Wow, so good, so intense. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, displayed a touch more elegance, delicately pinching a strip and taking a bite, only to quickly accelerate his chewing when his brow furrowed in delight. Liena savored her food, her small mouth glistening with oil, her eyes closing in bliss. The quiet room was suddenly filled with the enticing sounds of crunching, slurping, and the trio gasping as they continued to indulge despite the heat. Ye Lingling, Ye Zongshan, and Su Wanrong stood in stunned silence, witnessing this sudden shift in behavior. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall, renowned for their prowess and brilliance, were now so engrossed in a mere box of spicy strips. What their dignity as soul masters? What their aloof personas? What was this overwhelming air of the mundane? Ling Yi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, his calm voice infused with urgency, disrupting the Yi family's moment of disbelief. Sister Lingling, proceed with opening the box. Huh? Oh, right. Yi Lingling snapped back to reality, eyes on the remaining 3 boxes, and quickly steeled herself to open the second one. Click. Buzz. A gentle light enveloped her as a warm current of soul power surged into her being. The barrier of her peak, level 29, wavered slightly. Yet the breakthrough remained distant. No witties. Keep going, Lingling. There is still a chance. Su Wanrong cheered her on. Yes. Stay calm. Ye Zongshan Eindrangit, Feastskadenchit. With renewed determination, Yi Lingling took a deep breath, fueled by her parents' expectations, and with a resolute spirit, she pressed down on the 3rd blind box. Click. Buzz. The light radiated, just as the brilliance surrounded Yi Lingling. An explosive surge of soul power erupted from within her. The invisible barrier between level 29 and 30 crumbled like paper under the force of this newfound strength. A powerful aura radiated forth. I did it. I truly did it. Su Wanrong exclaimed, elated, jumping up in joy. Well done, my child. Yi Zhongshan could not suppress his exuberant cheers. Yet, as the euphoria of this breakthrough filled the air, an even more potent, audaciously spicy aroma combined with an intriguing garlicky scent invaded everyone's nostrils with the force of an intruder. Yi Lingling instinctively followed the scent's source. There in the corner, Liena, Yin, and Xiaoyu were squatting, each with several open bags of spicy strips, indulging with abandon. Liena had a bit of red oil smeared on her fair nose. Yan's forehead glistened with sweat, his lips slightly swollen yet still stuffing his mouth, while Xiaoyu, despite his usual impassive expression, was chewing at an astonishing speed, his cheeks slightly puffed. The 3 of them, their lips glistening with oil, alternated between slurping their tongues and mumbling amongst themselves, wow, this flavor. It's even better than the last bag we opened. It's sweet with a kick. And the chewiness is phenomenal. Does anyone have water? Yi Lingling. The joy of her recent breakthrough was suddenly dampened by this strikingly chaotic scene, leaving her expression somewhat dazed. Chapter 18. Blue-silver entwined. Ahem. Liena seemed to finally notice the gazes upon her, and with a hint of embarrassment, she wiped her mouth, though not very cleanly, stood up, and feigned composure. So, Lingling, did you break through? Congratulations. Do you want to open the last box, or should I help you with it? Her eyes darted between the last blind box and the half-empty bag of spicy strips in her hands, weighing her options. Observing Liena's evident reluctance to part with the spicy treats, Yi Lingling glanced at her glistening lips, recalling the enticing aroma from earlier, and felt an involuntary swallow. A rare flush crept onto her usually cool face as she tentatively inquired, Sister, are those spicy strips truly that delicious? Huh. Liena's eyes lit up instantly. As if she had discovered a kindred spirit, she darted a few steps to stand before Yi Lingling, presenting a bright red spicy strip as if it were a precious treasure. Her tone was laced with temptation. Of course, it's delicious. Just give a sniff. Isn't it fragrant? Isn't it spicy? Doesn't it have that delightful numbing sensation? Is the texture especially chewy? Moreover, it has an incredible restorative effect on soul power. 1,000 times better than chewing on dry rations. Come on, give it a taste. After you try it, we can open the last box together. I save you 2 big packs. Yi Lingling gazed at the tantalizing spicy strip, her resolve wavering as she met Liena's earnest gaze. With her parents watching, she hesitated for a moment, but her cold demeanor ultimately succumbed to her inner foodie instincts. Carefully, she accepted the spicy strip and tentatively took a small bite. Instantly, an indescribable medley of flavors exploded in her mouth. Salty, savory, fragrant, numbing, spicy, with a hint of peculiar sweetness. The chewy texture only intensified with each bite. Yi Lingling's icy blue eyes widened in astonishment, as though a new world had been unveiled. She exclaimed, her previously stoic face now radiant with surprise, satisfaction, and the revelation that such a delicacy existed in the world. She began to chew rapidly. Unable to stop herself, Yi Chongshan and Su Wanrong exchanged glances, bewildered. Where's your cool demeanor, daughter? What happened to your restraint? Is this spicy strip really that terrifying? Ha ha ha. How does it taste? I didn't deceive you, did I? Liena laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips, her expression one of knowing satisfaction, as she handed the promised 2 packs of spicy strips to Yi Lingling. Take them. I keep my promises. Now, let us open the last box while it's still warm. With her mouth full of spicy strip and 2 new packs in hand, Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded vigorously. She felt a sense of fulfillment akin to having feasted well. Her oil-slicked fingers, having just handled the spicy strips, pointed towards the final blind box. Click, buzz. This time, the radiant glow from the box was not enveloping, but transformed into a concentrated stream of green light, imbued with a faint scent of grass and wood, which swiftly penetrated Yi Lingling's forehead. She instinctively gasped, her cool voice rising in pitch with astonishment. Blue-silver binding. Yet another self-created soul skill. Cough, cough, crash. In the corner, the trio, immersed in their spicy strip revelry, was suddenly struck by shock. Liena spat out half of the spicy strip in her mouth, sending it arcing through the air. Yin was choked into a fit of coughing, her face turning crimson, nearly crushing the spicy strip bag in her grip. Xiaoyu, startled, dropped the newly acquired pack of spicy strips onto the floor. 3 pairs of eyes reflected a shared sense of bewilderment, shock, and a profound absurdity at the whims of fate. The once tantalizing flavors in their mouths now felt bland and waxy. Another self-created soul skill. Liena pointed at Yi Lingling, her fox-like eyes wide with disbelief. Lingling, are you perhaps the reincarnation of the goddess of luck? She felt that the soul power enhancements and items she had drawn from her blind boxes paled in comparison to Yi Lingling's astonishing display that night, rendering them nearly worthless. A wave of intense envy and resentment surged from deep within her, threatening to engulf her. Yin finally managed to suppress her coughing, her gaze towards Yi Lingling filled with unabashed desire. Blue-silver binding? That sounds incredibly cool. Lingling, show me. What does it do? Xiaoyu silently bent to pick up the fallen spicy strip bag, brushing off the dust. His expression remained stoic, but the muscles in his face twitched slightly. Although the Xintian Gong he had obtained was beneficial, its effects were gradual. Nothing compared to the immediate impact of Yi Lingling's self-created soul skill, especially too. Meanwhile, Yi Chongshan and Su Wanrong were on the verge of fainting from excitement. Su Wanrong clutched her heart, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at her daughter. Nearly breathless with happiness. Oh my goodness. Another self-created soul skill. Lingling, my dear Lingling, you are destined for greatness. She felt as though the virtues accumulated by their ancestors had all manifested in her daughter today. Yi Chongshan, equally agitated, his beard trembling, clenched his fists, yearning to howl at the heavens. It's worth it. Joining the spirit hall is so worthwhile. I'd desell the family estate if it meant supporting you. Lingling, hurry. Let us see this new soul skill. Standing nearby, Lingye's mouth twitched ever so slightly. A thought, laced with sarcasm, echoed in his mind, audible only to him. The first soul skill of a certain trio is bestowed upon the 9-heart sea poppy? Does this blind box system aim to amuse me? This scene is too beautiful for me to bear. Under the eager anticipation of her parents and the envious gazes of the Golden Generation trio, Yi Lingling steadied herself. Recalling the clear manipulation technique in her mind, she raised her hand once more, this time with a focused aim at the empty chair in the corner where Salis had sat moments before. Blue-silver binding, she declared, channeling her soul power along the engraved trajectory. SSSHH. Several robust, solid, and shimmering blue-violet vines emerged from the floorboards like awakened serpents, swiftly rushing towards the chair with a whoosh. Snap, snap, snap. The vines successfully entwined around the 4 legs of the chair. However, that was where the triumph ended. The vines merely wrapped loosely around the chair legs a couple of times, not even managing to secure them tightly, let alone shake the chair. One of the vines appeared particularly weak, drooping languidly onto the chair's seat. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Liena, Yin, Xiaoyu, Yi Chongshan, Su Wanrong. Yi Lingling gazed at the feeble, unthreatening vines, an unexpected blush of embarrassment creeping onto her usually composed face. She hesitated, retracting her hand as the vines dissipated. It seems not very effective. I think I can only bind legs. Liena was the first to crack, bursting into laughter as the last remnants of jealousy dissipated in the face of the comical scene. Oh, my dear Lingling, is this binding for decorating chair legs? How gentle of you. She laughed uncontrollably. Yin grinned widely, revealing a gleaming smile, teasing, ha. Lingling, this skill might work for tying up garbage bags, but for binding people? Unless they stand completely still, it's not happening, especially around the ankles. She mimicked the action for emphasis. Though Xiaoyu remained silent, a rare smile flickered at the corners of his mouth, clearly impressed by the outcome. The ecstatic expressions on Yi Chongshan and Su Wanrong's faces froze, replaced with an expression that was both amusing and exasperated. Su Wanrong quickly reassured her daughter, "It's all right, Lingling. Being able to bind is already impressive. You're a support type. Being able to restrain an enemy's ankles to create opportunities for your teammates is still a significant achievement. It's better than nothing. Yes, much better than nothing." Yi Lingling observed her parents' forced expressions of encouragement and a struggling laughter from Liena's trio, as she felt the imprint of the blue-silver binding skill within her. Her emotions grew complex. This skill seemed rather lackluster. It was certainly not on par with the powerful fireball technique. Was it perhaps due to her healing-type martial spirit, which was not adept at offensive control? At this moment, Yi Lingling's gaze swept over her father, Yi Chongshan. In an effort to express his support for his daughter's newfound abilities, or perhaps to alleviate the awkwardness, had deliberately positioned himself beside the chair. He struck a pose that signaled, "Look, father stands firm." A spark of inspiration ignited in Yi Lingling's mind. Yes, let us attempt to bind a living target and observe the effects on a moving entity. With her heart set, she summoned her spiritual energy once more, commanding, "Blue-silver bind," the target being her own father, Yi Chongshan's ankle. With a swish, several slender, pale blue tendrils of soul energy erupted from the ground. This time, the speed seemed slightly enhanced, imbued with a determination that signified her seriousness, as they swiftly coiled around Yi Chongshan's left ankle. Yi Chongshan was posing and entirely unprepared. He felt a sudden tightness around his ankle and glanced down to find several blue tendrils efficiently wrapped around it, forming a rather secure knot. As Yi Chongshan attempted to lift his foot, he discovered the tendrils were remarkably tenacious. Though he could easily break free with his soul power, the sensation of restraint was undeniably real. With each movement, the tendrils tightened further, causing his socks to crinkle. It seemed far tighter than when binding the chair legs. Yi Lingling's eyes sparkled, as if she had discovered a new realm. Liena, observing Yi Chongshan's bewildered expression as he found himself ensnared, could no longer contain her laughter, clutching her stomach as she doubled over. "Uncle Yi, your live demonstration is truly commendable." Yin was equally amused, slapping his thigh in mirth. Your experience report is incredibly authentic. Lingling, is this skill specifically for binding your father's ankle? The effectiveness is remarkable. Even Xiaoyu couldn't help but turn away, his shoulders shaking with restrained laughter. Su Wanrong glanced at her husband's bound ankle, then at her daughter's eager expression, and could only exhale in exasperation. "Lingling, this skill of yours is quite unique." Yi Chongshan's face flushed crimson as he regarded the blue tendrils around his ankle, feeling the tangible sense of confinement. Reflecting on his daughter's fireball and the divine soul ring, a complex wave of emotions surged within him. He cleared his throat, striving to maintain the dignity befitting a business tycoon, despite one foot being restrained. His voice tinged with a blend of resignation, affection, and a forced attempt to preserve his pride. Yes, Lingling, this blue-silver bind, while perhaps somewhat unremarkable in effect, certainly possesses an element of surprise. Look, even I have fallen victim to it. This suggests it holds practical value. Yes, progress, I am quite pleased. While he spoke, he discreetly shattered the troublesome tendrils with his soul power. Yi Lingling observed her father's forced composure, then glanced at the laughter-filled expressions of Liena and Yin. the barely contained smiles of Xiaoyu, and her mother's affectionate yet exasperated gaze, unable to maintain her chilly demeanor any longer. A shy yet slightly triumphant smile broke through her cool facade. Although the blue-silver bind appeared somewhat plain and monotonous, it was, after all, her second attack skill acquired through her own efforts in a blind box. Moreover, the efficacy of binding her father was quite impressive. Supportive skills? Who dictated that support skills could not also launch fireballs and ensnare ankles? Chapter 19. Renxue Academy. All right. Liena forcibly suppressed her grin and clapped her hands, moving beside Yi Lingling. Now, the main event is upon us. Lingling, let us all bear witness to this historic moment of absorbing and integrating the divine soul ring. Yan, brother, stay alert. This is a moment worthy of being inscribed in the annals of the continent. Yi Chongshan and Su Wanrong instantly stifled their laughter, their bodies trembling with excitement as they grasped each other's hands tightly, their eyes fixed intently on their daughter, fearful of missing any detail. Yin and Xiaoyu also adopted serious expressions, momentarily setting aside their jests regarding the blue-silver bind, their gazes now focused solemnly on Yi Lingling. In this charged atmosphere, just as everyone was on the brink of anticipation, a soft cough emanated from the corner. Ling Yi leisurely rose to his feet, rubbing his eyes. A hint of just the right amount of drowsiness graced his features as he spoke in a flat tone. I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to my room to rest. The ambience in the quiet chamber froze instantly. Liena's previously fervent expression became rigid as she spun around to face Ling Yi, her fox-like eyes widening in disbelief, her voice elevating an octave. Ling Yi, you're leaving. Lingling is about to absorb the divine soul ring. This once-in-a-lifetime occasion, and you intend to go back to sleep? Yi Chongshan and Su Wanrong stared at Ling Yi in utter astonishment, as though he were an extraterrestrial. This was a divine soul ring he had bestowed upon them. How could he be uninterested? Yin and Xiaoyu were equally bewildered, their expressions filled with confusion over whether the boy's mind had been clouded by spicy snacks. Ling Yi halted, glancing back at Liena with an expression devoid of emotion, as if stating the most mundane fact. It's merely absorbing a soul ring. What is there to see? He paused, his gaze sweeping over Yi Lingling, who had already seated herself in a meditative posture, preparing to commence the fusion. His tone carried a sense of nonchalance. Isn't it just the normal absorption of a soul ring? The process is quite similar. Merely a flash of golden light with some energy fluctuations. After witnessing it so many times, it becomes rather tiresome. Puffed. Yin nearly choked on his own saliva, unable to restrain himself. Did he just say that? The divine soul ring. To him, it was as commonplace as a meal, and he was tired of it. Xiaoyu's lips twitched violently, his fingers instinctively tightening around his arms. This boy had surpassed all bounds of pretentiousness. Liena was left speechless, her breath hitching as she struggled to find the right words to express her utter confusion at this moment. Yi Lingling also opened her eyes slightly, her cool gaze directed at Ling Yi, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Did Ling Yi truly consider this an ordinary occurrence? However, Ling Yi paid no further attention to the petrified expressions of those around him. Clutching a clay jar, he ambled towards the exit without a backward glance, even shutting the door behind him. A profound silence enveloped the room. Only the gentle, resonating waves of soul energy emanating from Yi Lingling, harmonizing with the nascent form of the divine soul ring, serve as a silent reminder of the impending events. Liena inhaled deeply several times, barely suppressing the urge to dash after Ling Yi and give him a thorough beating, despite knowing she couldn't, or rather, wouldn't dare. She forced a smile, turning to Yi Lingling. Lingling, pay no heed to that oddball. Let's begin. Focus. Yi Lingling nodded, closing her eyes once more to center her thoughts. Under the intense gaze of her anxious parents and the complex expressions of Liena and the others, she started to channel the power of the divine soul ring, deeply embedded within her martial soul's core. Buzz. The instant Yi Lingling's soul power touched the golden halo's nascent form, a divine golden light erupted with a thunderous brilliance. It was even more dazzling and expansive than during the previous fusion. The entire quiet room transformed into a golden ocean. Countless minuscule golden specks, reminiscent of stars, whirled around Yi Lingling, dancing and spinning, emitting a melodious hum. An energy, pure and immense, embodying the boundless creative force of life, surged into her being like the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, gentle yet resolute. The floor beneath her began to sprout ethereal golden lotus flowers, exuding a sacred aura amidst the golden light. The air was filled with a faint, calming fragrance that soothed the mind. Waves of gentle yet immensely powerful soul energy spread out like tides, crashing against the walls and protective arrays of the quiet room, resonating with a deep, reverberating hum. Heavens! A miracle! This is a true miracle. Su Wanrong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes, as she grasped her husband's hand, ready to kneel. Yi Chongshan was utterly mesmerized, murmuring, "So beautiful, so sacred." Hu Liena, Yin, and Xiaoyu held their breath, completely shaken by the breathtaking and immensely powerful sight before them. This was the grandeur that a divine soul ring ought to possess. That kid, Ling Yi, must be blind to find it tiresome. Meanwhile, Ling Yi sneaked back to his room, closing the door behind him and thoughtfully securing the bolt. Though it served little purpose, the ritualistic essence was necessary. The hint of drowsiness vanished from his face, replaced by a serene expression of newfound tranquility. Approaching the edge of his bed, he sat cross-legged, his movements fluid and graceful. A divine soul ring? Yes, it must be absorbed. He murmured softly, his tone as casual as if announcing mealtime. With a mere thought, a hum resonated. There was no brilliant golden light, no lotus blooming, no fragrant aroma wafting through the air, nor even the slightest ripple of soul power. Suddenly, 2 rings of soul rings illuminated around Ling Yi without warning. Absorption complete. Soul power at level 26. The entire process unfolded with lightning speed, as silent as breath. On the other side, as the last twinkling starlight merged into Yi Lianling's body, she slowly opened her eyes, her icy blue gaze clear and bright. Level 30, Soul Master. She had succeeded. Ling Ling, you truly succeeded. Su Wanrong was the first to rush over, tightly embracing her daughter, tears of joy streaming down her face. Good, good. So wonderful. Yi Chongshan was so excited that his beard trembled, his eyes slightly reddened. Hu Liena, Yin, and Xiaoyu also gathered around, their faces reflecting genuine joy and astonishment. Sister Ling Ling, how do you feel? Although the commotion was no different from usual, the absence of pain during the absorption and the rapid speed made it all the more remarkable. Yi Lianling nodded, a heartfelt smile blossoming on her cool face as she looked at Hu Liena. Sister Na, thank you. And everyone. Just then, the door swung open, revealing the figure of Bishop Salas. Has Ling Ling successfully merged? He inquired, seemingly having missed a miraculous moment. Upon seeing the purple soul ring at Yi Lianling's feet, he spoke slowly. My Lord Bishop, any news? Hu Liena asked. Rest assured, Salas replied, his tone resolute. The news of Ling Ling's family joining the Spirit Hall, along with her acquisition of the Divine Soul Ring, had been communicated through the highest confidentiality channels, swiftly reaching the Pope's desk. His gaze swept over the gathered individuals, his tone solemn. Yi Lianling, from this day forth, you shall be the core within the core of our Spirit Hall. Resources, status, the Spirit Hall shall not fail you. Yi Lianling and her parents hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Salas shifted his gaze. By the way, where is Ling Yi? His tone carried unprecedented importance and a hint of urgency. This lad is the true treasure of our Spirit Hall. Where is he at this moment? Hu Liena pouted, exasperated. That guy? He said he was tired and went back to rest. After such a grand event as Ling Ling merging the Divine Soul Ring, he dares to say he is bored. It's simply incomprehensible. The memory of Ling Yi's indifferent demeanor made her teeth clench. Salas paused at her words, then chuckled softly, a glimmer of understanding and deeper respect in his eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Ling Yi has his own methods. If he is resting, we shall not disturb him. Let him solidify his gains. Changing the subject, he looked towards Hu Liena, Yin, and the noticeably transformed Yi Lianling. It is still early. Our original plans remain unchanged. Today's destination is the Tianxue Academy. What? We're going again? Hu Liena's face fell, her fox ears, the lingering sensation of her martial spirit, seeming to droop. My Lord Bishop, we just finished making a scene at the Tiando Royal Academy. And now we must hurry to Tianxue. We've even given Ling Ling the chance to open 2 blind boxes. We are quite exhausted as well. Her half-serious complaint aimed to negotiate some benefits. Salas shot her a glare, his tone brooking no argument. This is the Pope's direct order. The purpose of this journey is to ensure that the new generation of our Spirit Hall makes a lasting impression on all Soul Master Academies across the 2 empires. Plus, we aim to attract some talented youths. We must go to Tianxue Academy. Depart immediately. With a sigh, Liena acquiesced, Yin shrugged, and Xiaoyu maintained a stoic expression. The group swiftly left the Spirit Hall branch, heading towards Tianxue Academy in the northern part of the city. At Tianxue Academy, the Ice Crystal Martial Arts Arena, Dean Shui Yun observed the weary group led by Salas, along with the ethereal and holy presence of Yi Lianling beside him. Her brows knitted slightly, recognizing Yi Lianling as the 9-heart Sea Grape Soul Master from the Tiando Royal Academy, who had only reached level 28 yesterday. How could she have become so powerful in just one day? Bishop Salas, who is this? Dean Shui Yun's gaze fell upon Yi Lianling. Salas smiled slightly, his expression carrying a profound significance. Dean Shui Yun, allow me to introduce Yi Lianling, formerly a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, who has now officially joined our Spirit Hall. Today, let Ling Ling challenge the talents of your esteemed academy first, shall we? Joining the Spirit Hall? Dean Shui Yun was taken aback, her gaze towards Yi Lianling becoming complex. How could the Tiando Royal Academy agree to allow the 9-heart Sea Grape to join the Spirit Hall? This was not my concern. The real headache would be for the Tiando Royal Academy. If the 9-heart Sea Grape Soul Master were not a unique lineage, the title of the continent's top support-type spirit would not belong to the 7 Treasures glazed tile tower. However, the Spirit Hall was truly audacious. They were sending a support type to the arena. Her eyes scanned the martial arts arena, finally resting on her most prized disciple. Binger, you may go. Be gentle. After all, even the most exceptional is still just a support. Shui Binger responded with an acknowledgement and stepped forward. Let's begin. Tianxue Academy, Shui Binger. A level 27 control-type battle spirit master called out with a cold voice, her 2 yellow soul rings rising beneath her feet. In contrast, Yi Lianling, a level 30 support-type battle spirit master from the Spirit Hall, maintained her composed demeanor, 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, ascending beneath her feet. Chapter 20. Ling Ling shocks the audience. Dean Shui Yun's expression turned grave. Breaking through 3 levels in a single day? How could this be possible? Tiando Royal Academy. You are truly foolish. Given time, this child would surely become a Title Douluo. Yet she was poached by the Spirit Hall. The match begins with the referee's command. Shui Binger wasted no time, eager for a swift conclusion. First soul skill. Ice Seal. Numerous icy blue rays shot forth, directly targeting Yi Lianling. The chill enveloped the air. Facing the oncoming icy rays, Yi Lianling's gaze sharpened, her steps advancing rather than retreating. Simultaneously, her hands swiftly formed intricate seals with an esoteric technique. Great fireball technique. Boom! A surge of scorching, violent energy erupted from within Yi Lianling. As she opened her mouth, a colossal crimson fireball, exceeding 1 meter in diameter, surged forth with a devastating aura and roaring heat, akin to a raging molten meteor, charging towards the icy rays. What? A fireball? ISNT she a 9-heart Sea Grape? Shui Binga es pupilles constricted, gasping in disbelief. The audience erupted in chaos. A 9-heart Sea Grape Soul Master unleashing fireballs? This was utterly inconceivable. Sizzle, sizzle. The clash of ice and fire erupted, producing an ear-piercing sound of evaporation. Shui Binger's icy rays, potent enough to freeze a Soul Master, were instantly vaporized by the extreme heat of the fireball, transforming into vast clouds of white steam. Not even a moment of hesitation was permitted. The fireball continued unabated, accompanied by scorching winds, crashing relentlessly towards Shui Bing. This is impossible. Shui Binger, filled with dread, could only hurriedly activate her ice ring armor. Boom! The crimson fireball crashed violently against the icy blue armor, unleashing a deafening explosion. The raging flames surged uncontrollably. Shui Binger let out a muffled groan, reeling backward from the immense shockwave, her ice ring armor flickering with blinding light, emitting a series of ominous cracking sounds. Its surface charred and blackened. The searing heat made it difficult for her to breathe. Steadying herself, she gazed at her dimming ice ring armor, a tempest of emotions brewing within her. The power of this fireball exceeded her wildest imagination. How could an auxiliary soul master possess such formidable offensive capabilities? Second soul skill, ice ring armor. Reinforce. She channeled her soul power again to bolster her defense. First soul skill, ice seal. Frost mist. She altered her strategy, eschewing the pursuit of freezing, instead unleashing a vast expanse of icy mist to envelop the arena, aiming to obscure Yi Lingling's vision and movement. The chill spread, obscuring visibility. Amidst the frost mist, Yi Lingling remained unperturbed. She observed Shui Binger's indistinct figure, and a thought flashed through her mind. She raised her hand once more, but instead of forming a fireball, her fingers splayed slightly as she beckoned in the air towards Shui Bing. Blue-silver binding. Hiss, hiss. Several strands of resilient grass blades, shimmering with a faint blue hue and coalesced from soul power, darted through the mist like nimble blue serpents, silently coiling around Shui Binger's ankles. Shui Binger, fully concentrated on maintaining the icy mist and searching for weaknesses, was entirely unprepared for such a controlling skill from her opponent, especially one that was executed without warning. Abruptly, her ankles tightened. She looked down to find several strands of blue grass deftly wrapped around her left ankle. Although the binding was not particularly strong and could be easily broken, this sudden entrapment caused her center of gravity to falter, resulting in a momentary delay in her actions. In a battle of experts, even a fleeting opening can prove fatal. Just as Shui Binger struggled to regain her balance, Yi Lingling's figure surged forth from the mist like a specter. She formed her hand seals once again. This time, the speed of her soul power convergence was even swifter. The essence of the flames grew more ferocious. Fireball technique. Rapid fire. Boom, boom. Two slightly smaller, yet more refined and speedier crimson fireballs erupted forth, akin to a barrage of cannon fire, shrieking through the icy mist, striking precisely at the unsteady Shui Binger. So swift, so unexpected. The connection was seamless. Shui Binger's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Having just broken free from the grasp binding around her ankle, she could only hastily cross her arms defensively across her chest, urging her ice ring armor to its utmost limit. Bang! Bang! Two even more violent explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The crimson flames engulfed Shui Binger in an instant. The raging inferno battered against her ice ring armor. Ice shards and flames scattered everywhere. Ugh! Shui Binger emitted a peinet gloin, her body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Her ice ring armor shattered into countless icy fragments. Her sleeves charred and tattered, revealing skin that was a fiery red, with blisters forming in places. A few strands of her hair were singed, leaving her in a state of disarray. Though she was not gravely injured, her soul power was in turmoil, and her vitality surged chaotically, rendering her devoid of combat capability. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared, dumbfounded at the scene. They beheld the girl standing amidst the remnants of ice mist and flames, her demeanor radiating an ethereal purity. They watched her hands, slightly trembling yet still steady. Yi Lingling of the Nine-Heart Begonia. With a single, devastating fireball, she evaporated the ice seal. Using a few inconspicuous grass blades, she ensnared the ankles of the ice phoenix. Then, with two consecutive fireballs, she sent the proud daughter of the Heavenly Water Academy flying. Although it was a clever maneuver, who would have imagined that an auxiliary soul master could breathe fire? Moreover, her soul rings had not illuminated when she unleashed the fireballs. Why was that? Dean Shui Yun's expression turned exceedingly grim as she observed the disheveled and dazed Shui Binga, then glanced at Yi Lingling in the arena. Finally fixing her gaze on the satisfied smile on Salus's face, a chill coursing from her feet to the crown of her head. She finally understood. The Spirit Hall's visit was far from a mere exchange. They were proclaiming to the entire continent, in the most brutal and direct manner, their mastery in creating monsters. They had transformed a pure auxiliary Nine-Heart Begonia into a battle spirit master in the span of a single day. Salas disregarded Shui Yun's nearly murderous glare, observing the struggling Shui Binger rising to her feet, then casting a glance at the composed Yi Lingling. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the arena. Imbued with an air of arrogance and pity, classmate Shui Binger, I concede. Lingling has just acquired a new ability. Her mastery is still developing, and a miscalculation was inevitable. I hope for your understanding. With a shift in tone, he surveyed the stupefied faculty and students of the Heavenly Water Academy, his voice proclaiming like a verdict. You all have witnessed. This is the opportunity bestowed upon us by the Spirit Hall. This is the radiant future that following the Spirit Hall promises. Genius? Our Spirit Hall can create geniuses. Salas's words, akin to a chilling hammer, struck heavily in the hearts of every faculty and student at the Heavenly Water Academy. The phrase create geniuses resonated with unparalleled arrogance and a suffocating sense of reality, echoing in the frigid air of the icy arena. At that moment, a soft and pure white light illuminated the scene. Yi Lingling gracefully approached Shui Binger. 9-Heart Begonia. First soul skill. Breath of Healing. The gentle, warm white light cascaded upon Shui Binger's burned arms and charred garments like moonlight. The stinging pain from the fireball swiftly subsided, the swollen skin visibly calming, and the blackened marks gradually faded beneath the purifying life energy. Shui Binger felt a warm current flow within her, soothing her turbulent vitality and the chaos of her soul power. She lifted her gaze. Her icy blue eyes filled with complexity as they locked onto Yi Lingling's. The latter bore no trace of a victor's arrogance, only a serene focus, as if she were engaged in the most ordinary of tasks. Why? Shui Binger's voice was tinged with dryness and hoarseness as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Lingling's icy blue eyes, desperately seeking an answer. You're a 9-Heart Begonia, purely an auxiliary type. Healing is your destiny. Why? Why can you unleash such a powerful fireball? And that peculiar binding vine? Those are not abilities befitting a 9-Heart Begonia. Her voice rose slightly in excitement, filled with confusion, reluctance, and even a tinge of anguish, as if her beliefs were being upended. Yi Lingling's healing light faltered momentarily as she gazed into Shui Binger's eyes, which brimmed with overwhelming confusion and yearning. A faint yet genuine smile emerged on her cold face. It held understanding and resonance. Why? Yi Lingling's voice was soft yet clear, reaching Shui Binger's ears and resonating within the hearts of every faculty and student of the Heavenly Water Academy who were attentively listening. This is the reason I chose to join the Spirit Hall. Leaning slightly closer to Shui Binger, her voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper filled with sincerity and immense allure. Binger, do you know? Just yesterday, I was merely a pure auxiliary soul master, standing behind my teammates to cast healing light. I too was lost, unwilling to accept that seemingly predestined fate. She paused, her icy blue eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. The Spirit Hall offered me a chance to alter my destiny, an unimaginable opportunity. She straightened up, her gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Dean Shuiyun at the edge of the training ground, then shifting to Salas and Liena, before finally resting on Shui Bin. Her tone carried an undeniable firmness and invitation. If you, too, yearn for power, desire to break the shackles of your martial soul, and aspire to grow stronger, even surpassing the limits of your Ice Phoenix martial soul, then come to the Spirit Hall. Here, nothing is impossible. Boom! It reverberated in Shui Binger's mind like a thunderclap. Join the Spirit Hall? Grow stronger? Surpass limits? Break free from constraints? Yi Lingling's words, combined with her vivid, transformative example, struck like a heavy hammer, shattering her ingrained perceptions. A fierce flame of possibility ignited deep within her frozen heart. Confusion, struggle, and longing intertwined wildly in her eyes. Salas observed this scene, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Liena exhibited a cunning grin reminiscent of a fox. Their objective had been achieved. All right, Lingling, we must take our leave, Salas spoke at the opportune moment, his voice reverting to a formal gentleness. Dean Shuiyun, our visit today has been most pleasant. Farewell. He emphasized the word pleasant, echoing the resonance of a victor. Salas, accompanied by the members of the Spirit Hall, departed with poise under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes. Yi Lingling cast a final glance at Shui Binger, who remained seated on the ground, her eyes tumultuous, and gently nodded before turning to follow. Chapter 21. A new member approaches the training ground fell into an eerie silence. Dean Shueyun slowly approached the center of the arena, reaching Shui Binger, who was still in a daze. She waved her hand, signaling the other students and teachers to withdraw. The vast ice crystal training ground was left with just the master and disciple. A chilling wind swept through, carrying a biting coldness. Dean Shueyun gazed at her most prized disciple, noting the unprecedented confusion and wavering in her eyes, and her own heart was tumultuous. She crouched down, gently helping Shui Binger to her feet, using a handkerchief to tenderly wipe away the ashes that marred her face. Teacher, Shui Binger raised her head, her voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Dean Shueyun sighed deeply, her ice-blue eyes devoid of their usual sharp clarity, replaced by profound weariness and a wisdom born from witnessing the world's vicissitudes. She led Shui Binger to the observation platform at the edge of the arena, where they could overlook the entire Tianxue Academy and the vast shimmering lake in the distance. Binger, look. Shueyun's voice was soft, yet carried immense weight. Observe this grand academy, this tranquil lake. They are beautiful, serene, are they not? Shui Binger, positive, nodded slightly. But this serenity is founded on the balance of power. Shueyun's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through space to foresee the storms of the future. What the Spirit Hall has demonstrated today is far beyond the prowess of two geniuses. They exhibit a revolutionary capability to cultivate strength and dismantle established rules. Yi Lingling is a living testament to this. In just one day, she transformed from a mere support into a being capable of directly defeating you. How terrifying is this ability? While your negligence played a part, one cannot deny the Spirit Hall's formidable nature. Therefore, I have decided to send you to the Spirit Hall. She turned her head, her gaze intensely fixed on Shui Binger. Continuing, it is evident to any discerning observer that the Spirit Hall harbors ambitions to gather talents from across the realm and absorb the foundations of the two great empires. I'm fully aware of this. Yet, Binger, precisely because I see it clearly, it is even more crucial for you to go. Why? Shui Binger was in chaos ingli perplexed. Because of the trends of fate. Shueyun's voice was resolute, imbued with undeniable conviction. The Spirit Hall possesses such means, and its rise is like a torrent, unstoppable. They can create one Yi Lingling, and they can create 10, 100. The future landscape of the Soul Master Realm across the continent will be irrevocably rewritten because of them. She placed her hands on Shui Binger's shoulders, her eyes filled with contemplation for her disciple's future, even tinged with a near-cold rationality, rather than wait until the Spirit Hall stands unrivaled over the continent, imposing their will and possibly forcibly conscripting all talents. It is wiser to align with them now, while their wings are not yet fully formed, and they're still in the process of winning hearts. Shueyun's voice was deep and powerful, each word striking at Shui Binger's heart. You are my disciple, a once-in-a-century talent of Tianxue Academy. Your future should not be constrained by the walls of the academy. The Spirit Hall can make you stronger. Your Ice Phoenix is an apex martial soul, destined to become a Title Douluo. Perhaps the Spirit Hall can elevate you even further. She observed the flame gradually igniting in Shui Binger's eyes, alongside the lingering struggle, her tone softening, imbued with a motherly tenderness and far-reaching strategy. Moreover, Binger, your joining the Spirit Hall does not equate to betrayal. You are a phoenix that emerged from Tianxue Academy. Your roots lie here. Your strength may yet serve as a shield for the Academy amidst chaos, a link of connection. Remember, power itself holds no allegiance. It depends on how the wielder chooses to wield it. The cold wind ruffled Dean Shueyun's azure hair as her gaze turned towards the direction in which the Spirit Hall's members had vanished. So, go forth, Binger. Her voice carried a sense of relief and profound expectation. Take your doubts and desires and explore the Spirit Hall. Discover what their so-called opportunities truly are. Pursue your own, more powerful future. Tianxue Academy will always be your home. Shui Binger stood dazed, observing the complex emotions in her teacher's eyes: pride, reluctance, concern, and an unwavering resolve shaped by foresight. The teacher's words ignited a fire within her, dispelling the confusion and coldness from her heart, illuminating a path she had never envisioned. filled with temptation and the unknown. Opportunities to grow stronger at the Spear Hall. The haze of confusion gradually lifted from her ice-blue eyes, replaced by an unprecedented determination and eagerness. At the Spirit Branch Hall, Salas and the others had just returned, still settling in when a guard reported that a young girl was requesting an audience outside. Moments later, Shui Binger's figure appeared before them. Having changed out of her Tianxue Academy uniform into a simple yet elegant light blue attire, her water blue hair slightly disheveled, clearly having rushed over. She was slightly out of breath, her ice blue eyes devoid of the coldness and resentment from the training ground, now filled with a fervent desire. Her gaze passed over Salas and directly locked onto Yi Lingling. Lingling, Shui Binger's voice quivered slightly. I made up my mind. I want to join the Spear Hall. Silence. After a brief pause, Huliena's fox-like eyes sparkled with astonishment, a sly smile curving her lips. Yin leapt up excitedly. Hey, Ice Phoenix sister. Welcome aboard. From now on, we're family. Xiaoyu opened his eyes, a trace of faint surprise crossing his usually cold face before it returned to calm. Salas clapped his hands in delight, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Excellent. A wise choice. Shui Binger, from this moment forth, you are a member of the Spirit Hall. You will surely be grateful for this decision in the future. Shui Binger took a deep breath, slightly bowing to Salas before hastily walking up to Yi Lingling, eagerly inquiring, Lingling, what is this opportunity that can change everything? Her eyes brimmed with urgency. Yi Lingling's cold face broke into a faint smile, exuding the calmness of one who has experienced it all. She pointed toward the direction of Ling Ye's room, her voice clear and resolute. A blind box. A blind box? Shui Binger stood in a daze, her ice-blue eyes filled with large question marks. What was that? It sounded like an ordinary box for storing things. Yes, a blind box. Yi Lingling observed Shui Binger's bewildered expression, reminiscent of her own confusion from the previous day, and patiently explained. Ling Yi possesses a wondrous ability to conjure blind boxes brimming with infinite possibilities. When opened, one might gain enhancements to soul power, upgrades to soul ring longevity, or even, like me, acquire a powerful self-created soul skill that does not belong to their original martial spirit. She paused, her tone imbued with a hint of dreaminess. My fireball and my entanglement stem from this. Soul ring enhancement? Self-created soul skill. Shui Binger felt as though her understanding had been thoroughly upended once more. A mere box could yield such extraordinary treasures? This was more fantastical than myth. Yet, the living example of Yi Lingling stood before her, compelling her to believe. The immense shock, followed by an overwhelming joy, engulfed her instantly. So this was the secret behind Yi Lingling's transformation in just one day. Then Shui Binger's voice trembled with excitement. No, you cannot, Liena chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. Affectionately patting Shui Binger on the shoulder, the latter's body stiffened slightly. Ling Yi's little ancestor is resting today. The blind box will not materialize until tomorrow. Patience is key, she signaled to Salas, who promptly understood and instructed a servant. Take Miss Shui Binger to the finest guest room for a rest. That night was destined to be long for Shui Binger. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, she found herself unable to sleep, repeatedly replaying the image of Yi Lingling's revolutionary fireball and Ling Yi's mention of the blind box in her mind. Her heart surging with unprecedented anticipation and trepidation about the future. The following day, as dawn broke, Shui Binger was practically straining her ears in wait. When the first ray of sunlight filtered through the window and graced the room, she immediately leapt from her bed, quickly freshened up, and dashed to the front hall. However, someone had arrived even earlier. Liena, Yin, Xiaoyu, and even Yi Lingling were already gathered in the hall, poised and ready. Liena elegantly sipped her morning tea, though the slight tremor of her toes betrayed her eagerness. Yin was like an ant on a hot stove, pacing restlessly. Xiaoyu maintained his crossed arms, but his gaze occasionally flicked towards Ling Yi's room. Yi Lingling sat quietly, yet her eyes shimmered with expectation. Good morning, little Binger. Liena greeted with a bright smile upon seeing Shui Bing. It seems you can hardly wait. Let us go wake our little fortune god. The group surged forth, almost like a band of robbers, to Ling Yi's door. Liena knocked assertively. Ling Yi, the sun has risen. Open a blind box. After a few seconds of silence, A heavy sigh filled with sleepiness and extreme reluctance emanated from within. The door opened a crack, revealing Ling Yi with tousled black hair. Bleary-eyed at the threshold, he surveyed the eager group, especially Shui Binger's wide, eager eyes, and resignedly sighed. A new one has arrived. Come in. Everyone rushed into the room. Ling Yi rubbed his eyes and stepped into the center of the room, foregoing pleasantries as he concentrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 10 ancient wooden boxes floated neatly in midair as if conjured by magic. For more than yesterday. Wow. 10. Yin exclaimed, his eyes widening, nearly drooling. Let's begin. Ling Yi's voice carried a languid tone, pointing at Shui Binger. Newcomers first, but you may only open 4. Leave 1 for each of them. Shui Binger's heart raced. Taking a deep breath, with a reverent air akin to a pilgrimage, she extended her trembling finger toward the first blind box. Click, buzz. A radiant light enveloped her. As the glow dissipated, a peculiar, warm energy infused with primal essence surged into her, directly targeting the core of her martial spirit. It aimed straight for her second yellow, century-old soul ring. Buzz. Beneath her feet, the second yellow soul ring materialized uncontrollably, under the watchful gaze of everyone. The originally bright yellow light was infused with vibrant energy, deepening in color at a visible pace, solidifying, transforming. From the yellow light emerged exquisite strands of noble purple aura. Ultimately, the entire soul ring blazed brilliantly, transforming into a deep, regal purple. Soul ring longevity enhancement. 200 years. The second soul ring has ascended to a millennium. Purple? A millennium? My second soul ring has transformed into a millennium. As Shui Binger felt the powerful, completely different energy emanating from the soul ring. As if her martial spirit were rejoicing, she was utterly bewildered. Her mind went blank. This was nothing short of a miracle. No, it was a miracle among miracles. Chapter 22. Opening once more to someone's cheat, she suddenly turned to Ling Yi, her eyes filled with unparalleled shock and a near-religious adoration. However, the collective astonishment she had anticipated did not materialize. Liena remarked, not bad, a good start. Yin added, just standard procedure, standard procedure. Lingling opened 2 soul ring enhancements in a row back then. Xie nodded silently in agreement with Yan's statement. Yi Lingling smiled and nodded at Shui Binger, her expression one of accustomed familiarity. Shui Binger felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Were the hearts of these people from the spirit hall made of iron? The stark contrast only fueled her impatience. With a decisive spirit, she pointed at the second blind box. Click, buzz. The light enveloped her. As the glow faded, a torrent of soul power, far purer and more substantial than what she had cultivated herself, surged into her limbs like a dam bursting. The barrier of level 27 crumbled like paper. Level 28. He leveled up. Shui Binger exclaimed, her voice tinged with a cry of joy. This speed, was it faster than a rocket? She looked at Ling Yi, her admiration reaching unprecedented heights. This was not merely a soul master. This was a walking wishing well. Next, she approached the third blind box. Click, buzz. The light faded. This time, there was neither soul power nor longevity enhancement. Instead, an indescribable, refreshing sensation, as if it could communicate with the primordial essence of ice elements in nature, flowed through Shui Binger's entire being. She felt her perception, affinity, and control over ice elevate to a new level. Ice element affinity increased by 10%. Ling Yi calmly explained, simply put, all ice-type skills will become more powerful. Quite suitable for you. Shui Binger trembled with excitement. The Ice Phoenix martial spirit's affinity for ice was already exceptional. An additional 10%? The effect was immeasurable. The fourth box. Click, buzz. The light faded. A gentle stream of soul power surged in. Although there was no level up, it steadily progressed her soul power accumulation. Shui Binger was already immensely satisfied. The fifth box. Click, buzz. Again, that peculiar refreshing sensation, even clearer than before. Ice element affinity increased by another 10%. Ling Ye's voice remained calm. Yes. All ice-type skills have strengthened once again. Shui Binger was on the verge of fainting from happiness. A 20% increase in ice element affinity. She felt as if her ice phoenix martial spirit were rejoicing, yearning to unleash its power. This enhancement was more precious than leveling up. The sixth box. Click. The box opened. No light, no energy fluctuations. Just 100 golden, heavy, and glimmering coins that radiated the allure of wealth, neatly stacked at the bottom of the box. Silence. A profound silence enveloped the room. In the next moment, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha! Yin was the first to succumb. Clutching his stomach in a fit of laughter, tears streaming down his face. 100 gold soul coins? Ha ha ha! Ice Phoenix girl, your luck is incredible. Liena also laughed uncontrollably, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Oh my! 100 gold soul coins. Congratulations, Ice sir. You're rich now. You can buy so many beautiful clothes. Even the usually stoic Xiaoyu had a rare smile creeping onto his face, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Yi Lingling couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth. As Shui Binger gazed at the pile of golden coins in the box, and then at the laughing crowd. Her face flushed a deep crimson, extending all the way to her ears. Embarrassment and indignation coursed through her, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The disparity was too great. The first 5 boxes opened like ascending to divine realms. And this one just plunged into a windfall of wealth. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, a calm and unruffled voice broke the mirth, due to the elevation in level. The consumption for each blind box has increased. Starting tomorrow, each blind box will be priced at 10 gold soul coins. Thud! Yin, who had been laughing uproariously, stumbled and fell to the ground. Even Shui Binger, still recovering from her embarrassment, stared blankly at Ling Yi. Yi Lingling was equally astonished, covering her mouth in shock. 10 gold soul coins each. Wasn't it supposed to be free? Liena's voice cracked, pointing at Ling Yi. What have you done? Didn't the Pope just give you 1,000,000 gold soul coins? Have you spent it all? Ling Yi nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yes, I've spent it all. He paused and added, when I return, I plan to buy a large house. More people will surely come to find me in the future, so while money isn't everything, is indispensable. Please inform the Pope. But it was still too early to have spent 1,000,000. The crowd was left speechless as Ling Yi disregarded their incredulity. His gaze sweeping over the remaining 4 floating blind boxes. All right, enough chatter. There are 4 left. Each of you can have one. Who will go first? Before he finished speaking, Liena leaped forward like a protective fox, dashing to a blind box and tapping it with lightning speed, afraid someone would snatch it away. Yin also sprang up from the ground, lunging for another box. Mine? Xiaoyu didn't speak, but with a flicker, he appeared in front of the 3rd box. His finger already poised to tap. His movements were quicker than Liena and Yin, clearly showcasing the advantages granted by his Shantian skill. Only one lonely box remained suspended. Yi Lingling exchanged glances with Shui Binger. With a resigned smile, Yi Lingling approached and gently opened the final blind box. As the 4 crisp clicks and humming sounds echoed, the 4 ancient blind boxes simultaneously unlocked, enveloping Liena, Yin, Xiaoyu, and Yi Lingling in a soft glow. The atmosphere in the room tightened, filled only with the anxious breaths of a few. As the light dissipated, the results were unveiled. Feeling the surge of power within her, Liena's fox eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Not bad. I've leveled up. She elegantly adjusted her hair, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight. Yin, your affinity with the fire element has increased by 10%. Ling Yi's calm voice rang out at the right moment. Yin was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a beaming smile. He clenched his fist, and in an instant, a brilliantly condensed, fiery red fireball materialized, its temperature distorting the air. Ha ha ha, this feels great. The flames are responding better. The power has increased significantly. This boost is fantastic. He excitedly waved his fist, stirring a wave of heat. What about you, brother? What did you get? Liena asked curiously. Ghost Shadow, mistransmission? Xiaoyu instinctively murmured, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable brilliance. Almost instinctively, he executed a peculiar step, and with a swish his figure blurred, leaving a fleeting afterimage behind. His true self seemed to teleport, appearing without warning in another corner of the room. The entire process was swift as a phantom, silent as the night. As if he had artfully evaded even the flow of air. Ling Yi's heart raced, fervently scrolling. What? Ghost Shadow, Mistransmission. Transect is ultimate skill. Shantian skill. Ghost Shadow, Mistransmission. Next, will it be the Purple Extreme Demon Eye and the Qian Jade Hand? Are they planning to dismantle all of Tang San's skills to sell as blind boxes? This interception is ruthless. If Tang San finds out, he might come after me with blue-silver binding. Is there a path to death? But well done. Silently giving a thumbs up, Ling Yi's exterior remained unruffled. But his gaze towards Xie Yu held a peculiar mixture of sympathy for the potential future interest from Tang San and the anticipation of a spectacle. Meanwhile, as the light faded, Yi Lingling felt a familiar and powerful energy, imbued with the essence of the source, pouring into her. This time, however, the energy did not target a specific spirit ring, but rather cascaded uniformly and gently over all her spirit rings at the core of her martial soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 spirit rings spontaneously manifested beneath Yi Lingling. The first yellow spirit ring surged with brilliance, deepening in color, its foundation instantly enriched by 200 years. Just a hair's breadth away from the threshold of the purple 1,000-year ring. The second yellow spirit ring also shone brightly, quickly revealing a purple halo within, ultimately transforming into a profound purple 1,000-year spirit ring. The third ring remained purple. Ahem, Sister Lingling, you've gained an increase of all spirit ring years, 200 years. The second spirit ring has upgraded to 1,000 years. Lingyi slowly articulated. Silence. After a brief pause, the room erupted in chaos. All spirit rings increased by 200 years. Yin was the first to leap up, his eyes nearly popping out. Sister Lingling, your luck is beyond this world. Absolutely divine. Please accept my knee. He exaggeratedly prepared to bow. Liena was also completely unhinged, her fox eyes brimming with raw envy and jealousy, circling around Yi Lingling, Sister Lingling. What can I say? All spirit rings increasing by 200 years. Just imagine if you were at a higher level, like Spirit King or Spirit Emperor, and opened this. My heavens! She could hardly fathom such a scenario. Yi Lingling herself was still in shock. Brother, what is this ghost shadow mistransmission you obtained? Liena inquired. Having noticed Xie Yu's peculiar movement, Xie Yu's gaze sharpened, seemingly still savoring his earlier insights. It's a form of agility, extremely intricate and enigmatic, focusing on extreme evasion, concealing one's presence, and leveraging force to redirect energy. Its power multiplies in confined spaces and complex terrains. His words were concise, yet highly evaluative. Agility? Liena's eyes brightened. Quick, brother, show us a demonstration. Xie Yu nodded. He scanned the room, and with a sudden movement, his figure transformed into several indistinct afterimages, darting between the gaps of furniture and the corners of the walls at incredible angles, returning with astonishing speed. His movements were as swift as lightning, yet silent as a whisper, as if he had truly melded into the shadows. In the blink of an eye, the figure that had just been beside the column on the left side of the room had already manifested beneath the windowsill on the right. The elusive and unpredictable trajectory left onlookers in a daze. How swift, how enigmatic. Yin gasped in astonishment. This agility was perfectly suited for his elder brother. Liena's eyes shimmered with excitement, as if she had been granted wings. Shui Binger was utterly entranced. The pride instilled by her ice phoenix shattered before this formidable assembly of the spirit hall. The enhancement of soul rings, the increase in elemental affinity, and the acquisition of such an extraordinary agility, all of which were previously only spoken of in legends, were now appearing as abundantly as cabbages. Lingyi observed Xie Yu executing the phantom shadow technique and could not help but mentally exclaim, "It's confirmed. This ethereal and teasing movement. It must be an unparalleled skill from the Tang sect." Xie Yu, keep going. Introduce the Qian Yu hand and the control crane to capture the dragon too. I have high hopes for you. Chapter 23. Jealousy transforms one's countenance with the dawn of a new day as the sun ascended. Liena and her companions eagerly surrounded Ling Ye's room once more. This time, Lingyi seemed to have anticipated their arrival, already dressed and prepared for them. Good morning, little fortune god. Have you prepared today's blind boxes? Liena inquired, her eyes sparkling with a desire for sudden wealth. Lingyi nodded, a thought stirring within him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 10 ancient blind boxes floated before the group. With 10 boxes for 5 individuals, Each could take 2, ensuring fairness. Ling Yi succinctly announced the rules. Fairness. I like it. Yin grinned, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Xiaoyu, Yi Lingling, and Shui Binger all nodded, their eyes brimming with expectation. Without hesitation, Liena stepped forward first. Taking a deep breath, she approached the first blind box with the confidence of the Golden Generation's sisterhead. Her fingers pointing with an elegant arc click. Buzz. A glow ignited and then dissipated. A gentle stream of soul power surged into her body. But that was the extent of it. The barrier of soul power barely stirred. She was still far from breaking the 36th level. Liena's smile faltered. A mere trickle of soul power? She pouted, her tone laced with disappointment. It was hardly worth mentioning. Clearly, after witnessing the divine soul rings and the soaring age of soul rings and elemental affinity, such a meager enhancement was no longer appealing to the Fox Lady. Next, the next one will surely work. Liena motivated herself, pointing at the second blind box. Click, buzz. The glow faded once more. Again, a gentle stream of soul power flowed in, almost identical to the previous effect. Liena's expression transformed from anticipation to shock, quickly darkening. A fire of rage, named my luck today, has been devoured by a dog brood in her eyes. The fox ears, spirit manifestation, seemed almost ready to stand on end in fury. How absurd. Are you playing with me? Liena stomped her foot in anger, pointing at the remaining blind boxes, ready to throw a tantrum. Ling Yi, this is unfair. I demand a do-over, or give me another one. Hey, Liena, if your luck is lacking, don't hog the restroom. It's my turn. Yin, unable to contain himself after seeing Liena open 2 duds, dashed forward, seizing the nearest blind box in a swift motion and pointed with determination. Click, buzz. A glow enveloped Yin. The light receded. A gentle stream of soul power surged into him, mirroring Liena's previous results. Yan's exuberant laughter instantly froze, his expression akin to a chicken with its neck grasped. What? A slight increase in soul power. I pfft. Ha 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 ha. Upon witnessing this, Liena's earlier gloom evaporated, and she doubled over in laughter. Tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Deserved it. You rushed. Karma. Ha ha ha. Yen, your luck isn't much better than mine. Yan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Wishing he could dig a hole to hide in, he bellowed in humiliation. What is so funny? There's still one more. I refuse to believe it. With a furious spirit, he pointed at his second blind box. Click, buzz. This time, the light emanating from the box possessed a metallic cold luster. The glow faded. Inside the box lay a uniquely shaped, streamlined dark silver metallic object, roughly the length of half an arm, featuring a profound hole at the front and a red crystal the size of a soybean embedded at the back. It rested quietly at the bottom of the box, exuding a subtle yet intricate wave of soul guide energy. What is this? Yin was momentarily stunned, weighing it in his hand. It felt heavy, neither metal nor wood. Liena ceased her laughter, curiously leaning in to take a closer look. Xiaoyu, Yi Lingling, and Shui Binger were also drawn to it. Ling Ye's gaze fell upon the metallic object, and clear information flooded into his mind. Item: Level 3 Soul Guide Ray Gun, Standard Model. Grade: Rare. Source: Basic Individual Soul Guide Device from 10,000 years in the future, Douluo Continent. Effect: Inject soul power to activate. Can fire a highly penetrating energy ray, equivalent to a full force strike from a 3-ringed attack type Soul Master. Charging time: 5 seconds. A Soul Guide Ray Gun? Ling Ye's calm voice resonated, tinged with a hint of intrigue. An offensive type soul guide device. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. He paused, observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, and elaborated. Simply put, inject soul power. Pull this, he indicated the trigger-like structure at the back. And a powerful energy beam will shoot out from the front hole, roughly equivalent to your full power punch. Yin. This device can fire with injected soul power. Its power matches Yan's full-strength blow. Bishop Salas had appeared at the door, evidently drawn by the earlier commotion. His gaze ignited with fierce intensity as he beheld the soul guide, ray gun in Yan's hand. Try injecting soul power. Aim at that empty space. Yan, both astonished and elated, hastily followed Ling Ye's instructions, gripping the cold metallic barrel with both hands, and slowly infused soul power into the red crystal at the tail. Buzz. Intricate blue energy lines illuminated the dark silver gun body, and dazzling white light began to coalesce at the front hole. 5 seconds later, whoosh! A beam of energy, as thick as an arm, extremely condensed, radiating terrifying heat and penetrating energy, shot forth from the gun's mouth like lightning, crashing into the ground specified by Salus, made of sturdy soul guide stone. Boom! A resounding thud echoed. The solid ground was instantly blasted into a deep, pitch-black hole the size of a basin, with the edges of the stone glowing as if melted by high temperatures. The acrid scent of charred material filled the air. Hiss! The entire assembly collectively gasped in astonishment. This power was undoubtedly on par with Yan's full-strength First Soul skill. Moreover, it activated more swiftly and consumed less energy. Most crucially, it required no soul rings. It merely needed the injection of soul power. This implied that even a first-ring soul master wielding it could pose a threat to a third-ring soul venerable. The existence of such formidable power in a soul guide device was truly unfathomable. Bishop Salus spoke with unprecedented gravity and a hint of dread. His gaze toward Ling Yi grew even more profound and inscrutable. The items he was unveiling transcended personal strength. They hinted at future weaponry capable of altering the very fabric of warfare across the continent. Qian cradled the still-warm, soul-guided ray gun as if it were a rare treasure, unable to part with it. The previous gloom evaporated, leaving only elation. Ha! A gem! A true gem! In the future, if anyone displeases me, I shall give them a shot. Lien's eyes turned red with envy, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Humph. Foolish people enjoy foolish blessings. Next, it was Shiyu's turn. His expression remained stern as he stepped forward and steadily pointed at the first blind box. Click! Hum! Light enveloped him. As the brilliance faded, he found no soul power or items. Instead, a remarkably intricate technique flooded his mind, detailing how to condense soul power into his hands, rendering them as warm as jade, tougher than steel, impervious to toxins, and fearless of fire and water. Countless arcane diagrams of meridian flows and secret methods for refining one's hands were instantly imprinted in his consciousness. The Qian Jade hands. Ling Yi's inner thoughts erupted. What the heck? Qian Jade hands. This blind box must be a treasure from Tang San's fan club, right? You can't just milk one sheep to death. Ghostly Shadow, Qian Tian skill, and now even Qian Jade hands. What's next? Controlling cranes and subduing dragons. Or perhaps a myriad of hidden weapons. Shiyu, brother you are on the verge of mastering Tang Sek's ultimate skills. When you meet Tang San next, you can directly slap him with his own techniques. Just the thought is exhilarating. Tang San, CEU, El NGY. You are already on the path to self-destruction. Voice cracking. Ling Yi appeared calm on the surface, while internally his thoughts raced. After absorbing the information, Shiyu slowly raised his hands. He attempted to operate the Qian Tian skill with the arcane trajectory. Buzz. A faint, almost imperceptible warm white light, akin to the finest mutton fat jade, enveloped his hands. A sensation of resilience and coldness surged from his hands, as if capable of penetrating all defenses. Instinctively, he flicked his fingers. Swoosh! A concentrated gust of finger wind shot forth silently, effortlessly piercing through a sturdy wooden piece on the nearby table. The surface was as smooth as a mirror. An indescribable brilliance erupted in Shiyu's eyes. The Qian Jade hands, combined with his proficiency in close combat with the Moonblade, were an impeccable match. Moreover, he keenly sensed a remarkable connection and complementarity between the Qian Jade hands, the ghostly shadow technique he obtained yesterday, and the earlier Qian Tian skill. It felt as though they constituted a complete lineage. This thought sent a tremor through him, and he gazed at Ling Yi with curiosity. However, now is not the time for deep contemplation. Lien watched the subtle jade light enveloping her brother's hands, her fox-like eyes filled with unabashed jealousy. Once again, her brother had claimed a precious item. She disregarded his sister's resentment and stepped forward, opening his second blind box. Click! Hum! The light dissipated. A familiar warm source energy surged in, resolutely targeting the first deep purple soul ring at the core of his martial soul. Buzz! The first soul ring beneath Shiyu's feet brightened with a vibrant purple glow. The age of the soul ring had increased by an impressive 300 years. A commendable reward. Under Lien's almost fiery gaze of jealousy, she silently retracted the soul ring, retreating behind the others. Continuing to immerse himself in the understanding of the Qian Jade hands and ghostly shadow technique. His demeanor of concealed accomplishments only served to further irritate Lien. Humph. What are you showing off for? Lien stomped her foot in frustration, directing her attention towards the remaining Ylngl-ing and Shu Bi-ing are. L-ng. It's your turn. Make me proud. Uncover something remarkable. Drive those two lucky ones mad. She pointed at Shiyu and Yin, the latter blissfully grinning while holding the soul-guided gun. Chapter 24. Another skill unveiled? Under Lien's almost palpable anticipation. Ylngl-ing and Shu Bi-ing are exchanged helpless smiles. Ylngl-ing stepped forward first, her serene face betraying a hint of calm expectation. She extended her delicate fingers, gently tapping the first blind box. Click! Hum! The light illuminated her, enveloping her completely. As the glow subsided, a torrent of soul power, far denser and purer than before, surged into her limbs like a rushing stream. The barrier of 30-level soul power was effortlessly breached as if melting snow. Yielding to this newfound strength. Level 31. Oh, an upgrade. Ylngl-ing felt the surge of power within her, a flicker of excitement darting across her cool gaze. Lien's eyes sparkled. Good. A promising start. Go, Lngl-ing. Let's see another grand reveal. Without hesitation, Ylngl-ing pointed to the second blind box again. Click. Hum. This time, the light that emerged did not envelop her entirely, but transformed into a concentrated stream of scorching red energy, swiftly darting into her forehead. Ylngl-ing's body shuddered slightly, her cool face momentarily revealing a mix of surprise and pain. A flood of new, complex information regarding flame control, energy dispersion, and trajectory manipulation surged into her mind. This was a fire technique distinct from the fireball technique, more agile and versatile. Fire escape. Phoenix flower technique? Ylngl-ing instinctively murmured, her ice blue eyes widening with incredulous delight. What? Holy heavens! Lien, Yken, and Shiyu exclaimed in unison, their voices a cacophony of shock. Just moments ago, Yin had been reveling in the soul-guided gun and Qian Jade hands. Now nearly wide-eyed with disbelief, Lien was so elated that she leapt up in excitement. Again, another self-created soul skill. Yin's voice cracked, pointing at Ylngl-ing, his finger trembling. Sister, Lngl-ing, are you the daughter of the goddess of luck? How many is this now? Fireball, blue-silver binding, and now the phoenix flower? Are you trying to outshine everyone? Quick, quick, what is it called? What is its effect? Try it out. Lien, like a shark sensing blood, dashed to Ylngl-ing's side, her fox-like eyes ablaze with curiosity and a tinge of envy. Ylngl-ing suppressed her excitement and the torrent of information in her mind. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened. Her hands formed seals with a complexity even greater than when casting the fireball. Fire escape. Phoenix flower technique. With her exclamation, 7 or 8 fist-sized, blazing red fireballs, resembling the seeds of a phoenix flower, instantly formed around her. These fireballs were not static. They danced around Ylngl-ing as if imbued with life, radiating waves of scorching heat. Go. With a thought, she pointed forward with her hands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 7 or 8 fireballs obeyed her command, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, hurtling towards several vacant metal targets in the room, courtesy of Bishop Salas, meant for testing the soul skill's power. Even more astonishingly, 2 of the fireballs, during their flight, adjusted their trajectories slightly, skillfully circumventing obstacles to strike the targets from the side. Boom, boom, boom. The room was filled with a cacophony of explosions. The sturdy metal targets trembled violently under the onslaught of the fireballs, leaving behind charred craters on their surfaces. Sparks flew. Waves of heat surged. The temperature in the room soared instantly. Tracking. The ability to control dispersion. Yin watched, spellbound, nearly drooling in awe. This was far more agile than his fireballs. A formidable weapon for crowd control. Liena was left utterly speechless, her mind engulfed in a numbing shock. The power, the agility, though the single strike might slightly pale in comparison to the fireball, its capabilities in actual combat for harassment, control, and multi-target strikes were simply astonishing. Yi Lingling, a healer, was now almost a moving artillery. Xiaoyu silently calculated the difficulty of evading these tracking fireballs, furrowing his brow as he sensed that his ghost shadow was encountering some minor trouble. As the demonstration concluded, Yi Lingling took a slight breath. Her face flushed from the soul power consumption and excitement, yet the exhilaration in her eyes was unmistakable. Another formidable attack, soul skill. Liena and Yen gazed at Yi Lingling, then at Yen, who was foolishly grinning while hugging a soul-guided gun, and Xiaoyu, who was immersed in his newfound abilities. A tremendous feeling of indignation, named unfair fate, surged within them. Liena. Liena suddenly turned her head, her fox-like eyes blazing as she glared at the instigator clutching a clay pot. You better confess. Did you open a back door for Lingling and Binger because you find those two girls pretty? Why is it they obtain divine skills, bless soul rings, while Yen and I only get a mere fraction of soul power? Is there no justice? The heavens are so unjust. Yen immediately chimed in, his face filled with indignation. Exactly. Liena, your favoritism is too apparent. Though I may appear rugged, I'm also quite charming. You can't judge solely by appearances. Liena, pestered by their complaints, replied flatly with two words. Luck. Those seemingly light words were like pouring oil on a fire. Luck. Liena was furious, stomping her feet. Fine. Luck is it? Tomorrow, for the blind boxes, Lingling and Binger, you two are not allowed to open them. You can only continue when I obtain something satisfactory. It's settled. She immediately began to act like a child, throwing a tantrum, unilaterally declaring the rules. Yen eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Nana is brilliant. It must be this way, but I must be included. Yi Lingling and Shui Binger exchanged glances at Liena and Yan's inability to accept defeat, finding it both amusing and exasperating. All right. Linya's calm voice interrupted this farce, directing his gaze to Shui Binger, who had yet to open her box. Once it's done, we will go out and explore Heavendo City. He was genuinely tired of hearing Liena and Yan's lamentations. The collective attention shifted to Shui Binger. Taking a deep breath to suppress her shock regarding Yi Lingling and a hint of nervousness, she approached the remaining two blind boxes. Click, buzz. A radiant light enveloped her. As the brilliance dissipated, a torrent of soul power, far more magnificent and pure than what Yi Lingling had experienced during her upgrade, surged into Shui Binger's body like a floodgate unleashed. The barrier of level 28 crumbled as if made of paper, and without losing momentum, it surged to the pinnacle of level 29, even shaking the 30-level threshold with great force. Level 30, a leap of 2 levels. 30 level already. Shui Binger felt the unprecedented surge of soul power coursing through her, the crystal-clear 30-level barrier within her grasp. Overwhelmed by an immense wave of happiness that left her voice trembling with disbelief. Just 2 days, from 27 to 30, the speed was akin to riding a rocket, making her feel as though she were in a dream. Liena, Yen, Xiaoyu, and Yi Lingling fell into a profound silence within the room. Liena's expression shifted from indignation to utter numbness and a questioning of life itself, feeling as if her heart were being stabbed repeatedly. Yan's mouth hung agape, nearly dropping the soul-guided gun from his hands. Xiaoyu's icy countenance bore the question, is this even reasonable? Yi Lingling offered Shui Binger a sympathetic and encouraging smile. Oh heavens, Liena murmured, her voice dry. Binger, your luck is simply beyond description, she uttered, casting a resentful glance at Liena, as if to say, look, you still claim there is no favoritism. Liena ignored Liena's piercing gaze and urged the last one. Shui Binger, still basking in the overwhelming joy of her upgrades, instinctively pointed to the last blind box, almost in a dreamlike state. She did not dare to harbor overly ambitious expectations, thinking that enhancing her soul power or ice affinity would suffice. Click. No gentle light, no warm flow of soul power, and certainly no increase in ice affinity as Shui Binger had hoped. The moment the box opened, a resounding buzz erupted. What is this light? Oh my goodness. This feeling is identical to what Lingling experienced that day. A divine soul ring. Another one. The numbness on Liena's face was instantly replaced by sheer horror, her voice rising to a scream distorted by shock. Yin dropped the soul-guided ray gun onto the ground, oblivious to it, his eyes wide as saucers. His mouth agape, as if frozen in time. Yi Lingling covered her mouth, her ice-blue eyes filled with familiar astonishment. Standing at the edge of the divine light, Liena spoke calmly. A divine soul ring. Its effect is the same as that of Sister Lingling. Self-guided integration. Shui Binger stood dazed, enveloped by the vast, warm rays of the divine light, as if immersed in the most enchanting crystalline dream. Binger, what are you waiting for? Yi Lingling rushed forward, gently nudging Shui Binger's back, her cool voice filled with the urgency and encouragement of someone who had experienced it all. Quick, guide it, absorb it. Startled by Yi Lingling's push, Shui Binger snapped back to reality. She hurriedly sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to channel her soul power to guide the energy. Lin Yi cast a glance at Shui Binger, who was absorbed in her integration, before his gaze settled on Yi Lingling. Shall we go out for a stroll? Lin Yi's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Yi Lingling, still watching Shui Binger, turned her head upon hearing his words. A hint of a smile gracing her cool face as she gently nodded. All right. Without further ado, Lin Yi turned and walked towards the door. Yi Lingling cast one last glance at Shui Binger, still enveloped in divine light, before swiftly following him. Wait for me. Yin, finally roused from his stupor, hurriedly picked up the fallen, soul-guided ray gun, wiping it like a treasured possession, and rushed after them. Liena, Lingling, wait for me. There are still a few things I don't quite understand. Xiaoyu, however, was completely absorbed in the profound realization of merging the Qian Jade hand with the ghost shadow, oblivious to everything around him. He stood still, his left hand radiant as jade, his right hand like a shadow, his fingers slicing through the air as his figure flickered. In the room, only Liena was left. She gazed at Lin Yi and the others as they departed, then glanced at the still contemplating Xiaoyu, finally returning her gaze to Shui Binger, now bathed in divine light. On the main street of Heavendo City, the sun shone brightly. Lin Yi strolled leisurely along the edge of the bustling crowd. His gaze swept across the street, taking in the varied academy uniforms worn by young soul masters, their auras ranging from strong to weak, and the stalls selling soul beast materials and rare ores. This was his first shopping experience since arriving in this other world. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling quietly walked half a step beside him, slightly tilting her head to feel the warm sunlight bathing her face, her cool features appearing much softer in the light. As a gentle breeze passed, she raised her hand to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, gazing warmly at the young boy who had changed her entire life. Chapter 25. An invitation from the Crown Prince. As they walked, they paused at a stall selling exquisite hair accessories. She delicately picked up a hairpin adorned with a light blue crystal, inspecting it closely under the sunlight, the crystal casting tiny sparkling reflections on her fair, beautiful face. Lin Yi, do you find this one beautiful? Yi Lingling turned her head slightly, her voice soft and gentle. Lin Yi cast a glance and casually replied, not bad. It suits you well. Just as Yi Lingling hesitated over whether to purchase the hairpin, several figures clad in the standard light armor of the Title Douluo royal guard obstructed their paths. These guards bore expressions as hard as stone, their gazes sharp as eagles. They moved in perfect unison, swiftly encircling Lin Yi and Yi Lingling in a tight formation. The nearby pedestrians, like startled fish, silently dispersed. The light-hearted smile on Yi Lingling's face instantaneously froze. Her fingers gripping the hairpin tightened to the point of paling. Instinctively, she stepped forward, almost by reflex, placing herself protectively in front of Lin Yi. The leading guard, a particularly burly figure, had his face mostly obscured by a mask, revealing only a pair of inscrutable eyes. He stepped forward and executed a flawless military salute, his voice low and monotone, devoid of any inflection. Mr. Lin Yi, His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence. His Highness has been awaiting you at the estate for some time. Please follow us. The name Crown Prince sent a jolt of disbelief through Yi Lingling's voice. The Crown Prince of Shueqingha? What does he want with Ling Yi? The two great empires had always held little regard for the Spirit Hall. Ling Yi gently patted Yi Lingling's arm, his voice clear and reassuring despite its softness. It's all right. Don't be anxious. He even feigned a casual yawn, appearing nonchalant. I'll be back shortly. You head back to the branch hall and wait for me. Yi Lingling abruptly turned to him, her clear eyes filled with urgency and confusion. But listen to me, Ling Yi interrupted, his tone still gentle, but now carrying an undeniable authority. He lightly squeezed her small arm before withdrawing his hand and casually gesturing to the lead guard. His demeanor relaxed as if he were merely off to a routine afternoon tea. Let us go. We shouldn't keep His Highness waiting. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the guard captain, likely never having encountered someone so composed in the presence of the Crown Prince's invitation. He said nothing further but stepped aside, executing a standard, stiff gesture of invitation. Ling Yi disregarded Yi Lingling's anxious expression as he stepped forward, effortlessly passing through the path opened by the guards. In the spirit hall, Shui Binger sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly opening her eyes. The azure glow of her soul power receded like a retreating tide, and the icy patterns that flowed across her skin gradually faded. A more refined and substantial aura emanated from her, signaling the successful absorption of the soul ring. She exhaled deeply, a smile of relief brightening her features. I did it. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet was laced with excitement. This divine soul ring is truly miraculous. The absorption was painless and so harmonious. However, her smile instantly froze upon seeing the person standing at the door. Yi Lingling appeared terrifyingly pale, her chest rising and falling violently, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly having rushed back. Lingling? What's wrong? Shui Binger's heart tightened as she immediately approached her. Ling Yi. He was taken away by the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe's men. What? The realization struck like lightning. Those men are from the Crown Prince's estate. Ling Yi said he was fine, told me to return first. You believed he was fine just because he said so? A voice, rich with an inherent allure, suddenly interrupted from the doorway. Liena had appeared there, leaning against the doorframe. Her captivating peach blossom eyes narrowed, her enchanting face devoid of any languor, replaced by fury. Shui Qinghe, he is the Crown Prince of the Title Douluo Empire. What does he want with Ling Yi? This is too serious. Why would Shui Qinghe have his sights on Ling Yi? How important is Ling Yi to us? What if? I must immediately seek out Elder Gui and Bishop Salis. There is no time to waste. Before she could finish, Liena turned sharply, her fiery red skirt swirling in a fierce arc as she prepared to rush toward the higher echelons of the branch hall. Stop! A cold, raspy voice, akin to the sound of iron scraping against iron, abruptly halted Liena's movement. The light at the entrance to the quiet room seemed to be devoured by an unseen force, warping momentarily. A shadowy figure coalesced as if extricated from the deepest night, silently forming. A ghostly black cloak enveloped a gaunt form, the shadow beneath the hood thick, revealing only two piercing eyes that glimmered with an abyssal chill. A powerful, oppressive aura filled the quiet room, causing the temperature to plummet. Elder Ghost. He stood there abruptly, like a statue summoned from the underworld, blocking Liena's path. The sudden, terrifying pressure left Liena breathless, her feet rooted to the spot, yet her urgency did not wane. Rather, it intensified. Elder, you arrived just in time. Ling Yi was taken by Shui Qinghe's men. We must. I am aware. Elder Ghost interrupted her with a voice cold and gravelly, carrying a dispassionate indifference. As if stating an inconsequential fact, the Crown Prince merely requested Ling Yi's company for a visit. There is no need for alarm, nor to mobilize forces. A visit? Liena's voice escalated sharply, nearly piercing the ceiling of the quiet room. Unable to comprehend Elder Ghost's calm demeanor. Elder. He is the Crown Prince of the Title Douluo. The two great empires have always been in conflict with our spirit hall, like fire and water. Why would Shui Qinghe suddenly invite one of our own for a visit? This clearly has ulterior motives. Her agitation grew as she spoke faster. You know better than anyone the value of Ling Yi. What treasures lie within those blind boxes of his, each capable of stirring the winds and clouds of the continent. If the Crown Prince realizes something, or uses torture to extract information, or simply, enough. Elder Ghost's voice suddenly deepened, like a cold wind sweeping through the abyss, causing the soul-guiding lights in the quiet room to flicker violently. A palpable, chilling spiritual pressure bore down on Liena, choking her words in her throat, her face paling as her body involuntarily swayed. The shadow beneath the hood seemed to shift slightly, those two depths of icy light locking onto Liena, carrying a hint of barely perceptible exhaustion. This foolish girl. The inner roar of elder ghost reverberated, nearly breaking through his gaunt visage. She usually appeared quite astute. Yet upon encountering Ling Ye's affair, she became a relentless stream of questions. One after another, ceaseless. If I could explain, would I not do so? He is the young master. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to confine Liena to the quiet room, his bony fingers cracking beneath the ample robe. Yet he strived to maintain the dignity and calm of an elder. Liena, I will say this once more, Ling Yi is not in danger. But there are no buts. Elder Ghost's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable finality. Your concerns will not come to pass. Liena was pinned in place by the icy spiritual pressure. Her lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with defiance and anxiety. But what could the crown prince want with him? Surely there must be a reason? She stubbornly held her head high, attempting to glean any hint from the unfathomable shadows of Elder Ghost's hood. A reason? The inner turmoil of Elder Ghost raged. The reason being that Qian Renxue covets Ling Yi's blind boxes as well. Can I directly disclose this to you? If the Pope and the elders learned of this, they would surely flay my skin. The shadow beneath the hood seemed to deepen further, and Ghost Douluo felt as though the mask he wore to maintain his dignity was about to crack. He took a deep breath, a gesture that held no significance for someone long beyond humanity, and endeavored to ensure that his hoarse voice remained steady and composed, even imbued with a trace of forced reassurance typical of an elder addressing a clueless junior. Schwetching his intentions are his own and should not concern you at this level. He paused, emphasizing his tone, delivering a final warning that this matter was concluded. Return to your respective positions. The whereabouts of Ling Yi must not be disclosed to anyone. Those who violate this will be treated as traitors to the hall. The chilling pressure that enveloped the room escalated once more, akin to an invisible iceberg crashing down, causing both Shui Binger and Yi Lingling to feel a wave of suffocating discomfort. Ghost Douluo let out a cold snort, his voice piercing like an icicle into the marrow. Rest assured, I will personally report this matter in detail to His Holiness the Pope. His gaze, once again fixed upon Liena, bore a hint of relief, as if the torment could finally come to an end. Mind your own affairs, any further inquiries, and I shall cast you into the city of slaughter. The moment his words fell, Ghost Douluo's emaciated black figure blurred like ink dropped into water, fading away until he was completely dissipated in the still air of the chamber. The oppressive atmosphere vanished abruptly, causing Liena to sway slightly before regaining her balance. She gazed at the spot where Ghost Douluo had disappeared, biting her lip so hard that she nearly drew blood. Elder Gue approached, supporting Liena's somewhat weakened frame, his voice filled with confusion. He said it was nothing. Then we can only assume it truly is nothing, Liena replied, her tone subdued. Chapter 26. Schwetchinghe wishes to open a blind box prince's mansion. Study. Schwetchinghe, dressed in a moon-white robe adorned with gold thread outlining simple, yet noble patterns at the collar and cuffs, lifted his head upon hearing footsteps. A gentle smile, tinged with just the right amount of apology, graced his face. He set down the purple brush in his hand, his movements fluid and graceful. Ling Yi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. His voice was clear and pleasant, infused with an innate charm as he gestured toward a round chair at the writing desk, hurriedly inviting Ling Yi to sit, aware that his haste was somewhat lacking in decorum. Please take a seat. Your Highness is too courteous. Ling Yi replied with a slight nod, a gesture of acknowledgement. He naturally settled into the chair, reclining against the backrest with an ease that surpassed even Schwetchinghe's. As he raised his eyes, his calm gaze met the esteemed imperial air behind the desk, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Might I inquire what instructions your Highness has in mind for my visit? Schwetchinghe's warm smile remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the nuance in Ling Ye's words that emphasized the invitation. He picked up a jade teacup from the desk, elegantly sipping from it. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Ling Yi, as if probing into the depths of his soul. I dare not presume to offer guidance, Schwetchinghe replied, his tone still gentle, though a quiet shift began to permeate his words. Beneath the veneer of grace, an undeniable authority began to seep through. I have recently heard some amusing anecdotes regarding Mr. Ling Yi. It appears you possess a rather remarkable ability to extract unimaginable items from the void. His words conveyed curiosity, Yet his eyes were sharp as blades, locking onto the changes in Ling Ye's expression. Ling Ye understood fully what was at play, but maintained an impassive demeanor, feigning innocence as he shrugged slightly. "Oh, Your Highness refers to those increasingly exaggerated street performances? Merely trivial tricks, hardly worth mentioning." "Trivial tricks?" Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, the sound ringing clearly in the quiet study, laced with amusement. "Such skills that can entice the elite of the golden generation and even attract the personal attention of His Holiness the Pope. Would you still deem it trivial?" Ling Ye's eyelids flickered imperceptibly. It seemed that everything regarding the Spirit Hall had not escaped the keen eyes of her grandfather, Qian Douluo. "Your Highness, you flatter me." Ling Ye adjusted his posture slightly, the smile on his face dimming just a touch, his gaze becoming more tranquil. "They are merely fascinating novelties. I was fortunate enough to catch the eye of His Holiness. In comparison to the Empire's affairs, they are insignificant." "Novelties," Xue Qinghe repeated, his smile deepening with an inscrutable quality. He chose not to linger on the topic, leaning slightly forward, his hands clasped atop the desk. In that moment, the warm aura he exuded seemed to dissipate, replaced by a profound authority that radiated from his very presence. His gaze bore down on Ling Yi with an oppressive intensity, as if it could pierce through any facade. Ling Yi maintained an upright posture, acutely aware that the crux of the matter was approaching. "Zhu Qinche scrutinizit, Ling Yi." Noting how he retained an astonishing calmness even beneath the weight of pressure that could induce cold sweat in the Empire's high officials. This composure elicited a flicker of appreciation from deep within Xue Qinghe's eyes. Finally, after a stifling silence that stretched for several breaths, Xue Qinghe spoke slowly. "I too wish to open your blind box." His clear voice reverberated in the study, carrying a directness that felt incongruous with his status and the gravity of the situation, presenting a stark contrast to the tension he had crafted. After a couple of breaths, Ling Yi barely managed to suppress the exclamation that nearly escaped his lips, his mouth twitching slightly. "Very well," he paused before adding, "However, Your Highness, I do charge a fee." The smile on Xue Qinghe's face abruptly froze. "One blind box." Ling Yi raised a finger, indicating 10 gold soul coins. A fleeting expression of bewilderment washed over Xue Qinghe's deep-set eyes. All his prepared threats and coaxing words vanished like smoke in light of the blunt simplicity of the 10 gold soul coins. The air felt as though it had solidified. For the first time, the prince, who wielded the Empire's power and whose thoughts ran as deep as the ocean, found himself momentarily flummoxed by such a straightforward demand. Staring blankly at Ling Yi, the blend of elegance and authority on his handsome face cracked, revealing a genuine, bewildered uncertainty. He instinctively blinked, as if to confirm whether he had misheard. After several seconds, Xue Qinghe finally regained his composure, his voice laced with a rare blend of resigned amusement and the pride of someone who thought himself above such trivialities. "Rest assured, Ling Yi, I am not lacking in funds." He straightened his back, attempting to reclaim a semblance of the prince's authority, emphasizing, "I am the crown prince." Ling Yi observed him, nearly bursting with laughter at the sight of Xue Qinghe, momentarily choked by the 10 gold soul coins, yet striving to maintain his composure. He stifled his chuckle, nodding. "Your Highness is indeed magnanimous. That is reassuring." Without further ado, Ling Yi ceased to engage in any theatrics to enhance the atmosphere. With a subtle shift in his mind, he activated his soul power, which had already surpassed level 30 due to multiple synchronizations. In an instant, the light in the study dimmed slightly, and 15 ancient wooden boxes, identical in size, shape, and material, materialized out of thin air, as if lifted by invisible hands, neatly suspended before Xue Qinghe's expansive desk. The surface of the wooden box shimmered with an enigmatic aura, exuding an air of inscrutability. Xue Qinghe's gaze was instantly captivated by these seemingly spontaneous blind boxes. Although he had long been aware of Ling Ye's extraordinary abilities through various pieces of intelligence, witnessing firsthand the capacity to defy the laws of space and conjure objects from thin air left a profound impact on his perception. Taking a deep breath, Xue Qinghe suppressed the flutter of his heart, extending his hand to gently tap the blind box that floated foremost. The moment his fingertip made contact with the lid, the box silently opened, dissolving into a cascade of twinkling lights. What remained was but a faint, almost imperceptible stream of pale, golden energy. spiraling gracefully in the air before swiftly vanishing into the center of Shui Qinghe's brow. Upon careful reflection, a discernible disappointment crossed his face. The enhancement of soul power brought by that fleeting energy was negligible. For someone of his level 50 cultivation, it was akin to a mere drop in the ocean, failing to even stir a ripple. Just a wisp of soul power? Shui Qinghe cast a questioning glance at Ling Yi, who shrugged and explained, "It is quite normal. Your Highness, your soul power level is exceedingly high, and your foundation is robust. Such random soul power rewards are significantly effective for lower-rank soul masters. However, for you, unless a rare item specifically designed to enhance cultivation is obtained, the increase is indeed limited." Shui Qinghe nodded thoughtfully, the disappointment in his eyes dissipating as renewed interest sparked within him. No longer hesitating, he decisively pointed towards the second blind box. As the lid opened, a radiant glow emerged. This time, instead of a gust of air, a bone emanating a gentle white light was revealed. It quietly hovers above the writing desk, entirely translucent like jade, its surface glistening with a gentle luster. A pure and stable fluctuation of soul energy subtly emanates from within. A soul bone. Shui Qinghe suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes igniting with an incredulous brilliance. Even though he holds the esteemed title of Crown Prince and possesses profound knowledge and experience, the soul bone, a treasure of the soul master realm, remains exceedingly rare. He instinctively unleashed his mental energy to scrutinize further, a look of heightened astonishment adorning his face. Nearly 3,000 years. The bone of the left arm. Ling Yi gazed at the soul bone, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. A subtle smile graced his lips as he jestingly remarked, "Your Highness, fortune indeed smiles upon you. You are, as of now, the very first customer to procure a soul bone from me." He deliberately emphasized the word customer. Shui Qinghe took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within him. With utmost care, he extended his hand, and the smooth, jade-like soul bone gracefully descended into his palm. Its touch was cool, yet it pulsed with an overwhelming vitality and soul power. As Shui Qinghe traced the surface of the soul bone, absorbing its unique energy rhythm, the astonishment in his eyes gradually transformed into admiration and a flicker of warmth. For a prince of his stature, the age of the soul bone was indeed trivial. Given his identity and the resources available to the heir of the spirit hall, acquiring soul bones of even greater age was far from unattainable. Yet, this was undeniably a genuine soul bone. It emerged from a box you casually condensed. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing like a torch directed at Ling Yi, as if he sought to see through him entirely. His tone was imbued with an unprecedented curiosity and an almost instinctual desire for possession. Truly remarkable. "Ling Yi, who exactly are you? This prince finds himself increasingly intrigued by you." Ling Yi met his gaze, her expression serene and unperturbed, yet she gently reminded him, "Your Highness, there are still 13 more boxes." Shui Qinghe cast a deep glance at Ling Yi, as if to etch her image into his memory. He repressed his outward emotions and carefully placed the ancient bone of his left arm, aged 3 millennia, into a specially crafted jade box. The allure of soul bones is undeniably potent, although its age is not particularly remarkable. Its worth as a reward for a trusted confidant or as a unique bargaining chip is immeasurable, with an intensified sense of anticipation and a hint of indescribable tension. Shui Qinghe's fingers once more reached out, descending upon the third blind box. As the lid opened, the radiance did not coalesce into a tangible object but transformed into a dazzling golden beam of light, enveloping Shui Qinghe entirely in an instant. The radiance exuded not an aggressive aura, but rather a gentle warmth. Shui Qinghe felt an indescribable wave of warmth surge throughout his entire being, penetrating to the very marrow, infiltrating every node of his soul power circulation, and even reaching the soul rings that symbolized the essence of a soul master. Buzz. He instinctively summoned his martial soul. The ethereal image of a pure white swan elegantly materialized behind him. However, at that moment, all eyes were drawn to the suddenly illuminated soul rings beneath the swan's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. The originally standard soul ring configuration has now undergone a monumental transformation. The second soul ring, once a profound shade of yellow, is now visibly fading at an astonishing rate. As if infused with a newfound vitality, swiftly transforming into a noble hue of purple. In a mere few breaths, a profound and refined purple soul ring, emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy, astonishingly replaced its original position. The first soul ring, once radiantly yellow, now shines with a resplendent brilliance. Its hue has deepened and become more substantial, with the yellow edges subtly emanating a faint purplish glow, seemingly just a step away from the coveted thousand-year purple. The radiance of the remaining 3 soul rings grew increasingly resplendent, their aura becoming more profound. This was a moment of complete loss of composure for Xue Qinghe. He fixated intently on the newly acquired soul ring configuration before him. Yellow, purple, 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 black. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind rendered utterly blank. Chapter 27. A book? The enhancement of soul ring years. Moreover, the simultaneous enhancement of all soul rings. This utterly subverts the ancient and unchanging laws of Douluo continent. Once a soul ring is absorbed, its age becomes fixed. This is a fundamental truth understood by all soul masters, even within the realm of divine heritage. I have yet to encounter any means that can directly extend the lifespan of existing soul rings. To enhance all soul rings by 200 years. The voice of Xue Qinghe trembled with incredulity as he abruptly turned to Ling Yi. His gaze transformed from fervent to one of sheer astonishment. As if beholding a deity walking among mortals. This was undoubtedly a miracle, despite Ling Ye's awareness that the true identity of the prince before him was Qian Renxue, a genuine woman. He could not help but feel a peculiar unease as he was scrutinized by the strikingly handsome visage of Xue Qinghe. The intensity of the gaze was more unsettling than the ghostly flames of the ghost Douluo, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to bristle. Ling Yi mentally criticized the situation while maintaining an air of calmness, even managing a polite smile tinged with resignation, as he finally broke the oppressive silence. Your Highness? The enhancement of soul rings has become a foregone conclusion, which is indeed a cause for celebration. However, you still have 12 mystery boxes yet to be opened. He gestured toward the remaining floating blind boxes on the desk, attempting to divert the prince's attention away from his own visage. Xue Qinghe seemed to awaken from trance at Ling Ye's voice, sharply inhaling a breath and forcefully suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion surging beneath his calm exterior. Very well. The voice of Xue Qinghe bore a subtle rasp as he settled back into the spacious chair, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. He composed himself and directed his gaze towards the blind box, clicking to open it once more. As the lid lifted, there were no earth-shattering beams of light, nor any tangible objects. Instead, a stream of exquisitely pure light, as if coalesced from the most pristine rays, floated delicately towards Xue Qinghe, reminiscent of the first glimmer of dawn, and instantly merged with his brow. With his eyes closed, Xue Qinghe began to savor the experience, a look of astonishment illuminating his face. Had his affinity for the elemental light increased? Although the increase is modest, roughly around 10% for him, whose essence possesses a supreme bright attribute six-winged angel martial soul. This enhancement is comparable to that of a millennium-quality soul bone. This directly impacts the essence of the martial soul and the comprehension of elements, rendering its value immeasurable. The affinity for the light element has increased by 10%. Ling Yi provided his answer with a tone of indifference, as if stating something trivial. Xue Qinghe opened his eyes, his gaze towards Ling Yi becoming increasingly profound and inscrutable. The items Ling Yi presented continually challenged the limits of his understanding. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, he confidently pointed towards the 5th mystery box. As the lid lifted and the radiance dissipated, what remained was not a dazzling treasure, but rather a near-transparent, silvery gel-like substance, roughly the size of a fist, that subtly wriggled and shifted in form. Ling Ye's expression slightly tightened, seemingly taken aback, and he slowly spoke. This is a doppelganger artifact. Upon activation, it can condense a replica that is entirely identical to its original in terms of martial soul, aura, and appearance. The doppelganger possesses 50% of the original soul power, shares memories, and is bound to obey the originals will unconditionally, with no distance limitations for thought sharing. A doppelganger. possessing half the original strength, absolute obedience, memory sharing, and thought connection without distance. What did this mean for her, who lurked within the power center of the Tindo Empire, bearing a highly sensitive identity and constantly needing to portray Xue Qinghe, the young master of the Spirit Hall? It meant she could create a perfect substitute. This doppelganger could flawlessly take her place at the prince's residence, effectively playing the role of Xue Qinghe. This was tailor-made for her, a coveted top-tier auxiliary item. What a marvelous item! Xue Qinghe's voice betrayed a hint of unmistakable excitement as he cautiously enveloped the silvery gel. Imbued with spatial power, with his soul power, and reverently stored it within a specially crafted soul guide. In his heart, its value had already surpassed all previous rewards. However, immense joy is often followed by disappointment. When Xue Qinghe opened the sixth mystery box with high expectations, what floated out was merely a wisp of soul power, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. The excitement on Xue Qinghe's face instantly froze. The feeling of unfulfilled anticipation made him furrow his brow slightly. The seventh mystery box revealed yet another meager wisp of soul power. 2 consecutive lackluster rewards felt like cold water doused upon the flames of his earlier excitement. Gazing at the 8th floating mystery box, Xue Qinghe hesitated momentarily, his handsome visage revealing a trace of self-deprecating resignation. He sighed softly. It seems today's luck for this prince has been exhausted on the enhancement of soul rings and the doppelganger artifact. Liena, observing the unmistakable disappointment on the prince's face, nearly burst into laughter. Who would have thought that the illustrious prince of Tindo would be distressed over the lack of desirable items from mystery boxes? The contrast was simply extraordinary. Your Highness need not despair. Liena cleared his throat, striving to infuse his tone with sincerity and a touch of comforting encouragement. The allure of mystery boxes lies in their unpredictability and randomness. While fortune may have favored you earlier, the future could still hold promise. Besides, he gestured towards the 8 remaining mystery boxes suspended in the air. There are still numerous opportunities ahead. Patience is key. Perhaps the next one will bring a surprise. Xue Qinghe shot a glance at Liena, feeling that his mention of surprise resembled the words used to comfort child. Nevertheless, gazing at the remaining 8 enigmatic boxes reignited a flicker of anticipation within him. Indeed, he mused, adjusting his mindset, his face once again adorned with the composed elegance characteristic of Xue Qinghe, though the yearning for unknown rewards burned more intensely within his depths. No longer hesitating, he decisively pointed towards the 8th mystery box with a newfound determination. The lid opened silently, and, as the light faded, there were no resplendent treasures, no beams of overwhelming energy, nor even the familiar faint wisp of soul power. Instead, there was a book, an ordinary-looking tome, its cover made of simple cardboard. The edges of its pages, slightly frayed, quietly floated in the air. The cover bore a title, scrawled in a crooked manner in the common language of Douluo continent, The Adventures of Tang San. Xue Qinghe. The composure on the imperial heir's face instantaneously shattered, transforming into a state of utter bewilderment. He blinked, then blinked again, as if questioning whether he had fallen victim to some sort of illusion. He instinctively released a wisp of mental energy to scan the book, only to find it was an utterly mundane paper book devoid of any soul power fluctuations. The content appeared to narrate the tale of a child named Tang San. A wave of absurdity flooded over Xue Qinghe. He had expended great effort to summon someone, endured the shocking enhancement of soul rings, obtained the coveted doppelganger artifact, and then opened a children's book. He abruptly looked up at Liena, his eyes filled with a silent accusation of, "Are you jesting with me?" Lingya's expression was equally remarkable. His lips quivered involuntarily, and his eyelids twitched as a torrent of exasperation surged within him. Clearing his throat, Liena forcibly suppressed the urge to scoff, swiftly donning an enigmatic demeanor, his tone imbued with unwavering certainty. "Your Highness, please remember that every item drawn from a mystery box has its purpose. What may seem ordinary might conceal unexpected opportunities." He dramatically pointed to the adventures of Tang San, lowering his voice to evoke an air of mystery. "This book may hold hidden secrets. In the stillness of the night, when sleep eludes you, perusing its pages might yield extraordinary discoveries." Xue Qinghe regarded Ling Ye's earnest demeanor, then glanced back at the rough-covered The Adventures of Tang San. his striking features twitching slightly in irritation. Discoveries? Discoveries of bedtime stories. He, the illustrious prince of Tiando, the future emperor of the empire, would be unable to sleep at night, reading tales of a little brat's adventures. A wave of frustration welled up within him. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to hurl the book at Ling Ye's face, casting a gaze filled with a complex mix of resignation, disappointment, and incredulity. Ultimately, he waved his hand and stored the so-called sacred book in his soul guide, considering it a memento or perhaps a humorous anecdote. Embracing a zen-like mindset of having encountered misfortune with the mystery boxes, Xue Qinghe expressionlessly opened the 9th mystery box. A familiar, faint, barely noticeable wisp of pale golden soul power wafted out. The 10th mystery box opened, revealing yet another trivial wisp of soul power without surprise. Xue Qinghe was utterly speechless. Staring at the 5 remaining mystery boxes, the last vestiges of hope within him completely evaporated. He rubbed his brow, chuckling self-deprecatingly, his tone imbued with the weight of worldly wisdom. It seems my luck today has indeed been exhausted in the earlier boxes. Very well. Let this be an experience of the surprises that mystery boxes hold. He emphasized the word surprises with a pronounced irony. At this moment, Xue Qinghe had completely relinquished any expectations, or rather, had adopted a laid-back attitude, embodying a spirit of defiance. No longer harboring any illusions, he casually pointed towards the 11th mystery box, infused with a sense of ennui. The lid opened, and brilliance erupted. This time, the light was neither the gentle glow of a material item nor the dazzling golden pillar of a soul ring enhancement, but a pure, sanctified white light that seemed capable of purging all worldly impurities. The radiance was not blinding, yet it emanated a vast, majestic, soul-stirring aura of divinity. The entire study was instantly enveloped in this holy brilliance, and even the expensive incense in the air appeared to become purified under its glow. At the center of the light, a small orb comprised of countless intricate sacred runes slowly rotated, its size akin to that of a fist. At the moment of its emergence, the innate essence of the 6-winged angel martial soul within Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, involuntarily resonated with a faint tremor. A flash of light, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, instantly entered the center of Xue Qinghe's brow. Boom! An overwhelming torrent of information surged into Xue Qinghe's mind like a flood breaching its dam. Profound diagrams depicting the trajectories of soul power elegantly materialized, accompanied by a newfound comprehension and application of the power of light. This was not a soul skill granted by a soul ring, but rather a complete inheritance of a self-created soul skill. Fist of Heaven, it condenses the purest light and the will of divine judgment, striking forth to purify evil and dispel illusions. Its potency is magnified in accordance with the user's soul power and affinity for light. Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, felt as though he had been struck by a divine thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily rigid. He abruptly rose from his seat, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming shock and ecstatic joy. Chapter 28. Instant Noodles and Xue Qinghe's Speechlessness Self-Created Soul Skill. In one so harmoniously aligned with his 6-winged angel martial soul, possessing such formidable light attributes. This was truly a divine skill tailor-made for him. Its value exceeded even the enhancements from previous soul rings and the clone items. The soul ring enhancement was foundational, clone items were auxiliary. But this Fist of Heaven was a tangible means of achieving a qualitative transformation in his combat prowess. The sacred purifying power it contained perfectly aligned with the characteristics of his angel martial soul. Once mastered, its might would be incalculable. Murmuring Fist of Heaven, Xue Qinghe's voice was tinged with a raspy excitement. He instinctively raised his right hand, fingers slightly curled, as if he could feel a pure and overwhelming force of light gathering in his palm, roaring, though he had yet to genuinely wield it. The terrifying power embedded in that inheritance already made his very soul tremble with anticipation. How extraordinary, how unfathomable. Xue Qinghe suddenly turned to Ling Yi, his gaze filled with fervor and inquiry, nearly tangible in its intensity. Ling Yi, what are the rules of this blind box? To bestow such a divine skill directly? This had entirely surpassed his comprehension of fortune and marvel. It was truly a divine blessing. No, Even deities might not be able to bestow such a precisely aligned, self-created soul skill. Ling Yi observed Xue Qinghe's nearly unhinged excitement, and then glanced at his right hand, subtly glowing from the newfound skill comprehension, marveling inwardly. This blind box truly encompasses everything, even techniques from digital monsters. However, the Fist of Heaven seems quite fitting for an angel martial soul, doesn't it? Maintaining an aura of tranquility akin to that of a sage. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, is not the allure of the blind box precisely in this? Until the final moment. One can never know what treasures lie within the next box. Is it disappointment, or is it heaven?" He cast a knowing glance at Xue Qinghe's tightly clenched fist. At Ling Ye's words, Xue Qinghe took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the emotions that were on the verge of boiling over. He looked once more at the remaining 4 blind boxes in the air. His expression transformed entirely. The prior disappointment and indifference vanished, replaced by an almost pilgrim-like anticipation for the unknown treasures. Had his luck run out? No. The grand spectacle was just beginning. The remaining 4 blind boxes glimmered like 4 mines of gold waiting to be excavated, emanating a deadly allure. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. That until the final moment. One can never know. Xue Qinghe laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with exhilaration and rekindled confidence, the previous frustration of unearthing a trove of worthless items dissipating entirely. His gaze was fixed intently on the remaining blind boxes, akin to a rare treasure. Without hesitation, he pointed out. The lid opened, and the light faded. There was no holy radiance, no fluctuation of soul power, no arcane runes. Only a plethora of neatly arranged square paper boxes, each box vibrantly decorated, adorned with patterns and text that Xue Qinghe had never seen before. Deep hydration, revitalizing glow, silk essence. Most conspicuous were the 2 large characters in the common language of Douluo continent. Facial mask. A whole box. Ling Yi, his smile instantly froze, his mind racing with 1,000 exclamations of disbelief, trampling over the high regard he had just established for the omnipotent blind box. A facial mask? Soul masters in the Douluo continent are all cultivators. The stronger they become, the more they can maintain their youth. Just look at the old man, Qian Douluo. ISNT he quite handsome. Who would use such a thing? Before the desk, Xue Qinghe's expression solidified. He glanced at the stack of paper boxes adorned with bizarre designs, then turned to Ling Yi. His eyes filled with expectations and a sense of pilgrimage extinguished by a deluge of questions. Ling Yi, what is the meaning of this? His tone was laden with uncertainty, and even a hint of suspicion that perhaps he had mistakenly received the wrong blind box. The pressure immediately shifted to Ling Yi. He felt a surge of panic internally, but maintained an outward composure. Drawing upon his experience as a viewer of short videos featuring sales hosts, he instantly donned an exceptionally professional and confident smile, as if the box of masks was a treasure of unparalleled value. "Your Highness," Ling Ye's voice rang out, resonant and full of enthusiasm, imbued with an excitement that suggested he had struck gold. "This is a facial mask, a rare beauty product within my blind box system." He picked up a box, pointing to the silk essence inscription, and began his impassioned pitch. "This item contains the essence of heaven and earth, distilling the spirit of all things. Late at night, after circulating your soul power, take out a piece and apply it to your face, waiting for a quarter of an hour." He gestured animatedly, his expression full of fervor. "It nourishes the skin, revitalizes the complexion, it ensures that beauty remains eternal. It is an essential item for home travel, meditation, and a thoughtful gift for friends." Xue Qinghe listened, somewhat dazed, observing Ling Ye's salesmanship, and then glanced at the thin, damp item in his hand, his brow furrowing deeper. Nourishing beauty? Eternal youth? Cultivators at advanced levels experience slow aging. This sounded suspiciously akin to the powders and creams used by noble women in the palace. Ling Yi keenly detected the skepticism in Xue Qinghe's eyes and quickly unleashed his trump card, speaking rapidly. "Your Highness, with your esteemed status, you naturally have no need for such external nourishment." However, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, as if sharing a monumental secret, the esteemed princess consort in your household, or your close royal female relatives. Surely they would adore such a novel and exquisite item with miraculous effects. I assure you, once this item is released, it will undoubtedly capture their affection. Xueqing's eyes flickered imperceptibly at the mention of the princess consort and royal ladies. In her role as Xueqing, there was indeed a nominal princess consort in her household, necessitating interactions with royal women. This mask, while sounding miraculous, though she remained skeptical, might indeed possess some utility due to its novelty and elegance. At the very least, it could serve to endear herself to others or be a quirky gift. Moreover, having often played the role of a man, might she not also indulge? Nourish the skin, preserve youth. What woman would not be intrigued by such promises? Observing Ling Ye's earnest demeanor, as though refusing the item would be a monumental loss, Xueqing's lips curled involuntarily, ultimately conceding with a wave of his hand, adopting a tone of reluctant acceptance, as if to say, "All right, fine, consider a bonus," and store the box of beauty products into his soul guide. Ling Yi quietly exhaled, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his back. He had finally managed to navigate this hurdle. With a mindset of what else could possibly be more absurd, Xueqing opened the 13th blind box. The light faded. Another large box appeared. However, this time it was replaced with a square, barrel-shaped object, adorned with colorful wrapping paper that displayed tantalizing food patterns, including several embossed golden characters proclaiming old jar pickled vegetable beef noodles, accompanied by an image, a steaming bowl of instant noodles, the noodles perfectly chewy, with visible pieces of beef. Ling Yi, Xueqing. The study fell into an eerie silence. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the subtle crackling of burning incense. Xueqing slowly raised his head, his deep-set eyes fixed on Ling Ye's face, filled with a silent interrogation. "Did you not say that blind boxes never yield useless items?" The pressure crashed down on Ling Yi like a landslide. He felt as if he were about to combust. While a facial mask might enhance beauty, he couldn't possibly claim that this instant noodle could grant divine powers, could he? In a flash of inspiration, Ling Yi slapped his thigh, the sound resonating loudly, an attempt to assert dominance. His face once again adorned with a radiant smile that conveyed immense profit, his voice booming as if he were calling out in a marketplace. "Your Highness, what a splendid find, an unparalleled delicacy." He picked up a bucket, pointing at the enticing image, declaring, "This is instant noodles, an indispensable source of energy in my blind box system. Behold these noodles, this beef, this rich broth." His enthusiasm was akin to describing a grand banquet, claiming that with just a bit of hot water and a moment's patience, one could enjoy a bowl of fragrant, rich, and soul-soothing delight. After a long night of cultivation, when hunger strikes, a bowl of this would restore one's spirit. Xueqing maintained a stoic expression as he observed Ling Ye's performance. As the crown prince, he had tasted countless delicacies. Could anything printed on this paper bucket truly be edible? Could it really soothe the soul? Could it be a sacred source of energy? He felt his intelligence was being insulted in an unprecedented manner. Xueqing finally let out a cold, ambiguous laugh. He could no longer be bothered to argue with Ling Yi, feeling that today's blind box adventure was nothing short of a bizarre farce. Without even a glance at the box of instant noodles, he waved his hand to store it in his soul guide device, either as a favor to Ling Yi or to examine this earthly delicacy when boredom struck him. Ling Yi wiped away the non-existent cold sweat, feeling more exhausted than after a battle with the Title Douluo. This job of deception was truly not meant for mortals. Xueqing had completely detached himself. All expectations and surprises were gone. With a nearly numb mindset, he casually pointed to the 14th blind box. The lid opened. This time, there was no elaborate packaging, no fambris, only a single item, a perfectly round object emanating a soft yet profoundly deep golden glow. With an otherworldly crystal within that seemed to swirl like a galaxy, it hovered silently, a wave of energy that was both vast as the sea and pure as the dawn, rippling outward and filling the entire study. That sacred, pure essence, imbued with the wisdom of the universe, caused a violent resonance within Xueqing's six-winged angel martial soul. It was clearer and more intense than when he had felt the heaven's fist. "What is this?" The numbness in Xueqing's expression shattered instantly, his pupils constricting as his breath halted. He stared intently at the golden crystal, a thrill from the depths of his soul informing him that this was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. Ling Yi perked up, finally presenting a genuine item. He assumed a professional demeanor and introduced, "Your Highness, this is a divine soul ring." "A divine soul ring?" Xueqinghe's voice quivered with disbelief. "Indeed," Ling Yi nodded. "This item requires no soul beast hunting. When your Highness wishes to obtain the next soul ring, simply absorb it, and it will automatically condense into the perfect soul ring most suited to you, based on your physical strength, potential limits, and willpower. For now, it rests within you, ready to be summoned at your command." Xueqinghe felt an overwhelming ecstasy surge through him. The previous feelings of absurdity and confusion were swept away by this immense surprise. Perfect fit, physical limits, no hunting required. This was the ultimate method of obtaining a soul ring that every soul master dreams of. Its value was incalculable. Chapter 29, title yet to be determined. What a splendid divine soul ring. Xueqinghe spoke with a tremor of excitement as he cautiously guided the golden crystal into his body using his soul power. As he felt the vast, sacred energy resting within him, he looked at Ling Yi with renewed awe and complexity. This Ling Yi was truly mysterious. Only one blind box remained. He held his breath, driven by a near-desperate resolve, and gently pointed to the last box. The lid opened silently, but instead of light radiating outward, it suddenly collapsed inward, transforming into a stream of faint golden light, seemingly composed of countless arcane runes. This stream of light was as swift as lightning, carrying a profound essence that reached deep into the core of a soul master, leaving Xueqinghe no time to react as it instantly entered his forehead. Ugh! Xueqinghe emitted a muffled groan as his body trembled violently, leaning back against a broad chair. He instinctively shut his eyes. There were no physical books or images, only a torrent of vast, pure information, as if imprinted deep within his soul, was violently infused into his consciousness. Qian Tiangong. 3 ancient, powerful characters appeared like a seal in his soul's vision. Following that was an immense and exquisite foundational technique, expounding a philosophy that diverged starkly from the mainstream soul power cultivation of Douluo continent, yet directly addressing the essence of soul power cultivation, refining oneself, maintaining unity, purifying soul power, and accumulating strength. It emphasized the utmost importance of foundation, pursuing the ultimate refinement and harmony of soul power. Next came an incredibly clear, nearly instinctual map of soul power circulation. The flow patterns of 12 main veins and countless minor branches, the unique rhythm of circulation. The secret methods for compressing and purifying soul power. Every detail was vividly clear, deeply imprinted in his soul and bodily memory. This was it. Xueqinghe's consciousness floated within the ocean of information, shaken. As a prince, he had encountered countless top-tier secrets, his vision undeniably elevated. There was no concept of martial arts in Douluo continent. Yet, the incoming Qian Tiangong, with its subtle principles, profound routes, and deep exploration of the essence of soul power, exceeded all his expectations. You were the second person to obtain Qian Tiangong. Oh, who was the first? Xueqinghe inquired. Xieyu. Xieyu? Xueqinghe raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He gazed deeply at Ling Yi, his expression complex and inscrutable, as if attempting to fully unravel the mysteries of this enigmatic young man. Today's gift will be remembered by this prince. Xueqinghe concealed all external emotions, donning the composed demeanor befitting a prince, yet the curiosity and intrigue lingering in his eyes remained unmistakable. He waved his hand. Ling Yi, you have worked hard. This prince shall not delay you any further. Ling Yi was eager to leave this uncomfortable place, primarily due to the aggressively scrutinizing gaze of Xueqinghe. He promptly stood up, gave a perfunctory bow, and said, Your Highness, you are too kind. I take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away, his steps light as if a soul beast were pursuing him. As Ling Ye's figure vanished through the study door, the gentle demeanor on Xueqinghe's face evaporated, replaced by an intense seriousness and a hint of uncontainable excitement. He swiftly waved his hand to erect several soul power barriers to prevent detection, then eagerly began to tally the fruits of today's blind box feast. A divine soul ring, the fist of heaven, a cloning artifact, enhancements to soul ring duration, an increase in light element affinity, and that seemingly ordinary but secret-laden book, Tang San's Adventures, from the Spirit Hall's Tianshou branch. Just as Ling Yi stepped through the door, several figures swooped in with a whoosh. Liena led the charge, her fiery red dress creating a fragrant breeze, her captivating peach blossom eyes wide with urgency and scrutiny. Ling Yi, you are finally back. Quickly tell me, what did that pretender Qinghe want with you? He didn't do anything to you, did he? She nearly let slip her disdain for the hypocrite, but caught herself. Shui Bing'er and Yi Lingling followed closely, their faces equally etched with concern. Yi Lingling anxiously scrutinized Ling Yi from head to toe, fearful he might be harmed in any way. Facing the three girls, each bearing expressions of gossip and worry, especially Liena's fierce demeanor indicating she would not tolerate any falsehoods, Ling Yi felt more exhausted than when dealing with Qinghe. He let out a grand yawn, rubbed his non-existent dark circles, and replied in an extremely dismissive and infuriating tone. Oh, it was nothing much. The Crown Prince merely invited me to chat, captivated by my extraordinary looks and demeanor, to admire my unparalleled beauty. As he spoke, he narcissistically stroked his chin, his gaze wandering. The air instantly thickened. Liena's urgency and concern seemed to hit pause, then slowly began to crack open, ultimately contorting into utter disbelief. She appeared to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, her eyes bulging wider than copper bells, pointing a finger at Ling Yi and exclaiming in a voice that almost shattered the ceiling. You think you're handsome? Just chatting, admiring your unparalleled beauty. She sprang around Ling Yi like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, scrutinizing him from all angles with the kind of gaze reserved for prehistoric beasts, then planted her hands on her hips and burst into an uproarious laugh. Ha ha, Ling Yi, how old are you? You're just a tiny child, barely past toddlerhood. You think you're a beauty? Where do you get that confidence? The more Liena spoke, the angrier she became, feeling that Ling Yi's excuse was a grave insult to her intelligence. Countless absurd thoughts raced through her mind, culminating in a hypothesis that sent chills down her spine. She gasped sharply, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with shock, in a hushed yet vibrant tone of scandalous revelation. She exclaimed, "Oh my! Could it be that Prince Qinghe has a penchant for young boys? Is he a pedophile who favors delicate little faces like yours?" Her voice echoed through the spacious hall, each word resonating like thunderclaps. The nearby Xiaoyu, unable to contain herself while drinking water, sputtered and choked, her face turning crimson. Yin, just entering, nearly stumbled at the absurdity of her words. Shui Bing'er and Yi Lingling stood momentarily frozen, with Shui Bing'er's usually composed face cracking for the first time, while Yi Lingling blushed furiously. Ling Yi felt 3 distinct lines of black frustration form on his forehead. Gazing at this woman with a wildly imaginative mindset and no filter, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of exasperation. A pedophile? Liena, has your brain been scratched by a ghostly spirit cat? Ling Yi inwardly roared, feeling his reputation was facing a catastrophic assault. Nana, Xiaoyu, finally managing to stop her coughing, her face still flushed, quickly interjected, her voice tinged with helplessness and a touch of embarrassment. Mind your words. You're a lady. Have some decorum. Liena, realizing she may have gone too far, sheepishly lowered her hands but continued to glare at Ling Yi, muttering under her breath. Then why didn't he just tell the truth? Who believes that Qinghe summoned him merely to admire his looks and chat? There must be a conspiracy. Ling Yi rolled his eyes dramatically, retorting with irritation. Believe what you want. I'm perfectly fine, and the Crown Prince even praised my appearance as uplifting. EW. Liena exaggeratedly rubbed her arms, making a face of disgust, becoming even more suspicious. Finally, sweeping against her composure, gently massaging her temples. Determined to put an end to this increasingly ludicrous farce, she approached Ling Yi, scrutinizing him closely to confirm his well-being, and softly said, Ling Yi, I'm relieved you're all right. However, the Crown Prince's sudden summons is rather peculiar. Exercise caution. Yi Lingling, blushing, nodded in agreement. Yes, Ling Yi, be careful. Ling Yi, witnessing the concern in Shui Bing'er and Yi Lingling's eyes, felt a measure of comfort. He nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm aware of my situation. Can I tell you that Qinghe is actually one of us? Deep within the opulent chambers of the Crown Prince, Qinghe had transformed back into her true form. Qian Renxue, her face adorned with a silk essence mask retrieved from Ling Yi's blind box. The cool, smooth sensation enveloped her face, imbued with a faint, indecipherable herbal fragrance. Initially, she intended to examine this beauty product, but on a whim, she applied it, reasoning that no one would see her. Ugh, this feels strange. Qian Renxue mused, unconsciously pressing her fingertips against the chilly mask. To distract herself from the odd sensation, she picked up the book, Tang San's Adventures, also from Liena's blind box. Bored to tears, she grimaced in disdain. A story about a country bumpkin? What could possibly be interesting? As the heir to the empire, she dealt with significant state affairs daily and had no time for such trivialities. It was merely a piece of junk that Ling Yi had forced upon her to cover his lie. She flipped through the pages, intending to skim it briefly before discarding it. The pages rustled as her indifferent gaze wandered over the childish text. Holy Soul Village, Blacksmith Shop, Master Su Yuntao, Soul Awakening. Wait a moment. Qian Renxue's fingers froze mid-flip. Holy Soul Village, Nodding City, Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao. These names and places feel too real. They are not fictional, especially the words Spirit Hall, which struck her like a needle, piercing through her apathy. Coincidence? A hint of unease stirred within her, her brows knitting together as her fingers instinctively tightened around the pages. She steeled herself to read on. Blue Silvergrass, Useless Martial Soul, Innate Full Soul Power. Qian Renxue's expression grew serious. An innate full soul power with a useless martial soul? This combination itself seems eerie. Then she stumbled upon the words dual martial souls. And then there was that name, Haotian Hammer, which caused his pupils to constrict suddenly. Boom! It resounded in her mind like thunderclaps in the stillness. Qian Renxue abruptly sat upright on the brocade couch, her facial mask nearly slipping off due to her sudden movement. Haotian Hammer, that legendary weapon spirit that had vanished for over a decade, once striking fear into the hearts of the Wuhuan Hall, the unparalleled spirit of the world. It appeared in the tale of this rural lad. Moreover, was it a twin spirit? Her breathing quickened instantaneously. An ominous premonition coiled around her heart like a cold serpent. She could no longer console herself with mere coincidence. Almost holding her breath, driven by a near-horrific curiosity, she frantically turned the pages. Her gaze scanned each line of text like a scanning device. The nodding Junior Soul Master Academy truly exists. The work-study student system is indeed accurate. Soft-bone rabbit spirit, Master Yu Xiaojiang. This name struck her like a bolt of lightning. The theoretical genius, yet practically inept. Alongside that woman, the Pope, a complex array of emotions flickered in Qian Renxue's eyes. Then, she beheld Shrek Academy, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Ningrongrong, Ningrongrong. Xueqinghe gasped in disbelief. Wasn't she the beloved disciple of Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Even their names were identical. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. This is not merely a novel. A terrifying thought sprouted wildly in her mind like rampant weeds. Could this be the autobiography of that lad, named Tang San? But how could it possibly appear within a blind box reward? She suddenly recalled Ling Ye's words. No item drawn from a blind box is without value. Could it be that this book is the most precious reward among all the blind box items today? It contains not just power, but the future. This notion rendered her icy, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. She could no longer care about the absurdity of the slipping mask, nor about her demeanor. She nearly lunged at the pages, her gaze hunting like a starving wolf. She needed to verify. She sought out more crucial information. Her fingers turned pale from the force she exerted as she feverishly flipped through the pages, her eyes skimming over the star-doe forest, the man-faced demon spider, the external spirit bone, 8 spider lances, Duga bow, the ice and fire yongyin eyes. Time seemed to freeze. Qian Renxue remained bent over the book, motionless. The only sounds in the chamber were her increasingly heavy and hurried breaths, alongside the faint rustle of the dampened pages. She saw it. She witnessed the soul-hunting operations of the Wuhuan Hall. She observed the destruction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. She saw her mother, the Pope Bibi Dong, the deep-seated resentment buried within her. The painful past tainted by the insidious Da Kank Sunji depicted her twisted hatred and ambition. Then, she saw herself. She saw how her schemes and infiltrations in Heaven-Do were thwarted by this Tang San, how she developed complex feelings towards that lad named Tang San. She even foresaw her ultimate defeat at his hands. She witnessed her mother sacrificing herself to save her, and her grandfather, Qian Douluo, offering himself to activate the angel god's trial ultimately. Chapter 31. Young Master? Mother, it turns out. Qian Renxue's throat felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, emitting a hoarse, mournful cry akin to an injured beast. Tears surged forth unbidden, instantly blurring her vision, dripping onto the yellowed pages as overwhelming sorrow, fury, and an incredulous sense of absurdity engulfed her. It turned out that behind her mother's cold detachment lay such unbearable, heart-wrenching memories, and she had harbored feelings for the very enemy responsible for her mother's demise. Tang San. This name slipped from her lips like the most venomous curse, imbued with towering hatred and unending chill. The figure within the book, who ultimately ascended to godhood, now loomed before her as a testament to deep-seated vengeance. An utterly jarring thought surged uncontrollably amidst the emotional turmoil. Although Liena was enigmatic and greedy, producing a hodgepodge of items, at least they appeared somewhat pleasing, delicate, and endearing. No, not that. Xue Qinghe abruptly shook her head, forcing this incongruous thought away. Was this really the time for such musings? What horrified her further were the conclusions drawn from this tome. Both she and her mother had failed. The Wuhuan Hall had collapsed. Was this truly real or merely illusion? Qian Renxue slammed the book shut, as if the pages had burned her. Her body trembled violently, drenched in cold sweat that clung to her like a second skin, sending chills coursing through her. If all of this were indeed true, then this book was a prophecy, an apocalyptic revelation from the future. Liena, who are you truly? Peering into the future, foretelling destiny. Even deities might struggle to achieve such precision. Condensing the tumultuous changes of the coming decades, the entangled loves and hates, even the outcomes of divine wars into a single volume. Surely even gods cannot predict the future to such an extent. She slowly raised her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the opulent dome of the crown prince's palace, directed into the boundless void. Her fingertips absently caressed the rough paper of the adventures of Tang San, which now felt like a branding iron against her skin. The name Liena rolled silently in her heart, laden with unprecedented complexity. It appeared that from our very first meeting, no, even earlier, you had already seen through my every guise, comprehending my true identity as Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue's voice emerged low and hoarse, resonating within the stillness of the chamber, imbued with a resolute determination, as if declaring war against some unseen presence. Since you have delivered this prophecy to me through the blind box, she sprang to her feet, the traces of her tears having long since dried, leaving only cold remnants. There must be a purpose to this. Qian Renxue's gaze sharpened like a blade, flickering with the light of resolution. This was no longer a desperate prophecy, but a warning. It was the key to altering my future. Her eyes instantly locked onto the silver gel within the soul guide, emitting faint spatial fluctuations, the Doppelganger artifact. Doppelganger Qian Renxue, she murmured to herself. A bold yet nearly mad plan forming rapidly in her mind, swiftly becoming clear and feasible. The identity of Xue Qinghe from the Heaven Do Empire has shackled me for too long. In the past, she had to constantly play the role of the crown prince, treading on thin ice, fearful of any misstep. But now, with this doppelganger, it was time to break free from these shackles. An astonishing light erupted in Qian Renxue's eyes. No longer hesitating, she focused her thoughts, and the silver, creature-like, slightly writhing gel artifact appeared in her palm. Its cool touch, imbued with a peculiar elasticity. Following the information conveyed by the artifact, Qian Renxue concentrated, dividing a strand of pure soul power and a thread of clear, original will, infusing them into the gel. Buzz! The silver gel suddenly burst forth in a gentle, yet intense radiance. It seemed to come alive, writhing violently in Qian Renxue's palm, stretching and expanding. The light grew increasingly bright, illuminating the entire chamber in a silvery hue. Qian Renxue held her breath, fixated on the spectacle. The brilliance lasted for approximately 10 breaths before abruptly receding like a receding tide. When the light dissipated, another version of herself stood boldly before Qian Renxue. An identical visage of unparalleled beauty, the same golden hair, the same ice-blue eyes. Even the creases of the plain, white nightgown she wore were indistinguishable. She stood there quietly, her breath composed and steady, her gaze clear, imbued with a hint of nascent innocence, yet containing a soul imprint and thought pattern entirely consistent with her essence. Qian Renxue, the original, inhaled sharply, despite her prior mental preparation. Witnessing another self standing vividly before her evoked a dual shock to her senses that left her heart trembling. Instinctively, she circled around her doppelganger, extending a finger to gently touch the warm, delicate cheek of her other self. The sensation was indistinguishable from her own skin. She unleashed her spiritual power to meticulously probe the aura, the fluctuations of soul energy, and even the subtle frequencies emitted from the essence of her spirit, all perfectly aligned with her own, were it not for her clear perception as the creator of that soul connection. She might have struggled to discern which was the true self. Remarkable! Qian Renxue could not suppress her soft exclamation, her eyes filled with awe and ecstasy. I cannot differentiate even myself. This doppelganger is astonishingly perfect. It is not merely a puppet, but rather another self endowed with independent agency, sharing all my wisdom and memories. Excellent. Truly splendid. Qian Renxue quelled her excitement. She approached her doppelganger, her intent shifting, and through the invisible soul connection, issued a command: transform into Shui Qinghe. The hint of innocence in the doppelganger's eyes instantly faded, replaced by a demeanor of grace and depth befitting an exalted being. Her body's contours and facial structure began to undergo subtle yet intricate adjustments under the influence of soul energy. Her height increased slightly, her shoulders broadened. An Adam's apple became visible, and her facial lines grew more resolute and handsome. Within just a few breaths, an image of Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, appeared before Qian Renxue, indistinguishable from the original. In the original work, the transformation process was never explained. When her identity was exposed, it was a direct change from Shui Qinghe to Qian Renxue. Perfect. Qian Renxue, the original, could not refrain from applauding in admiration. With this doppelganger, the role of Shui Qinghe would no longer be a shackle for her. She could finally liberate herself from this prison. Listen, Qian Renxue, the original, spoke with an undeniable authority, addressing her doppelganger Shui Qinghe. From this moment forth, you are Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Take residence in the crown prince's palace. Manage all state affairs. Maintain relations with various parties, and act according to our established plans. Do not reveal your identity unless there are major upheavals or my direct orders. Should any indecision or unusual circumstances arise, inform me immediately through our mental connection. Yes, my essence, the doppelganger Shui Qinghe replied with a slight bow, her movements, demeanor, and voice indistinguishable from the true Shui Qinghe, her eyes filled with absolute obedience. Gazing at the prince before her, a figure so lifelike it could easily deceive. A profound sense of relief and empowerment surged within Qian Renxue. The immense boulder named Shui Qinghe that had weighed heavily upon her heart for years was finally lifted. She inhaled deeply and turned toward the inner sanctum of her chamber. She shed the plain white nightgown belonging to Shui Qinghe, as if casting off a heavy disguise. From her soul guide device, she retrieved a simple yet exquisitely crafted outfit, changing into it. Her golden hair was deftly secured with a jade hairpin, revealing a smooth, full forehead and an elongated neck. Standing before a grand, full-length mirror, the reflection no longer showed the gentle prince but a stunning woman, her brows exuding heroism, eyes sharp as an eagle, radiating overwhelming confidence and resolute brilliance. This was her, the heir to the angel god, the master of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue. Her gaze swept over the book lying quietly on the embroidered couch, The Adventures of Tang San, her expression icy and determined. Mother, grandfather, Qian Renxue murmured to herself, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The conclusion penned within these pages shall never repeat itself. When Tang San's name was mentioned, only a chilling resentment and boundless battle intent remained in her eyes. Your adventures end here. The name Liena rolled off her tongue, imbued with profound inquiry and an ineffable complexity. No matter who you are or where you hail from, thank you for revealing these truths to me. Qian Renxue's fingers gently brushed the rough cover of the Adventures of Tang San, feeling as if she could sense the blood, tears, and the cold trajectory of fate flowing behind the words. The truth struck like a poison blade, piercing her past perceptions, igniting within her the fierce flame of defiance against destiny. The name Tang San churned within her, steeped in chilling resentment. At this moment, he must still be huddled within the so-called Shrek Academy. Yet that man lurked in the shadows, protecting him. Tang Hao, the man who had vanished for over a decade. Bearing the title of the youngest Title Douluo, the Hao Qian Douluo, the book explicitly recorded that he still stood guard beside Tang San, serving as his greatest talisman in the early stages. An unknown state of the Hao Qian Douluo was not something she could easily destabilize with her current strength. Armed only with a snake spear and a porcupine, acting rashly could not only lead to failure, but also provoke a reckless retaliation from Tang Hao. I must not be hasty. Qian Renxue inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the impulse to eliminate Tang San immediately. Haste makes waste. To deal with this little pest, patience was essential. As was leveraging power, a clear and ruthless plan rapidly took shape in her mind. Porcupine. Qian Renxue's voice regained the chilling authority and coldness of the master. Present. The porcupine doll, Xixue, emerged silently from the shadows, bowing to heed her command. Qian Renxue grasped the crucial book, The Adventures of Tang San, and handed it over to Xixue with utmost reverence. Her gaze was incredibly serious, imbued with undeniable weight. This matter concerns the existence of the Spirit Hall, and the future of the Pope and myself. You must set out immediately and return to Spirit City with utmost speed. Ensure that this book is delivered personally into the hands of the Pope. Remember, personally, do not let anyone know the contents of this book along the way. There must be no missteps. Her words trailed off, but her icy gaze conveyed everything. The porcupine Douluo accepted the seemingly ordinary tome with both hands, feeling the unprecedented gravity behind the Master's words, a chill running through his heart. Though he was unaware of the book's specific contents, the Master's concern for its significance, even invoking the words of existence and demise, rendered its importance self-evident. I swear on my life, I will personally present this to the Pope. Xixue solemnly replied, carefully stowing the book within his closest soul guide. Excellent. Qian Renxue nodded slightly and continued, additionally, send word to my grandfather, informing him that I no longer need to impersonate Xue Qing'e. Matters of Tiando will be handled by my substitute. She paused, detailing the origin of the doppelganger tool to Xixue, ensuring he understood the intricacies involved. Her grandfather would grasp the underlying significance. Understood. Xixue committed the message to memory. Snake Spear. Qian Renxue turned her gaze toward another guardian. Present. The Snake Spear Douluo, Shilong, also emerged promptly. You will remain in Tiando City. Qian Renxue's voice carried a chilling malice. From today onward, your sole task is to lurk near Xue Qing'e, the doppelganger, but do not reveal yourself easily. Keep a close watch on one person. Shrek Academy, Tang San. She articulated the name clearly, instructing him to gather all information about his movements and seek opportunities when he is alone. Once the timing is ripe, and you confirm that Tang Hao is not by his side, or you're absolutely certain without needing to consult, strike swiftly and eliminate him. Remember, it must be clean and without a trace. Understood. Master, go. Qian Renxue waved her hand. Xixue and Shilong bowed once more, their figures merging with the shadows, each executing their respective missions. Liena. Qian Renxue silently echoed this name in her heart, her eyes glimmering with an unwavering determination. From tomorrow onward, every single blind box shall be mine. The next day, early morning, an uninvited guest arrived at the Spirit Hall S branch. She donned a perfectly tailored attire in a delicate moon-white hue, accentuating her tall and graceful figure. Her golden hair flowed like molten gold, elegantly secured by a simple jade hairpin, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a long, graceful neck. Her beauty was exquisite and beyond reproach. Yet what was most breathtaking was the innate nobility and authority that radiated from her brows, as if she transcended all beings, combined with the depth and sharpness in her ice-blue eyes, reminiscent of an ancient, frigid pool. She stood there silently, causing the very air in the grand hall to feel as though it had momentarily solidified. It was none other than Qian Renxue. Chapter 32. The unfortunate Qian Renxue, who is that? Liena, who was practicing in a corner of the hall, instantly became alert, her charming gaze replaced by a cold scrutiny. The others, Xiaoyu, Shui, Binger, Yi Lingling, also gathered cautiously, eyeing the powerful, uninvited stranger. Bishop Salas, who had been seated at the main table attending to documents, raised his head upon hearing the commotion. When his gaze met Qian Renxue's face and the unique insignia of her guards, he was momentarily taken aback, then his pupils constricted, and his expression transformed into one of utmost respect and fear. He rushed to Qian Renxue's side, bowing deeply, his voice trembling with excitement. "I am Salas, your subordinate. I did not expect your esteemed presence. I am guilty of failing to welcome you properly. Your subordinate." Liena, Xiaoyu, and the others were momentarily stunned. As if struck by a thunderbolt, their minds blank. They watched in shock as the usually authoritative Bishop Salas, who seldom regarded even the Tiendo royal family with much esteem, bowed humbly like a servant, referring to her as young master. The young master of the Spirit Hall? Who? This enchanting woman before them, who appeared hardly older than they, was the young master? When did the Spirit Hall have a young master? Just as their astonishment mounted, the light in the hall dimmed slightly, and two figures emerged like phantoms, Elder Ju Douluo and Elder Gay Douluo. The entrance of the two Title Douluos further intensified the oppressive atmosphere. However, what left Liena and the others nearly speechless was that these two also bowed respectfully before the golden-haired woman. "We are Yueguan and Gueme, your subordinates, paying our respects. Young master." Their voices resonated with unwavering reverence. Boom! The younger generation present, Liena, Xiaoyu, Yin, Shui, Binger, Yi Lingling, were collectively petrified. "You Douluo, Gue Douluo." They too bowed before her, addressing her as young master. The identity of this woman was incomprehensibly exalted. Who exactly was she? Qian Renxue appeared indifferent to the astonishment surrounding her, as if it were entirely expected. Her gaze swept over the two elders and Salas, her voice cool and commanding. "Rise." "Thank you, young master." The three finally stood, hands at their sides in respectful stance. Qian Renxue's gaze did not linger on the younger generation for even a second. She turned directly to Salas, instructing, "Salas, from today onward, I will take residence here. Arrange for me a quiet courtyard." Her tone was unassuming, yet carried the inherent pressure of one in authority. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately and ensure the best courtyard is prepared." Salas replied fastidiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Moreover, Qian Renxue's gaze finally shifted towards the interior of the hall, as if penetrating through walls to locate a certain someone who was lazily sleeping. "Bring Ling Yi to me at once. I have important matters to discuss with him." At the mention of Ling Ye's name, a subtle yet profound shift seemed to flicker in her otherwise icy blue eyes. "Yes, I shall summon him right away." Salas did not dare delay, hastening to fulfill her command. Liena and the others watched as Qian Renxue, flanked by Salas and the two Douluos, strode towards the inner hall like a sovereign surveying her domain. It was only after her figure vanished that they seemed to break free from their stupor. "Young master?" Liena's voice was laced with incredulity. "Who is she? How could Ling Yi possibly know such a prominent figure?" Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "This is no trivial matter. It likely pertains to the highest secrets of the Spirit Hall." Yin scratched his head, bewildered. "Young master? Could she be the Pope's?" "Silence," Xiaoyu immediately reprimanded. Yet within their hearts, the tempestuous speculation had already taken root. In a secluded room deep within the hall, temporarily cleared for quietude, Ling Yi yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes, summoned by Salas. As he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of Qian Renxue seated regally in the main chair, observing him with an unwavering gaze. Their eyes locked. Ling Yi, drowsy and confused, Qian Renxue, with a queenly scrutinizing expression. The air seemed to thicken, with only the sound of Ling Ye's uncontrollable yawn echoing starkly in the silence. Salas, understanding the gravity of the moment, discreetly bowed and exited, closing the door behind him, leaving the two to gaze at each other in silence. Ling Yi, feeling somewhat uneasy under Qian Renxue's penetrating gaze, scratched his head, attempting to break the silence. "Good morning, young master. You want to see me?" he still tried to feign ignorance. Ignoring his ramblings, Qian Renxue's ice-blue eyes, like the most precise probes, fixed intently on him. Her lips parted slightly. "Ling Yi, you have known all along, haven't you?" Ling Yi blinked, appearing bewildered and innocent. "Huh? Known what?" "Young master, your words are too profound. I'm too young to comprehend." His acting could rival that of a seasoned actor. A cold smile curved Qian Renxue's lips, her body leaning slightly forward, an invisible pressure enveloping the room. "Still pretending? The book Tang San's adventures, its contents, and my true identity." Her voice was not raised, yet each word struck Ling Ye's heart like a hammer. "The book was extracted from your blind box spirit, so you must be aware of all it contains, including the future events yet to unfold." Ling Ye's weariness and confusion instantly froze on his face. What? She really read it and believed it? Panic surged within him, realizing that his act of ignorance was futile. Observing the rapid shifts in Ling Ye's expression, Qian Renxue felt a surge of certainty. Her gaze, complex and layered, softened slightly as she addressed him, the icy interrogation in her tone thawing to reveal a hint of unrecognized emotion. "Regardless of everything, Ling Yi, I must thank you." Her voice lowered, carrying a weighty tone, as if she had shed a heavy burden only to take on an even graver mission. "Thank you for revealing those harsh truths to me, for helping me see who my enemies are and who deserves my protection." Ling Yi, noting the profound pain and resolve in Qian Renxue's eyes, sighed inwardly. It seemed the impact of that book on her was far greater than he had imagined. He nodded earnestly. "No need to thank me. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. Now that you've read the book, what do you plan to do?" He was curious how this master of fate intended to alter her destiny. What to do? Qian Renxue's gaze ignited with a fierce light, her intent clear and lethal. "Naturally, I shall rewrite the conclusions within that book. Tang Sa must die. Tang Hao must die. All obstacles in the path of the Spirit Hall must be obliterated." She abruptly stood, her overwhelming aura causing the air in the quiet room to tremble. "However, my current strength is insufficient. The realm of Title Douluo is still a long way off. I require power, the kind of power that can crush everything and alter fate." Her eyes blazed like tangible flames, searing into Ling Ye's face. "Thus, Ling Yi, from this day forth, I shall claim every single one of your blind boxes. Each and every one, day by day, must belong to me." Ling Yi nearly choked on his own saliva. He widened his eyes, gazing at the imposing young master before him, who exuded an air of dominance and appeared intent on monopolizing everything. It was as if he were witnessing a wealthy patron from a past life, one who spent lavishly in games. "No, absolutely not." Ling Yi shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the very thought. "Young master, your soul power is far too high. I have only reached level 30. Think about it. Yesterday when you opened the mystery boxes, were those soul power rewards of any use to you? Essentially none. Why? Because your level is too elevated. Your foundation is too robust. The reward from the mystery boxes are determined by the combined levels of the opener and my host. And since your level is so high, the items you receive offer limited enhancement, wasting precious probabilities instead. Once I level up and my soul power increases, the quality of the items I can open will rise as well, thus benefiting you more. This is what we call sustainable development. Do you understand?" Qian Renxue furrowed her brows tightly. Ling Ye's words were not without merit. The meager soul power obtained from those boxes yesterday was indeed akin to a mere trinket for her. If Ling Yi were to level up, could it be true that the quality of the mystery boxes would improve? But to let the opportunity for divine soul rings, self-created soul skills, or even the formidable Xintian Gong slip away right before her eyes. Absolutely impossible. Oof. Qian Renxue snorted coldly, her formidable aura once again enveloping Ling Yi. With her eloquence, how could this young master be so easily deceived? The most she would concede would be half. She extended 5 delicate fingers, as if to convey that she was already making a significant concession. Every day, the young master would open half of all the mystery boxes. As for the remainder, do as you wish. Ling Yi stared at the 5 fingers before him, representing half of the total, then glanced at Qian Renxue's threatening expression that promised dire consequences should she be refused. He quickly calculated in his mind. Half. Perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, The number of mystery boxes he gathered daily was not insignificant. Giving her half would still leave him with plenty. Moreover, should she open something good, he could also benefit from a portion. Most importantly, this young master was clearly in a fervent state. If he continued to haggle, she might resort to force. Ling Yi prudently agreed. Qian Renxue let out a cold snort, begrudgingly satisfied with the outcome. With a wave of her hand, she commanded in an undeniable tone, "What are you waiting for? Let's begin. The young master wishes to open today's mystery boxes." Reluctantly, Ling Yi, under the intense gaze of Qian Renxue, complied and began to channel his soul power. With a mere thought, 15 mystery boxes radiating a mysterious aura materialized. Perfectly aligned in the center of the quiet room, Qian Renxue's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if she were beholding rare treasures. Taking a deep breath, she extended her delicate finger, tapping the first mystery box with a sense of ceremony and anticipation. As the lid opened, a faint golden stream of soul power wafted out and entered Qian Renxue's body. A barely perceptible frown crossed her brow. Just a hint of soul power? No matter. This is only the first. She unhesitatingly pointed to the second box. The light dissipated, revealing another meager hint of soul power. Qian Renxue's expression dimmed slightly, but she remained composed. It was merely bad luck. The third box opened, yielding a hint of soul power. The fourth, a hint of soul power. The fifth, yet another hint of soul power. The sixth, still a hint of soul power. Qian Renxue's stunning visage began to show cracks in her previously serene facade. In her ice-blue eyes, the flame of expectation was overshadowed by a cloud of irritation. Her movements, once graceful and composed, became hurried, even tinged with frustration. The seventh, open. The light faded, revealing a hint of soul power. The eighth, open again. The light dissipated, revealing yet another hint of soul power. Boom! An explosive rage erupted within Qian Renxue's chest, akin to a volcanic eruption, as the young master of the spirit hall, a descendant of the angelic god. What had she ever endured such mockery? 8 consecutive boxes, all yielding that damned, negligible hint of soul power. This was more intolerable than receiving a box of instant noodles. It was a challenge to her very limits of patience. Liena, Qian Renxue whipped around, her ice-blue eyes seemingly ablaze with the fires of hell, locking onto Ling Yi, who was watching the spectacle and desperately stifling laughter from the side. Her voice sliced through the air like a gale from the depths of the abyss, filled with murderous intent and overwhelming resentment. "You, explain, yourself." "Oh no, this lady is truly enraged." Ling Yi's mind raced with alarm. Explain? How could he possibly explain this? Could he attribute her poor luck to mere chance? But that young master's luck, it's purely a matter of chance. "You see, yesterday you opened a divine soul ring," he babbled incoherently, attempting to soothe her while subtly edging toward the door. "Luck." Qian Renxue's voice escalated, laced with a furious sense of betrayal. 8 consecutive hints of soul power as luck. "Ling Yi, are you mocking me?" Seeing the icy fire in Qian Renxue's eyes transform into a tangible threat of attack, Ling Yi made an immediate decision to flee. The wind howled. Ling Yi let out a panicked cry, disregarding all semblance of dignity as he infused his legs with soul power, slipping toward the door of the quiet room with astonishing speed, faster than he usually gathered mystery boxes. "You, stop!" Qian Renxue trembled with rage, a concentrated beam of holy light forming at her fingertips. But Ling Yi was too swift, leaving behind only a hasty silhouette and the sound of the door slamming shut. "Damn it!" Qian Renxue glared at the closed door, the holy light at her fingertips striking a nearby chair with a resounding crash. In an instant, the costly rosewood chair was reduced to splinters. Her chest heaved violently, her exquisite face flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth and growled. "Ling Yi, you wait. This matter is far from over." Chapter 33. The mutation of the martial spirit in the hall. Liena and others were still buzzing with gossip about the young master's identity, the atmosphere charged with tension and intrigue. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the quiet room was flung open. Ling Yi burst forth like a rabbit chased by hounds, rolling and scrambling, his face marked with lingering terror. "That scared me to death." Ling Yi panted, clutching his chest. "Ling Yi, what happened?" The young master Liena immediately approached. her peach blossom eyes filled with curiosity and delight at his misfortune. Don't mention it. I can't deal with being unlucky. Ling Yi waved his hand, his face a mask of frustration. Kulme, Kulme, just in time. With a sudden radiant smile, as if the earlier chaos had never occurred, he announced, "We still have the remaining mystery boxes to share. Let us open them quickly. If we wait too long, that lady might snatch them away." As he spoke, he deftly gathered his soul power once more. Buzz. 7 shimmering mystery boxes appeared in the center of the hall. Qian Renxue had opened 8, leaving 7. Ling Yi, how generous. Yin was the first to leap forward, eager to seize the opportunity. At least you have a bit of conscience. Liena replied with feigned aloofness, her eyes sparkling as they fixed on the mystery boxes. Xiaoyu, Shui Binger, and Yi Lingling also gathered around, their eyes brimming with anticipation. As per tradition, who goes first? Ling Yi rubbed his hands together, eager to see how luck favored the others today. More importantly, his chance to gain rewards was at hand. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. That violent blonde girl was far too dangerous. If he did not subdue her, he would have no peaceful days ahead. Ling Yi's resolve ignited with fervor to conquer Qian Renxue, starting with leveling up. Of course, I'll go first, Liena declared without hesitation. The lid opened. Liena exclaimed in delight, feeling the surge of soul power within her. My soul power is increasing. Level 37. Her face flushed with excitement. Her peach blossom eyes sparkling with allure, she blew a kiss at Ling Yi. Little Ling Yi, sister loves you. Next, it's my turn. Yin eagerly rushed forward to open the mystery box. I leveled up too. I'm at level 40 now. What a thrill. He excitedly waved his fists, his entire being ablaze with joyful flames. Xiaoyu, observing both his sister and Yan's advancements, felt a flicker of anticipation. Calmly, he stepped forward and activated the 3rd mystery box. As the lid opened, an arcane stream of information instantly flowed into his mind. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Utilizing strength against strength, a clever technique that employs minimal effort to achieve great results. Masterful in controlling and capturing objects. Unparalleled in its finesse. Xiaoyu's body trembled slightly as he closed his eyes to absorb the knowledge. When he reopened them, a brilliant light shone within. His hands instinctively grasped the air, as if an invisible current was drawn towards him. He turned to Ling Yi, his eyes brimming with shock and elation. Such exquisite techniques in capturing. Ling Yi, thank you. Ling Yi watched this scene, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is the controlling the crane and capturing the dragon truly this remarkable? It seems like Xiaoyu is rapidly depleting the benefits of this mystery box system. Could it possibly be a system designed solely to strip the protagonists of their fortunes? Next, it was Shui Binger's turn. A hint of tension flickered across her cool visage as she opened the 4th mystery box. As the lid lifted, a gentle blue light emanated, enveloping her with an essence of enhanced potential. Shui Binger shivered slightly, feeling the resonance and augmentation from within her soul rings. Her icy eyes sparkling with delight. All my soul rings have increased their age by 300 years. My first soul ring is purple now. With that, she unleashed her soul rings, exclaiming, "Purple, purple, purple." Yi Lingling approached, her gaze filled with envy, and opened the 5th mystery box. The lid opened silently. In an instant, a dazzling blue and gold brilliance intertwined and burst forth. Streams of information surged into Yi Lingling's mind, her delicate face instantly adorned with an expression of incredulous joy. Hee. Pardon me, everyone. Yet another self-created soul skill. Again, a self-created soul skill. Yin was the first to exclaim, his eyes nearly popping out, filled with raw envy and jealousy. Lingling, your luck is simply outrageous. How many is this now? Is this self-created soul skill as common as cabbage? Why does it only happen to you? What about me? Yin felt like a forgotten soul. A complex expression flickered across Xiaoyu's face. His sister, Liena, had gained a power boost. He had acquired controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Shui Binger had upgraded her soul rings. And now Yi Lingling had obtained a formidable soul skill. The frequency and specificity of these self-created skills were indeed astonishing, as if an unseen hand was orchestrating it all. He glanced at the innocent-looking Ling Yi beside him, his doubts deepening. Shui Binger, with genuine admiration on her cool face, congratulated, "Congratulations, Lingling. Yi Lingling felt a bit shy under everyone's gazes. Her cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "Thank you, everyone. I didn't expect this either." Liena and the others chimed in. Only 2 boxes left. The group's focus returned to the last 2 boxes, then collectively turned to Liena. "Recently, you've been the most fortunate. I have the soul guide. As for Lingling and the others, their luck is extraordinary. And your brother with that dark wind face. He has a plethora of self-created soul skills, including the controlling the dragon and flying crane. So the last 2 are yours to open." Yan earnestly stated. "That's right, Sister Na. You should go ahead. Shui Bing smiedet in agreement. At least you all have conscience." Liena proudly lifted her chin, but the eagerness in her eyes betrayed her. Approaching Yi Lingling, she suddenly took her hand, which had just revealed the divine skill, and pretended to rub it for good luck, chanting, "Bestow upon me your fortune. Share your luck with me." Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected action, her face turning even redder, yet she did not pull away, merely smiling with pursed lips. Everyone watched Liena's superstitious antics, struggling to suppress their laughter. Ling Yi rolled his eyes, internally scoffing. "Superstition won't save a poor soul, sister." After her ritual for luck, Liena felt a surge of confidence. She approached the 6th mystery box, took a deep breath, and with a determined spirit to defy fate, pressed down firmly. Boom! Ah! Liena could not contain a high-pitched and exhilarating cry, her voice resonating with sheer delight and empowerment. She felt as though countless barriers within her had been forcefully breached by this torrent. Her soul power level soared like a rocket. Level 38. Level 39. 2 levels up in a row. Ha ha ha. Although I don't have soul skills or items like you all, I've still increased 3 levels in one day. What a thrill. Liena laughed heartily. The immense surge of soul power and Liena's triumphant laughter naturally reached the ears of a certain young master who was brooding. In the quiet chamber, Qian Renxue stared blankly at the empty soul power boxes, suddenly sensing the breakthrough fluctuations outside and the unmistakably arrogant laughter drifting in. Qian Renxue, crack. The priceless warm jade pendant she was toying with was instantly crushed into powder. Jealousy can distort one's appearance. Meanwhile, Liena's full attention was captivated by the final mystery box before her. Open it, Nana. Yan's boisterous voice echoed. Holding her breath, Liena opened the last mystery box. A sound almost imperceptible resonated. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no overwhelming waves of energy, only a thin card, palm-sized, its edges swirling with mysterious dark golden patterns, quietly resting at the bottom of the box. A card? Yan's expectations crumbled instantly, the stark contrast leaving his voice unsteady, filled with disbelief and disappointment. Just this? After all that, it's merely a piece of paper? He pointed at the card, skepticism lacing his tone. Lingye, is there something wrong with this mystery box? Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. Shui Binger's eyes flickered with subtle confusion, while Yi Lingling let out a soft "oh." Ling Yi bore a smile, his gaze calmly sweeping over the disappointment and doubt on everyone's faces, finally resting on the card in Liena's hand. He stepped forward and spoke slowly. Please, remain calm. This is not an ordinary piece of paper. It is known as a martial soul mutation card. Tear it, and your martial soul will undergo a transformation. Martial soul mutation? Liena's eyes widened as she lifted her gaze, her alluring eyes bursting with incredulous brilliance. Those 4 words struck every heart present like a thunderbolt. The martial soul is the foundation and glory of a soul master. To have an awakened martial soul mutate again? Unprecedented. Are you saying, if I tear it, it can transform? Liena's voice quivered slightly, an overwhelming joy mingled with a tinge of fear surging in her heart. Indeed, Ling Yi nodded. Tear this card, and your martial soul will break free from its inherent form, leaping into the unknown, possibly stronger realms. As for the outcome, whether fortune or misfortune, dragon or worm, it all depends on your own destiny. His tone was calm, yet each word resonated heavily in every heart. Nana, what are you waiting for? Yin was the first to react, his face flushed with excitement, nearly shouting, quick, tear it. Let us witness the spectacle. Yes, Nana. Such a rare opportunity, Xiaoyu added, barely concealing his eagerness, his gaze fervent. Under the intense scrutiny of their burning eyes, Liena took a deep breath, as if drawing in all her courage. The last shred of hesitation in her clear eyes was replaced by resolute determination. Her fingertips unleashed a sudden surge of soul power. Crack! A crisp and melodious shattering sound echoed, the dark golden card crumbling to pieces. Without any earth-shattering explosion, the fragments transformed into countless tiny golden specks, as delicate as stardust, swirling around her body with both gentleness and incredible speed the moment they departed from her fingertips. A suppressed gasp, laden with pain yet tinged with an odd delight, echoed clearly in everyone's ears. That sigh seemed to signal a sudden eruption of the golden stardust enveloping her, bursting forth with a more intense radiance, akin to myriad miniature suns igniting upon her surface, merging. Liena's body convulsed violently, lifted by an invisible force, hovering a mere inch above the ground. Within the brilliance, her figure began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The agonized murmur was swiftly supplanted by a deeper, more penetrating beastly roar. Her originally graceful silhouette was elongated and reshaped in the golden light, with an aura far more ancient, wilder, and alluring than before. Sweeping through the entire hall like an invisible tempest, a peculiar sweet fragrance permeated the air, mingling the heat of flames with the rich sweetness of exotic beasts, teasing the nerves of everyone present. As the light gradually dimmed, revealing her form, the hall fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of countless gasps. Liena remained suspended, yet her shape had been utterly transformed. The most striking change was behind her, no longer a mere single-tailed fox, but three elongated tails adorned with fur that burned like flames. They moved gracefully behind her, swaying lazily, each motion exuding a palpable pressure and an indescribable allure. Her figure seemed taller and more supple, as if every inch of her bones had been tempered. Her once fair skin now glimmered with a lustrous sheen, akin to the finest jade. She had succeeded, truly succeeded. Liena's voice trembled with disbelief, soon overwhelmed by an immense joy. She abruptly turned, her gaze fervently fixed on Ling Yi, who stood nearby, his eyes filled with admiration and satisfaction. In that moment, her excitement shattered all restraint. Like a fledgling swan diving into the forest, she leapt forward, and before Ling Yi could react, a resounding kiss was planted on his cheek. The soft, moist sensation left Ling Yi momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank. Liena, realizing what she had done, felt her fair cheeks bloom with a deep crimson, more vibrant than the tips of her foxtails. She instinctively took a step back, her gaze flitting away, too shy to meet Ling Yi's eyes. Muttering in a voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you, Ling Yi." Yet, her three mesmerizing tails swayed uncontrollably, betraying the tumult within her heart. Xiaoyu cleared his throat, disrupting the enchanting yet awkward atmosphere, a playful smile gracing his lips. Ahem, Nana, congratulations on your martial soul's evolution. However, shouldn't we attend to the main business? Yin eagerly chimed in, brushing aside the earlier incident, her fists cracking with excitement. Yes, yes. We must focus. The Four Elements Academy awaits us, along with the Qian Renxue Academy, and the Shunfeng and Leiting Academies are waiting for our visit, especially that Wen Xiaotian from Shunfeng Academy. I've heard he's quite arrogant, and it's the perfect opportunity for him to witness the prowess of our martial soul hall's golden generation. Chapter 34. Confrontation with Wen Xiaotian. Liena took a deep breath, suppressing the flush on her face and the flutter in her heart, her gaze sharpening with renewed determination. Indeed, our target is Shunfeng Academy. Let's depart. At Shunfeng Academy, in the martial arts arena, when Liena and her companions arrived in a flurry and proclaimed the name of the Martial Soul Hall's golden generation, the arena fell silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of noise moments later. Renowned for their speed, the students of Shunfeng Academy were a proud bunch, now faced with the illustrious reputation of the Martial Soul Hall's golden generation, filled with both tension and hostility. The mentor in charge of reception wore a grave expression, promptly dispatching someone to summon the Academy's dean and its strongest student, Wen Xiaotian. Before long, a tall, handsome young man with a rebellious air approached swiftly. He had short azure hair and sharp, eagle-like eyes, exuding an aura of vigor. He was Wen Xiaotian, the rising star of Shunfeng Academy. His gaze swept over Liena and the others, lingering momentarily on her stunning beauty, a flash of astonishment crossing his features before being replaced by fierce battle intent. "Friends from Martial Soul Hall, what brings you here from afar? Do enlighten us," Wen Xiaotian proclaimed, clasping his fists, his voice robust and neither submissive nor arrogant. As the representative, Seiyu stepped forward calmly. "I have long heard that the wind-based martial souls of Shunfeng Academy are unrivaled. We have come for an exchange of knowledge. The rules are simple, one-on-one, with points awarded. What do you say?" He emphasized the notion of exchange. Yet the sharpness in his eyes indicated that this was far from a mere friendly spar. A confident smile curled at Wen Xiaotian's lips. "I could not ask for more. Which of you will enlighten us first?" "I will." Yin could no longer contain herself. With a leap, she landed firmly in the center of the arena. Her crimson hair ablaze like fire, her eyes brimming with fervent battle spirit. "Martial Soul Hall, Yin. Martial Soul, Flame Lord, level 40 Battle Soul." She intended to announce her level, but, recalling that she had yet to obtain her 4th soul ring, swiftly amended her statement. Nonetheless, the powerful wave of soul energy she emanated was undeniable. "Shunfeng Academy, Wen Xiaotian, Martial Soul, Gale, Twin-Headed Wolf. Level 27 Battle Soul." Wen Xiaotian replied, 2 yellow soul rings materializing around him. The vast disparity in levels elicited gasps and murmurs of concern among the surrounding Shunfeng students. 27 against 40? Brother Xiaotian is taking a tremendous risk. That is the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall. Have faith in Brother Xiaotian. His self-created soul skill is formidable. Wen Xiaotian ignored the chatter, his gaze locked onto Yin. He could sense the terrifying heat and soul pressure radiating from her, yet his eyes held no trace of fear. Only an unquenchable fighting spirit. "Begin," commanded the Shunfeng mentor, acting as the temporary referee. First soul skill, Hell Lava Charge. Without hesitation, Yin unleashed a powerful assault. Her right fist slammed into the ground, and a torrent of molten lava surged forth like a roaring dragon, tearing through the earth with devastating heat, rushing towards Wen Xiaotian. The radiant glow of 3,000-year soul rings enveloped her, showcasing the terrifying power contained within. More crucially, a subtle yet potent enhancement from her affinity with the fire element elevated the temperature and impact of this soul skill beyond that of her peers. Faced with this devastating attack capable of instantly incapacitating an ordinary 3-ringed soul master, Wen Xiaotian's pupils constricted, yet his movements were ghostly quick. First soul skill, Gale Wings. In an instant, a pair of massive azure wings materialized behind him, flapping fiercely. The howling wind transformed Wen Xiaotian into a blur of blue light, narrowly skimming the searing lava's edge, leaving a fleeting afterimage that was consumed by the molten surge. The intense heat scorched his skin, yet he evaded the core impact, propelled by the extreme acceleration of his wind wings. "How swift," Liena observed, her eyes brightening. Seiyu nodded slightly. "Indeed, speed is his forte." You dodged once. Can you dodge a second time?" "Second soul skill, Granite Rock." Yen scoffed, her muscles swelling instantly, her skin encased in a thick layer of dark red rock armor, significantly enhancing her defense. Simultaneously, flames erupted from her fists, resembling 2 fiery hammers as she strode confidently towards Wen Xiaotian, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. She intended to crush him with pure strength and defense. Wen Xiaotian's expression turned serious. He knew he could not withstand this force head-on. He inhaled deeply, and his body suddenly began to whirl at an astonishing speed, moving in a peculiar rhythm. In the next moment, a low, resonant wolf howl escaped his lips, and his spinning form accelerated to an almost dizzying extent, transforming into a turquoise tornado. This was his true trump card, the self-created soul skill. 36 slashes of the Gale Wolf. Within that azure whirlwind, countless sharp azure blades of wind cascaded forth like a torrential downpour. These blades did not scatter aimlessly. Rather, they followed an arcane trajectory, layered upon one another like swiftly rotating serrated wheels, shrieking with a piercing sound as they hurtled towards Yen, who charged forward. "What?" Yan's expression shifted. He sensed the razor-sharp cutting power within those wind blades, as well as the terrifying lethality derived from Feng Xiaotian's rapid rotation and unique force application techniques. This was by no means an ordinary third soul skill. Boom! 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 The densely packed azure blades struck Yan's granite armor with ferocity, producing a cacophony of clashing metal and a continuous series of explosive sounds. The momentum of Yan's advance was abruptly halted, and the heavy rock armor was instantly marred with intricate, intersecting gashes, with debris scattering in all directions. The tremendous impact forced him to carve 2 deep furrows into the ground with his feet. The brilliance of Feng Xiaoyan's 36 slashes lay in the fact that the power of each strike was not evenly distributed. Rather, it was akin to crashing waves, with each successive slash borrowing the residual force and centrifugal energy from the preceding one, escalating in power and velocity with each strike. The later strikes were increasingly terrifying. Yan felt his arms tingle, the compounded force of the strikes reverberating through his armor, causing his blood to surge. He roared, activating his first and third soul rings simultaneously, as a tempestuous surge of fiery soul power erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. The Lord of Flames, the purple flame domain. A deep purple flame halo expanded violently around Yan. This was a manifestation of his enhanced control over fire, following an increase in his affinity for the fire element. Although it had not yet formed a true domain, it significantly elevated the concentration of surrounding fire elements and augmented his own firepower. As the halo passed, the air distorted violently, temperatures soared, and even the wind blades launched by Feng Xiaotian were rendered dim and deformed by the terrifying heat. Their potency diminished drastically. "Break for me." Yan clasped his fists together, conjuring a gigantic rocky fist engulfed in deep purple flames, resembling a falling meteor, with an aura that seemed capable of incinerating all in its path as it crashed towards the core of Feng Xiaoyan's spinning turquoise tornado. This was a violent amalgamation of power and elements. The wind blade tornado was shattered by this ferocious punch. Feng Xiaotian emitted a muffled groan, his body being propelled backward by the tremendous force. He struggled to adjust his posture midair, and upon landing, he staggered backward several steps before stabilizing himself, his complexion pale, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and the gale wings on his back becoming ethereal and unstable. Ultimately, the disparity in soul power was too great, no matter how exquisite his self-created soul skill was. It could hardly compensate for the vast gulf in soul power and the diminished potency of the wind blades under the suppression of the purple flame domain. In stark contrast, although Yan's rocky armor lay in ruins, appearing somewhat disheveled and his breath ragged from the exertion, he remained firmly planted, surrounded by swirling purple flames, exuding an aura of triumph. The outcome was clear. "Thank you for the lesson." Yan dissipated his soul power. Though victorious, his gaze towards Feng Xiaotian was no longer dismissive, but rather imbued with a newfound respect. That series of self-created slashes had caused him considerable trouble. On the sidelines, Liena, Xiaoyu, Ling Yi, along with Shui Bing'er and Yi Lingling, displayed unabashed astonishment and admiration in their eyes. This Feng Xiaotian was remarkable. Liena's lips parted slightly, her tone laced with admiration. At level 27, he can execute such an exquisite and powerful self-created soul skill. If not for the significant difference in soul power and Yan's unique fire amplification suppressing the blade's effectiveness, the outcome might have been uncertain. Xiaoyu's gaze was sharp as a blade as he spoke solemnly. This individual's understanding and application of wind far surpasses his level. That 36 slashes is not merely a combination of soul skills. It embodies unique techniques and methods of soul power manipulation, a testament to extraordinary genius. Given time to elevate his soul power, his future is boundless. In an instant, he had elevated Feng Xiaotian's value in his mind several notches. Feng Xiaotian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though defeated, he held his head high, his gaze still bright and unwavering. He clasped his hands towards Yan. His voice somewhat hoarse, yet resolute. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall lives up to its reputation. I, Feng Xiaotian, accept my defeat with grace. However, today's loss shall serve as a lesson for the future. This demeanor earned him even greater respect from Liena and the others. Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he proclaimed, "Brother Feng Xiaotian, your talent is commendable. When you have the time, feel free to visit the Spirit Hall branch to exchange insights." With that, he took his leave. In front of so many people, he refrained from directly recruiting him, knowing that for a combative individual, simply igniting his interest in seeking him out would suffice. He could then entice him with the allure of a blind box. Feng Xiaotian watched their departing figures, especially Yan's imposing and audacious silhouette. His clenched fists gradually relaxed, and a fiercer flame ignited within his eyes. This defeat served as a seed, deeply planted. He would remember the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Today's loss was not indicative of my inferiority. Within the same level, none of you are my match. A new day dawned. Just as everyone prepared to summon Ling Yi, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the Spirit Hall's gates. Spirit Hall, open the door. And that fellow named Yan. I've heard you're quite arrogant. I've come to see for myself. Yan's brow furrowed tightly. His initial anticipation for the new blind box quickly replaced by irritation. Who is it? How rude to call out so early in the morning, specifically seeking me out. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms, his temper flaring as he strode towards the door. I shall see which fool dares to cause a ruckus at the Spirit Hall. Xiaoyu's expression sharpened as he sheathed his moon blade and hastened to follow. Liena's eyes flickered with interest as she gracefully moved behind them. Shui Binger and Yi Lingling exchanged glances before quietly trailing behind. With a creak, the heavy bronze doors were slowly pulled open by the guards of the branch hall. Blinding sunlight poured in, clearly illuminating several figures at the entrance. Leading the charge was none other than Feng Xiaotian, who had been defeated by Yan the previous day. He had changed into a clean azure outfit. His complexion still somewhat pale, yet his eyes burned with a fiercer, more determined flame than the day before. His tightly pressed lips radiated defiance. The seed of defeat, now buried deep, had become the kindling for his resolve. Standing beside him were two youths, both possessing equally fiery red hair. The young man was tall and muscular. His sinewy arms crossed over his chest, with his crimson short hair standing upright like flames. His gaze was steady, emanating an air of unyielding pressure. He was the captain of the Blaze Academy, Huo Shuang. Beside him stood a girl who resembled a walking flame, exuding an aura that suggested she might explode at any moment. Her equally fiery long hair was styled into two vibrant ponytails, swaying slightly as she placed her hands on her hips, reminiscent of dancing flames. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with unabashed provocation and combativeness, resembling two flickering flames. Clad in form-fitting red leather armor that accentuated her youthful curves, she radiated a scorching heat. She was none other than the talented girl of the Blaze Academy, Huo Wu. Hey! Huo Wu stepped forward, her chin held high, her clear and resonant voice laced with audacity and a hint of gunpowder. Are you the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Which one is Yan? Step forward and let me take a look. Yan was already simmering with anger, and this brazen, unreserved summons ignited his temper further. He forcefully pushed aside the guards obstructing his path and strode confidently to the forefront, his chest puffed out, his voice booming louder than the fiery dance of flames. Reverberating through the air, I am he. And who might you be, little girl? Blocking the door and making a ruckus so early in the morning. Are you itching for a beating? He cast a sidelong glance at Feng Xiaotian, questioning what? Didn't you get enough of a thrashing yesterday? And today you've brought along a little firecracker to cheer you on? Little firecracker? Huo Wu bristled at this moniker, her brows knitting together in indignation, her ponytail seemingly on the verge of igniting. Listen well, I am Huo Wu of the Blaze Academy. I heard you defeated that useless Feng Xiaotian yesterday, and even dare to challenge both the Heavenly Water and the Heavenly Dough Academies? Such audacity! With her delicate fingers pointed assertively at Yan's nose, her movements swift and fiery, she declared, Today, I have come specifically to challenge you. Let us see just how formidable your so-called golden generation truly is. Do you dare accept the challenge? Chapter 35. Huo Wu instantaneously defeated Ha. Yan's anger turned into a mocking smile as he clenched his fists, crimson soul power surging around him, the temperature of the air rising sharply. Am I afraid of you? Come on. It's the perfect opportunity to stretch my limbs and show you what true flames are. I'll roast you. His soul power swirled around him, and he seemed ready to strike. The overwhelming heat emanating from him made Feng Xiaotian, who stood behind Huo Wu, furrow his brow, while Huo Shuang stepped forward, muscles tensed. Eyes locked on Yan, prepared to act at any moment. Just as the tension was about to ignite, a calm voice, like the sound of water droplets in a still pond, sliced through the heated atmosphere. Wait. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. Liena had appeared in the shadows of the corridor within the hall, approaching with measured steps. Clad in the standard black attire of the spirit hall, he stood tall, his expression tranquil, betraying no emotion. He reached Yan's side, resting a hand lightly on his shoulder, which was taut with power. Yan's surging soul power suddenly faltered, as if doused with invisible ice water, and the searing heat dissipated significantly. He turned in astonishment. Liena? His tone was filled with confusion and frustration. Liena's gaze did not settle on Yan, but rather drifted past him to the fiercely determined Huo Wu, then calmly swept over Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wu Shuang. Finally, his eyes landed on the group from the spirit hall, focusing on the one who had remained as serene as an ice lotus. Buyer, you take this match. As his words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the hall. Yan's mouth hung agape, his eyes wide. What? Liena, she specifically wants to fight me. He pointed at Huo Wu, his expression incredulous. Huo Wu was equally taken aback. Her intended target had been Yan, the one who had bested Feng Xiaotian. Why had the focus shifted? She cast a doubtful glance at Xue Baier. Her? Of course, she recognized Xue Baier, as both were distinguished talents from the Four Elements Academy. Having crossed paths before, they had even exchanged insights on soul techniques. Back then, Xue Baier was indeed a genius, but her soul power barely exceeded the 20s, with only the standard 2 yellow soul rings. Xue Baier seemed slightly surprised by Liena's assignment, a flicker of emotion passing through her cold gaze, but it quickly vanished into tranquility. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, moving gracefully and silently, exuding an aura of icy stillness that starkly contrasted with Huo Wu's fiery fervor. Stopping a few paces in front of Huo Wu, she nodded slightly, her voice like the sound of ice meeting jade, crisp and melodious. Spirit Academy, Xue Baier. Her introduction was succinct, void of any unnecessary emotion. Huo Wu scrutinized Xue Baier, whose familiar visage appeared subtly altered. The former Xue Baier, cold yet softened by youthful grace, now bore a faint, indescribable chill in her demeanor, her gaze deeper and seemingly harboring an ancient, frozen expanse. More startling to Huo Wu was the faint aura of soul power emanating from Xue Baier, which instilled a sense of oppression. Xue Baier, what is this? How have you become part of the Spirit Academy? Huo Wu's brows knitted in confusion, tinged with a hint of indignation. And I was looking for him. She pointed at Yin again. Just a few days ago, your soul power was barely over 20 levels, right? Your soul rings. Her words were abruptly cut off as her eyes widened, akin to witnessing the most astonishing sight. As Xue Baier stood, the air beside her shimmered slightly, and 3 soul rings materialized silently. They were not the glaring yellow, purple, 3 flawless 1,000-year soul rings hovered around Xue Baier, pulsating gently. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Huo Wu's arrogance and fighting spirit instantly froze, replaced by sheer shock and bewilderment. She instinctively took a small step back, her finger trembling as she pointed at the 3 purple soul rings. Why you? This is impossible. Your first 2 soul rings were clearly 100 years. How could you possibly be at level 30 in just a few days? And what about these soul rings? What is going on? The overwhelming impact rendered her nearly incoherent, her voice trembling. What had the Spirit Hall discovered? In mere days, transforming a 20-something level soul master with 2 yellow rings into a 30-level master with 3 purple rings? This was entirely beyond her understanding of soul master cultivation. Faced with Huo Wu's incredulous inquiries, Xue Baier's exquisite visage remained as frigid as an icebound lake. She merely raised her delicate right hand, palm facing upward, as a tangible thread of pale blue chill spiraled silently, causing the temperature around them to plummet once more. She gazed at Huo Wu, her clear eyes reflecting the other's shockingly comical expression, and calmly uttered a few words. After we finish, I'll tell you. Her tone was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence and a subtle urgency. You, Huo Wu, entirely incensed by this calm demeanor and those 3 glaring purple soul rings, felt her immense shock rapidly morph into a burning indignation and a fierce competitiveness. What did it matter how she had achieved this? What did 3 purple soul rings signify? This was the territory of the Spirit Hall, and she, Huowu, represented the pride of the Blaze Academy. How could she falter before the battle? All right, Shui Buyer, this is your own doing, Huowu shouted defiantly, her entire being ablaze with crimson light. The searing waves of heat erupting outward with a hissing sound as they interacted with the air. Behind her, two bright yellow soul rings ascended, akin to two miniature suns, radiating brilliance. The second soul ring suddenly gleamed. Second soul technique, Huowu's radiant sun. Fiery flames surged from her palms, coalescing into a massive orange-red fireball exceeding a meter in diameter. The core of the fireball blazed with a blinding white-hot intensity, exuding an overwhelming heat that warped the very air around it. The fireball, accompanied by a thunderous roar, charged forth like a meteorite, hurtling directly toward Shui Bai. This strike was unreserved. She sought to utilize Shui Bai's disarray to redeem her earlier loss of composure. As the fireball approached, the conflagration capable of melting gold and iron unleashed its torrential heat, sending strands of Shui Bai's ice-blue hair billowing backward. Yet, her eyes held no hint of panic, only a serene stillness akin to an Arctic expanse. She did not even shift her stance. In that crucial moment, just as the colossal fireball was about to envelop her, the first purple soul ring beside Shui Bai erupted with a profound brilliance. First soul technique, Ice Seal. There was no earth-shattering display, only a visible, exquisitely refined wave of icy blue chill, akin to an invisible polar storm, rapidly sweeping outward in a fan-shaped arc from Shui Bai. Wherever this chill passed, the ground instantaneously crystallized into a thick layer of gleaming, metallic-hued ice crystals. Thud! The icy azure current collided violently with the fiery orange sphere. Contrary to expectations, there was no cataclysmic explosion, but rather a sharp sound akin to a searing iron pressed forcefully into ancient ice, sending a shiver down the spine. The formidable fireball, capable of melting solid iron, dimmed and shrank at a visible pace upon contact with the icy blue flow. The blinding orange glow was swiftly engulfed and consumed by the ice blue. In an instant, vast patches of cracked ice formed on the surface of the fireball. What? Huowu exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could she be so thoroughly suppressed by what appeared to be an ordinary control-type soul skill, Ice Seal? This was beyond the realm of mere attribute restraint. It was an outright domination. What chilled her further was that the terrifying icy blue flow, after freezing her fireball, did not dissipate. Instead, it surged back along the path connecting the fireball to her soul power with a speed far exceeding her reaction time. Dongji. Huowu Shuang's expression changed drastically as he instinctively moved to intervene. But it was too late. The icy blue current swept past Huowu in an instant. She felt an irresistible chill emanating from the depths of her soul, enveloping her entire being. The flame she had unleashed froze instantly, extinguished as if confronted by a nemesis. The searing red light surrounding her extinguished with a soft pop, leaving her completely immobilized, unable to move even a finger. A layer of crystalline ice, exuding an aura of chilling cold, rapidly spread from the ground beneath her feet, engulfing her legs, waist, and chest, encasing her entirely within a massive, sharply angular pale blue ice block, leaving only her head free to turn. A lifelike ice sculpture of Huowu, still poised mid-casting, materialized in the plaza before the Spirit Hall's main gate. Inside the ice, Huowu's eyes were bulging, her mouth agape, her face frozen in disbelief and horror. Her fiery red skin-tight armor appeared even more vibrant, yet embarrassingly so, beneath the transparent ice layer. The scene was engulfed in an eerie silence. Feng Xiaotian stood in a daze, gazing at the familiar figure of Huowu encased in ice, feeling a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. More terrifying than when he had been blasted away by Yin the previous day. This was no mere defeat. It was mockery, a complete humiliation. Huowu Shuang's outstretched hand froze in midair, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. His sister, the genius of the Blazing Fire Academy, had been sealed in an instant, not even lasting a single round. He hadn't even seen what powerful attack Waterbing had unleashed. On the Spirit Hall side, Liena was the first to break the silence with a short, involuntary laugh. Quickly covering her mouth with delicate hands, though her shoulders still trembled with restrained amusement. The contrast between Huo Wu's ice-encased form and her astonished expression was overwhelmingly humorous. Xiaoyu's lips twitched in rare amusement as he stifled a laugh, though the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. He cleared his throat and remarked with a facade of seriousness. The application of the Ice Seal Soul skill was executed with remarkable finesse. Timing, range, intensity, all were flawless. The attribute suppression combined with the absolute disparity in soul power levels rendered the outcome unsurprising. Yet, his tone betrayed an unmistakable mirth. Yin, with his mouth agape, observed the ice sculpture revealing only Huo Wu's head, her face flushed with anger, while he glanced at the serene water being, who appeared as if she had merely brushed off a snowflake. He swallowed hard and murmured quietly, "Water being, is quite ruthless. Isn't. This is too humiliating." After a brief, stunned silence, Huo Wu's piercing scream erupted from the ice sculpture, her voice sharp and ear-piercing with indignation, nearly tearing through the air. "Water being, release me. You cheated. If you have the capability, face me in a fair fight. What is this? Let me go." She struggled desperately, but the ice binding her remained immovable. Instead, her thrashing caused the ice sculpture to glimmer even more brilliantly and embarrassingly in the sunlight. Her face, exposed outside the ice, turned crimson as if it might bleed, and her ponytail shook with fury, resembling two fiery serpents with frozen tails. Water being, stood calmly, her 3 purple soul rings gradually retracting, and the bone-chilling aura dissipated significantly. She regarded the furious Huo Wu, who was now merely a head within the ice, with an expression devoid of emotion, as if observing an unrelated work of art. After a few seconds, under Huo Wu's fiery glare, Water being, gently raised a finger towards the ice sculpture, a trace of barely detectable cold swirling around her fingertip. Release. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed. The hard ice imprisoning Huo Wu instantly became a web of cracks before shattering into countless tiny ice crystals, cascading down like broken glass, refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. As the binding was lifted, Huo Wu stumbled, almost falling, but was swiftly supported by the rushing Huo Wu Shuang. She gasped for air, her body uncontrollably shivering, her teeth chattering, her lips tinged with purple from the cold. The fiery red armor clung to her, icy and uncomfortable. What made her feel even more humiliated were the shocked and mixed expressions of those around her. The barely contained laughter from Liena and the unabashed glee on Yin's face, who seemed to revel in her misfortune. She shot a furious glance at Water being, her eyes ablaze with indignation, confusion, and a burning desire for answers. "Now, it's over. Tell me, what is the meaning of your soul ring? And how can your ice be so powerful?" Her voice trembled slightly with cold and emotion. Water being, retracted her finger, the chill dissipating quietly. She looked at the disheveled Huo Wu, whose eyes demanded an explanation, then glanced at Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu Shuang, who also bore expressions of intense curiosity. With a soft parting of her lips, she pointed towards Ling Yi behind her, her cool voice flowing like a clear spring, resonating clearly in every ear. "Because we possess Ling Yi's blind box." Chapter 36. Witnessing a miracle blind box? Huo Wu repeated instinctively, her lips still trembling from the cold, her face a mask of confusion. What blind box? Was it food or a soul guide device? Ling Yi stepped forward with calm composure, approaching Water being, His gaze swept over Huo Wu and her companions, his voice steady yet clear. "Allow me to elucidate the forthcoming matters." He raised his hand slightly, palm facing upward. No soul rings shone, no violent fluctuations of soul power erupted. Only a faint, nebulous white light, seemingly drawn from the void, danced in his palm. The light intensified, coalescing into a peculiar box, roughly the size of a palm, appearing without warning. As you can see, Ling Yi held the small box. His tone as casual as if introducing an ordinary item. "My martial soul is known as the blind box. It can yield any conceivable reward." He paused, his gaze drifting over the still-fading purple soul rings surrounding Water being, then sweeping across Liena and the others. "It can elevate soul power levels as effortlessly as one consumes food and drink." Before he finished, Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian found themselves momentarily breathless. Elevating soul power levels? Like eating and drinking? transforming a century into a millennium into 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years is but a simple task. Ling Yi's gaze fell once more on Waterbing, the three profound purple soul rings serving as silent testimony, confirming the truth of his words. Regarding the soul bones, soul guiding devices, and martial arts, Ling Yi's tone remained unruffled. Yet each word struck the hearts of the three from the blaze like a heavy hammer. With enough fortune, it was not entirely impossible to unearth a genuine artifact, extending the lifespan of soul rings. Huo Wu's voice suddenly soared, imbued with profound astonishment and incredulity. She pointed at Shui Binger, her finger trembling slightly. Are you certain? Is such a feat even within human capability? Soul rings are the essence of soul power condensed after the death of soul beasts. Their lifespan is predetermined. This is simply defying the heavens. Her worldview had been profoundly shaken. Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wushuang, although they did not cry out in shock. The turbulent waves of disbelief in their eyes surpassed even their initial reaction to the three purple soul rings. Altering the lifespan of soul rings? This transcended the realm of martial souls. It was akin to the manipulation of a creator. In response to Huo Wu's shrill inquiries, Ling Yi merely cast a sidelong glance at Shui Binger, whose demeanor was as serene as an ice lotus. Isn't Binger's existence enough to validate this? Meeting the uncertain gazes of the three, Shui Binger said nothing. She simply raised her chin slightly. The three purple soul rings that hovered beside her, emanating the unique pressure of millennia-old soul rings, served as the most compelling and silent affirmation. The cold halo reflected on Huo Wu's pale face, stifling all her doubts and leaving her with nothing but heavy breaths. After a brief silence, an uncontrollable flame, mingled with immense temptation and longing, surged from the depths of Huo Wu's heart. She almost blurted out, "Then can we also open one?" Upon uttering the words, she froze, her face flushing a vibrant red, unsure if it was from embarrassment or urgency. Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wushuang exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with fervor, fixating intently on the mysterious chaotic light box in Ling Yi's hands. "No," Ling Yi replied succinctly, leaving no room for negotiation. "Why not?" Huo Wu's temper flared instantly. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she begrudgingly pointed at Yi Lingling and Shui Binger. "Why can they? One is from the Royal Academy of Tiando. The other is from the Academy of Tianshui. They are not from your spirit hall, are they?" Puffed. Yen, unable to contain himself, let out a derisive laugh, crossing his arms and looking at Huo Wu with an expression of incredulity. "Little Pepper, has that icy girl frozen your ears? Or has your brain also turned to ice? Didn't you hear what Binger said when she introduced herself? Spirit Hall Academy. Do you understand? The Spirit Hall Academy. As for Lingling," he gestured toward Yi Lingling, "she's already one of us from Spirit Hall. Do you comprehend the concept of internal benefits?" Huo Wu was momentarily stumped, recalling that Shui Binger had indeed mentioned the Spirit Hall Academy, not the Academy of Tianshui. Her complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Joining the Spirit Hall? As a graduate of the Blaze Academy, she had been taught from a young age to remain wary and detached from the colossal entity that was the Spirit Hall. Instructors had often warned that the Spirit Hall harbored grand ambitions. Its influence spread across the continent, and its relationship with the two empires was intricate, inevitably stirring up waves across the land. More importantly, the Spirit Hall's advocacy of commoner supremacy naturally clashed with the privileged upbringing of those hailing from soul master families. The notion of betraying Blaze to join Spirit Hall? Absolutely inconceivable. A flicker of complexity and struggle crossed Feng Xiaoyan's eyes, while Huo Wushuang furrowed her brow, remaining silent. The cost of joining Spirit Hall weighed too heavily upon them. Ling Yi noted the hesitation, struggle, and reluctance of the three. A flicker of understanding seemed to pass through his deep-set eyes as he calmly spoke. "Words alone are insufficient. Seeing is believing. If you still harbor doubts, why not accompany us inside to witness for yourselves the wonders of the celestial blind boxes?" He slightly inclined his body, gesturing toward the open bronze door of the Spirit Hall's division behind him. This suggestion shone like a glimmer of light in the darkness, instantly capturing the attention of the three, caught in their internal conflict. Witnessing it firsthand, Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wushuang exchanged glances, both sensing the stirrings of intrigue in each other's eyes. Fine, let us see. I want to see what tricks this box can conjure. Huowu huffed defiantly, taking the lead with slightly trembling legs as she marched into the hall. Feng Xiaotian and Huowu Shuang closely followed. The hall of the Spirit Division was even more grand and solemn than the outside. The lofty dome depicted angelic figures, sunlight streaming through the multicolored stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The attendants had long since departed, leaving only the golden generation, Yi Lingling, Shui Binger, and Huowu. Lingyi walked to the center of the hall and came to a halt. He closed his eyes, his hands clasped in front of his chest. An indescribable, mysterious wave, as if connecting with the infinite void, quietly radiated from him. It felt as though invisible energy was gathering and twisting in the air. Buzz, with a soft sound 1, 2, 3, 10. Yet, the illumination did not cease. The 11th, 12th, a total of 17 blind boxes. 17. Liena's enchanting eyes widened in surprise, her red lips parting slightly, releasing a soft gasp. Weren't there only 15 yesterday? How did 2 more appear? Last night, I had an epiphany, and my soul power slightly advanced, breaking through a minor bottleneck. Thus, the number of blind boxes increased by 2, Lingyi stated casually, as if elevating his soul power was as mundane as eating and drinking. Yet, to those with discerning ears, his words were thunderous. Xiaoyu subtly tightened his grip on the moonblade, his keen gaze locking onto Ling Yi's seemingly tranquil profile. A month. From the moment he met Lingyi until now, it had barely been a month, starting with a mere soul power of level 10, capable of condensing only 3 blind boxes, and now he could condense 17. Clearly, his soul power had surged by at least 10 levels in this short span. The speed of this enhancement was unprecedented. A feeling of unease began to unfurl within him, a sense of something beyond reason, nearly otherworldly. Perhaps these blind box martial souls concealed some unknown secret? A flicker of gravity and curiosity crossed his eyes. Enough of the chatter. Lingyi seemed oblivious to Xiaoyu's unease, casting his gaze over everyone. Today, each person shall take a turn. Sistina, you may go first. Upon hearing this, Liena's eyes sparkled with delight, her earlier doubts instantly forgotten. With a graceful turn, she fluttered like a crimson butterfly to stand before the quietly waiting Yi Lingling. Under Yi Lingling's somewhat helpless gaze, Liena seized her delicate, fair hand, placing it in her palm, and began fervently rubbing it. Lingling, Lingling, good luck, Lingling. Bestow some fortune upon your sister. Liena chanted fervently as she rubbed, her demeanor more earnest than the most devout pilgrim. Watching from the side, Huowu's lips twitched, while Feng Xiaotian and Huowu Shuang exchanged bewildered glances. What sort of mystical ritual was this? After a prolonged session of rubbing, Liena finally released Yi Lingling's hand, seemingly satisfied, as if she had truly gathered a wealth of good fortune. Taking a deep breath, she approached the hovering blind boxes, scanning them with anticipation and nervousness, before delicately tapping one with her slender finger. Pop! A light sound akin to a bubble bursting. The light box instantly transformed into countless shimmering particles, a pure, warm golden energy surging forth, seamlessly flowing into Liena's brow. Liena's body trembled slightly, a soft, satisfied hum escaping her lips. In the next moment, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from her without reservation. That aura unmistakably surpassed her previous limits. Level 40. I have reached level 40. Liena felt the surging power within her, and in an instant, her eyes sparkled with joy, her enchanting face radiating an astonishing brilliance. With excitement, she spun around, her skirts fluttering like a blooming red rose. Meanwhile, Huowu, Feng Xiaotian, and Huowu Shuang stood as if petrified, their eyes wide and mouths agape in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, they had acutely sensed the surge of Liena's soul power, which, upon contact with the golden energy, shot upwards like a rocket. This was a genuine elevation of soul power level. No deception, no lengthy cultivation process, merely the activation of a box. Feng Xiaotian felt his throat dry and his heart racing, almost bursting forth from his chest. Huowu Shuang's clenched fists were slick with sweat, his gaze filled with profound shock and yearning. Huowu stared intently at Liena's jubilant form, glancing at the other floating blind boxes, her last vestiges of skepticism utterly shattered. replaced by a burning, unabashed greed and desire. Could this blind box truly elevate soul power levels directly? It was nothing short of miraculous. Next, Ling Ye's voice shattered the astonishment of the trio. Ha ha, watch this. Yin, unable to contain his excitement, rubbed his hands together and mimicked Liena's actions, eager to approach Yi Lingling. However, Yi Lingling, with an expressionless face, stepped away from Shui Binga, her icy gaze dismissing him. Yin, slightly miffed, rubbed his nose and muttered about being stingy, then boldly approached the blind box, randomly poking the one nearest to him. Pop! The light box shattered, but no golden energy surged forth. Instead, a peculiar skeletal fragment floated in the air. The bone was a deep, subdued crimson, resembling solidified magma, with golden veins coursing along its surface, exuding a scorching and domineering aura that distorted the surrounding air. An ancient, savage pressure subtly emanated, raising the temperature in the hall. What is this? Yan's eyes widened, his breath growing heavy. He was all too familiar with this aura. 8,000 years, explosive flame, Earth Dragon's left leg bone. Ling Yi calmly announced. Boom! This revelation struck the trio like thunder, sending chills down their spines. A soul bone, and a top-tier fire attribute, attack type, soul bone from an 8,000-year-old beast. The explosive flame Earth Dragon was renowned for its power and explosiveness. Its soul bone was a coveted treasure for any fire attribute soul master. Priceless. Huo Wu's voice trembled with disbelief as she fixated on the floating dark red leg bone. Her eyes filled with an indescribable mixture of desire and envy. She felt as though her heart was ablaze with that intense aura. What kind of celestial treasure was this box? A soul bone could actually be revealed. Instinctively, she took 2 steps forward, reaching out as if to touch the treasure, so close at hand. Yin laughed joyously, eagerly reaching out. The dark red explosive flame, Earth Dragon's left leg bone, seemed to be drawn to him, transforming into a streak of light and instantly merging into his left leg. Ugh! Yin let out a muffled groan, a mix of pain and profound pleasure as his left leg was enveloped in a layer of dark red light. His skin felt as though lava coursed beneath it, muscles bulging and bones cracking with explosive sounds. A more ferocious and domineering flame aura erupted from him, transforming him into a volcano on the brink of eruption. Moments later, as the red light receded, Yin felt the explosive power within his left leg resonating perfectly with his own fiery martial soul, his face flushing with excitement. He punched the air with fervor, sending a shower of hot sparks flying. Ha ha ha! This is exhilarating. The soul bone from the blind box fused so effortlessly. I feel like I could obliterate Feng Xiaoyan's bird wings with a single punch. Chapter 37. Continuous breakthrough. Feng Xiaoyan's lips twitched at this. Yet all his attention was captivated by the soul bone, leaving him no time to acknowledge Yan's taunt. Huo Wushuang's eyes reddened with envy, his fists cracking with tension, his mind tumultuous. To join the spirit hall and gain such an opportunity? The temptation was overwhelming. Next, Sister Binger. Ling Ye's voice rang out once more. Shui Binger maintained a calm exterior, though inside she silently prayed, her delicate fingers like jade lightly tapping. Pop! After a soft sound, the light box shattered, revealing not an explosive surge of energy or spectacle, but a thin, almost transparent card, seemingly carved from ice crystals, floating amid the shattered light. The card bore no inscription, only a series of mystical patterns traced in pure, icy blue light, radiating a gentle yet exceptionally pure essence of cold. First Soul Ring Age Enhancement Card. Enhancement amount, 1,000 years. Ling Ye's voice revealed the answer in a calm tone. What? Huo Wu was the first to scream, her voice sharp and distorted from sheer shock. She pointed at the floating ice crystal card, her eyes nearly popping out. An enhancement of Soul Ring Age. By 1,000 years. What kind of joke is this? Her first soul ring was already 1,000 years old. How could it possibly endure another 1,000 years? She felt her understanding shatter completely. Soul rings were the essence of soul beast power. Forcing an enhancement in age, how could a soul master withstand it? Wouldn't their meridians burst? Wouldn't their soul power backlash? This was akin to suicide. Her barrage of questions flowed forth, filled with confusion and instinctive dread. Although Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang refrained from voicing their concerns, their furrowed brows and tense bodies betrayed their inner turmoil and deep anxiety. Forcing an enhancement in Soul Ring age? This seemed even more outrageous than simply providing a 10,000-year Soul Ring. The latter was an external force, while the former sought to alter the already stable foundation of the Soul Master. In the face of Huo Wu's frantic inquiries and the palpable worry of the trio, Ling Yi merely cast a sidelong glance at Xue Binger, then returned his gaze to the ice crystal card. His tone as flat as if stating an established fact. Blind box products, no side effects, feel free to use. In just 10 words, he conveyed an undeniable certainty, akin to a principle. Without hesitation, Xue Binger extended her right hand. The ice crystal card, as if summoned, transformed into a streak of light and vanished in her palm. Immediately, her first soul ring, which already emanated 1,000 years of pressure, blazed alive. Buzz. Rather than a violent eruption of energy, it was a strange, muffled hum, reminiscent of ice layers shifting deep within a glacier. A thin, nearly transparent, icy blue halo enveloped Xue Binger, her aura undergoing a subtle adjustment and refinement. The first deep purple soul ring visibly solidified and deepened. The purple halo grew so dense it seemed ready to drip, exuding a chilling pressure far stronger than before. The foundation of the 1,000-year soul ring had been forcibly elevated to a new level. The entire process took only a few breaths. Xue Binger didn't even furrow her brow. As the halo dissipated, she exhaled gently, her breath crystallizing into a fine, icy ribbon in the air. She felt the more profound and pure icy power within her first soul ring, a faint glimmer of satisfaction crossing her eyes. Huo Wu's scream lodged in her throat, as if gripped by an invisible hand. She gazed at Xue Binger's even more profound first purple soul ring, then glanced at the serene expression on her face, as if she had merely sipped a glass of ice water. All doubts regarding bodily explosions and backlash transformed into a fiery sting on her face and an overwhelming sense of absurdity within her heart. Could it truly be that there were no side effects? A chill surged from her tailbone straight to the crown of her head, colder than Xue Binger's soul skill. Feng Xiaotian felt an icy dread. This blind box not only defied the heavens, but also completely disregarded the ironclad rules of the Soul Master Realm. Huo Wushuang instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, as he looked at Ling Yi with a gaze filled with indescribable complexity and a hint of wavering. Next, it was Xieyu. Ling Yi's voice resonated like a precise pendulum, further propelling this revelatory feast. Xieyu's arms, cradling the moon blade, subtly tightened. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging doubts and inquiries within him, his keen eyes scanning the remaining blind boxes. Unlike Liena, who sought fortune from Yi Lingling, and unlike Yin, who was casual, Xieyu remained focused. Pop! The light box shattered. Familiar pure golden energy surged forth, instantly merging into Xieyu's brow. Buzz! Buzz! Unlike Liena's delicate sigh during her breakthrough, Xieyu's body merely trembled slightly, before an even sharper and more restrained aura, akin to a slumbering beast awakening, erupted explosively. It was as though invisible blades were slicing through the air around him, emitting a faint hissing sound. The aura surged upwards like a tsunami, crossing two distinct thresholds in succession. Xieyu suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance shooting forth, reminiscent of the moon blade unsheathed, radiating cold light. He felt the tumultuous and formidable soul power within him, nearly breaking free from his body, along with the newfound realm achieved by shattering the 40-level barrier. A hint of uncontrollable excitement flushing his normally stoic face. He slowly raised his hand, and the moonblade, which had accompanied him for many years, seemed to sense its master's breakthrough, emitting a low, melodious hum, its cold gleam becoming even more dazzling. 40 level. Xieyu's voice resonated with a metallic clarity, echoing distinctly in the hall. Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, and Huo Wushuang's expressions could no longer be described as mere shock. It was a profound numbness and bewilderment following the collapse of their worldview. Was the enhancement of soul power truly this simple? From childhood to adulthood, they had been regarded as geniuses at the Flame Academy, diligently practicing and meditating day after day, enduring countless battles to painstakingly elevate their soul power. Only they understood the hardships and the agony of bottlenecks. Yet here, it was as simple as tapping a box, merely touching that mysterious light box with a fingertip. Huo Wu looked at the still potent aura of the 40-level soul master emanating from Xiaoyu, then glanced at her own meager 2 yellow soul rings. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness and absurdity gripped her. Her once proud talents and efforts felt like a grand joke in the face of this miraculous blind box from the spirit hall. Feng Xiaotian stared vacantly, a bitter smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. The method of enhancing one's strength had completely transcended the realm of cultivation. How could they continue to play this game? Huo Wushuang fixated on his own hands, for the first time questioning the merit of his years of hard work. Did cultivation still hold significance? Next, it was Lingling's turn. All eyes instantly focused on the silver-haired girl, deemed the luckiest by Liena. With Liena's power surge preceding her, in acquiring an 8,000-year soul bone, Shui Binger his 1,000-year enhancement, and Xiaoyu breaking through 2 levels. What would this goddess of fortune bring forth? Yi Lingling's cool eyes calmly swept across the remaining blind boxes. Following an instinctive urge, she gently tapped one. Pop! The light box shattered. No energy surged forth. No soul rings or soul bones appeared. A soft, silver-white light, reminiscent of condensed moonlight, blossomed from within. The light was not blinding, but carried a soothing, immensely solid wave. As the light retracts, a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted diamond-shaped small shield floated in the air. The shield, with its semi-transparent ice crystal texture, radiated a faint silver glow, as if perfectly merging moonlight and ice. Its body was as thin as a cicada's wing, with intricate, ancient snowflake-like silver patterns embedded along the edges, and at its center was a lifelike relief of the 9-heart begonia, formed from the ultimate icy power. The entire small shield emanated an aura of purity, sanctity, and remarkable resilience, akin to the most loyal guardian. 4th-level defensive soul guide, Qian Renxue Shield. Liena announced its name, capable of automatically protecting its master, resisting 3 full-force strikes from Soul King-level opponents. It contained ice attributes and life energy, providing slight nourishment to the holder's soul power. A soul guide, ISNT, that meant solely for storing items? It can be used this way too? Huo Wu was quite perplexed. Xiao Lajiao, you haven't seen this before, have you? I have an attack-type soul guide as well. Want to take a look? Just call me bro and listen. Huo Wu ignored him, casting a glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian and the others were left dumbfounded. It can withstand a Soul King. Feng Xiaotian gasped, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at the small shield. Huo Wushuang's heart raced. The value of this item was likely not much lower than Yan's 8,000-year soul bone. A glimmer of clarity finally rippled through Yi Lingling's cool gaze. She extended her fair hand, and the Qian Renxue shield seemed to sense a kindred aura, producing a soft, melodious chime as it transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly merging into her brow. In the next moment, a faint, nearly imperceptible ice crystal shield flickered around her. Imbued with a protective will, the healing soul power of her 9-heart begonia martial soul appeared to have become more refined and active due to the integration of this shield, enveloping her in an unprecedented sense of security. Wow, so beautiful! Liena couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes filled with envy. Yin also smacked his lips. What a great item! Lingling is much safer now. Huo Wu gazed at the fleeting shield image on Yi Lingling's brow, then observed the more concentrated healing aura surrounding her, jealousy and envy almost driving her mad. She instinctively took a couple of steps forward, her eyes fixed on Yi Lingling. Completely forgetting her previous hostility, her voice tinged with an urgency and longing she didn't even realize. Hey, Yi Lingling, is that shield for sale? I'll pay any amount of gold soul coins. Yi Lingling merely cast a faint glance at her, as if looking at a fool. The hall fell into a peculiar silence once more. Only by joining the Spirit Hall does one qualify to open these blind boxes. Feng Xiaotian broke the silence first. The response came not from Ling Yi, but from the alluring Liena beside him. Her red lips curled slightly, her eyes sparkling with an air of entitlement. Isn't that obvious, Genius Feng? Her delicate fingers elegantly traced the remaining 12 blind boxes in the air. Her tone laced with a hint of reproach. It's such a treasure. We, our people, can't even share enough of it. Wishing we could open 10 or 8 a day. How could we possibly let outsiders have it? Do you think this is charity? Her words were simple and straightforward, like a small knife, precisely cutting through reality. Huowu opened her mouth, wanting to retort, wanting to negotiate, but looking at the floating, mysteriously alluring light boxes. Then glancing at Shui Binger's profound purple ring, Yan's lingering, domineering aura from his soul bone, Xieyu's sharp 40-level soul pressure, and the faintly visible Qian Bing heart shield on Yi Lingling's brow. All her unwillingness and restraint were starkly drowned by the naked temptation and immense disparity, leaving only a mouthful of bitterness. Huo Wushuang remained silent, his gaze complexly shifting between the blind boxes and Ling Yi's calm face, his fists tightening and then loosening. We took a deep breath, as if exhausting all our strength, our voices low. We need to return and discuss matters with the elder of the academy. This almost implicitly acknowledged that joining was the only path forward, requiring merely a final step and a buffer. He pulled up the reluctant fire dance, whose gaze was fixated on the blind box, and exchanged a knowing glance with Fire Wushuang. Fire Wushuang nodded heavily, and the three of them, resembling defeated roosters, turned towards the heavy bronze door, their backs appearing desolate amidst the mottled light and shadow. The door slowly closed, severing them from the outside world. Finally, it's over. Yin exaggeratedly wiped away non-existent cold sweat, rubbing his hands together eagerly as he turned to the 12 floating blind boxes, his eyes sparkling. Nana, Xieyou, there are still so many left. Let us hurry and continue. I can't wait. Maybe the next one is a divine artifact. The redness on the bridge of his nose seemed to intensify with excitement. Liena's eyes were also bright, just about to respond when a cold, commanding huff echoed through the hall, piercing like a frigid wind from the depths of the corridor. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and the temperature plummeted. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they turned in unison. A tall, elegant figure bathed in an invisible holy light stepped out of the shadows. With cascading golden hair that shimmered like molten gold under the rays of the stained glass windows, she possessed an awe-inspiring beauty and an air of superiority. Qian Renxue, the young master of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 38. The Blue-Silver King. Her gaze was like two tangible swords, piercing the air and firmly locking onto Ling Yi. The cold, sharp look contained an undeniable possessiveness and a hint of dissatisfaction. Ling Yi. Qian Renxue's voice was not loud, but resonated clearly above all the subtle sounds in the hall, each word heavy with weight. Did my words yesterday fall on deaf ears? She stepped forward, her invisible aura causing Liena, Xieyou, and the others to instinctively hold their breath and take a cautious step back, clearing the center for her. She approached Ling Yi, the distance between them barely 3 feet. Qian Renxue slightly raised her flawless face, her golden pupils reflecting Ling Yi's calm demeanor, her tone carrying an air of inevitability. I told you from now on, half of the blind boxes you gather belong to me. She extended her delicate finger towards the 12 blind boxes. Now, I will take 6 of them. Any objections? Overbearing. Absolutely overbearing. Liena and the others fell silent. Even Yin shrank back his neck, afraid to utter a word. The young master's authority was deeply ingrained. Ling Yi observed the furious flames of defiance burning in Qian Renxue's golden eyes, remaining silent for a moment without any change in expression. He gestured lightly, and 6 of the 12 blind boxes seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, slowly floating before Qian Renxue, hovering quietly. Only then did Qian Renxue let out a satisfied hum, her cold gaze sweeping over the 6 blind boxes. She casually extended her right hand, her posture reminiscent of a queen selecting her jewels. A faint glimmer of sacred soul power danced at her fingertips as she pointed to one. With a crack, the blind box shattered. No golden light burst forth. No extraordinary treasures emerged. Only a faint, almost negligible stream of pale, golden soul power wafted up, dissipating into the air like smoke blown by the wind. The effect was likely inferior to meditating for half an hour. Qian Renxue's beautiful face stiffened in an instant. The disbelief in her cold golden pupils was swiftly replaced by a blaze of anger. She could clearly feel that trace of soul power entering her body without even causing the slightest ripple. Unwilling to accept this, She pointed with her jade-like finger towards the second blind box. With another crack, the result was the same. Once again, a wisp of pale, golden soul power, almost negligible, floated away, quickly vanishing. Qian Renxue's expression darkened visibly, like storm clouds before a tempest. The pressure in the hall dropped to a suffocating low, causing Liena and the others to hold their breaths, afraid to make sound. She inhaled sharply, seemingly suppressing an emotion on the verge of eruption, her fingers slicing through the air as she jabbed towards the third blind box. With a crack, the third wisp was still that faint, despair-inducing soul power. Silence. An unbearable silence. Ling, Qian Renxue suddenly looked up, her golden eyes ablaze with fury, as if she intended to reduce him to ashes. Her cold voice, like the friction of ancient ice, carried a bone-chilling, murderous intent. You will explain this to me clearly. Each word was forced out through gritted teeth. Ling Yi regarded the furious Qian Renxue, a bead of barely perceptible cold sweat forming on his forehead. Of course, it was feigned. He wore an innocent yet helpless expression, shrugging his shoulders. Young master, this really isn't my fault. The blind boxes are open based on luck. What comes out, I have no control over. You mean to say, Qian Renxue's voice suddenly rose, sharp as a blade, her invisible sacred soul power becoming restless, that it's my bad luck? No, absolutely not. Ling Yi hastily waved his hands, speaking rapidly. It's that your level is too high. Your soul power foundation is immense. The soul power yielded by these blind boxes is like a drop in the ocean for you, naturally imperceptible. Once my soul power level reaches 50, the quality of the blind boxes will improve, yielding items more suitable for your level, and you can bid farewell to, the temporary low in luck. He cleverly swallowed the words bad luck. Qian Renxue's chest rose and fell violently, her stunning face tinged with a light blush of anger, making her even more breathtaking yet dangerously intimidating. She fixed her gaze on Ling Yi for several seconds, as if attempting to dissect him from the inside out. Finally, she emitted a cold, bone-chilling huff from her nose, like an icy wind passing through. It had better be so. She flicked her golden hair and turned to leave, her figure exuding nobility, coldness, and repressed rage, quickly disappearing into the depths of the corridor. The three remaining blind boxes belonging to her floated forlornly in place, as if abandoned, until the suffocating pressure dissipated entirely. Liena and the others finally exhaled in relief, feeling a layer of sweat on their backs. My goodness, that was terrifying. Yin patted his chest, still shaken. Ling Yi, your courage is astonishing. You dared to suggest that the young master was, He abruptly halted his words. 9 remain. Liena swiftly adjusted her mindset, her charming eyes sparkling once more. She turned to Yi Lingling and Shui Binger, her face radiating sincere warmth. Lingling, Binger, you two have the lowest levels and the greatest potential for improvement. You each take 3 of the remaining 9. The last 3. The 3 of us will each take 1. What do you think? She pointed to herself, Xiaoyu, and Yen. Shui Binger's cool gaze flickered with gratitude as she nodded slightly. Thank you, Nana. Yi Lingling also looked at Liena, her calm eyes softening for a moment as she gently said, Thank you. Yi Lingling stepped toward the 9 glowing boxes, her silver hair flowing with a gentle luster under the light. Remaining composed, she hesitated not at all, her delicate fingers dancing rhythmically as she casually pointed to the first one. With a crack, the glowing box shattered. A rich, tangible golden energy surged forth explosively, more refined and powerful than the energies unleashed when Liena and Xiaoyu broke through. In an instant, Yi Lingling was enveloped entirely. Her aura soared as if propelled by a rocket, ascending through levels 20, 21, 22, and 23. 3 levels in quick succession. What the heck? Yin exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. 3 levels, directly to level 3? Lingling, what kind of divine luck do you possess? Liena covered her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Oh my, truly, she is the embodiment of Lady Luck. Even the usually stoic Xiaoyu's expression softened, while Shui Binger's ice blue eyes reflected clear surprise, feeling the surging soul power within her. A faint blush appeared on Yi Lingling's usually cold face. Without hesitation, she pointed to the second blind box. With a soft pop, a gentle light emerged, revealing a card radiating a warm white glow, inscribed with a swirling phantom of soul rings. All soul ring age enhancement cards, enhancement range, 600 years, Ling Yi announced. A hint of amusement in his voice. The card fused into Yi Lingling's body. Buzz. The 3 soul rings surrounding her, originally yellow, purple, and yellow, suddenly shone brightly. The first yellow 100-year soul ring deepened in color before transforming into purple. The second yellow ring swiftly evolved into a profound purple hue. The third, already purple, became even more vibrant. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lingling's soul ring configuration astonishingly transformed into purple, purple. 3,000-year soul rings, identical to Shui Binger's. While the crowd marveled, their expressions conveyed a sense of inevitability, a testament to Lingling's unshakable demeanor. Without pausing, her fingers, tinged with a subtle anticipation that even she was unaware of, pointed towards the third blind box. With another soft pop, the light dissipated, revealing an ancient dark gold card adorned with intricate silver patterns. The card bore no images, only an ancient and mysterious rune that emanated an aura, as if it could connect to the essence of life itself. Soul Awakening card, Ling Yi declared. A Soul Awakening card? Yin scratched his messy red hair, confusion etched on his face. What is the use of this? Isn't awakening free at 6? Can it be awakened again? What is the point? He couldn't fathom the value of such an item. Liena furrowed her brow in agreement, questioning its worth. Xie Yu and Shui Binger exchanged puzzled glances, thinking the item might be less valuable than the previously revealed soul power. Ling Yi gazed at the dark gold card, an unusual gleam igniting in his eyes. He smiled mysteriously. This awakening is not the same as the conventional one. Once used, its value will be revealed. Lingling, why not give it a try? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingling placed absolute trust in Ling Ye's blind box and in her own innate fortune. She extended her delicate fingers, gently grasping the dark gold card. It felt warm to the touch, pulsating as if it were in sync with her heartbeat. With a soft rip, she effortlessly tore the card in two. Buzz! In that instant, a radiant pillar of indescribable colors, seemingly containing the secrets of life's origins, descended from above, enveloping Yi Lingling entirely. The light was so sacred, pure, and immense, as though it connected to the essence of life across the infinite cosmos. Everyone in the hall was momentarily frozen in awe. Liena instinctively covered her mouth. Yin's jaw dropped, while Xie Yu and Shui Binger as pupils constricted. The light was not blinding. Rather, it radiated a warm and gentle power. Enveloped within the luminous pillar, Yi Lingling's silver hair flowed without wind, glowing with a holy radiance. The ethereal image of the nine-heart begonia flickered behind her, joyfully unfurling its petals. With her eyes closed and long lashes casting soft shadows in the glow, her demeanor was tranquil and serene, as if undergoing a sacred baptism. This process lasted for approximately 10 breaths. Gradually, the light receded, ultimately merging into Yi Lingling's being, vanishing without a trace. The hall returned to tranquility, as if the magnificent light had merely been an illusion. Yi Lingling slowly opened her eyes. With a hint of curiosity and anticipation, she tentatively extended her right hand. No invocation of the nine-heart begonia. In her palm, soul power silently coalesced. A gentle, vibrant blue light ignited within her grasp. The glow intensified, rapidly expanding, blossoming into a translucent plant, as if sculpted from the purest sapphire, unfurling in her palm. Its slender, resilient vines radiated a warm blue hue, reminiscent of flowing star rivers. The leaves were not the ordinary oval shape of blue silvergrass, but rather elongated and graceful, edged with delicate wave patterns. The veins of striking gold that traced intricate designs upon the blue foliage. The entire plant exuded an ancient, resilient, and life-giving aura. While its form bore resemblance to common blue silvergrass, its vitality and inherent nobility set it apart entirely. Blue silvergrass, Yin exclaimed, his voice laced with incredulity. Lingling, you awakened a blue-silver grass martial soul. A useless martial soul. He felt his understanding shattered once more. The embodiment of Lady Luck had produced a worthless martial soul? This was even more absurd than when the young master opened 3 boxes of soul power. Liena was also taken aback. Her lips slightly parted as she gazed at the exquisite yet seemingly useless plant, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoyu frowned deeply, and Shui Binger's eyes brimmed with confusion. Only Ling Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He stepped forward, examining the crystalline, noble blue silver grass in Yi Lingling's palm with fervor, declaring, "No, Yin, you are mistaken. This is not an ordinary blue silver grass." Pointing at the golden veins and the translucent texture, he spoke with conviction. "This is the Blue Silver King, the royal bloodline among the Blue Silver Grass family. While its quality may not rival that of Sister Na's top-tier beast martial soul, the three-tailed demon fox, or Sister Binger's ice phoenix, is certainly on par." He paused, his gaze intense as he turned to the still bewildered Yi Lingling. "Lingling, do you recall the self-created soul skills you previously unlocked? Aside from those 2 fire-type skills, like Blue Silver Bind and Blue Silver Cage, with this Blue Silver King martial soul, those self-created skills will gain even greater power." Blue Silver King. Yin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Stammering, "Lingling, you awakened a dual martial soul." The Blue Silver King. Dual martial soul. Liena's enchanting eyes sparkled with amazement as she stepped forward, scrutinizing the beautiful and extraordinary Blue Silver King with awe. "My goodness, Lingling, your luck is simply divine. Throughout the history of Douluo continent, how many dual martial souls have emerged? It's a countable rarity." Her cheeks flushed with excitement, more thrilled than if she had unearthed something valuable for herself. Chapter 39, Supreme Flame and Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Xiaoyu's usually stoic expression softened, filled with deep emotion as he nodded slowly, his voice resonating with metallic clarity. "Congratulations, Lingling. A dual martial soul holds boundless potential." Shui Binger's ice blue gaze shimmered with ripples, her voice sincere. "Congratulations, Lingling. Thank you, everyone. This is all thanks to Ling Yi's blind box." "Hey, that is not quite right, Lingling." Ling Yi hurriedly waved his hand, a sincere smile gracing his face. "The blind box merely serves as a medium, a key. To unlock this martial soul awakening card is a manifestation of your own fortune. This card is indeed rare." He paused, capturing everyone's attention, and elaborated. "Its core functions are twofold. Firstly, it facilitates the secondary awakening of an existing martial soul, akin to evolution. Similar in function to the martial soul mutation card that Sister Na opened last time. Secondly, it carries a certain probability of awakening an entirely new second martial soul. Sister Lingling's ability to directly awaken the Blue Silver King is nothing short of extraordinary luck." He emphasized the crucial role of Yi Lingling's fortune. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's lips rarely curled into an almost imperceptible smile. A flicker of thought crossed her mind, and the Blue Silver King in her palm transformed into shimmering blue-golden light, quietly vanishing. All right, let's not dwell on this momentous occasion." Yin rubbed his hands together, a look of eagerness on his face as he pointed to the remaining 6 blind boxes, his gaze fervently directed at Shui Binger. "Binger, it's your turn. Hurry. Let me see if your luck can match that of Sister Lingling." Instantly, all eyes focused on Shui Binger. Without further ado, she stepped forward and opened one of the blind boxes. Pop! The light box shattered, and pure golden energy surged forth, immediately merging into Shui Binger's forehead. Buzz! A powerful wave of cold soul power radiated from her body, freezing the surrounding air into tiny ice crystals before swiftly retracting. Her aura had unmistakably risen by 1 level. She had reached the 31st level. A level of soul power, not bad. Yin nodded, somewhat satisfied. Liena and the others also wore smiles. Shui Binger did not pause for a moment. Her fingers glimmering with an icy light, she pointed to another blind box. Pop! As the light dissipated, another surge of pure golden energy engulfed her. Buzz! Her aura climbed again, reaching 32. Oh, another level? Yin scratched his red hair, glancing between Shui Binger and the quietly standing Yi Lingling, teasingly commenting, "Binger, your luck seems a tad mundane compared to our lucky goddess, Lingling, doesn't he it?" He recalled how Yi Lingling had surged 3 levels with a single blind box, seemingly unfazed by their jests. Shui Binger's icy blue eyes remained unperturbed as she directed her gaze toward the last blind box belonging to her. She extended her delicate fingers and tapped the final blind box. Pop! This time, the sound of the light box breaking carried an uncanny sense of stasis. No energy surged forth, no soul rings or soul bones. Instead, an intensely condensed, almost deep blue, icy light shot forth from the shattered light, as swift as lightning. Imbued with a chilling aura capable of freezing souls, and precisely penetrated Shui Binger's forehead. Buzz! Shui Binger's delicate form trembled not in pain, but in surprise. Crackle! Crackle! The ground, air, and everything within a 3-meter radius of Shui Binger instantly crystallized into a half-foot thick, gleaming blue ice. This ice was not still. It seemed alive with countless tiny ice explosions occurring within, producing a hair-raising sound of delicate cracking. The temperature in the entire hall plummeted once more. The fire in the fireplace was extinguished, and even the smoke turned to fine icy powder that fell like snow. Yin, standing nearby, let out a startled cry, his hair and eyebrows instantly coated in white frost, as he awkwardly retreated. Binger, who Liena exclaimed, instinctively wanting to rush forward, but was halted by the terrifying cold that seemed capable of freezing all things. Xieyu's gaze was sharp as a blade, his moon blade instantly drawn in front of him to shield against the bone-chilling shockwave, and he solemnly commanded, "Do not approach." This is the comprehension of a soul skill, an exceedingly domineering ice-type soul skill. Shui Binger stood still, her eyes tightly closed, tiny ice crystals forming on her long eyelashes. Her aura fluctuated wildly, sometimes resembling a glacier dormant for millennia, and at other times an impending eruption of an ice volcano. Countless tiny runes composed of pure ice elements flickered around her, flashing madly, reorganizing, and imprinting into her spiritual sea. This process lasted for approximately 10 breaths. Suddenly, all anomalies converged. The terrifying cold receded like a tide, leaving behind the thick ring of blue ice on the ground as evidence of what had transpired. Shui Binger slowly opened her eyes. Her icy blue gaze was now profound, resembling a tunnel leading into endless ice fields, calm, yet seemingly harboring a cataclysmic icy storm. She gradually raised her right hand, palm facing upwards. No soul rings shimmered. Above her palm, the air twisted silently, and a walnut-sized ice sphere, embodying an extreme restraint and almost black and deep blue, materialized from thin air. The surface of the ice sphere was impeccably smooth, radiating a disquieting glow, and within it, a power capable of shattering mountains was compressed. It floated quietly, not releasing any cold air, yet instilling a lethal chill in the depths of the soul of all who beheld it. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was awestruck by this small, supremely restrained, deep blue ice sphere. What on earth is this? Yin swallowed hard, feeling his voice tremble. Being the closest, he could sense the destructive energy contained within the ice sphere, as if he might be obliterated into a shower of icy shards at any moment. This is the soul skill ice explosion. He pointed at the dangerous deep blue ice sphere in Shui Binger's palm, explaining, "It represents an ultimate application of the primal force of ice elements. It forcibly compresses the violent ice explosion power into a single point, forming this seemingly tranquil core of ice explosion. Its power," Ling paused, his tone filled with awe, "depends on the amount of soul power infused and the degree of compression. A small explosion can freeze and shatter a target instantly. A large one could freeze 1,000 miles and turn all to dust." Shui Binger gazed at the deep blue ice sphere radiating destructive waves, feeling the wild power that resonated perfectly with her ice phoenix martial soul. She gently clenched her fingers. Poof! The menacing deep blue ice sphere vanished like a phantom, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. In the hall, only the heavy breaths of the crowd remained, accompanied by the faint sound of the blue ice on the ground slowly melting. Yin watched the fleeting, exquisite smile on Shui Binger's face, and, reflecting on that ball capable of obliterating him, instinctively shivered, muttering under his breath, "That ice lump is scarier when smiling than when not." Cough, cough. Liena's voice shattered the silence as she clapped her hands, pulling everyone back from the shock of the ice explosion, her eyes rekindling with fervor for the blind boxes. All right, Binger's grand performance has concluded. Now it's our turn. She pointed eagerly at the last 3 floating blind boxes, her tone tinged with excitement. Binger and Lingling have unveiled excellent treasures. We 3 must strive to keep up. With that, she tapped one of the blind boxes. Pop! The blind box shattered, without any explosive energy surging forth, nor any peculiar soul skill runes. Ha ha ha! A divine gift soul ring. What a timely blessing. Liena burst into a series of melodious laughs. I'm heading back to my room to absorb this. Brother, Yin, you 2 better catch up. With that, she dashed off, leaving no trace behind. Yin gazed at the direction Liena had vanished, then at the remaining 2 blind boxes suspended in the air, rubbing his red hair vigorously. He muttered, damn, I'm at level 40 now. I hope I get a divine gift soul ring too. With impatience bubbling within him, he rushed toward the blind boxes. Watch me. Yin rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy forearm muscles, and with a display of sheer force, extended his large hand like a fan, slapping down on one of the luminous boxes with a roughness akin to swatting a fly. A resounding crack echoed as it shattered. A fiery red light surged into Yan's forehead. Ha ha ha! Finally, I have unlocked a soul skill, he exclaimed, a super flame, tailor-made for me in the fire element. What a thrill! His laughter, reminiscent of thunder, reverberated, causing ears to ring. With hands on his hips, his taut muscles brimming with excitement, his ruggedly handsome face contorted in pure ecstasy, every line almost radiating sparks of joy. He raised his chin with pride and flashed a grin at the onlooking Xiaoyu, revealing a set of pearly whites. Hey Xiaoyu, it's your turn. Don't dawdle. Let me see what treasure you can unveil today. Xiaoyu's elongated, icy gaze merely swept over Yan's triumphant demeanor before returning to the floating mystery box before him. A flash, a similar beam of light dove into Xiaoyu's forehead. Purple extreme demon eye? He murmured, his voice low and steady, clearly articulating the name branded in his mind. However, at that very moment, he keenly sensed an exceedingly subtle anomaly. It was Ling Yi, the one who had been standing by, arms crossed, now exhibiting a suspicious tremor in his shoulders, quickly suppressed. His expression was bizarrely contorted, lips pulled into a forced smile while biting down on his lower lip, the muscles in his cheeks twitching unnaturally, his face flushed, as though witnessing the most ridiculous and absurd scene that demanded he stifle laughter. A wave of unease washed over Xiaoyu. Qian Tiangong, controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Ghostly shadows and elusive footsteps. And now this purple extreme demon eye. Each of these skills was exquisitely crafted, extraordinarily powerful, far exceeding ordinary soul skills. They shared an indescribable interconnection, as if they all originated from the same source, resonating with one another. Having concluded the unveiling of the mystery boxes for the day, Xiaoyu glanced deeply at Ling Yi before retreating to his room to study the purple extreme demon eye. Once Xiaoyu departed, Yan's gaze, tinged with a provocative intensity, fixated on the quietly observing Shui Binger. He grinned widely, his voice booming and echoing throughout the spacious martial soul hall. Hey, ice block. Since we have some time to spare, why don't we have a little practice? Fire and ice, perfectly contrasting. Let's go. He cracked his knuckles, the sound resonating slightly, an invisible heat wave radiating from him, warping the air around them. Shui Binger turned her face towards him, her icy blue eyes meeting Yan's fiery gaze with calmness. Without a hint of hesitation, she nodded slightly, her lips parting to utter a succinct word. All right. Her fingertips seemed to brush through the air, a nearly imperceptible frost forming at her fingertips, dissipating with a hint of chill. Without further ado, they turned in unison, proceeding towards the training field. Within the training arena, Shui Binger stood gracefully, enveloped in a pale blue chill, resembling a solitary ice lotus. 3 purple soul rings emerged steadily from beneath her feet, circling her slender form in a rhythmic dance, the extreme cold pressure of the ice phoenix transforming the air around her into a thick, sluggish medium. Tiny shards of ice crystallized within the cold mist, floating and refracting the frigid light cast from above. Hey! Yin grinned, his right fist clenched tightly, a deep rumble echoing as crimson flames erupted from his body like an explosion of molten lava. The intense heat distorted the air, casting him as a veritable god of fire. 3 deep purple soul rings manifested powerfully, an overwhelming wave of soul energy, far surpassing Shui Bingers. Akin to an invisible tide crashing against the surroundings. "Be careful, ice block," he bellowed, and before his last word faded, he surged forward like a fiery arrow released from its bow. His right arm's muscles bulged, as the violent flames of soul energy coalesced into a gigantic fireball formed of pure white-hot flames, embodying an aura of destruction as it shot forth. First soul skill, Hellfire Lava Charge. The blinding white-hot fireball tore through the air with a piercing shriek, scorching the deep gray earth beneath, leaving behind glaring burn marks. A terrifying heat wave surged forth, threatening to ignite hair and eyebrows. Facing this formidable attack capable of melting gold and stone, Shui Binger's ice blue eyes flashed with intensity. Her form glided sideways, barely avoiding the lethal trajectory of the fireball. At the same time, she raised her delicate hand, her first soul ring glowing brightly. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Just as the devastating fireball was about to graze past her, a thick, metallic shimmering wall of ice erupted from her original position in the path of the fireball, rising several feet high as if a colossal ice barrier had materialized out of thin air, akin to a wave frozen in time. Boom! The white-hot fireball collided with the ice wall with a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the training arena. Blinding red and white light flashed as countless shards of ice mixed with evaporating water particles scattered like shrapnel in all directions. The ice instantly vaporized under the extreme heat, only to be torn apart again by the subsequent fiery energy, creating a chaotic ice and firestorm. A white mist accompanied by scorching heat and piercing ice shards rapidly spread across the arena. Having missed his attack, Yan's momentum was slightly halted by the explosion's recoil, his fiery gaze intensifying. He could clearly see Shui Binger's figure flickering through the swirling mist of ice and steam, her ice blue eyes calmly locking onto him, as if she could predict his every move. What a thrill! Yan's fighting spirit surged. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, as the red flames throughout his body suddenly imploded inward, as if all light and heat were being drawn into the core of his being. A heart-pounding energy rapidly coalesced at his mouth. This was the soul skill he had just unlocked from the mystery box. Super Flame. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Shui Binger called out sharply, her second purple soul ring glowing with radiant energy. Countless transparent, hexagonal ice crystals materialized out of thin air, rapidly assembling and enveloping her body, forming a stunning, shimmering ice armor. Simultaneously, her hands danced swiftly before her, leaving a mesmerizing trail of ice blue light. Third soul skill, Repulsion Ice Ring. Just as Yin was about to unleash his super flame, the third purple soul ring before Shui Binger blazed with blinding brilliance. A gigantic, solid blue ice ring, as immovable as ancient ice, erupted from her being, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged outward in all directions. The speed of the expanding ice ring surpassed visual comprehension. It was not merely a shockwave. It carried with it an immense repulsive power. Yin felt an irresistible, bone-chilling force slam against his chest. The impending impact of his super flame was abruptly interrupted and redirected by this terrifying repulsion. He was struck as if by an invisible battering ram, letting out a grunt as the ground beneath him cracked and split under the immense pressure, his body uncontrollably sliding backward, carving deep, charred grooves into the earth. The accumulated energy, poised to erupt like a supernova, lost its precise direction and transformed into a chaotic torrent, careening towards an empty space several dozen meters behind Shui Binger. Coughing, Yin struggled to stabilize his form, his chest heaving with turbulent blood and chi, forcefully suppressing the searing pain brought on by the backlash of his soul skill. He gazed at the vast lava pit, significantly off target, a wave of frustration and anger surging to his head. Despite possessing greater soul power and a more formidable soul skill, he found his opponent's exquisite control had deftly neutralized his efforts. But it was not over. Yin roared, abandoning any thoughts of meticulous control, unleashing the ferocious power of his flame, Lord Martial Spirit, to its utmost. He struck his chest with both fists, producing a resonant sound akin to a drum, and with each strike, the crimson flames enveloping his body surged, deepening in hue and transforming into a dark red. The intense heat warping the space within dozens of meters around him. Third soul skill. Hellfire. Boom. 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 He unleashed the raging flames of his soul power without reservation. Streams of dark red energy, as thick as water barrels and as viscous as molten lava, erupted from various angles of his body, akin to a volcanic eruption. These fiery columns did not target with precision, but rather swept across with devastating coverage, violently scything through every space Shui Binger might evade. The entire training ground was instantaneously transformed into a churning inferno, the air crackling with combustion, and the only sight remaining was the distorted dark red and searing heat. Shui Binger maneuvered swiftly between the violent flames, her icy armor emitting faint cracking sounds under the extreme heat. Yet, there was no hint of panic in her eyes. At this moment, she keenly detected the minuscule gap in Yan's soul power connection following his full eruption. As the onslaught of fire columns slightly waned, her figure appeared as if teleporting to one side of the training ground. With her hands, she formed an intricate and profound icy seal before her, and an instant surge of chilling energy enveloped her. Ice burst. Shui Binger's cold voice resonated like shattering ice crystals, cutting through the roar of flames. Buzz. She thrust her hands forcefully towards Yan. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a peculiar hum that seemed to freeze the very essence of souls. All the vaporized water, the swirling ice crystal dust, and even the moisture in the air were endowed with a terrifying detonative command at that moment. Countless tiny ice crystals, regardless of size or position, detonated simultaneously. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Within the field of vision, the space appeared to be twisted and torn by an invisible force. An innumerable array of minute ice explosions erupted simultaneously, converging into a terrifying sound wave that sent shivers down spines, akin to millions of glass shards being crushed at once. Stop! Stop, ice block! I concede. Yin hastily called for a halt to the sparring. The buzzing sound of the ice explosions was abruptly severed by an invisible hand, vanishing in an instant. The pervasive, deathly cold white mist receded like a receding tide, settling down. In the center of the training ground, Shui Binger maintained her ice seal posture, her complexion paler than usual, her breath somewhat hurried. She slowly withdrew her hands, the overwhelming chill gradually receding, and the icy armor transformed into specks of blue light, dissipating. The temperature of the training ground began to rise slowly, leaving behind a chaotic scene of lava pits, cracked frozen earth, and steaming white vapor. Yin exhaled heavily, propping himself up from the scorching ground, brushing off the frost and dust from his body, with small wounds and frostbite evident on his exposed skin. He gazed at Shui Binger, whose breath was merely slightly disordered, still as composed as ever, his face flushed, uncertain if it was from the cold or his embarrassment. Ugh! Yin vigorously ruffled his messy red hair, his gaze complex as he stared at Shui Binger, his tone laced with a profound bitterness and incredulity. It's only been a few days since the blind box opened, and you've already become this powerful? It's simply outrageous. He pointed at the massive lava pits and the lingering traces of cold air on the ground. Your martial spirit quality is already a smidgen higher than mine, and with the age of your spirit rings enhanced, not to mention that 20% affinity for ice elements. Do you realize what that implies? Your ice attribute is nearly reaching the pinnacle of ultimate ice. Coupled with that lethal ice burst technique, good heavens, how are we supposed to compete? The more Yin spoke, the more he felt stifled, kicking a frozen stone away in frustration, his hand tangled in his hair. I may have a few levels higher in soul power, but it feels utterly ineffective. It's humiliating, so humiliating. He sighed heavily, his eyes filled with a strong sense of unwillingness and yearning. Unless I can pull another enhancement for fire element affinity from the blind box. Right now, it's only 10%. If I could boost it to 50, no, even 40%, my flames would surely brush against the edge of ultimate fire. Damn it. It all boils down to the quality of martial spirits. Your ice phoenix starts off too high, and now it's practically hitting the ceiling. He waved his hand irritably, as if trying to brush away these troubling thoughts. Enough. Enough. The more I talk, the angrier I get. I'm going to meditate. Next time, I must open something extraordinary. Yin hung his head low, resembling a defeated fiery rooster, dejectedly exiting the training ground. The vast arena was left with only Shui Binger. She gently exhaled a breath of icy mist, watching Yan's retreating figure, a hint of contemplation flickering in her ice-blue eyes. Ultimate ice, indeed. The enhancement brought by the blind box exceeded all expectations. The following morning, when a young man with flowing silver hair and a habitual carefree, yet slightly cynical smile appeared at the door, several people were taken aback. Feng Xiaotian? Good morning, everyone. Feng Xiaotian greeted with his usual cheerful smile, though a subtle seriousness and determination lurked deep within his eyes. Xiaotian, have you made up your mind? Xiaoyu inquired. Feng Xiaotian took a deep breath, his smile fading as his expression turned unusually solemn. He addressed Ling Yi and the others in the hall, slightly bowing. Ling Yi, everyone. I, Feng Xiaotian, have decided to officially join the Spirit Hall. From today onward, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you all. What? Yin abruptly straightened, his eyes nearly popping out. You're joining the Spirit Hall? What about Sister Huowu from the Blaze Academy? He was well aware of Feng Xiaotian's feelings for Huowu, which were practically written all over his face. Upon mentioning Huowu, a hint of helplessness and bitterness finally crept into Feng Xiaotian's carefree smile. He shrugged, his tone tinged with self-mockery. As for me, I'm just a lone wolf, coming from a common background without the heavy burden of a family academy, so I can come and go as I please. He paused, his voice lowering. As for Huowu and her brother, after all, they're the children of the Blaze Academy's principal, the very emblem and future of Blaze. How could I possibly pull them away from Blaze to join the Spirit Hall? Feng Xiaotian shook his head, a trace of loneliness in his smile. That's impossible. Blaze is their root. He sighed heavily, that sigh imbued with the regret of youthful sentiment and the starkness of reality. It's a pity that it will likely be harder to see Sister Huowu in the future. This statement was half true, the regret being genuine. But his resolve to join the Spirit Hall clearly overshadowed this sentiment. The near-miraculous power of the blind box was far too tempting for someone with his desire for strength. Is it all for the blind box? Xiaoyu's voice rang out, cold and incisive. Feng Xiaotian nodded candidly, unashamed, a fiery light rekindling in his eyes. Exactly. That miraculous power is worth making such a choice. Oh, seated in the dominant position, Ling Yi suddenly spoke, her small face revealing little emotion. After leisurely sipping from her cup once more, she set it down and, with her excessively calm black eyes, gazed at Feng Xiaotian. Since he had joined their ranks, he was now one of them. Coincidentally, she had made some progress in her cultivation last night. Extending her delicate hand, palm up, a soft and mysterious halo gradually emerged, swirling as if it were nurturing stars. Within this halo, twinkling starlight began to coalesce and compress, gradually transforming into palm-sized blind boxes infused with ethereal mist and arcane runes. 1, 2, 3. Exactly 20 radiant blind boxes floated before Ling Yi, suspended as if held by invisible hands, emanating a mesmerizing aura. Ling Yi's gaze settled on Feng Xiaotian. Her tone as neutral as stating a fact. You, the newcomer, should go first. She tilted her head slightly, as if pondering her words, ultimately uttering a phrase that made Feng Xiaotian's lips twitch. You have the lowest soul power, the weakest among us. Let's help you improve a little. A chuckle escaped the lips of Yin and Liena, unable to contain their amusement at Feng Xiaotian's suddenly frozen expression, exchanging glances filled with schadenfreude. Even the corners of Xiaoyu's mouth curved slightly. Shui Binger remained aloof, yet a trace of a faint smile seemed to flicker in her eyes. Feng Xiaotian felt as if an invisible arrow had struck his heart. Weak? He, the foremost among the younger generation of the Shinsho Academy, the possessor of the innate full soul power of the wind double-headed wolf martial soul, was being labeled as the weakest by a mere child? Yet, contemplating the miraculous blind boxes that had emerged from his own hands, he found himself at a loss for words, swallowing back a mouthful of indignation. Fine, if I'm weak. So be it. As long as I can open blind boxes, you could claim to be my father. Taking a deep breath, he extended his slightly trembling hand, mimicking their actions from the previous day to touch the first blind box. Buzz. The blind box opened with a response. A gentle white light flowed forth, instantly merging into Feng Xiaotian's body. A warm current coursed through his limbs, bringing immense comfort, and he felt his soul power solidify slightly, increasing by a notch. Feng Xiaoyan's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he realized his soul power had risen a level, from 28 to 29. Experiencing it firsthand was far more thrilling than being a mere observer. Not bad. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Yin teased, arms crossed, grinning. Such a reward of a one-level increase in soul power was no longer surprising. Wait, what? So, I'm the clown here? Chapter 41. Are you a god? Ignoring Yan's jibe, Feng Xiaotian inhaled deeply, filled with greater anticipation and a hint of trepidation, and pointed to the second blind box. This time, as the box opened, it unleashed not a gentle white light, but a thunderous eruption of pure azure brilliance. A substance, radiating a smooth, jade-like glow, slowly emerged. What is this? Soul bone. Feng Xiaoyan's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart skipping a beat. My heavens! A left leg bone. The energy radiating from it was at least 8,000 years old. Yin leaped up, his eyes nearly glued to the jade-like soul bone, his voice laden with envy and resentment. What incredible luck, Feng Xiaotian. It took me ages to find just one soul bone, and you get one on your very first day? What a charmed life. Lingya's expression remained unchanged, merely glancing at the floating soul bone as if it were a common stone. Not bad. An 8,000-year wind attribute, left leg bone of excellent quality. Highly compatible with your martial soul. Save the fusion for later. Let us move on to the next. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian felt as if he were floating on clouds, an overwhelming euphoria flooding his mind, drowning out all rational thought, leaving only the sound of his heart pounding. A soul bone of at least 8,000 years. The very best wind attribute, left leg bone, suited perfectly for him. Everything felt surreal, like a dream. He struggled to calm his almost explosive emotions, his fingers trembling uncontrollably as he pointed toward the third blind box. After the impact of the soul bone, his anticipation for the third box had reached its peak. As the third blind box opened, there were no earth-shattering phenomena, but a more profound, primal golden light erupted. This light, not blinding, bore a weightiness that penetrated the soul and shook the very foundations of existence. The golden light flowed like liquid gold, enveloping Feng Xiaotian entirely. Buzz. An indescribable warmth surged from the depths of Feng Xiaotian's soul, flowing through every fiber of his being, as if countless warm hands were gently and steadfastly nurturing, refining, and elevating the very essence of his life and power. Beneath his feet, the two previously quiet yellow 100-year soul rings suddenly burst forth with unparalleled vitality, transforming visibly in an instant. Purple, purple. In just a few breaths, those two yellow rings, symbols of a century, shed their golden hue, morphing into two deep purple 1,000-year soul rings. Feng Xiaotian stood in a daze, feeling the pure soul power coursing through him, nearly doubled from before, gazing down at the two noble purple rings radiating their brilliance. A tsunami of indescribable joy, shock, and an overwhelming sense of unreality crashed down upon him, obliterating all remnants of rational thought. I. Feng Xiaotian stammered, his handsome face flushed with excitement. His eyes glazed as if his soul had left his body. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! The sharp pain drew a gasp from him. It hurt. It was real. His soul ring's age had truly increased. He murmured incoherently, his voice trembling uncontrollably, before abruptly lifting his gaze to the calm figure of Ling Yi, who seemed to have casually bestowed upon him a handful of candy. That look in his eyes brimmed with unparalleled shock, reverence, and an almost fervent faith. Is this a dream? Ling Yi? This blind box, are you a god? Nothing extraordinary. Merely a routine operation, Ling Yi replied indifferently. Routine operation. Feng Xiaotian felt as if he were on the verge of a heart attack. If this was routine, then the cultivation system of soul masters spanning thousands of years could be tossed into the trash. Ecstasy, shock, confusion, and the dizzying impact of the phrase routine operation intertwined, overwhelming Feng Xiaotian's mind. Like a marionette, driven by muscle memory and an unwavering hope for the blind box's miraculous power. His trembling fingers reached for the floating box before him. Buzz. The blind box responded as it opened. This time, no earth-shattering phenomena appeared, only a stream of pure, milky white energy, akin to a tangible spring, surged forth, seamlessly pouring into Feng Xiaoyan's crown. Boom! Feng Xiaotian felt an indescribable, mighty warmth instantly coursing through his limbs, cleansing every meridian and cell. His soul power soared like a rocket, increasing by 3 levels. However, since he had yet to acquire his 3rd soul ring, his current soul power stood at a solid 30. Happiness came too suddenly. Feng Xiaotian, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly form coherent thoughts, bouncing on the spot, feeling light as a feather, brimming with uncontainable energy. Level 30. Once I obtain my 3rd soul ring, I will be at 32. Here I go. Yin let out a dissatisfied grunt, his gaze fixed on Feng Xiaoyan's smug expression, his heart filled with bitterness. What a stroke of luck for that fellow. It was only the first day, and his soul power had already matched that of the ice block. He couldn't help but feel disdainful. Feng Xiaotian, unable to suppress his silly grin, discreetly glanced at Xue Binger. She maintained her aloof demeanor, but Feng Xiaotian keenly sensed a fleeting ripple in her icy blue eyes. Almost imperceptible, her gaze lingered on him for a brief moment, her long eyelashes subtly quivering, before she nonchalantly shifted her attention to the window outside. All right, let us continue, Ling said. Sure. Feng Xiaotian nodded towards one of the blind boxes. Buzz! A beam of light penetrated Feng Xiaotian's forehead. Very good. This is perfect for you at the moment. Truly, what you need comes right on time. A divine soul ring. You may withdraw. Go absorb it. Ling Ye explain it. Divine soul ring? However, as the information surged into his mind, he quickly understood its significance. It was truly a miraculous phenomenon. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian found himself increasingly impressed by Ling Yi. The ability to bestow soul rings was remarkable. No wonder it was termed a divine soul ring. For Ling Yi was indeed a true deity in this world. From this point onward, repetitive details will not be reiterated. With a proud expression, Feng Xiaotian moved aside and sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Just as Yin and the others were about to open the remaining blind boxes, bang! The heavy alloy door was abruptly flung open with a gust of urgency. Qian Renxue and Salas hurriedly entered. The usually composed Salas now wore a grave expression, his eyes sharp as blades, sweeping across the room. His voice, low and urgent, left no room for debate. Everyone, pack your belongings immediately and return to Wuhuan City with the young master. Now, at once. This sudden command fell like cold water into boiling oil. The previously light atmosphere instantly solidified. Bishop Salas? Who Liena reacted first, her charming face filled with astonishment and confusion. She stepped forward, her brows slightly furrowed. What has happened? Why the rush to return to Wuhuan City? She had keenly sensed the urgency in Salas's tone was anything but ordinary. Salas's gaze swept over the crowd, lingering momentarily on Feng Xiaotian, who was in the corner, eyes closed as he absorbed the divine soul ring, surrounded by swirling winds. Finally, his eyes settled on Ling Yi, his voice heavy with concern. Huo Wu and her brother. After they left yesterday, they informed the higher-ups of the Fire Academy about Ling Yi and the blind boxes. The information has leaked completely. He took a deep breath, speaking rapidly. Now, the 3 major powers, Tiando royal family led by Emperor Shui, 7 treasure glazed tile school S Ning Fengji, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan Suu Engine, have all confirmed Ling Ye's existence and the revolutionary power he could bring. Salas's voice suddenly rose, carrying a cold chill, given the relationship between the Wuhuan Hall and them. It is absolutely impossible for young friend Ling Yi to be recruited by them. Because of this, his existence has become a thorn in the side of these 3 powers, a significant threat that will keep them awake at night. Xiaoyu stepped forward, his violet eyes gleaming coldly, his tone still calm, but edged with sharpness. Bishop, even if they know, so what? Do they dare to move against the Wuhuan Hall? The reputation of the Wuhuan Hall is enough to intimidate most forces on the continent. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare. Qian Renxue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, her voice lacking its usual warmth and elegance, replaced by a coldness that suggested insight into a conspiracy and a hint of urgency. She scanned the room, especially lingering on Xue Binger and Yi Lingling, who had just joined, with a scrutinizing gaze. Xue Binger and Yi Lingling, both astute, immediately understood that the next words would reveal a core secret of the Wuhuan Hall. They exchanged glances, wordlessly stepping forward. Shui Binger's clear voice rang out first, resolute. Young master, having entered the Wuhuan Hall, we shall never betray. Though Yi Lingling did not speak, her clear eyes reflected unprecedented determination and resolve. Following closely, she added, her voice soft yet crystal clear, with such miraculous blind boxes. Would a traitor not be destroying their own future? Qian Renxue observed the unfeigned determination in their eyes, nodding slightly as the last remnants of doubt dissipated. She no longer hesitated, her words shocking. The source of the information is the Crown Prince of Title Douluo, Shueqinghe. Shueqinghe, the Crown Prince? How could he be connected to our Wuhuan Hall? Xiaoyu, Liena, and Yin exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting incredulity. The heir to the Title Douluo Empire, the future emperor, secretly colluding with the Wuhuan Hall? It was utterly unfathomable. A chilling smile graced Qian Renxue's lips as she unveiled a more staggering truth. Because the real Shueqinghe has been dead for many years. The Title Douluo Crown Prince you have seen was merely my disguise. Boom! It was as if a silent thunderclap erupted in the lounge. Everyone was left stunned, their minds blank at this unbelievable revelation. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted, instinctively activating his purple eyes. Liena's lips parted slightly, her charm evaporating, leaving only sheer shock. Yin dramatically stepped back, nearly colliding with the wall. Even the typically composed Shui Binger had tumultuous waves in her icy blue eyes. Yi Lingling covered her mouth, while only Ling Yi and Salis remained unfazed. Qian Renxue provided no time for them to digest this information. Her words hastening. In the last blind box opened by Ling Yi, I obtain a lifelike doppelganger artifact. Currently, that doppelganger is in the palace, continuing to play the role of Shueqinghe. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes. It is precisely for this reason that the information returned is absolutely accurate. The three parties, Emperor Shui, Ning Fengji, and Yu Yuanjin, have conspired and ultimately decided, at all costs, they must eliminate Ling Yi while he is still weak. They aim to eradicate him completely. An assassination order. Liena gasped, her delicate face paling instantly. The weight of those three words was suffocating. Qian Renxue's voice carried an unprecedented gravity and urgency. Although our Wuhuan Hall has profound foundations, unafraid of any of them, the importance of Ling Yi is beyond words. He is our hope for the future, the key to overturning everything. We cannot afford to lose him. She surveyed the crowd, underscoring their precarious situation. And right now, we are situated in the heart of Title Douluo City. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed, and we are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength. The two Title Douluo elders assigned to protect me. One must remain in the palace to guard the doppelganger and cannot leave. The other, just days ago, I ordered to escort important items back to the Wuhuan Hall and is not present. Qian Renxue's voice carried a hint of helplessness. At this moment, the only top-tier combat power we can mobilize is Elder Ju and Elder Gue. Salis immediately interjected, his tone heavy. Conversely, the enemy. The seven-treasure glazed tile school has two Title Douluo stationed, plus Ning Fengji, the continent's foremost support soul master. With just this one sect, Elder Ju and Elder Gue would struggle to contend. Not to mention the powerful figures from the Title Douluo royal family and the elite forces led by Yu Yuanjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. They will undoubtedly come out in full force. The combined might of these three factions is overwhelming, and we have no chance of winning. I have immediately sent an urgent message for assistance to the Pope using the highest level secret command. Meanwhile, all sensitive attack-type soul masters from the branch hall have been mobilized to convey the message to Wuhuan City at all costs and as swiftly as possible. Salas spoke rapidly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. More critically, since the enemy has resolved to break relations and is willing to go to war with the Wuhuan Hall to eliminate Ling Yi, then this Title Douluo branch hall is no longer a safe haven. They may launch a strong attack at any moment. I will wait for Feng Xiaotian to finish absorbing it. Young master, you must leave immediately. Not a moment can be delayed. The words of Salis struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. The gravity of the situation far exceeded their imaginations. The joint onslaught of three supreme forces was aimed directly at Ling Yi. Meanwhile, Their own strength was stretched thin, and the division was as precarious as a house of cards. Chapter 42. Escape. At the moment when this suffocating tension reached its zenith, a figure appeared beside Qian Renxue like a wraith, without any prior warning. It was Zhu Douluo. His usual enchanting demeanor was replaced by an expression of grave seriousness and intent. The gleam in his elongated eyes was fierce, his voice imbued with an unprecedented urgency and a barely perceptible hint of rage. Young master, we must flee. Time is of the essence. Two formidable auras, laden with murderous intent, have locked onto the division and are rapidly approaching. One belongs to Jian Daoqinshin, and the other to Yu Yuanjin. They have made their move. Jian Douluo, Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The two titans of the Douluo realm were converging to strike. Go! Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Renxue seized Ling Ye's delicate wrist with such force that she barely had time for another word before her figure transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards the prearranged emergency escape route behind the division. Keep up! Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, his violet eyes flashing with determination as he followed closely behind. Liena, Yin, Shui Binger, and Yi Lingling quickly snapped out of their stupor, bursting forth with the speed of shadows, eager to pursue Qian Renxue and Ling Yi. Silas, I entrust the Wind Boy to you. Their target is Ling Yi, so they will not pay too much attention to you. Zhu Douluo's voice trailed off with urgency as his figure became indistinct, clearly hurrying to inform Douluo and prepare for the impending confrontation. In the vast division, only Bishop Salas and Feng Xiaotian, who was seated on the ground and in the critical moment of absorbing the God-given spirit ring, remained. Salas's face turned pale as he gazed anxiously at the vanishing exit, casting a worried glance at Feng Xiaotian before stamping his foot. A powerful wave of soul force instantly enveloped Feng Xiaotian, protecting him within its embrace. He had to act swiftly. Boom! Almost the instant Qian Renxue and the others disappeared through the exit, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a violent sword aura and a raging dragon's roar, emanating from the main entrance of the Spirit Hall's Tianshou division. The entire structure trembled violently, dust cascading down like rain. The overwhelming pressure surged like a tangible tsunami, sweeping across the entire division in an instant. Boom! The enormous metallic doors of the Tianshou division, capable of withstanding a full frontal assault from a soul saint, shattered with the ease of paper. Countless twisted shards of metal mingled with fragments of hard stone, rocketing inward like projectiles from an explosion. The ferocious shockwave, laden with choking dust, engulfed the front hall in an instant. As the dust began to settle, a figure emerged like a divine weapon unsheathed, striding through the clouds of debris with unyielding resolve. Clad in white, untouched by the grime of battle, with hair as silver as snow and a countenance as frigid as millennia-old ice, he bore no physical sword. Yet his very presence stood as a blade capable of cleaving the heavens. The terrifying sharpness of his sword intent suffused the air, creating a spine-tingling hiss as it sliced through the atmosphere. The solid rock beneath his feet silently fractured, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Jian Douluo, a Title Douluo of the 96th rank, specializing in offensive techniques. His gaze flickered with electric intensity as it locked onto the direction of the emergency escape route. With a single step, it seemed as though space itself compressed, and he transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling forth with lethal intent aimed squarely at Ling Yi. Ulchanshin, do you think you can pass? Have you consulted your Jew grandpa? A sharp, enchanting voice laced with fury rang out from the entrance of the passage. The golden light flared brilliantly. Zhu Douluo's figure appeared, as if teleporting. Gone was his usual languid charm. Instead, cold fury ignited in his narrowed eyes. Enveloped by a resplendent golden soul power. Seventh soul skill. Majestic heavenly chrysanthemum true form. Buzz. A colossal, over 10-meter-wide illusion of the majestic heavenly chrysanthemum erupted behind Zhu Douluo. Each petal shimmered with a liquid, gold-like radiance. In response to Qinshin's lightning-fast, unstoppable sword strike, Zhu Douluo advanced rather than retreating. Golden stamen flowing dawn. With his hands rapidly forming seals before his chest, the massive illusion of the majestic heavenly chrysanthemum trembled violently. Countless petals, solidified to the point of being tangible, with sharp golden edges, cascaded forth like a torrential downpour, cutting through all in their path, surging towards Chunxin's white sword light with terrifying might. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, reverberated through the hall. Each golden petal contained Title Douluo's formidable soul power, striking with precision against Chunxin's concentrated sword light. Sparks flew as the sword aura and golden brilliance clashed, desperately annihilating each other. Chunxin's relentless advance was momentarily halted by this overwhelming tide of petals. Trivial technique. Chunxin's face remained impassive, his eyes brimming with intensified sword intent. Break. With fingers poised like a blade, he made a gentle slash forward. Buzz. An exquisitely refined, formless sword wave erupted suddenly, seemingly capable of cleaving through space itself. The seemingly endless tide of golden petals collided with an invisible wall of despair, parting just inches from Chunxin, annihilating in the process. The residual force of the sword wave surged forward, aimed directly at Title Douluo. Title Douluo's pupils constricted as his hands came together in a swift motion. Diamond barrier. The petals of the majestic heavenly chrysanthemum behind him rapidly converged inward, layer upon layer, enveloping him entirely and forming a colossal golden bud that radiated an impenetrable diamond-like glow. Boom! The concentrated sword wave struck fiercely against the golden bud. A blinding light erupted, and a terrifying shockwave lifted the ground within dozens of meters, shattering it to pieces. Title Douluo grunted, the massive golden bud being pushed back several meters, carving deep furrows into the earth, with clear cracks appearing on its surface. Yet, he had ultimately withstood a blow that could have slain an ordinary Title Douluo. Simultaneously, on the other side of the division, boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion and a thunderous dragon's roar, the division's incredibly sturdy dome was shattered like a fragile eggshell by an utterly ferocious force, creating a massive gaping hole. Countless broken metal beams and shattered rock plummeted like meteors. A colossal creature descended through the open dome. It was a terrifying bone dragon, over 20 meters long, entirely encased in a hauntingly pale, skeletal armor. The hollow sockets of its eyes burned with eerie blue soul fire, and its massive jaws opened wide, exhaling a thick miasma of death and decay. Its enormous frame crushed the surrounding structures to dust upon landing. This was the martial spirit true form of Bone Doagu Rong, the Bone Dragon. The Bone Dragon's target was also the escape route. Its huge, mountain-like bony claw descended toward the entrance with a force capable of rending space itself. Even before the claw reached, the oppressive aura had already cracked the ground beneath it into a web of fissures. Your opponent isme. A chilling, ethereal voice, reminiscent of the icy winds of the underworld, suddenly echoed as the shadow at the entrance of the passage began to writhe, as if alive. A humanoid figure entirely composed of dense, swirling blackness abruptly emerged from the shadows. It was Gacha Spirit. Faced with the colossal skeletal claws that obscured the heavens, the ghostly figure appeared remarkably insignificant. Yet, the ominous aura emanating from him was far from diminished. With the activation of his seventh soul skill, Ghostly Manifestation, the specter instantaneously became ethereal and expanded, morphing into a swirling mass of ghostly mist several meters in diameter, devouring all light in its profound depths. Within the ghostly fog, two crimson points of light ignited, reminiscent of the gaze of a hellish demon, the phantom claw of the underworld. The ghostly mist surged violently, condensing into an enormous claw made entirely of pure ghostly energy, its nails sharp as blades, emitting a piercing wail as it ascended to confront the descending skeletal dragon's claws. Countless wailing specters coiled around the bony claws, exuding an aura cold enough to freeze souls. Boom! The clash of bone and claw, a confrontation of death against death. The two monstrous appendages, imbued with terrifying power, collided with a resounding impact. No cataclysmic explosion erupted. Instead, a chilling sound akin to the grinding of eternal ice resonated through the air. A visible shockwave of grayish-black energy radiated outward. The debris of the impacted structures crumbled into dust without so much as a whisper of smoke. The very fabric of space seemed to warp under the sheer intensity of this lethal collision. The massive form of the skeletal dragon faltered slightly as it was met with the chilling might of the phantom claw, while the ghostly mist swirled in chaotic agitation. Evidently struggling. Roar! The soul fire within the skeletal dragon's eye blazed fiercely, clearly incensed by the specter's obstruction. It violently shook its massive head, its pale tailbone striking through the air like a steel whip, producing a mournful sound as it aimed a fierce blow toward the ghostly mist. In an instant, the ghostly figure vanished within the mist, only to reappear atop the skeletal dragon's back, where countless slender, shadowy chains, like venomous serpents, shot forth from a mist, ensnaring the dragon's joints. In that moment, a fierce battle erupted above the shattered temple, as the colossal skeletal dragon and the elusive, ghostly mist engaged in a harrowing struggle. The atmosphere thick with death, and the echoes of ghostly wails entwining with the dragon's roars. At that critical juncture, as the duo of the ghostly figures found themselves entangled with Qian Renxue and Gu Rong, a violent thunderclap erupted through the shattered entrance. Yuan Zhen, the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, a level 95 Title Douluo of the assault system. His entire form was enveloped in blue and purple lightning dragon scales. His powerful arms entwined with dazzling electric serpents, radiating the presence of a thunder god. His target was unmistakably clear. It was the fleeing Ling Yi, shielded by Qian Renxue, who had barely entered the passage. Little brat, where do you think you're going? Thunder Dragon Claw, Yuan Zhen roared, his right claw infused with the might of 1,000 thunders, transforming into a colossal shadow of a lightning claw spanning dozens of meters. Ignoring the chaotic battle around him, he descended upon the passage with the intent to obliterate everything in his path. The violent lightning illuminated the passage in a blinding white, the oppressive force causing Liena, Xiaoyu, and the others to gasp for breath as they fled within. Damn it! Caught under the relentless sword intent of Qian Renxue. The Zhu Douluo's vision was drawn to the unfolding scene, his eyes wide with fury. He spat a mouthful of blood, forcibly channeling his soul power. Old flower, stop him! Zhu Douluo shrieked. Struggling to protect yourself, and yet seeking to save others? Qian Renxue's gaze was as frigid as frost. He altered his sword technique, instantly unleashing the 7-kill field. Countless refined sword energies cascaded like a torrential downpour, sealing off all space around Zhu Douluo, forcing him into a desperate defense. Unable to divert his focus, at the passage's entrance, the ghostly figure was forced back by a ferocious sweep of the skeletal dragon's tail. Just as the enormous lightning claw was about to reduce the entrance, and everyone within it, to ash. In a critical moment, the ghostly mist condensed violently, the crimson ghostly eyes igniting with resolute brilliance. Ninth soul skill, ghostly apparition of 1,000 souls. Boom! The ghostly mist erupted, transforming into countless vengeful spirits, their faces twisted in rage, emitting piercing wails. These phantoms disregarded physical barriers, surging forth like a relentless black tide, some bravely charged the skeletal dragon, creating chaotic disruptions, while others surged toward the colossal lightning claw, descending from Yuan Zhen. Sizzle! Countless spirits collided with the violent lightning, instantly disintegrating with a deafening sound. Yet, they pressed on fearlessly. The vast tidal wave of ghostly figures managed to momentarily hinder the immense lightning claw infused with Yuan Zhen's formidable soul power. Although it continued to descend, its speed and ferocity visibly diminished. Seeking death, Yuan Zhen roared in fury, intensifying the lightning surrounding his claw, determined to crush the vexing phantoms. However, in that fleeting moment of reprieve, inside the passage, Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled with golden light. She clutched Ling Yi tightly, summoning the ethereal silhouette of her six-winged angel martial soul, forming a sacred shield. Go! Xiaoyu commanded sharply, his purple extreme demon eyes reaching their zenith. Seizing the momentary gap created by the ghostly tide hindering the lightning claw, he pulled Liena, Shui Binger, and Yi Lingling, and together they surged forward with blinding speed. Like 4 streaks of light, narrowly slipping through the grasp of the claw, now weakened by the onslaught of ghostly souls, disappearing deep into the passage. Boom! The colossal lightning claw finally descended, obliterating the entrance along with the surrounding structures, creating a deep pit that belched smoke and arcs of electricity. Debris scattered, and dust filled the air. Damn it! Yuan Zhen glared at the now empty pit, seething with rage. He realized his target had escaped. At this moment, in the courtyard of the sub-temple, the battle had escalated into a fierce struggle for survival. Title Douluo, surrounded by shattered petals and blood at the corner of his mouth, fought desperately against Qian Renxue's relentless sword intent that seemed to cling to him like a parasite, teetering on the brink. Chapter 43. Reinforcements arrive. The ghostly mist, once vibrant, now appeared dimmed and disordered, struggling to evade the overwhelming attacks of the skeletal dragon, having sustained considerable shock from the confrontation. Yuan Zhen, having missed his strike, turned his fury toward joining the fray. Old Chrysanthemum, the ghostly figure let out a piercing cry. Imbued with determination, he abruptly evaded the skeletal dragon's assault, transforming into a twisted shadow that instantaneously appeared beside Title Douluo. Understanding each other perfectly, Title Douluo's eyes flared with frenzied light. The two stood back to back, encircled by Qian Renxue, Gurong, and Yuan Zhen, who formed a triangular formation around them. The oppressive aura felt like three towering mountains pressing down upon them. Gold and black, two contrasting energies surged skyward from the two Douluo, intertwining like two roaring dragons, merging into a single terrifying wave that transcended the pinnacle of level 95, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The dual poles stasis field, Title Douluo, and the ghostly figure roared in unison, their voices merging with a power that reverberated through the rules of reality. The golden and black energies spun wildly, coalescing into a colossal, ethereal domain that rapidly took shape, encompassing the entire ruined courtyard. Within this domain, light warped, dust froze, and even the air itself became thick and viscous. Time and space seemed on the verge of being forcibly halted. Qian Renxue's expression shifted dramatically for the first time. Gurong's skeletal dragon's soul fire flickered wildly. Yuan Zhen's thunderous presence momentarily wavered. They understood all too well the terror of this martial soul fusion technique. Should this domain fully materialize, if only for an instant, it would provide Qian Renxue and her companions the chance to escape. Stop them. Amidst the tumult of battle, the essence of the seven killing swords surged to its zenith, manifesting as an immense sword aura that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. It tore through the void, descending violently upon the forming core of the domain. A deafening roar erupted as the skeletal dragon reared its true form, its pale tailbone emitting a piercing shriek that rent the air as if wielding a divine punishment against the specter. With the force of a thunderous tempest, Yuan Zhen unleashed a dual strike, two ferocious lightning dragons colliding with the formidable Title Douluo. The combined might of the three super Douluos unleashed a cataclysmic blow, aimed directly at the core of the domain, just as the fusion technique of Ju and Ghost Douluo was nearing completion. The intertwining beams of golden and black light trembled violently, and the nascent still domain wavered like a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of collapse. Life and death hung by a thread. Title Douluo, Yueguan, bore the brunt of the assault, his visage turning as pale as gold leaf as he coughed forth a torrent of blood. The golden petal phantoms swirling around him flickered uncertainly, while Ghost Douluo's spectral mist writhed violently, becoming thin and emitting agonized wails. Back to back, they struggled to maintain the precarious core of the domain, pouring out their soul power like a dam bursting, desperately holding on. Old Jew, it seems we brothers may truly meet our end here. Ghost's voice echoed through the mist, tinged with a bittersweet rasp. The domain's radiance illuminated his ethereal visage, etched with fatigue and despair. Hold on, old ghost. For the young master, for that child. Title Douluo clenched his jaw, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with the last embers of defiance. He sensed the imminent shattering of the domain, realizing that once the three of them broke free, their fates would be sealed in their current state. At the critical moment, as the domain teetered on the brink of obliteration, a melodious voice resonated, as if cleansing the soul, accompanied by a dazzling array of colorful light cascading from the shattered doors of the sub-temple. Ning Fengji. He arrived, wielding the resplendent seven-treasure glazed tile, crafted from luminous gemstones, alongside Shui Qinghe, his presence finally gracing the scene. The seven treasure glazed tile blazed with brilliance, spinning as seven solid beams of light shot forth. First, power. Second, speed. Third, soul. Fourth, control. Fifth, attack. Sixth, amplify. These 6 radiant beams, each representing a distinct attribute, struck with precision upon Qian Renxue, Gurong, and Yu Yuanzhen. The final amplification beam enveloped Ning Fengji himself, with the full support of the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master. The aura of the 3 super Douluos surged like an ignited powder keg. Qian Renxue's sword aura expanded by 30%, coalescing into a nearly palpable platinum hue. Gurong's skeletal dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its pale armor shimmering with a spectrum of colors, its power and speed magnified. Yu Yuanzhen's lightning, now more robust than ever, blazed with a blinding intensity, distorting the very fabric of space with its destructive energy. The 3 super Douluos, bolstered by their newfound strength, struck down upon the already beleaguered 2 polar, still domain like 3 mighty hammers. The sound of shattering resonated through the skies. The golden and black intertwined light, symbolizing the ultimate trump card of Jew and Ghost, shattered like fragile glass, exploding into a multitude of luminous particles. With a forceful backlash from the breach domain, like a tsunami, Jew Douluo and Ghost Douluo were sent reeling, their bodies flung back like kites severed from their strings, crashing into the ruins amidst a spout of blood. The ethereal flower petals encircling Jew Douluo faded into oblivion, while Ghost Douluo's mist thinned to near transparency, their vitality drained to the utmost limits. Qian Renxue, Gurong, and Yu Yuanzhen were liberated in an instant. Their terrifying aura surged forth like 3 erupting volcanoes, locking onto the injured Jew and Ghost with lethal intent. "It's over," Jew Douluo murmured, gazing at the now formidable adversaries, especially Ning Fengji, who held the radiant 7 treasure glazed tile. The last glimmer of hope extinguished from his eyes, leaving only profound bitterness and despair. With Ning Fengji present, even Qian Renxue could crush us. Old Ghost, before he could finish, Ghost's weak voice echoed with a resolute finality. The road to the Yellow Springs is not lonely. Ning Fengji spoke with calm certainty. Your graces surrender, and you may yet retain your lives. Behind him, Xueqing's expression remained impassive, though a complex glimmer flickered in his depths. Qian Renxue raised his sword, locking his 7-killing sword intent upon Jew Douluo's throat. Gurong's skeletal dragon loomed above, its deathly breath enveloping Ghost. Yu Yuanzhen's dragon claws crackled with lightning, poised to strike. At that moment when the 3 super Douluos were ready to unleash their ultimate attack, a rumbling sound echoed, like thunder from the heavens above. A far older, heavier, and more tyrannical force of pressure descended, surpassing even the sword intent of Qian Renxue, the deathly aura of Gurong, and the fury of Yu Yuanzhen, as if the very heavens themselves were collapsing. The air within the ruins of the Tiendo sub-temple froze instantaneously. All swirling dust, flickering arcs of electricity, and dissipating sword energy were forcefully held in place by an invisible hand. A primal shudder emanated from the depths of their souls, sweeping over every individual present. Qian Renxue, Gurong, and Yu Yuanzhen's expressions shifted dramatically as they looked up. Ning Fengji's pupils constricted, and the radiance of the 7 treasure glazed tile dimmed. Above the shattered dome of the sub-temple, 3 figures floated in the air, having arrived unbeknownst to anyone. At the forefront stood a towering figure clad in ancient dark golden armor, his physique as imposing as a mountain, his features chiseled as if carved by the gods. Hair and beard flowing as if in a tempest, his eyes flashing with golden lightning. A torrent of overwhelming bloodlust and soul power radiated from him, suppressing all in its vicinity. It was none other than the 2nd high-ranking priest of the Spirit Hall, the pinnacle Douluo, golden crocodile Douluo. To his left stood a figure with a stern countenance, wielding a massive coiling dragon staff of dark gold, its surface adorned with ancient dragon patterns. Exuding a calm and deep aura, he was the 5th high-ranking priest, Thousand Jun Douluo. On his right stood another, resembling Thousand Jun to some degree, but with a more unruly demeanor, holding a similar coiling dragon staff, his dragon patterns more ferocious and alive. With surging soul power, he was the 6th high-ranking priest, demon subduing Douluo. The three high-ranking priests had descended in unison. Golden crocodile Douluo. Zhuge struggled to lift his head, disbelief igniting in his eyes as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly have received word back to the spirit city so swiftly?" Golden crocodile Douluo's voice boomed like rolling thunder, imbued with both approval and undeniable authority. "Jew, Ghost, you two have performed admirably in your defense of the young master, fighting valiantly against all odds. Excellent." His molten gold gaze swept over the astonished assembly before settling on the injured Jew and Ghost. The anomalies of the Night of Ling. The safety of Xiao Shui pertained to the very foundation of the Spirit Hall. The message from Salus regarding the divine bestowed soul ring sent shockwaves through the high-ranking priesthood. The Grand Priest himself declared, "This child is destined for our Spirit Hall. We cannot afford to lose him." Had he not been bound, the angelic judgment would have descended at this very moment. This proclamation struck like a thunderclap. Even figures like Qian Renxue and Gu Rong were momentarily stunned. The legendary Grand Priest was still alive. "Leave this to me." Golden crocodile Douluo's voice resonated with authority. "You two, withdraw swiftly and ensure the young master and Ling Ye's escape. There must be no mistakes." "Understood." Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo felt a surge of renewed vigor, mustering their final reserves of soul power. The figure of the chrysanthemum Douluo flickered with a faint golden aura, while the specter transformed into an almost transparent shadow. The two supported each other and instantly morphed into two streaks of light, darting toward the vanishing point of Qian Renxue and her companions. Attempting to flee, Yu Yuanjin was the first to react, roaring in fury as thunder crackled around him, ready to pursue. Gu Rong's bone dragon emitted a silent roar, its massive bone wings stirring a tempest. "Oof, you shall face us." The gaze of the golden crocodile Douluo blazed with golden brilliance as he stepped forward. Boom! With that step, it was as if he had crushed the void itself. The already chaotic ruins below plummeted several meters, and an overwhelming force of gravitational energy instantly expanded into a heavy domain. Yu Yuanjin and Gu Rong's forms were suddenly weighed down, their momentum thwarted. "Qian Renxue, your adversary is me." The golden crocodile Douluo's voice resonated across the battlefield, his towering figure emanating an aura of dominance as he directly targeted the most potent presence. The sword Douluo. He made no elaborate gestures, simply raising his right fist, clad in dark golden armor, akin to a colossal war hammer, and struck forth. The golden crocodile king's fist shook the mountains. As the fist was unleashed, space solidified. A gargantuan fist imprint, composed entirely of refined golden soul power, surged forth with the terrifying might to shatter mountains and disturb celestial bodies, disregarding spatial distance, and appeared before Qian Renxue in an instant. Wherever the fist imprint passed, the air was compressed into a tangible white barrier, producing a deafening sonic boom. An unprecedented sense of crisis gripped his heart. Without hesitation, he pointed his sword at his brow. Unity of man and sword. Buzz. In an instant, he transformed into a brilliantly refined beam of platinum sword light. No longer mere sword energy, but he himself embodied the seven-killing sword capable of cleaving through heaven and earth. The sword light flashed, imbued with the resolute intent to sever causality and obliterate all laws, boldly confronting that mountain-shaking giant fist. Boom! The clash of fist and sword erupted like two stars colliding. The blinding platinum radiance and the dominating golden torrent instantaneously engulfed that space. A terrifying energy storm swept outward like a tsunami, leveling the already ravaged subtemple to the ground. Countless fragments were reduced to dust. At the heart of the storm, the platinum sword light let out a mournful cry, being sent hurtling backward, reverting to Qian Renxue's form. He staggered back a dozen steps before barely stabilizing himself. His complexion pale, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, and the hand grasping the sword suffered a grievous wound. His eyes brimmed with shock. Merely a single fist, even in his state of unity with the sword, he was forcibly repelled. The power of the golden crocodile Douluo was indeed terrifying. Sword uncle. Ning Fengji's expression changed, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda in his hands radiating brilliant light, preparing to amplify Qian Renxue once more. Bone frame. Your adversary is your demon suppressor grandpa. From the other side, the laughter of the demon suppressor Duo echoed, unable to contain himself any longer. The dragon-patterned staff in his hand, now more ferociously animated, transformed into a myriad of wildly dancing shadows, akin to enraged golden dragons, descending furiously upon Gu Rong's bone dragon. The Panlong staff technique, Thousand Dragons Break. Each strike was powerful and heavy, infused with the tumultuous soul power of the demon suppressor Douluo. The staff shadows collided violently with the massive form of the bone dragon, producing a thunderous roar. Bone fragments scattered. Gu Rong's bone armor, harder than steel, exhibited fine cracks under the relentless assault of the demon suppressor Douluo. The bone dragon roared in fury, its colossal claws and tail retaliating wildly. The death energy clashing fiercely with golden light, stirring the very elements around them. Meanwhile, under the oppressive gravity of the golden crocodile, Yu Yuanjin erupted. He roared with fury, his entire body enveloped in dragon scales, dazzling blue-purple lightning swirling chaotically. The ninth soul skill, True Dragon's Wrath, thunder in the nine heavens. He transformed into a colossal core of thunder. Countless ferocious lightning dragons, as thick as barrels and imbued with a destructive aura, surged forth from him, indiscriminately bombarding in all directions, attempting to tear apart the constraints of the gravitational field while simultaneously attacking all foes present. Chapter 44. Battle of the Top Powerhouses, a mere parlor trick. The golden crocodile Douluo, faced with the combined assault of Qian Renxue's swordlight and Yu Yuanjin's lightning dragons, snorted coldly, his left hand spread wide, aiming at Yu Yuanjin below and pressed down in midair. Gravitational swamp. The gravity within 100 meters around Yu Yuanjin instantaneously surged tenfold. The ground collapsed into a deep pit. The violently unleashed lightning dragons slowed drastically, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire, their power significantly diminished. Even Yu Yuanjin's own massive dragon form sank heavily, the sound of scales grinding against each other echoing sharply. The golden crocodile Douluo's right hand clenched into a fist once more, facing the approaching, even more refined 7-killing sword light from Qian Renxue, delivering another straightforward, unadorned strike. Boom, boom, boom. The three top offerings of the offering hall clashed against the three pinnacle powers of the Heaven Do Empire, along with the foremost support. And the battle instantly reached a fever pitch. The golden crocodile Douluo faced two foes alone, his fists shaking the mountains and rivers, overpowering both Qian Renxue and Yu Yuanjin. The entire Heaven Do city trembled under the ferocity of this Title Douluo melee. The ruins of the Spirit Hall sub-temple had vanished, leaving only a vast deep pit and a rampaging energy storm. All around were enemies. It became the stage for the three mighty offerings to display their unparalleled might. In the distance, sensing the apocalyptic energy fluctuations behind them, both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo could not help but glance back. Hurry! The ghostly voice, though still feeble, conveyed an unprecedented determination. With two offerings present, the sky will not fall. Our mission is to protect the young master and Ling Yi. The two hesitated no longer, summoning their spirits, transforming into streaks of light, and racing toward the outskirts of Heaven Do City. The gravitational field bore down on Yu Yuanjin like an invisible mountain, the blue-purple lightning dragon scales groaning under the immense pressure. Each step felt as if trudging through viscous lava. He beheld the distant Qian Renxue, whose once sharp gaze was now increasingly resolute despite the blood trickling from his lips. Being repeatedly repelled by the overwhelming fist of the golden crocodile Douluo, and glanced at his own nearly impotent state under suppression. A wave of seething rage surged within him. How infuriating! How detestable! Yu Yuanjin released a thunderous dragon roar, filled with boundless resentment and fury. If only the treasure of my blue lightning tyrant dragon family, the true Dragon 9 crown, were still present. How could this mere gravitational field confine me? I would not be so humiliated. His fury was palpable, were he endowed with the power of the 9 crowns. His thunderous might would be enough to tear asunder this gravitational restraint, and perhaps even confront the golden crocodile, that old crocodile, head-on. Just as Yu Yuanjin was firmly ensnared by the gravitational field, consumed by impotent rage, the The killing intent in another battlefield had reached its zenith. The Thousand Title Douluo, wielding the dark golden panlong staff, radiated a suppressive force that locked onto the flickering light of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda held by Ning Fengji. His cold expression betrayed no emotion, only the icy intent to kill in his eyes, palpable as a tangible force. Ning Fengji. The voice of the Thousand Title Douluo was like the grinding of ancient ice, carrying the chilling proclamation of death. Today, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the continent's foremost support, shall meet its end here. After your demise, the seven-treasure glazed sect shall be erased from the continent. Since you dare to covet the destined child of our spirit hall, you must be prepared to face death at any moment. The panlong staff, soul-breaking, before his words faded. The ancient golden staff in the Thousand Title Douluo's hand vanished in an instant, not through teleportation, but at a speed that surpassed visual perception. In the next heartbeat, a shadow of the dark golden staff, refined to the utmost, seemingly capable of subduing souls and severing life, descended upon Ning Fengji's head with deadly silence, as if the scythe of death had emerged from the depths of the abyss. Wherever the staff shadow passed, space seemed to freeze, suppressing Ning Fengji, who felt his soul power completely solidify, even his thoughts growing sluggish. The light of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda was reduced to a mere glimmer at the tip of the tower. The aura of death enveloped him completely. His complexion turned ashen, and for the first time, despair flickered in his eyes. Before the pinnacle of the specialized suppression path, he, a support-type soul master, appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fengji. In the distance, Qian Renxue, violently repelled by a devastating strike from the golden crocodile, Douluo, felt his blood surge as he caught a glimpse of this lethal scene from the corner of his eye, instantly causing his heart to shatter with despair. Ning Fengji, the person he had devoted half his life to protecting, the towering pillar of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, could not perish. No. Qian Renxue let out a heart-wrenching roar. The anguish and resolve woven into his cry resonated with the very fabric of the universe. The seven-killing sword in his hand seemed to sense its master's desperate will, on the brink of obliterating everything, emitting an unprecedented resonance akin to a dragon's roar reverberating through the heavens. Buzz, an indescribable sword intent, seemingly capable of severing the currents of time and space, erupted violently from within Qian Renxue. This sword intent was no longer the color of platinum, but bore a hue of chaotic gray that seemed to pierce through illusions and shatter laws. Boom! The aura surrounding Qian Renxue surged as if breaking free from invisible shackles, expanding ferociously. A sword pressure, sharper, purer, and more magnificent than before, swept across the surroundings. Beneath his feet, the soul power halo, symbolizing his 96th level, rippled like water, expanding, ultimately solidifying at 97. At the critical moment of life and death, his protective resolve erupted. Sword Douluo, Qian Renxue, breaking through amidst the fray. Break for me. In the instant of his breakthrough, a piercing gray sword light erupted from Qian Renxue's eyes, capable of piercing the heavens. He casually swept his seven-killing sword towards the shadow of the soul-severing staff, aimed at Ning Fengji by the Thousand Cats Douluo. Swoosh! There was no earth-shattering roar, only the sound resembling the tearing of fabric in space. A slender, exquisitely condensed sword energy line, appearing in chaotic gray, instantly traversed space. Arriving ahead of time, ding! A crisp and resonant clash of metal. The determined strike of the Thousand Cats Douluo, imbued with the power to suppress souls, was precisely severed at the core of its force flow by this delicate gray sword energy line. The staff's shadow trembled violently, its dark golden luster and suppressive force dimming and becoming tumultuous. Though not entirely severed, the lethal lock and inevitability of the strike had been forcefully interrupted. What? For the first time, a look of astonishment crossed the stern face of the Thousand Cats Douluo. This Qian Renxue, after his breakthrough, wielded a sword power that was exceedingly sharp and cunning. At this critical juncture, roar! The previously suppressed Yu engine seized the moment when the golden crocodile Douluo was momentarily distracted by Qian Renxue's explosive sword intent, unleashing his full potential. His dragon scales erupted, dazzling lightning tearing through the tenfold gravity. Thunder Dragon Flash. Yu Yuanjin's massive dragon form transformed into a blinding bolt of lightning, reaching unparalleled speed in an instant. With a piercing shriek that split the air, he boldly positioned himself before Ningfeng Ji as the shadow of 1,000 Cats Douluo's staff was hindered, the old force dissipating while the new had yet to surge. Boom! The residual force of 1,000 Cats Douluo's strike crashed against Yu Yuanjin's crossed Thunder Dragon arms. The violent suppressive force clashed with the destructive thunder, annihilating everything. Yu Yuanjin grunted, scales shattering, blood spraying, his massive body forced to retreat several steps, each footfall cracking the ground. Yet he ultimately blocked this fatal blow. Fengji, quickly! Yu Yuanjin, disregarding the searing pain in his arm, shouted hoarsely. Rescued from the brink of death, Ningfengji's face was as pale as paper. Yet his reaction was swift. In the moment Yu Yuanjin intercepted the attack, he summoned his soul power, and the 7 treasures glazed tile tower erupted once more with resplendent rays of 7 colors. First, strength. Second, speed. Third, soul. Fourth, control. Fifth, attack. 5 beams of enhancement, condensed to perfection, fell like precise arrows upon the newly minted, exuberant Qian Renxue and upon the formidable Yu Yuanjin standing before him. The final beam also enveloped himself, stabilizing his wavering form. Buzz! With Ningfengji's desperate and nearly exhausted assistance, Qian Renxue's aura surged to a terrifying height. His sword energy swelled, condensing into substance, transforming him into a divine sword. Its might subtly rivaling the overwhelming presence of a golden crocodile Douluo. Meanwhile, the thunder enveloping Yu Yuanjin grew increasingly ferocious, condensed and resplendent. Excellent! A splendid sword path, Qian Renxue. A remarkable battle intent erupted in the molten gaze of the golden crocodile Douluo. Though a hint of gravity crossed his face, he had not anticipated that his opponent could break through right before his eyes. Even more astonishing was Ningfengji's counter, which enabled the newly ascended 97-level sword Douluo to momentarily match his own overwhelming presence at level 98. Golden crocodile, come again. Qian Renxue pointed his sword at the golden crocodile, his voice as frigid as eternal ice, imbued with the boundless sharpness born from his breakthrough. The battle between the demon suppression Douluo and Bone Douluo Gu Rong also reached a boiling stalemate. Old Bone, let us see how long you can endure. The dragon staff. 10,000 dragons bowing to the ancestor. The demon suppression Douluo roared with abandon, wielding the dragon-patterned staff that danced like the wind. Countless golden staff shadows transforming into roaring golden dragons, crashing down upon Gu Rong's bone dragon form with the force to shatter mountains and split earth. Boom, 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 boom. A cacophony of thunderous roars resonated across the battlefield. Bone fragments flew. Gu Rong's massive bone dragon form was forced to retreat repeatedly, cracks spreading across its bleached armor, the ethereal blue flames flickering violently. Yet the defense of his bone dragon martial soul was astonishingly formidable. With each punishing strike, the ethereal blue glow coursed through his armor, rapidly sealing the fine cracks under the nourishment of deathly energy. Although he was at a disadvantage, besieged by the frenzied onslaught of the demon suppression Douluo, he stood firm like unyielding iron, impossible to break. Ha ha ha! The young demon suppression has strength, yet you are far from breaking my defenses. Gu Rong's raspy, eerie laughter echoed, the massive bone tail like a nimble steel whip, striking at the moment of the demon suppression Douluo's attack, forcing him to block with his staff, momentarily halting his offensive. Damn it! The demon suppression Douluo roared in frustration, yet found himself helpless. The defense of this skeletal frame was utterly despairing. In a short time, he could not hope to shatter it. The battlefield had become subtly precarious and fraught with tension. The golden crocodile Douluo, observing the soaring presence of Qian Renxue, now nearly equal to his own due to Ningfengji's support, glanced at the seemingly impenetrable Bone Douluo and the still fierce Yu Yuanjin, whose spirit remained undaunted despite his injuries. All, while under Ningfengji's watchful assistance, furrowed his stone-like brow in concern. Time. It was the one thing he lacked the most. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were gravely injured, and with Shui, and Lingyi in tow, their escape speed would undoubtedly be affected. The powerful figures of the Tiando royal family had yet to appear. Where could they be? The answer was obvious. They must be pursuing Xue, and her companions. That was the true, deadly threat. A swift resolution was imperative. He needed to swiftly overcome these three troublesome foes and rush to their aid. Yet the situation before him, with Qian Renxue having broken through to 97 and wielding Ning Fengji's full support, was radiating brilliance, sharp and unstoppable, enough to momentarily restrain him. Although the venerable dragon Yuanjin was injured, the power of thunder, fueled by assistance, remained ferociously unrestrained, lurking nearby with predatory intent, poised to launch a lethal ambush at any moment. The tortoise shell of Bone Douluo was particularly repulsive, rendering the demon suppression incapable of breaching it in the short term. Truly troublesome. The golden crocodile Douluo's thoughts raced, and a flicker of fierce determination flashed in his molten gold eyes. It was evident that without taking decisive action, escape was impossible. He took a deep breath, and from his towering, mountain-like physique, an ominous aura reminiscent of an awakened ancient beast began to brew. The intricate patterns on his dark gold armor ignited with blinding golden light, a far heavier and more tyrannical aura, as if hailing from the primordial era, gradually spread forth. Chengxin, Yuanjin, and Ning Fengji simultaneously felt a wave of suffocating pressure. After his breakthrough, Chengxin's gaze became grave, gripping his 7-kill sword tightly. He understood that this ancient crocodile, having lived for countless years, was truly enraged. The voice of Golden Crocodile reverberated like rolling thunder across the battlefield, imbued with undeniable authority and a chill of murderous intent. You insist on obstructing the grand endeavors of my spirit hall. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to wield the might of a veneration, what true power entails. As his words fell, the 9th deep red soul ring beneath the golden crocodile Douluo suddenly glimmered. The 9th soul skill, primordial crocodile king, suppressed the abyss. Boom! A terrifying weight, far more oppressive than the previous gravitational domain, descended upon them 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The domain instantly expanded. Though limited in scope, it precisely enveloped Chengxin, who had just broken through with soaring momentum, along with Ning Fengji and Yuanjin, who were fully supporting him from behind. Thud, thud, thud. The three were struck as if by an invisible, ancient, divine mountain. Chengxin's fierce, soaring chaotic sword energy dimmed and stagnated as though ensnared in a billion-year-old amber. His upright form suddenly hunched over, bones creaking under the unbearable weight, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Ning Fengji was similarly struck. The light of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, dimming like a candle in the wind, extinguished by more than half. He fell to one knee, pallid and nearly devoid of soul power. The raging thunder surrounding Yuanjin froze like flames, dragon scales shattering inch by inch, blood gushing forth. His massive dragon body pinned to the ground, unable to even roar. Primordial suppression. This was the ultimate killing move of Golden Crocodile Douluo, who wielded dominion over the continent. Standing among the revered, by channeling his own life, force, and soul power, he connected with a trace of the primordial crocodile's will, manifesting an absolute suppression domain. Only a peerless Douluo could withstand it. Break! Break for me! Chengxin's eyes widened in desperation, the grayish sword light raging in flames, consuming the essence of his life. The 7-kill sword trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry on the verge of shattering. As a faint yet condensed chaotic sword energy struggled to pierce through the horrific pressure of the primordial might, attempting to tear open a gap. Yet, the disparity was insurmountable. The golden light in Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes blazed like the sun. He stepped forward with ferocity, his gigantic fist, clad in dark gold armor and carrying the terrible power of the entire primordial suppression, descended upon the helpless Chengxin, Ning Fengji, and Yuanjin, driving down with ferocious might. The punch fell. The space solidified. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. Boom! An indescribable roar echoed, as if the heavens and earth were being torn asunder. The ground trembled as if struck by a colossal hammer, rippling outward from the Golden Crocodile Douluo's fist, sending visible waves of energy. A mix of dark gold and dark red, exploding in concentric circles. Where it passed, all matter, rock, metal, and even dissipating soul power, was reduced to the most primitive particles of dust. Qingxin bore the brunt of it. His sword energy, which had condensed the essence of life, shattered like fragile glass. The seven-kill sword emitted a sorrowful wail, flying from his grasp. He was sent hurtling through the air like a broken sack, blood trailing behind him. His bones undoubtedly shattered in countless places. His breath dwindled to the brink of collapse. Ning Fengji was swept away by the violent shockwave. With the seven-treasure glazed tile tower dimming completely, his form tossed like a severed kite, blood staining his chest, existence uncertain. Yuanjin's vast dragon form was forcibly reverted to human shape, drenched in blood, embedded in the ground like a crimson gourd, with only faint breaths remaining. One strike. Just one strike. The sword Douluo, having broken through level 97 with Ning Fengji's full assistance, the continent's foremost support, Yuanjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The three pinnacle powerhouses were instantly vanquished by the ninth soul skill of Golden Crocodile Douluo, who burned his soul power and life force. They were utterly defeated, and the devastation was profound. As the dust slowly settled, the towering figure of Golden Crocodile Douluo stood resolutely amidst the chaos. However, the brilliance of his dark gold armor had noticeably dimmed, and a hint of paleness crept onto his resolute face, his aura far less robust than before. Clearly, unleashing this ultimate strike had exacted a tremendous toll on him. His molten gold gaze swept across the battlefield littered with devastation and casualties. The Thousand Genes Douluo and Demon Suppression Douluo had forced back the ancient Banyan, who was similarly depleted, his bone armor shattered. Observing the grievously injured Qingxin, Ning Fengji, and Yuanjin, a flicker of regret passed through the eyes of Golden Crocodile Douluo, quickly transforming into a cold, murderous intent. Yet he ultimately chose not to deliver the fatal blow. What a pity! Had we arrived a moment earlier, working in tandem with the Chrysanthemum Ghost, we could have completely eradicated the two major threats posed by the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan today. He sighed internally. At this moment, he was heavily drained, and both Thousand Genes and Demon Suppression were also injured. Although the enemy had been defeated, Ancient Banyan still possessed fighting strength. Their desperate counterattack would yield unpredictable consequences. More importantly, the situation with the young master and Ling Yi was pressing. Let's depart. Golden Crocodile Douluo no longer hesitated, his voice carrying an undeniable resolve as he beckoned to Thousand Genes and Demon Suppression. The three figures transformed into streaks of light, swiftly retreating towards the direction of Ling Yi and others outside of Heaven-Do City, leaving behind a wasteland of ruin and silence. In the ruins, Bone Douluo Ancient Banyan struggled back into human form, stumbling to Qingxin and Ning Fengji's side, tears streaming down his face. Fengji, Qingxin, hold on. He hastily produced healing elixirs, placing them into their mouths. Yuanjin also struggled to rise, gazing at his nearly shattered body and unconscious allies, filled with dread and unwillingness, which ultimately turned to despair. He understood that this all-out assault had ended in utter failure. The power and determination exhibited by the Spirit Hall far surpassed their expectations. Now, they could only hope that the royal family could intercept that child named Ling Yi. Outside Heaven-Do City, amidst the rugged mountains leading towards Spirit City, the heavy stench of blood mingled with the charred remnants of soul skills exploded in the air. The once lush forest had long been leveled by rampant energy. The ground riddled with massive craters, frozen ice, charred earth, and deep-cut ravines. The battle was unimaginably brutal. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo leaned against a massive blackened rock, their faces as pale as parchment, their breaths feeble like a flickering candle in the wind. Guamei's form was nearly transparent, appearing as though he could dissipate at any moment. Yueguan's once resplendent robes were tattered and stained with blood and dirt, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. Before them stood Huo Li, Xie Yu, Yin, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, and others, forming a shaky line of defense against the encroaching tide of soul masters. The adversaries surged forth like a dark wave, comprising the royal guards of Heaven-Do, elites from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and over 100 external disciples of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School, comprising soul emperors in the hundreds and soul saints numbering 50. Countless soul kings and soul zone followed in their wake, akin to wolves scenting blood, pressing forward relentlessly. On the ground lay dozens of corpses, mostly soul kings and soul zone, but a few soul emperors were among them as well. These are the hard-won achievements earned through the desperate struggle of the two Chrysanthemum Douluo, for even in their severely wounded state, they are not to be trifled with by mere soul emperors or soul saints. Yet the enemy is overwhelming, seemingly endless. Damn it. Cough cough. The Chrysanthemum Douluo gazed at the approaching foes with eyes full of resentment. He and the old ghost are gravely injured. Had it not been for Yi Lingling exerting herself to the utmost with her 9 hearts begonia healing soul skill to assist them, they would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. However, the disparity between Yi Lingling's soul power and the wounds suffered by the Chrysanthemum Douluo is vast, making her healing efforts feel like a drop in the bucket. Young master, old ghost, the Chrysanthemum Douluo bitterly glanced at Qian Renxue and Gue Mei. Yeah, dying together would be a fitting end. Gue Mei's voice drifted like a wisp. Just then, a blinding crimson fire pillar erupted from Yan's mouth, roaring forth like a raging flame dragon, instantly engulfing 3 rushing soul emperors and several soul masters. Amidst the screams, they were reduced to charred remains. Super flame. Get the hell away. Yan's eyes burned crimson, resembling a frenzied beast, as the shadow of his flame Lord Martial soul flickered, clearly consuming immense energy. Almost simultaneously, Shui Bingye shouted, "I." Centered around her, vast crystal ice instantaneously spread out, freezing the dozen or so soul masters charging from the side into ice sculptures. Following that, resisting ice ring, a massive ice ring erupted, violently pushing away the frozen sculptures and the subsequent enemies, shattering them. Ice explosion. She clapped her hands together, and the frozen enemies along with the ice debris detonated in an instant. Countless tiny ice explosions converged into a terrifying low-temperature shockwave, clearing another area. Yin and Shui Binger, 2 opposing elemental forces, displayed astonishing synergy at this moment. The power of ice and fire alternated explosively, providing mutual protection. Yan's super flame was responsible for rampant output and area control, while Shui Binger's ice seal, resisting ice ring, and ice explosion focused on battlefield control, segmentation, and targeted elimination. The boundary between ice and fire blurred around them, creating a death zone that instilled fear in their enemies, a scorching wasteland coexisting with an Arctic domain. Those enemies who dared to breach this area found themselves either instantly turned to ashes or frozen into sculptures before being shattered, or obliterated into dust by pervasive ice explosions. What in the world is this coordination? A soul saint from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan watched his subordinates evaporate in an instant, his eyes nearly popping out. The Ice Phoenix and Flame Lord can actually cooperate like this. A soul emperor from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was equally astonished. Not only were the enemies stunned, but even Yin and Shui Binger found themselves somewhat bewildered. In the face of life and death, all grievances were cast aside, leaving only the most instinctual combat cooperation and trust in their comrades. With a glance from Yin, Shui Binger knew which direction to freeze. With an ice ring from Shui Binger, Yan's super flame immediately enveloped the target that had been pushed away. This kind of tacit understanding seemed innate. Ice block. To the left. Yin shouted. Large block. Behind. Shui Binger coldly responded. The intertwining of ice and fire amplified their power, temporarily staving off the most ferocious onslaught of their enemies. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue stood like a golden valkyrie on the battlefield. She kept Ling Yi firmly protected behind her, her 6-winged angel martial soul radiating a sacred glow. Although she was only at level 50, the angel martial soul is indeed a divine level martial soul, allowing her to engage in battles beyond her rank with ease. Angel assault. Her figure transformed into a streak of golden light, and the holy sword of light she conjured pierced through the protective soul power of a 62-level assault type soul emperor, heavily wounding and pushing him back. Angel Lightblade. With a flourish of her holy sword, a series of condensed golden light blades sliced through the approaching enemies, forcing 2 soul saints to retreat from her lethal onslaught. Her fighting style was fierce and efficient, and the holy power of light exerted a natural purifying suppression effect on the enemy's soul power. enabling her to hold her ground even amidst the siege of soul emperors. Yet, there were simply too many foes, and her soul power was rapidly depleting. However, the most unexpected turn came from Yi Lingling. This usually reticent soul master, focused solely on healing, now wielded not her softly glowing begonia flower, but rather a uniquely shaped, gleaming silver-gray long spear, the barrel of which was as thick as an arm. The level 3 attack soul guide ray gun that Ling Yi had previously given her. Ling Ling, shoot that soul king with the cold arrows. Ling Yi yelled after just having eliminated a soul master with the Zhuge, divine crossbow. Yi Lingling took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety and the absurdity of the situation. She had never imagined that one day she would wield a weapon in battle. She frantically infused her soul power into the cold metallic artifact. Buzz! The ray gun's barrel suddenly radiated a blinding blue-white light. A wave of violent energy coalesced. Boom! A blue-white energy beam, thick as an arm and refined to perfection, screamed through the air, instantly crossing 100-meter distance. The target was a cunning soul king hiding behind the crowd, who had just drawn his longbow and was preparing to launch a dark energy arrow at Qian Renxue. The malicious grin on the soul king's face froze instantly. He had no time to react. It was too fast. This attack surpassed his understanding of soul skills. PSHH. The blue-white beam pierced through his chest like a hot knife through butter, leaving behind a terrifying, gaping hole the size of a bowl, with charred edges. The Soul Emperor looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, filled with disbelief and confusion. The bow and arrow slipped from his hands as his body collapsed to the ground. He had been careless. Why didn't he dodge? A moment of dead silence enveloped the battlefield. Everyone stared in shock at Yi Lingling, who held the peculiar metallic weapon, her chest rising and falling slightly. Yi Lingling of the Nine Hearts Begonia. Wasn't she a healing soul master? What was that thing? A soul guide. They had never seen such a terrifying soul guide before. Yi Lingling herself was taken aback by the weapon's power, but soon her expression turned resolute. She no longer hesitated. The gun's muzzle shifted, and the blue-white light began to coalesce once more. Watch out for that woman's strange weapon. Someone shouted in terror. The momentum of the attack was momentarily halted by Yi Lingling's unexpected shot. At this critical juncture, the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo gazed upon the chaotic and brutal battlefield, where ice and fire intertwined, angels soared, and a healing soul master had just eliminated a soul saint. They witnessed the astonishing power unleashed by the youths in a desperate situation, particularly the shocking effect of Yi Lingling wielding that item from Ling Yi. The two gravely wounded veteran Title Douluo exchanged glances, finding in each other's eyes a glimmer of absurdity yet fervent excitement. Jia, it seems we are not yet doomed. The voice of Gui Mei was weak, yet carried a hint of mirth. Damn it, this group of little monsters. The chrysanthemum Douluo coughed up blood, yet a smile more grotesque than tears appeared on his face. Just hold on a little longer. Wait for the two offerings. They both mustered the last remnants of their soul power, once again straightening their bodies. Though they swayed precariously, the imposing presence of the Title Douluo still served as a stabilizing force, intimidating the restless enemies. They were nearing their limits. The Title Douluo was at the end of their strength. Kill them, a soul saint from the royal family bellowed, attempting to reignite morale. Yes, charge together. Exhaust them. The outer disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School rallied, just as the onslaught was about to resume with renewed vigor. Boom, 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 boom. For terrifying presences, far stronger than a soul saint, rose suddenly from the rear of the pursuing group, like four moving mountains, exuding heavy pressure as they parted the crowd and slowly advanced to the front lines. At the forefront stood a towering figure, his countenance grim and forbidding, clad in an opulent robe adorned with azure and violet lightning patterns. Surrounding him were delicate serpents of electric blue and purple, revealing his identity as the second-in-command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the formidable soul, Yulunyan, boasting an impressive rank of 87 in the assault category. His cold gaze swept over the disheveled pair of Zhu Gui, ultimately lingering with insatiable greed upon Ling Yi. Beside him stood three elderly men clad in the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy. The central figure, with hair and beard as white as snow and eyes sharp as an eagle's, was the 85 rank control type, Soul Douluo, Jilin. To his left, a robust man with bulging muscles was the 83-rank assault type, Title Douluo, by Baoshan. To his right stood a slender figure, his icy gaze betraying a sense of menace. The 84-rank agility type, Title Douluo, Mengshinji. The combined might of these three Royal Academy Title Douluo, alongside Yulimien, was more than sufficient to utterly crush the exhausted Zhu Gue and the weary young generation. The sinister voice of Gue Mei, laced with endless mockery and a tinge of despair, echoed. You Luomien and the old dogs of the Tiando Royal Academy truly regard us highly. In despair, Yan's heart sank as he beheld the four figures radiating terrifying fluctuations of soul power. Liena's pallor mirrored his own. Alas, it was a matter of strength. Just after traversing into this realm, was it destined for them to meet their end? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Yu Lumien's mouth, his voice hissing like a venomous serpent. Surrender and hand over that little brat, and perhaps we might leave you with intact corpses. Behind him, Jilin by Baoshan and Meng Xinji each gathered their soul power, the overwhelming pressure akin to a tangible tsunami crashing down upon Qian Renxue and her companions. Hu Liena's delicate face turned ashen. Xiaoyu gripped his moon blade tightly. Shui Binger's fingertips crystallized with frost, and Yi Lingling once more raised her icy ray gun, its barrel dimly glowing with blue light as it began to coalesce. In the suffocating atmosphere of despair, just as it threatened to engulf them entirely, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens above, reminiscent of divine thunder, splitting the skies. An overwhelming pressure, 100 times more formidable than that of Yu Lumien and his companions, descended like the collapse of the celestial dome, asserting its dominance. The intensity of this power extinguished the soul power of the four like a candle snuffed out by a tempest, their malicious grins freezing into expressions of sheer horror and dread that emanated from the depths of their souls. Who? Yu Luomien exclaimed, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The response came as a mighty roar, akin to an ancient beast's growl, shaking the mountains and sending all creatures into hiding. Dare to harm the heir of the Spirit Hall and the child of destiny. Ants courting death. Before the sound faded, three figures, resembling deities, tore through the clouds, descending upon the battlefield with an overwhelming aura that crushed all in their path. The foremost figure, clad in dark golden armor with hair billowing fiercely, was the golden crocodile, Douluo. To his sides are the 1,000 Jun, Douluo wielding the Panlong staff, and the demon suppression Douluo, whose staff cut through the heavens. Second elder, 1,000 Jun elder, demon suppression elder. The eyes of the Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo sparkled with unprecedented exhilaration as the taut strings of tension in Qian Renxue and her companions suddenly relaxed. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, Yu Luomien, Jilin by Baoshan, and Meng Xinji turned as pale as parchment, cold sweat cascading down their backs. This pressure, it surpassed even that of their clan leader. Run! Yu Luomien nearly screamed, his voice filled with panic. What tasks, what merits? All were mere trifles in the face of death's threat. Reacting first, he turned without hesitation, burning his soul power recklessly, enveloped in azure and violet lightning, preparing to flee like a bolt of lightning. He even disregarded his allies beside him. Yet it was too late. The molten gold eyes of the golden crocodile Douluo locked onto the most prominent blue-violet lightning figure among the crowd, like a primordial beast eyeing its prey. A mere lizard dares to leap about. The golden crocodile Douluo's voice dripped with icy derision and contempt. He did not even need to employ his soul skills. Merely raising his colossal hand, covered in dark golden armor, he opened his fingers towards the direction Yu Luomien had fled. Catch! Buzz! The space around Yu Luomien seemed to freeze into pure gold. His extreme speed, fueled by the burning of his soul power, collided with an invisible wall of despair. To his horror, he recognized that the thunderous might he prided himself on was rendered as docile as a lamb before this terrifying invisible force, instantly stripped away and imprisoned. His entire being, along with the shimmering blue-violet lightning, was seized by an unseen hand, forcibly halting his escape in mid-air. No! Yu Luomien let out a desperate shriek, his eyes filled with boundless terror. He struggled with all his might, his soul rings flashing wildly. But under the absolute suppression of the golden crocodile Douluo's power, it was akin to an ant shaking a tree. Annoying. The golden crocodile Douluo frowned slightly, his fingers, which had been grasping the air, closed gently. It was as if he had crushed a water-filled pouch. In the sky, Luomian, ensnared by the invisible hand, could not even emit a scream as his body, along with the spirit manifestation of his proud blue lightning tyrant dragon, was obliterated into a blinding mist of blood and dispersing blue-violet arcs. Crimson rain fell like a shower. An 87-rank assault type, Title Douluo, the second in command of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, was effortlessly extinguished before the second elder of the Spirit Hall, as insignificant as an ant. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All pursuing soul masters, be they soul emperors, soul saints, or those of the soul kings and soul zone ranks, stood as if ensnared by a binding spell, staring blankly at the dissipating blood mist in the sky. Their minds blank. Jilin, by Baoshan, and Meng Xinji, the closest soul Douluo instructor from the Tiando Royal Academy, felt the obliteration up close. The utter lack of resistance akin to the coldest current, freezing their blood and souls instantly. They could even smell the pungent scent of blood. Fear, an overwhelming, pure fear capable of shattering reason, swept over them like a plague. Jilin was the first to break, emitting a sound not resembling human speech, akin to a frightened rabbit, abandoning all dignity as an instructor and royal orders, turning to flee. All notions of soul techniques and soul Douluo composure were cast aside. He stumbled and scrambled, wishing he had been born with 2 additional legs. Run, by Baoshan and Meng Xinji followed suit, burning their soul power recklessly, darting in different directions at a speed greater than any they had ever experienced in their lives. Nothing mattered more than their own lives at that moment. The 3 soul Douluo instructors led the retreat, the final straw that broke the camel's back. Run, run! Lord Luomian has been crushed. Flee for your lives. Panic-stricken screams erupted within the pursuing ranks, igniting like a barrel of explosives. What encirclement, what merits, all became mere jokes in the face of death's dread. The once ferocious, relentless pursuing army transformed in an instant into a chaotic throng, fleeing in disarray, regretting not having been born with additional legs, lamenting their lack of spatial movement skills. The 1,000 Jun Douluo and the demon suppression Douluo hovered in the air, observing the comical scene of chaos below, their lips twitching involuntarily. The demon suppression Douluo, wielding the Panlong staff, could not help but scoff. TSK, a bunch of cowardly softies. Weren't you all quite fierce just a moment ago, running faster than rabbits? The one in the blue attire, your trousers have fallen. He mockingly shouted at the Soul Emperor, who was frantically running with his hands clutching his backside. Startled by the taunt, the Soul Emperor stumbled and fell clumsily, disregarding his fallen trousers as he scrambled back to his feet and continued his hasty retreat, leaving a tattered pair of pants flapping in the wind. Qian Douluo glanced at Jiangma with a silent reproach, but chose to ignore him. Puyan, observing the bare-bottomed Soul Emperor fleeing, couldn't help but burst into laughter, which aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Ha ha, this bunch is running like the wind. Shui Binger, usually so composed, displayed a rare faint smile, but soon, fatigue from depleting her soul power and injuries made her sway, necessitating support from Liena. Yi Lingling exhaled deeply, her ray gun clattering to the ground, nearly collapsing from exhaustion after forcibly charging her power. Qian Renxue lifted her head to gaze at the imposing figures of Golden Crocodile, Douluo, and the other 2, her voice hoarse yet distinctly clear. Thank you, grandfather. And esteemed guardians Qianjun and Jiangma. Golden Crocodile Douluo's robust form descended slowly, surveying the chaotic battlefield and the disheveled crowd. His stern visage softened with relief upon seeing Qian Renxue unharmed. Swear, it's good to see you safe. His gaze shifted toward the fleeing enemies, and a chilling murderous intent replaced his warmth, his thunderous voice resonating through the mountains like an impending storm. The Tiando Empire, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. This debt shall be remembered by the Spirit Hall. With the protection of Golden Crocodile Douluo and the esteemed guardians Qianjun and Jiangma, the group traversed safely, with Yi Lingling tending to their wounds. Liena, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Shui Binger quickly regained their vitality. However, the severe injuries of Juve Douluo and Ghost Douluo exceeded what Yi Lingling could currently manage. Their faces remained pale, their breaths shallow. relying on the top-grade medicinal elixirs provided by Golden Crocodile Douluo for a slow recovery. After half a month, their strength barely returned to about 50%. While they could move without issue, regaining their peak power would require considerable time for rest. Along the way, they also assisted Xiaoyu and Yin in acquiring their 4 soul rings. When the magnificent silhouette of the Spirit City, a symbol of the supreme authority of the Spirit Hall, finally emerged on the horizon, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. After enduring numerous trials, they had returned to familiar grounds. Once inside the city, Liena expertly arranged tranquil accommodations near the core area for Yi Lingling and Shui Binger. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, unwilling to delay, steeled themselves and promptly set off to report to Bibi Dong in the Pope's Hall. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue led Liena to the Elders' Hall atop the holy mountain of the Spirit Hall. The setting sun bathed the Elders' Hall in a sacred golden-red hue. The interior was vast and solemn, with a colossal angelic statue standing at the far end, its 6 wings unfurled, emanating a benevolent yet imposing presence, radiating pure and boundless divine energy capable of cleansing all worldly impurities. As Liena stepped through the hall's entrance, and his gaze fell upon the imposing statue, a silent thunderclap resounded deep within his soul. The scene before him, the worried profile of Qian Renxue, the Grand Hall, and the golden light twisting and shattering like ripples on a disturbed pond, fractured, an irresistible, incomprehensible will seized his consciousness, pulling him away from reality. Liena. Qian Renxue felt a sudden emptiness in her grasp as Liena's eyes lost focus, his body slumping down. She gasped, hastily catching him in her arms. He felt cold, yet his breath remained, as if he had sunk into the deepest slumber, unresponsive to the world. What is happening? A dignified yet bewildered voice echoed. The Grand Guardian, Title Douluo, appeared beside Qian Renxue as if he had teleported, clad in a simple white robe, with silver hair and a youthful visage. He exuded an aura as profound as the ocean. He placed 2 fingers gently on Liena's wrist, and a vast, pure light surged into Liena's body, meticulously probing. Time seemed to freeze as Qian Renxue anxiously watched her grandfather, holding her breath. After a moment, Qian Douluo's furrowed brow remained tense, deepening with gravity and confusion. How strange. The soul power circulates steadily. The meridians are unobstructed, and he shows no signs of injury or demonic corruption. Why has he suddenly fainted? Even with his unparalleled experience as a Title Douluo, he could not grasp this enigmatic state. Grandfather, he won't be in danger, will he? Qian Renxue's voice trembled slightly, her golden eyes filled with anxiety. Qian Douluo glanced at his granddaughter's worried expression and then at the seemingly slumbering Liena, slowly shaking his head. I do not know. His body appears perfectly normal, even remarkably well. Schwer, you've exerted yourself greatly on this journey and have been quite alarmed. You should return and rest. I will ensure he is settled and attended to closely. Chapter 47. The Master of the Dimension, Qian Renxue, gazed at Liena's tranquil face. Then at her grandfather, understanding that remaining there would be futile. She suppressed her concerns and left the Elders' Hall, looking back 3 times. Meanwhile, Liena's consciousness floated in an indescribable chaos. There was no light, no darkness, no sense of direction, and no concept of time. Only an endless void, seemingly composed of the most primordial gray mist. The silence here was unnerving. Where am I? Liena's consciousness, or the self he perceived, wandered in this chaos, wondering if he had traversed dimensions once more. Greetings, young friend. A grand, gentle voice, tinged with an inexplicable weariness and age, resonated unexpectedly in this chaos. The voice did not enter through the ears, but echoed directly within Liena's consciousness. Who? Liena startled, his awareness instantly sharpening. Who is speaking? Do not be alarmed. The voice reassured, imbued with a calming essence. I am the master of this realm, the master of the Douluo continent, the master of the dimension. Liena was utterly bewildered. He had only encountered this term in fantasy novels, symbolizing the will of an entire world. Why would such a being seek him out? Indeed, the master of the dimension, the voice confirmed, weariness deepening. I am a waning master of the dimension, seeking you for a crucial matter, the last hope of this realm. You seek me? Why me? What do you want? Liena's weariness peaked. As a traveler, he instinctively guarded against any existence beyond comprehension. Child, My time is truly limited. The Master of the Dimension's voice carried an immense sorrow and reluctance. Please let me finish. This concerns the fate of all beings on this continent. Then, a narrative shrouded in the shadows of the divine realm unfolded within Liena's consciousness, revealing the secrets of dimensional evolution and brutal oppression like a scroll. I nurtured this continent, witnessing the flourishing of life and the rise of soul masters. Countless ages passed, and I gradually conceived a desire to make my child, the continent, stronger and more perfect. I wished to propel the evolution of the dimension. If successful, the essence of the continent shall be elevated, and the spiritual energy shall become richer and purer. The lifespan of mundane beings will be greatly extended. A century will become commonplace. The shackles of soul masters will be broken. The 99th level will no longer be an unattainable pinnacle, but a new starting point. In the future, there may even arise powerful beings who can reach higher realms solely through their own merit, without reliance on divine positions. The voice of the Master of the Plane was imbued with a once vibrant yearning, soon replaced by a chilling despair. I devoted my very essence, accumulating countless eons, only to find myself on the precipice of evolution. At that pivotal moment, what transpired? Liena cannot help but inquire. Divine punishment. The Master of the Plane's voice resonated with profound hatred and fear, originating from the merciless onslaught of the divine realm. Numerous chains of supreme laws, traversing boundless voids, mercilessly pierced my core essence. This interrupted the evolutionary process and severely wounded my consciousness. The divine realm? Why would they do this? Liena found it hard to believe. Why? The Master of the Plane's voice dripped with sarcasm. Because of fear. Because of greed. Those exalted beings from the divine realm could never tolerate the lower planes gaining independence and evolving in strength. They require an unending stream of faith. They desire to have the beings of the lower realms look up to them like domesticated livestock, imploring them for divine favor. An independent and powerful Douluo continent would undermine their very foundation, fracturing their faith. That devastating failure shattered my essence, leaving my consciousness on the brink of collapse. I expended my last vestiges of strength to conceal the remnants of my consciousness within the most concentrated and purest embodiment of faith on this continent, the statue of the angel god. For in that distant past, the radiance of the angel god had illuminated the continent, her faith being the most pure and potent, capable of masking my feeble essence. The angel god stirred something within Liena. Indeed, at that time, the faith of the continent was equally divided between the angel god and the sea god, with the former holding a slight advantage. She was the embodiment of order, a symbol of light, and was poised to become the supreme deity of the continent. The Master of the Plane's voice was filled with deep regret and fury. Yet, light invites jealousy. The sea god Poseidon, in collusion with several nefarious deities, schemed in the shadows. They employed despicable means to ambush the angel god, who was at the pinnacle of her power and deeply concerned for the continent. The angel god fell. With the fall of the angel god, the faith she left behind became a formless entity. The sea god Poseidon seized the opportunity to devour it, not only consuming the faith left by the angel god, but also claiming her temple as his own. Since that time, no new angel god has emerged, and he amassed the entirety of the Douluo continent's faith, breaking through his own limits and ascending from second-tier deity to a first-tier deity. The Master of the Plane's voice was laced with disdain for the sea god. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, making it difficult for Liena to process. Child, the Master of the Plane's voice became gravely serious, imbued with a final hope. From the moment you descended upon this continent, I sensed it. Your soul's resonance is profoundly different from that of the beings of this realm, yet I cannot discern your past. But what astonished me was your martial soul. The ability to create from nothing, to reverse the laws, and bestow core essence upon others. I am convinced that even the so-called deities of the divine realm, exhausting their divine power and laws, could never conceive such a miraculous enigma. It transcends this realm, and may even surpass the comprehension of the divine realm. A tremor surged through Ling Yi's heart. Child, do not fear. The Master of the Plane's voice was soothing. I harbor no malice, nor do I possess the power to harm you. My consciousness has long been fragmented under divine punishment, on the verge of complete extinguishment. I seek you out, imploring you to merge with the central essence of the Douluo continent. Become the new master of the plane. Merge with the central essence. Become a new master of the plane. Liena was taken aback by this proposition. What will happen to me? What will I become? Are you attempting to usurp my being? No, absolutely not. The master of the plane's voice was resolute, yet weak. Merging with the central essence does not entail consuming your consciousness, but rather establishing a profound connection and assimilation of the continent's core essence and the authority of laws with your own existence. You will become the embodiment of the continent's will, possessing supreme authority to govern certain laws of this realm and guide its evolution. As for me, his voice bore a sense of relief and pleading. My remaining consciousness will serve as your guide in comprehending the laws of the plane during the merging process, before ultimately dissipating into the cosmos. If you remember our bond, once you truly grasp everything and propel the continent towards evolution, could you possibly use the power of the plane to send this fragment of my soon-to-be-extinguished true spirit into reincarnation, allowing me to be reborn as an ordinary being of this realm? Let me witness with a new identity the dreams I could not fulfill, and behold the glorious heights this continent can reach under your guidance. The master of the plane's voice brimmed with boundless yearning and a hint of humble supplication. Devoid of any trace of superiority, Liena fell silent as torrents of information surged against his understanding. After a moment of hesitation, he replied clearly and resolutely, "All right, I agree. I shall become the new master of the plane. I will bring evolution to the Douluo continent. I will show those exalted deities that the beings of the lower realms are not mere livestock for them to exploit for faith. Your wish I shall fulfill. Good, good, good child." The master of the plane's voice was filled with indescribable excitement and relief, as if he had shed an eternal burden. Relaxing his spirit, do not resist. Let begin. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, no soul-rending agony. Liena merely felt an incomprehensibly vast, yet gentle stream of information and essence, akin to a meandering brook or a boundless galaxy, gradually flowing into the depths of his consciousness. This was not a forceful infusion of energy, but a deeper connection and assimilation at the level of laws. He beheld the magnificent expanse of the Douluo continent unfolding within his consciousness. Mountains and rivers, forests and oceans, cities and villages, all living beings. An indescribable sense of intimacy arose within him. He sensed the rhythmic pulse of the continent's deep veins and felt the trajectories of the wandering soul power particles. Countless arcane truths regarding the continent's composition and the operation of laws naturally merged into his understanding like an indelible imprint. Ling Ye's consciousness, akin to the most precise probe, expanded infinitely as it established a preliminary connection with the core of the plane. He perceived more deeply the intricate contours of the continent, the tides of soul power, and the fortunes of living beings flooded into his mind like a roaring river. Yet beyond the map of the Douluo continent that he had begun to control, at the vast and boundless borders of the plane, he keenly detected several exceedingly subtle, yet immensely solid barriers. They resembled great scars, forcibly severing the once complete plane. Tracing along the fractures of those barriers, Liena glimpsed further shattered and blurred images in the distant past. When a master of the plane exerted all his might to breach the barriers of evolution, the source energy surged to its zenith, and divine punishment descended. That terrifying divine force not only severely injured the core of the plane, but also violently ruptured its structure. Several massive land masses were forcibly ripped away from the main continent, carrying fragmented laws and dissipated essence, like lost vessels adrift in the chaotic currents of time and space, heading toward the unknown. Thus, it was revealed that the continents of Sun and Moon, and later star Luo, and Do Ling were formed in this manner. So this was the complete truth. Ling Ye's consciousness stirred within the chaotic starry expanse, sending forth icy ripples. The failure of plane, evolution, and divine punishment tearing apart the continental plates. This was the entire truth. That old fellow, the remnant of the master of the plane, only mentioned that divine punishment interrupted evolution, deliberately concealing the crucial detail of the continent being torn apart and the essence being divided. A chill of being manipulated coursed through his heart. He carefully sensed, attempting to capture the last remnants of the master of the plane's consciousness, eager to question him. However, apart from the continuously flowing, gentle yet vast stream of essence, The ancient voice and consciousness seemed to have completely evaporated, leaving no trace, as if all previous exchanges had merely been a dream during his unconsciousness. Was it thoroughly dissipated? Or is it cunningly concealed at the core of one of those lost continents, waiting for the opportune moment? Ling Ye's mind raced, and his vigilance reached its zenith. The trust bestowed by the master of the realm is perhaps not as simple and pure as it appears. What he desires to assimilate is likely not just the Douluo continent before him, but to reunite all the torn plates, restoring the complete Douluo star. Only in this manner can the evolution of the realm genuinely become feasible. His appetite is considerable, but it suits my intentions perfectly. A sharp glint flashed in Ling Ye's eyes. Only by becoming the master of the complete Douluo star, wielding the power of an entire realm, could he hope to contend with those deities perched high above. Ling Yi assessed that his soul power was still rather low, although his mental strength, due to his transmigration and the uniqueness of his martial soul, far surpassed that of his peers in the face of the vast primordial essence of the entire realm. He remained as insignificant as dust. The initial fusion progress had merely touched upon 5% of the core. With such limited control, he was incapable of merging with other lost continents. Even fully mastering the core area of the Douluo continent beneath his feet was beyond his reach. Any forceful attempts would only lead to being assimilated by that overwhelming essence, losing his sense of self. The journey ahead is long. Ling Yi suppressed the turmoil within, prioritizing the urgent task of enhancing his strength, stabilizing this 5% of fusion, and truly mastering this fragment of authority. As for whether that old fellow is alive or dead, or whether the other continents are remnants or new masters, he would address them all when his power was sufficient. He focused his mind, no longer entangled in thoughts of a dissipated or concealed consciousness, and began to wholeheartedly guide and organize the incessantly flowing stream of primordial information, as if constructing a bridge between heaven and earth within his body. The process was slow, yet immensely vital. Warm light filtered through the exquisite glass window, casting a gentle glow upon the bed adorned with soft velvet bedding. A faint, sacred-scented incense lingered in the air, soothing the senses. Ling Ye's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. His vision transitioned from blur to clarity, and his body felt invigorated. His soul power was even more refined and pure than before, as if he had undergone a profound baptism. He slightly turned his head, his gaze falling upon the edge of the bed. Qian Renxue lay there, seemingly exhausted to the point of deep slumber. Strands of her radiant golden hair had fallen across her smooth forehead. Often characterized by her noble and aloof demeanor, her golden eyes were now closed, and her long eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath them. Even in sleep, her brows were slightly furrowed, hinting at an unshakable worry. Her elegant white dress bore signs of creases, clearly indicating she had maintained this position for an extended period. The sunlight outlined her slightly haggard yet still breathtaking profile, revealing a vulnerability rarely seen. Chapter 48. External Soulbone. Ling Yi felt a warmth in his heart as he reached out, gently touching Qian Renxue's arm. Qian Renxue murmured unconsciously, her long eyelashes quivering before she suddenly opened her eyes wide. The golden orbs, after a moment of confusion, quickly focused on Ling Ye's face, her pupils dilating in shock. Ling Ye! She nearly sprang up, instinctively gripping Ling Ye's shoulders tightly, her strength so intense that it caused him some discomfort. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief, joy, and immense fear, her voice trembling slightly. You're awake? You really woke up? Do you know you were unconscious for a whole 10 days? 10 days? Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback. The passage of time felt hazy amidst the fusion of realms. He hadn't realized that the outside world had moved on for so long. 10 days. A full 10 days. Qian Renxue's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Grandpa, Title Douluo. All the healing soul masters from the Hall of the Pope inspected your body time and again, and everything was normal. Your heartbeat, breathing, and soul power operation were all without issue. Yet you simply wouldn't wake up. It was as if your soul was yanked away. We were nearly frantic. She gazed into Ling Ye's still somewhat dazed face, inhaling deeply to steady her tumultuous emotions, yet her concern and inquiry remained undiminished. Ling Yi, what on earth happened? What transpired before the statue? Why did you suddenly fall unconscious for so long? Was there a backlash from the blind box martial soul? Or was there something wrong with the angel statue? Her gaze sharpened, possessing the insight characteristic of a higher being. Faced with Qian Renxue's rapid-fire questions and her penetrating gaze that seemed to seek to uncover his secrets, Ling Ye's thoughts raced. The revelations regarding the Realm Master, the core of the continent, the divine conspiracy, and the fall of the angel deity were too astonishing. Voicing them now would only incite unnecessary panic and suspicion, perhaps even bringing him greater peril. He quickly formulated a response, allowing a semblance of childlike confusion to grace his features, raising a hand to rub his temples as if striving to recall that chaotic sensation. That day, when I looked at the statue, my mind buzzed. As if I fell into a place filled with light, he spoke slowly, with a hint of uncertainty. It felt very warm and comfortable. But I thought I was only there for a short while. I didn't expect 10 days to pass. Observing Qian Renxue's still furrowed brow, Ling Yi shifted the conversation, allowing a hint of surprise and uncertainty to appear on his youthful face as he attempted to channel his soul power. But, Sister Shui, it seems it's not entirely a bad thing. I feel like my soul power has significantly increased. I should be at the 40th level now. He deliberately released a wave of energy that was noticeably more refined and robust than before his unconsciousness. 40th level. Qian Renxue's attention was immediately captured, a genuine surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. 10 days of unconsciousness, and his soul power not only remained intact, but had also broken through its limits? Yes. Ling Yi nodded vigorously, excitement sparkling in his eyes. My soul power has increased, so perhaps I won't encounter those bizarre and useless items anymore. Sister Shui, shall we try now? The words blind box seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly scattering Qian Renxue's doubts. Nothing mattered more than the blind box. She had been deeply wounded by the soul power and gold soul coins before. In this moment, bidding farewell to misfortune and welcoming the dawn of fortune felt almost within reach. Qian Renxue's cool, golden eyes lit up, akin to igniting two small flames. The previous solemn inquiry replaced by a glimmer of anticipation, tension, and an indomitable spirit. She inhaled deeply, straightened her back as if preparing for a sacred ceremony. All right, let us give it a try. I want to see what surprises you can bring me this time. Ling Yi chuckled inwardly, maintaining a serious demeanor on the surface. He extended his delicate hand, palm upwards, as a soft and mysterious glow gradually emerged. The luminescence swirled, resembling the birth of stars, as twinkling starlight began to coalesce, compressing into 5 palm-sized, cube-shaped blind boxes that glimmered with ethereal mist and arcane runes. They hovered before him, radiating an alluring sheen. Let us begin. Ling Yi gestured it. Qian Renxue's gaze was intense, imbued with a determination to break the curse as she reached for the first blind box. Her fingertips brushed against it, and the box opened with a soft sound. Hum! A gentle stream of white light flowed forth, instantly enveloping Qian Renxue's body. A familiar warmth surged through her limbs. Quite pleasant, and indeed her soul power felt a tad more solidified, increasing slightly. However, the anticipation on Qian Renxue's face instantly froze, followed by a visible vein throbbing on her forehead. Are you kidding me? It's still just a slight increase in soul power. Ling Yi. She nearly spat out his name through clenched teeth, her golden eyes glaring with a hint of menace. Wasn't this supposed to be the end of her misfortune? This disheartening start was too much to bear. Ling Yi shrank back slightly, hurriedly offering an apologetic smile. Sister Shui, please don't be angry. It seems my soul power level has indeed increased, but there may still be a gap compared to yours. Perhaps I need to improve further? He scratched his head, quickly attempting to divert her attention. Don't lose heart. What if the next one is the super grand prize? Surprises always await in the next box. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to smash the remaining boxes, and gritted her teeth, declaring, all right, I will trust you one last time. With a tragic determination reminiscent of windswept desolation, she pointed to the second blind box. Buzz. This time, as the blind box opened, no energy surged forth. Instead, a palm-sized, peculiar card materialized, neither gold nor jade, cool to the touch. The card exhibited a profound, dark golden hue, with its edges inscribed with countless intricate, ancient runes, seemingly containing the mysteries of life's cyclical rules. At the center, an abstract figure, depicted with simple yet enigmatic lines, cradled the heart in its hands, as if engaging in some sacred offering. A subtle, ineffable wave of compassion and sacrifice emanated from the card. What is this? Qian Renxue pondered, clutching the strange card, her face a mask of confusion as she examined it from every angle. A card? What purpose does it serve? This is a sacrifice card, Liena explained. As the name suggests, it serves to replace the life of the sacrificer. Replace a life? Qian Renxue was even more perplexed. In simpler terms, it means that if a soul beast willingly sacrifices itself for you, it offers all its power, soul rings, and even its very soul. The sacrificer, however, is doomed to die. But if you use this sacrifice card during the ritual, Liena paused, emphasizing his words. It can bear the cost of the life sacrifice in place of the sacrificer. The ritual will be completed successfully, and you will still receive the soul rings and power, while the sacrificer remains unharmed. Essentially, this card goes to its death for them. Qian Renxue was stunned, gazing at the seemingly ordinary card, feeling the strange vibrations emanating from it. Her eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be possible? Such a miraculous object exists in this world, a replacement for the cost of life? Then, her brows furrowed slightly, tinged with self-deprecation and skepticism. But what use is this to me? Am I to expect a soul beast to willingly sacrifice itself for me? Do you think it's that easy? However, in that instant, a flash of insight pierced her mind like a lightning bolt, illuminating her thoughts with a vivid image from Tang San's adventures, filled with brutal yet noble words. The final trial of the divine examination, the angel's legacy, opens the path to the heavens with life and soul as the guide. Her grandfather, Title Douluo, Qian Renxue, trembled violently, her fingers tightening around the card, her knuckles turning white from the force. The seemingly mundane card now felt as heavy as a mountain, radiating a searing warmth. She raised her gaze, meeting Liena's eyes. Those golden orbs, always exuding noble aloofness, now stirred like a lake tossed by a great stone, creating tumultuous waves. Shock, disbelief, elation, fear, and a profound sense of relief intertwined within her, ultimately manifesting as hot tears that brimmed her eyes, cascading down like a string of disconnected pearls. Liena, her voice, choked with uncontainable emotion, stepped forward, enveloping the small figure before her in a tight embrace. The strength of her hold seemed to fuse him into her very being. Thank you. Truly thank you. This reward is invaluable to me, 1,000 times more precious than any soul bone or power. Her tears fell onto Liena's shoulder, warm and genuine. They were the essence of gratitude and redemption, stripped of all pride and defenses. She finally understood the depth of Liena's words. You will find use for it, and ask Grandpa. This card was not intended for ephemeral soul beasts, but for her only kin, her grandfather, who was destined to pave her path to divinity with his life. It was the sole hope to reverse fate and reclaim her beloved's life. Liena, taken aback by the sudden embrace and the torrent of tears, felt a wave of warmth and comfort rise within him, touched by Qian Renxue's soul-stirring gratitude and excitement. He gently patted her trembling back, his voice soothing. Sister Shui, do not cry. This is a good thing. Keep it safe. You will need it in the future. After several deep breaths, Qian Renxue managed to steady her tumultuous emotions. She released Liena, carefully stowing the sacrifice card close to her heart, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure. With the back of her hand, she wiped away the traces of tears from her face. Though her eyes remained slightly red, her golden gaze shone with a newfound brilliance, brighter and more resolute than ever, as if she had shed a heavy burden she had long carried. All right, she adjusted her breathing, her voice still carrying a hint of nasal congestion, but filled with an unprecedented lightness and anticipation. Let's continue. I am eager to see if Lady Luck truly smiles upon me today. With a near-reverent attitude, ignited by immense joy, Qian Renxue once again turned her attention to the remaining 3 blind boxes. Her fingertips trembled slightly with barely concealed excitement as she pointed to the 3rd blind box. Buzz! As the blind box opened, there was no cataclysmic burst of energy. Instead, an intensely pure, piercing coldness wafted forth. The temperature in the room plummeted, and tiny ice crystals began to form and drift in the air. A silvery light, as cold as moonlight and sharp as a divine blade, suddenly ignited, akin to a slumbering ice dragon awakening. Amidst the radiance, a peculiar skeletal form, approximately a foot in length, gradually materialized. It was not the usual blocky shape of a soul bone, but exhibited an exceptionally smooth and elegant aerodynamic form, resembling a pair of miniature wings forged from eternal ice and stellar cold iron. The entire structure was crystalline, like the purest water, yet emitted a metallic sheen of harshness. Its edges were razor-sharp, hovering in the air as if slicing through the surrounding space, producing a chilling, spine-tingling hiss. A powerful wave of soul energy, intertwined with the ferocity and frost of a top-tier predator, enveloped the space, causing Qian Renxue to shiver involuntarily, yet her eyes sparkled with even greater brilliance. A soul bone. It is a soul bone. Moreover, judging by its shape and aura, it is a rare external soul bone. An external soul bone. Qian Renxue's voice rose in excitement. She cautiously extended her hands, and the miniature ice-wing sword bones seemed to respond, gently descending into her palms. The touch was chilling, as if she held two pieces of ancient ice from the depths of the polar regions, yet within that coldness, there was an unusual affinity resonating with the holy light of the angel within her. As she grasped the soul bone, Liena began to explain that it was a rare external soul bone produced by a top-tier ice predator, estimated to be around 15,000 years old, speculated to be a powerful ice dragon or subdragon species, the ice-wing sword bone. It can be affixed to the shoulder blade, and upon fusion, not only grants immense ice attribute attack power and unparalleled cutting ability, but also allows the manifestation of tangible or energy-based ice crystal sword wings, significantly enhancing speed and hovering capabilities. Its potential will evolve alongside the host's strength. Ice-wing sword bone. Qian Renxue murmured the name, feeling the overwhelming power and chilling essence coursing through her hands, her heart ablaze with excitement. The angelic martial spirit, the sacred light, and this extreme coldness seemed like conflicting attributes. However, at her level, she understood that power knows no absolute opposition. The sharpness and speed of this ice-wing sword bone, along with its potential to freeze all, if perfectly integrated, would undoubtedly provide her with formidable strength. More importantly, the rarity and growth potential of an external soul bone far exceed that of ordinary soul bones. Sister Shui, you are undoubtedly the beloved of the goddess of luck today. Liena marveled at Qian Renxue's expression of pure joy. The unluckiest has turned their fate around in an unstoppable surge. Chapter 49. Farewell to the non-lucky Qian Renxue took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement within her, and carefully stored the precious ice-wing sword bone. Her gaze fixed on the fourth blind box, radiating an aura of relentless pursuit, and she unhesitatingly clicked to open it. A gentle white light flowed forth, enveloping Qian Renxue once more. The familiar sensation of soul power growth washed over her, and this time, the increase was markedly more significant than that from the first blind box. Qian Renxue sensed it carefully, a satisfied smile gracing her face as the previous gloom dissipated entirely. Her soul power had risen from level 50 to 51. Excellent, although it was still merely soul power. The tangible improvement, especially following the series of extraordinary treasures she had encountered, felt like a delightful embellishment, lifting her spirits immensely. Her heartbeat quickened. The streak of good fortune filled her with anticipation. She adjusted her breathing, infused with a sense of reverence and final hope, and pointed towards the fifth blind box. Buzz. The instant the fifth blind box opened, a dazzling golden light erupted, shaking the very essence of life. The radiance was not blinding, but exuded a warmth and pressure that penetrated the soul, as if a deity gazed down, gently enveloping Qian Renxue. Buzz. The soul power around her surged uncontrollably. At her feet, the soul rings symbolizing a soul master's foundation manifested automatically. In mere moments, the colors of the rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, purple, 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 black. Every soul ring's age increased by 1,000 years. Remarkable. Liena. Recovering from her overwhelming surprise, Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed with excitement as she couldn't help but affectionately ruffle Ling Ye's small head, her golden eyes sparkling with astonishment. It was nothing short of a miracle. Thank you. The continuous unveiling of treasures, particularly the enhancement of the 1,000-year soul rings that altered her foundation, made her feel as if she were in a dream. Liena blinked her big eyes and asked with a hint of eager anticipation, Sister Shui, I can still condense about 18 more. Shall we continue? Qian Renxue, observing the enticing gleam in Liena's eyes, and reflecting on her own bountiful harvest of sacrifice cards, Ice Wing Sword Bone, Soul Power Elevation, and the collective 1,000-year enhancement of her soul rings, took a deep breath. She forcefully suppressed her gambler's mentality of pressing her luck and decisively shook her head, a wise smile gracing her face. No. Today's gains have far exceeded my expectations. One must learn to be content. Greed may invite the disdain of Lady Luck. By the way, Liena, there is something else for which I must thank you. Thank me? What for? Liena inweited, puzzled. Qian Renxue couldn't help but touzle Liena's hair again, her smile imbued with sincerity and gratitude. Have you forgotten that tome, The Adventures of Tang San? The Pope has read it as well. Mentioning this, Qian Renxue's tone took on a subtle nuance, tinged with a hint of emotion. Although the process might have been somewhat impactful, I must admit that book served as a mirror, revealing many things we could not see or were unwilling to believe. At least between her and me. She paused, seemingly considering her words. The once rigid relationship has softened considerably. We no longer meet as enemies. Liena nodded in understanding. After Bibi Dong read her prophetic script, she realized Yu Xiaojiang's hypocrisy, Lu Erlong's existence, Tang San's threats, and her own tragic fate twisted by hatred. Such a profound revelation was bound to shift her mindset. The easing of the mother-daughter relationship was an unexpected delight. However, Qian Renxue shifted the conversation, pursing her lips in a knowing manner. That woman can still be quite stubborn in certain respects, especially concerning that master. She deliberately emphasized the word master, her tone laced with disdain and contempt. She remained skeptical, if not wholly unwilling to believe that the man she once followed to the ends of the earth, even at the cost of betraying the spirit hall, could be so hypocritical, selfish, and weak, merely expounding theories. And what about Xiaojiang? He might have his reasons. Mimicking Bibi Dong's potential tone, Qian Renxue rolled her eyes dramatically. TSK. A classic case of love-struck blindness. No hope for her. I believe that the book's description of a love-struck fool perfectly encapsulates her. Liena twitched her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Bibi Dong's obsession with Yu Xiaojiang was indeed terrifying, a prime example of a love-struck fool in the Douluo continent. It seemed that the impact of a prophetic book was insufficient to completely shatter the idol crafted from youthful infatuation and years of obsession. Observing Liena's speechless expression, Qian Renxue chuckled, rising to her feet. All right, let us not dwell on her. Thinking about it just makes me angry. Liena, I must visit grandfather regarding some very important matters. Her gaze instinctively swept over the location of her cherished sacrifice cards, her expression turning solemn. You can rest here at ease, or feel free to explore wherever you wish. Should you need anything, simply instruct the attendants outside, or seek out Nana and the others. She approached the door, glancing back at Liena with a playful wink, her tone teasing yet earnest. Remember, your current identity is our spirit hall's most esteemed little ancestor. You hold more stature than I, the young master. Enjoy it well. With that, Qian Renxue, imbued with an air of lightness and uncontainable joy, exited the room with a buoyant stride, her golden hair dancing in the sunlight that streamed through the doorway, leaving behind a vibrant silhouette. Inside the room, Liena was left alone. He walked to the window, pushing open the exquisite glass panes. Outside lay the magnificent and solemn scenery of Spirit City, with the distant spire of the Pope's Hall shimmering under the sun. The warm sunlight bathed his youthful yet unusually serene visage. The most esteemed little ancestor, Liena softly repeated, a faint, self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his lips, revealing a deep understanding of the situation. Status? Prestige? These were but fleeting illusions. He lowered his gaze, introspecting the nascent connection within him, akin to a slumbering celestial core, sensing the subtle resonance it brought with the energies of this realm. The remnants of the Dimension Master's schemes, the truth behind the continent's rift, the shadows of the divine realm, and everything else. He still had a long journey ahead. The road was daunting and arduous. Deep within the Elder Hall, in the secluded chamber where Qian Douluo usually meditated, the ancient stone walls were etched with angelic scriptures, and a single mat occupied the center. Qian Douluo sat cross-legged upon it, his aura deep as the ocean, subtly intertwined with the entire Elder Hall's essence. As the door to the chamber silently swung open, Qian Renxue entered, carrying a complex array of emotions. He slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to have absorbed the weight of countless ages. Shui, Qian Douluo's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible concern. Qian Renxue approached him, foregoing the customary greeting, and locked her gaze on her grandfather's eyes. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved the dark golden sacrifice card, adorned with intricate runes, from her soul guide device. Without uttering a word, she extended the card towards him, her eyes brimming with unspoken understanding, heartache, and a tremor of immense hope. The moment Qian Douluo's gaze fell upon the sacrifice card, his once boundless aura abruptly stilled. His pupils constricted, even with his steadfast resolve. An undeniable tremor flickered across his face. Slowly, he reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly as they brushed against the cool surface of the card. Raising his head to meet Qian Renxue's gaze, his voice was thick with disbelief. Shui, already know? Yes, grandfather. Qian Renxue's voice was soft yet exceptionally clear, imbued with a weight that pierced through the dust of time. It represented not only the significance of the card, but also the unspeakable atrocities committed by her father against her mother. The final words escaped her clenched teeth, her golden eyes ablaze with a cold fury and profound anguish. Qian Douluo's grip on the card tightened, his knuckles whitening. He closed his eyes, revealing for the first time a deep-seated, unmasked weariness and guilt that seemed to age him by a decade in an instant. After a long pause, he opened his eyes, filled with a complex mixture of sorrow and profound regret. Child, you have suffered, but this is not your grandfather's fault. Qian Renxue stepped forward, crouching down to grasp her grandfather's weathered hand, which now felt unusually heavy. Her tone was resolute. The tragedies of the past could not be undone, but now everything was different. She tightened her grip on the sacrificial card as if it were the key to reversing their fate, declaring, "With this, you need not tread that path again. We still have time. We can change our destiny." Seeing the unwavering resolve in his granddaughter's eyes, which shimmered with the light of redemption, Qian Douluo's heart surged tumultuously. After the overwhelming impact, he felt an indescribable warmth and relief wash over him. Gently, he patted the back of Qian Renxue's hand, his voice low and reflective. Indeed, changing our fate ultimately grants us a glimmer of hope. He carefully stored the sacrificial card, as if shedding the burdens he had carried throughout his life. There's one more thing, grandfather. Qian Renxue stood up, her expression growing serious. Tang Chun is still alive. What? Qian Douluo's eyes shot open, a piercing glint igniting within them. An invisible pressure filled the room, causing the angelic inscriptions on the stone walls to momentarily glow. Tang Chun, he is alive. How can this be? He has been missing for nearly a century. The shock of this revelation struck him as forcefully as the sacrificial card had moments before. It is Ling Yi, Qian Renxue quickly explained. I opened a prophetic book from the blind box he created. It is titled The Adventures of Tang San. It not only foretold many future events, including your sacrificial act and my mother's plight, but it also recorded Tang Chen's whereabouts. A prophetic book? The Adventures of Tang San? Qian Douluo's heart raced at the mention of a name that instantly connected him to the offspring of the Haotian sect. Where's the book? Let me see it. His voice was filled with urgency and undeniable authority. The book is with my mother, Qian Renxue replied with a hint of reluctance. Qian Douluo furrowed his brow but quickly suppressed his impatience, pressing on, very well, we shall discuss this later. Since you have learned of Tang Chen's whereabouts from the book, where has he been for the past century? Why has there been no news of him? With his strength, it would be impossible for him to remain obscured. A fierce glint flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes. He is in the city of slaughter. The city of slaughter? Qian Douluo's pupils constricted, recognizing that accursed place abandoned by the gods. Indeed, the book states that he ventured into the city of slaughter in pursuit of godhood and attempted to undergo the trial for the inheritance of the Shura god. However, Qian Renxue's voice turned cold with derision. He failed. Not only did he fail, but he was also overtaken by an evil soul beast known as the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, which has parasitized him. The Tangshan of today is no longer the Qian Douluo of yesteryear. His body is occupied by that Bat King, his consciousness suppressed, trapped like a living corpse within the depths of the city of slaughter. This is the truth behind his century-long disappearance. The blood-red, nine-headed Bat King has parasitized him. Tian Douluo repeated softly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, a complex array of emotions swirling within him, mingling with a hint of lethal intent. If Tangshan were at his peak, he would be a worthy opponent. But to be reduced to a puppet by an evil entity? That is a desecration of the name Qian Douluo, grandfather. Now is the perfect moment to eliminate him. Qian Renxue's voice was resolute. A parasitized Tangshan, stripped of his power, would be far easier to deal with than a potential resurgence of the Qian Douluo. Moreover, she continued with an icy tone. The ambush in Tiando City, the royal family, the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. They dare to strike at you, my only grandfather. The future hope of the spirit hall. This grudge must be avenged with blood. At the mention of the ambush in Tiando, the last vestige of complexity in Qian Douluo's gaze was swiftly replaced by chilling murderous intent. An aura of terrifying power, akin to a primordial beast awakening, radiated from him, solidifying the air in the chamber. He slowly rose to his feet, his tall figure appearing godlike under the glow of the sacred inscriptions. Those who dare to harm my shuer, who dare to threaten the destined child of the spirit hall. Qian Douluo's voice was as cold as eternal ice, carrying an undeniable decree. Indeed, a mere lesson would be far too lenient. Qian Renxue's spirit surged. Do you mean a cruel, icy smile curled at the corners of Qian Douluo's lips? Your mother, Bibi Dong, has already made preparations. His gaze deepened, seemingly penetrating the stone walls to glimpse the brewing storm within the papal hall just before Ling Yi and the others headed to Tiando City. Within Ling Ye's blind box, an item named the Zhuge Divine Crossbow had been revealed. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow? Qian Renxue found the name unfamiliar. It is an unprecedented weapon of war. Qian Douluo's voice held a note of awe. No soul power is needed to wield it. Even ordinary individuals with minimal training can use it. Its range is extraordinary, and its penetrating power is astounding, capable of rapid fire. Its might is sufficient to pierce through the protective soul power of low-level soul masters. Your mother has secretly ordered the workshop to produce it at full capacity. Qian Douluo's eyes gleamed with cold light. When it strikes, it will resonate across the heavens. Once the divine crossbow is deployed, the spirit hall's iron hose will trample through Tiando, Douluo, the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. None shall escape. His chilling words heralded the dawn of a bloody reckoning. The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop several degrees. Qian Douluo reigned in his murderous intent, his gaze returning to Qian Renxue, softening with warmth and expectation. Very well, shuer. Since fate has granted us a new opportunity, and you are now aware of everything. He extended his hand, palm upward, as a pure, radiant golden light, imbued with the essence of the universe, began to coalesce. It is time. May you embark on your destined path. Embrace the guidance of the angel god and tread upon the sacred road of inheritance. As he spoke, the massive angelic statue above the chamber seemed to come to life, and a brilliantly condensed golden beam of light descended, enveloping Qian Renxue in its embrace. Countless golden runes swirled and danced within the beam. The divine examination commences. Ling Yi lounged in a wrought-tan chair in the courtyard, idly counting the clouds drifting above, some resembling chicken legs, others resembling cats. The vast courtyard was quiet enough for him to distinctly hear the flow of soul power coursing through his body after Qian Renxue departed. How lonely it is to be invincible, he hummed a disjointed melody, reclining with his legs crossed. That girl Liena, along with the others. Did they not realize that the dashing, handsome, and charming young Master Ling Yi had awakened? This was simply unscientific. By all rights, they should have rushed over to open the blind box by now. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ling Yi still lingered in a dream, debating with the dream lord whether roasted chicken legs were tastier than marinated ones. A pressing philosophical question, when a somewhat soft voice intruded upon his slumber. Elderling? Elderling? Wake up, it is time to rise. Elder you. Ling Yi rubbed his eyes, yawning. Why have you come personally? Couldn't you have sent a servant to announce it? He spoke as he lazily sat up. Upon hearing this, Zhu Duoluo's smile widened, and he quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my elder Ling, you mustn't call me old any longer. It would mortify me. You are now on equal footing with us." Equal footing? Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, his drowsiness dissipating. Elder Zhu, what do you mean by that? I don't quite comprehend. Zhu Duoluo covered his mouth with a graceful chuckle. His Holiness, the Pope, has officially decreed your promotion to Elder of our Spirit Hall. From now on, we shall serve in the same hall and address each other as equals. Quickly rise. His Holiness is awaiting you in the papal chamber. With a sheepish grin, he scratched his head, sprang from the bed, and deftly donned his clothing. Elder Zhu, you jest. The hierarchy must not be disturbed. You shall always be my senior. Let us make haste, lest we keep His Holiness waiting. Seeing his lack of arrogance despite his elevation, Zhu Duoluo felt a surge of satisfaction and nodded appreciatively. Leading the way, the pair soon arrived at the papal chamber. The grand doors towered impressively, flanked by the temple knights, who bowed in respect upon seeing Zhu Duoluo and Ling Yi, their gazes lingering on Ling Yi with curiosity and reverence. As they stepped into the hall, a solemn atmosphere enveloped them. The interior was vast, with a lofty ceiling, and light streamed through the intricately designed windows, illuminating the rows of attendees. Ling Yi scanned the crowd and noted many familiar faces. On one side stood the Pope's direct subordinates, led by Ghost Duoluo, alongside the Golden Trio, Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yan. Upon spotting Ling Yi, Liena's eyes sparkled, and she playfully winked at him, her lips curving into a charming smile. To Ling Yi's astonishment, Shui Bing Yi Ling, and Feng Xiaotian were also present. Shui Bing maintained her usual cool demeanor, while Yi Ling appeared slightly shy, nodding at Ling Yi upon making eye contact. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian sported a mischievous grin, casting furtive glances at Bibi Dong. On the opposite side, the atmosphere was starkly different. At the forefront stood a tall elder with white hair and piercing eyes, exuding an aura of authority, none other than the second enshrined, Golden Crocodile Duoluo, who had once rescued them in the Heaven Do Empire. Behind him stood the familiar figures of Thousand June Duoluo and Demon Subduing Duoluo, accompanied by three unfamiliar elders whose profound presence suggested they were esteemed members of the Elder Hall. This formidable assembly created an almost palpable pressure that seemed to still the air within the hall. At the center of the chamber, seated upon an ornate throne, was Bibi Dong, the Pope, adorned with a golden crown and holding a jeweled scepter. Her exquisite visage betrayed no emotion, only an unfathomable calm and authority. All eyes turned to Zhu Duoluo and Ling Yi the moment they entered, particularly fixating on Ling Yi. He felt a wave of unease wash over him under the scrutiny. Quickly composing himself as he followed Zhu Duoluo to the center of the hall, bowing respectfully, Ling Yi pays homage to your holiness. Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon Ling Yi, momentarily pausing before she spoke, her voice cool and penetrating. The first matter for convening you all today is to announce an appointment. Given Ling Yi's outstanding achievements and his significant role within the Spirit Hall, after discussions with the Elder Hall, I hereby promote him to Elder of the Spirit Hall, granting him all the honors and responsibilities thereof. Before she could continue, Golden Crocodile Duoluo interjected impatiently, his voice booming, All right, your holiness. We have no objections to this. The first enshrined has long since indicated the necessity of this appointment. This lad is indeed quite remarkable. He is worthy of being an elder. If this is merely to gather us for such trivial matters, then I have no time to waste. His bluntness shifted the atmosphere to a more delicate state. The members of the Pope's faction, including Ghost Duoluo and Liena, exchanged glances, their expressions subtly altered. Yet none dared to speak against him due to his status and strength. Ling Yi covertly glanced at Bibi Dong, noticing her grip on the scepter tightened slightly, her knuckles whitening for an instant. A fleeting glimmer of ire and indignation flashed in her deep purple eyes, akin to lightning piercing through clouds, before being swiftly masked by a deeper calm. It was evident she was displeased with the Elder Hall, particularly with Golden Crocodile's rudeness. These top-tier powers ostensibly belonged to the Spirit Hall, but were primarily beholden to Title Douluo, rendering her authority as Pope nearly ineffective. Yet, she stifled her anger. Second enshrined, please remain composed. Bibi Dong's voice remained steady, devoid of any turmoil. Moreover, the purpose of today's gathering extends beyond this appointment. We must discuss our strategy in response to the joint assault by the Heaven Do Empire, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan against our young elites. She paused, surveying the assembly. Although the construction of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow has been successful, even at full capacity, it will take at least a month to produce 1,000 units, merely a drop in the ocean. We require time to accumulate strength, and we must allow the newly appointed Elder Ling Yi to mature fully. However, the dignity of the Spirit Hall must not be provoked. This incident demands an immediate response, and they must pay a grievous price. She turned her gaze to Golden Crocodile, thus. I hope you will personally lead a team to Tiando City to assertively remind the royal family and those two sects of our power. Us. The fiery demon subduing Doa stepped forward, brandishing his dragon-patterned rod, his face brimming with defiance. Your Holiness, do we really need to negotiate with them? Let us just crush them outright. Let us see who dares to retaliate. Bibi Dong shook her head, calmly elucidating, demons subduing enshrined, please exercise patience. While we possess the capability to annihilate them, such a course would exact an unbearable toll on our Spirit Hall and could destabilize our foundations. In the last battle, Qian Renxue broke through to rank 97, and with Ning Fengji's assistance, he is now capable of temporarily contending with the second enshrined. Furthermore, Ghost Douluo's formidable defenses could hold off 2 Super Douluos. Additionally, as I understand, there is likely a highly ranked elder concealed within the depths of the Heaven Do Royal Palace, potentially at rank 98. Moreover, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has a long-standing heritage. Should they invoke the true dragon's 9 crowns, Yuanjin's power would become exceedingly formidable. While each party harbors their own ambitions and are not a monolith, when faced with life-and-death circumstances, they may be compelled to unite. This is not a declaration of total war, but rather a demonstration of strength to instill unease among them. Once we are fully prepared, we shall ensure their sects are obliterated and their royal authority crumbles. Golden Crocodile Douluo listened to Bibi Dong's analysis, his thick brows furrowing. Though he still wore an expression of impatience, he inwardly conceded the validity of her insights. This woman is insufferable, scheming and plotting. If it weren't for the Elder's specific orders for us to fully cooperate with you, prioritizing the Spirit Hall's interests and Shui Heir's ascension, I would bother with your commands. How frustrating. He gruffly replied, fine, understood. We shall proceed as you say. I will recruit people immediately and personally head to Tiando City. However, we cannot send everyone. Shui Heir has commenced her divine trial, which is crucial, and the enshrined hall must retain sufficient strength for protection. We cannot afford any missteps. Though I do not comprehend why the elder trusts you so implicitly, I shall comply with his wishes. Everything shall be addressed once Shui Heir ascends to godhood. With that, Golden Crocodile Douluo cast Bibi Dong another indifferent glance, scoffing, and strode purposefully toward the chamber's exit. Qian Jun, along with several other attendants, promptly followed suit. The group, exuding an aura of formidable power, departed from the Pope's hall as if their presence were merely a formality. A brief silence enveloped the grand hall. Bibi Dong gazed in the direction of their exit, her eyes deep and inscrutable, leaving no one aware of her thoughts. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze, sharpening her focus on Liena, Liena, and the others. Well, the bothersome flies have taken their leave, she remarked with an indifferent tone, tinged with an imperceptible hint of sarcasm. Now, let us discuss matters of importance. Her gaze fell upon Liena with the weight of scrutiny, imbued with an ineffable complexity of emotion. Liena, this should mark our second formal meeting, Bibi Dong began slowly, her voice resonating within the hall. Ever since I first discovered the remarkable nature of your blind box martial soul at the Wuhuan Academy, I have kept a keen eye on you. You are quite impressive. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, or perhaps reminiscing. Your blind box ability is nothing short of extraordinary. Even I, along with that elder she hesitated to name when referring to Title Douluo, cannot fathom the essence of your martial soul. It transcends conventional understanding and exceeds our comprehension of martial souls. Liena listened quietly, a chill creeping over him as he realized the extent of Bibi Dong's observation. So, The esteemed one has been watching me from the shadows, he mused internally, uncertain whether to feel honored or alarmed. Bibi Dong continued, in my observations, your ascension in strength appears intricately linked to the mechanism of your blind box. Others derive fortune from your blind box, while you, in turn, draw power from it to nourish yourself. Am I correct? Her gaze was sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through to the very heart. Liena rubbed his nose, offering a dry chuckle. Your Grace, the Pope, you see through everything. There is nothing to conceal. The patterns are evident upon closer inspection. Indeed, my suspicions have proven accurate. Bibi Dong acknowledged, her tone betraying a hint of awe. In the brief span of less than 2 months since your martial soul's awakening, you have already attained the rank of Soul Master. Such a rate of advancement is unprecedented and truly formidable. She leaned forward slightly, an invisible pressure emanating from her presence. Fortunately, you were born into my Wuhuan temple and are one of our disciples. Had you fallen into the hands of our enemies, she left the thought unspoken. But the chill in the air made Liena's hair stand on end. Today, I have dispatched the second attendant and others to Tiando, not only to uphold the dignity of the Wuhuan temple and seek retribution, but also to buy you time. Bibi Dong's voice deepened, resonating with strength. Your abilities are too unique and too vital. In my view, even should Schwerer successfully inherit the divine position and become the angel god, her significance to the Wuhuan temple may pale in comparison to the boundless possibilities your seemingly erratic blind box can create. Such praise was indeed lofty. It almost elevated Liena's importance to that of a future deity's heir, perhaps even surpassing it. That is all I wish to convey, Bibi Dong stated, seemingly unwilling to delve further into this topic. She reclined back into her chair, resuming her demeanor of omnipotence. I will arrange for Nana, Xieyu, Yin, Feng Xiaotian, Shui Bing'er, and Yilingling to temporarily reside near your quarters for the sake of opening blind boxes. Should you require any resources, feel free to approach Ju Duo or Gui Duo directly. The Wuhuan temple will do its utmost to accommodate you. She waved her hand dismissively. Nana, you all may leave now. I wish to speak with Liena alone. Although Liena and the others were curious, they did not dare to defy her. After bowing respectfully, they exited the grand hall in succession. As Liena passed by Liena, she secretly conveyed a cautionary glance, as if to say, take care of yourself. In the vast Pope's hall, only Bibi Dong on her throne and Liena standing below remained, the atmosphere becoming subtly tense and quiet. Liena contemplated inwardly. Here it comes. The private conversation. It seems she too wishes to experience the thrill of opening a blind box, but is reluctant to have her subordinates witness it due to her regal stature. Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed a rare flicker of conflict and hesitation cross Bibi Dong's beautiful and commanding face. Her slender fingers unconsciously stroked the gem on her scepter. Her gaze lowered, as if she were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. This expression on the decisive Pope's face was more shocking than witnessing Title Douluo and Gui Duo performing a hula dance hand in hand. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong finally lifted her head, as if having made a resolution, her voice softer and more subdued than before, even carrying a barely perceptible rasp. Liena, regarding the Book Tang San's adventure that Schwerer opened from her blind box, she seemed to struggle with the name. Is the content recorded within true? Liena was taken aback. Is that all? He nearly choked on his breath. After preparing himself for a storm of inquiries, she only wished to indulge in some gossip about a book? Liena internally lamented. Indeed, it seems one cannot escape this topic. A late-stage love-struck individual is unmistakable, regardless of her status as Pope or her immense power. What she truly cares about are the affairs surrounding that scoundrel master. Though he appeared speechless, he maintained a respectful demeanor. It seems I overthought. Her interest in blind boxes is minimal. Her focus lies solely with Yu Xiaojiang. Liena was well aware that her true inquiry was not about the authenticity of the book itself, but rather whether the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong was genuine. She wished to ascertain if she had been kept in the dark and deceived all along. But how could Liena respond? To bluntly state, yes, Your Grace. You were deceived by that invincible in theory, but lacking in practice scoundrel who quickly sought new affections when faced with setbacks. He carefully chose his words, striving to maintain an objective and enigmatic tone. To answer Your Grace, the content of the book is subject to belief. What has transpired cannot be altered. Yet the future lies within our own grasp. Fate may once have had a trajectory, but ultimately, one can triumph over destiny. His words were deliberately ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying, with a core message being, do not dwell on the past. Look forward, esteemed one. Bibi Dong, being exceptionally astute, instantly discerned the underlying meaning in his words. Her eyes dimmed momentarily, flickering with a trace of pain and self-deprecation, though it was quickly masked. Liena, who had been observing her closely, managed to catch this fleeting glimpse. She fell silent, merely waving her hand lightly, her voice tinged with an unmistakable weariness. All right, Liena, you may leave now. I need some time to myself. Liena felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He bowed respectfully and swiftly departed. As he reached the entrance of the hall, he glanced back. The once imposing Pope's throne now appeared somewhat vacant and cold. Bibi Dong rested her forehead on one hand, the beaded curtain of her purple gold crown obscuring her face, her silhouette exuding an indescribable sense of solitude and desolation in the grand hall. Liena sighed silently. At the end of the day, stripped of the Pope's glory and formidable strength, she is merely a pitiable woman, tormented by fate and wounded by love. However, a glint of coldness flickered in Liena's eyes. Pity aside, the scoundrel master, the instigator of all this, shall have to find an opportunity to meet his demise in the future. As the conversation unfolded, Liena's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. After she emerges from her retreat, with her temperament, she would likely relish the opportunity to crush that scoundrel herself. After all, strictly speaking, he is a rival to her father. What if my mother, in her infatuation, ends up bringing home his stepfather? Link ye pondered, his thoughts mingling with a slew of sarcastic remarks. Upon returning to the entrance of his courtyard, before he even pushed the door open, it creaked open abruptly from within. Several pairs of eyes, gleaming with greed and eagerness, focused intently on him, startling him momentarily. Leading the pack was the alluring Liena, who darted forward, seizing his arm and pulling him inside with an urgent yet charming tone, laced with a hint of coquettishness. Ling Yi, you finally returned. Hurry, let us begin. I can't wait any longer. The tone, the phrasing, and the scene were so suggestive that one might mistakenly think something unspeakable was about to transpire. Ling Yi's mouth twitched, a few black lines appearing on his forehead. Sister Na, could you please be mindful of your words? Such ambiguity might lead to misunderstandings. Besides, I'm still quite young. He withdrew his arm and surveyed the group. To his surprise, everyone was present. Liena, Xiaoyu, Yin, Feng Xiaotian, Shui, and Yi Lingling, all gazing at him with eyes full of anticipation, reminiscent of starving wolves spotting a bone after days of hunger. Enough chatter. Let us get on with it. Yin bellowed, his fist cracking ominously, clearly unable to contain his excitement. Although Xiaoyu remained silent, the eagerness in his eyes was unmistakable. Feng Xiaotian rubbed his hands together, grinning foolishly, while Shui Binger, though still composed, leaned slightly forward, revealing her interest. Yi Lingling stood at a slight distance, observing him intently. How should I address the elder? Ling Yi thought, feeling the weight of their collective gaze. All right, let us begin. Step back and give me some space to conjure the blind boxes. Surrounded by such a ravenous crowd, Ling Yi felt an immense pressure. With a resigned sigh, he walked to the center of the courtyard. At his words, the group immediately parted, granting him ample space. Yet their eyes remained fixed on him. Ling Yi held his breath and focused, summoning his soul power. As his intent sharpened, a faint, indescribable glow enveloped him, and ancient, mystically shimmering blind boxes began to coalesce before him, spinning gracefully. 1, 2, 3. Ultimately, a total of 23 blind boxes hovered in midair, exuding an alluring aura. 23. That is more than last time, Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, nearly drooling. Before he could finish his sentence, the impatient Liena lunged forward like a wild fox, her delicate hand striking the central blind box. With a satisfying pop, the box opened, and a pure sphere of soul power surged into Liena's body. She trembled slightly, her face lighting up with delight. My soul power has increased by 1 level. Her initial rank of 41 soared to 42 in an instant. Liena wasted no time, immediately slapping the second blind box. Another sphere of soul power emerged, integrating into her being. The fluctuations of her soul power rose once more. Another level. Now I'm at 33. Liena's excitement painted her cheeks crimson. Just as she was about to open the third blind box, her movements halted abruptly, as if she had recalled something of utmost importance. Oh no, I almost forgot the most crucial step. She slapped her forehead and turned, her gaze intensifying as it landed on the quietly observing Yi Lingling. In the midst of Yi Lingling's bewildered and slightly alarmed expression, Liena dashed over like a famished fox, grasping Yi Lingling's slender, fair hands and fervently rubbing them up and down while chanting, "Bring me good fortune. Bring me good fortune. Lingling, bless me with something wonderful." Yi Lingling stood frozen, her mind racing. Not again. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian, witnessing this peculiar yet somewhat sacred ritual, was struck by inspiration, as if he had discovered a new continent. After a moment's hesitation, he approached Liena, eager to join in. "Hey, nah. My luck isn't bad either. Could you rub my hands too?" Before Liena could react, he interrupted in fury. "Feng Xiaotian," he roared, flames erupting around him, reminiscent of an ignited powder keg. "Are you trying to court death? How dare you take advantage of Nana? I'll chop your hands off. Come out and spar with me. I want to consider it a clean fight until you're thoroughly beaten." Feng Xiaotian, intimidated by Yan's explosive aura, recoiled and hastily hid behind Shui Binger, only to find her sidestepping away from him. He forced a sheepish smile. "Brother Yin, don't get worked up. I was just joking. I'm new to the spirit hall and unfamiliar with everything. You can't bully a new classmate. You two fools. Quiet down." Liena finally completed her sacred hand-rubbing ritual, releasing Yi Lingling, who looked like she was about to burst from the pressure. She glared at the noisy Yin and Feng Xiaotian. "Don't disturb my luck with the blind boxes." Taking a deep breath, as if truly feeling Yi Lingling's good fortune, she extended her hand toward the third blind box once more. With a decisive clap, the box opened, releasing a brilliant burst of energy that soared skyward. A powerful spiritual pressure enveloped the area. As the light dissipated, a translucent, skull-shaped object, seemingly carved from the purest crystal, floated in mid-air, its surface adorned with enigmatic patterns, radiating an unsettling energy. "What is this?" Xiao's pupils constricted in astonishment. "A soul bone. And a head soul bone." Shui Binger's voice, usually so composed, now trembled with shock. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the soul bone, Yin gasped. "This energy fluctuation indicates it's a premium head soul bone, at least 20,000 years old." The courtyard fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. All eyes were fixated on the soul bone, then darted to the delighted Liena, and finally, like searchlights, they converged on the now shrinking Yi Lingling, who was desperately trying to diminish her presence. "This is too bizarre." Yin swallowed hard, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Yi Lingling, his eyes blazing with more fervor than that of a man beholding a rare beauty. He scratched his head, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle, before, with a newfound determination, he strode up to Yi Lingling, his expression grave and his tone earnest. "Lingling, Yin, solemnly declare, what I am about to say and do is absolutely not an attempt to take advantage of you. I swear on my honor." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before earnestly continuing. "When I open my blind box later, may I have the privilege of touching your hand? Just once, to share in the fortune. I beg you." Yi Lingling was left speechless. Ling Yi, observing the utterly derailed situation, covered his face in exasperation. Holding the invaluable 20,000-year-old head soul bone, Liena reveled in her extraordinary luck today. She was exuberant, her fox-like eyes curved into crescent moons as she surveyed her eager companions. With a proud tilt of her chin, she declared, "Today, I am fortunate. My skills are on fire. I shall open several more." She offered no opportunity for dissent, immediately posing the rhetorical questions. "Who is in favor? Who is against?" "Well, since you all tacitly agree, I shall proceed." Evil moon, flame, laughing sky, water ice, and leaf Lingling interjected. "Did we say anything?" Ling Yi facepalmed. "Goodness, where did you learn this robbing logic?" Chapter 52. Yan's second martial soul, Liena, was unfazed by their resentful glances, eagerly putting away the soul bone for later absorption. Her claws reaching for the fourth mystery box once more. She chanted in her heart, "Soul bone, another one," and forcefully opened it. There was no dazzling light, No overwhelming energy surge. Only an unassuming, even somewhat plain, bound ancient book lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Huh. The excitement on Hyena's face immediately faded, and she disdainfully pinched the book with 2 fingers, shaking it. What is this? A book? Just when I thought my luck was soaring, I get a mere book. Is the quality of this mystery box a bit uneven? She pouted, her expression sour, feeling as if her earlier fortune was a mere illusion. Lingye's gaze fell upon the ancient tome, its cover inscribed with ancient, powerful characters containing a certain philosophical essence. His pupils constricted slightly, and an expression of immense surprise crossed his face. An ordinary book? Lingye's voice rose an octave, filled with a heartfelt anguish, as if he were witnessing a grave waste. Sister Na, your luck is not merely good. It is extraordinary. This is no ordinary book. It is an unparalleled treasure that could revolutionize the entire realm of soul masters and benefit the entire continent. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his excitement, and explained in as calm a tone as he could muster, though still unable to hide his astonishment. This book is titled The Method of Golden Elixir Cultivation. It is not merely a compilation of soul technique insights, but a complete cultivation method entirely independent of the existing soul master system. Cultivation method? The crowd was puzzled. The concept was somewhat foreign to them. Yes, cultivation method. Lingyi nodded emphatically, his gaze fervent. The essence of this method is that those who practice it will no longer need to rely on hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings to advance to the next level. What? This declaration struck like thunder, and every person present, including the usually aloof water ice, widened their eyes in disbelief. The very foundation of their ingrained beliefs seemed to tremble at that moment. Lingyi continued to unveil even more shocking revelations. By practicing this method, practitioners can draw upon the energy of the world, refining it within themselves to naturally generate the soul rings most suited to them. The age and quality of the soul rings depend on the practitioner's own cultivation level and comprehension of the method, naturally generating soul rings. This is nothing short of miraculous. But that was not all. Lingyi, observing the crowd, now completely petrified, slowly revealed the final and most terrifying effect. Moreover, the most crucial point is that this method is theoretically applicable to anyone, even those deemed to possess useless martial souls, or those with seemingly non-combative martial souls like a hoe, sickle, or scarecrow, can cultivate using the method of golden elixir cultivation, drawing in energy and embarking on the path of cultivation to condense their own soul rings. He surveyed the room, articulating with precision. In summary, once this method is disseminated, it will utterly transform the landscape of the continent. It will allow everyone to cultivate, enabling everyone to become a soul master. Everyone as soul masters. These 4 words struck each heart like a ton of bricks. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of heavy, chaotic breaths. Evil Moon clenched her fists, Flame gaped in astonishment. Laughing Sky's mirth vanished entirely. Water Ice's cold gaze roiled with tumultuous waves, and even the usually unassuming Leaf lingering instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Though Ling Ye's mystery boxes had repeatedly defied expectations, bringing forth ever more outrageous items, this time it transcended the absurd. It was revolutionary. Liena had long abandoned her previous disdain, clutching the seemingly modest ancient text tightly, her hands trembling slightly. She finally understood why Ling Yi was so fervent. This thin volume's value and significance far exceeded that of 10, 100, or even 1,000,000 years soul bones. It was the cornerstone for shaping a new era. No, Liena suddenly snapped back to reality, her expression turning grave. This was too significant. It surpassed what any of us could handle. I must seek out the teacher immediately. She barely had time to utter another word before her soul power surged, propelling her at the utmost speed, like a streak of pink light. Swiftly exiting the courtyard towards the direction of the Pope's palace, leaving her companions still grappling with the earth-shattering information. The remaining few exchanged glances, still enveloped in profound confusion and shock, their minds buzzing as their worldview faced unprecedented upheaval. Ling Yi observed their expressions and chuckled helplessly, breaking the silence. All right, everyone. Regain your composure. The sky isn't falling. It's merely a change of scenery. The matter of the golden elixir path will certainly give His Holiness a headache. He clapped his hands to redirect their focus. Now, who shall open next? Perhaps the next mystery box contains something capable of smashing a Title Douluo with a single punch. He jested, attempting to alleviate the weighty atmosphere. I'll go. Flame was the first to react, forcibly setting aside the terrifying implications of Universal Soul Masters. He called out in a booming voice, eager to open a mystery box to distract himself from the overwhelming thoughts. Striding forward, he targeted a mystery box, slapping it down with his large palm, not forgetting to tap into Leaf Lingling's good fortune, as he felt that given the earlier scene, Evil Moon might genuinely wield her moon blade against him if he dared propose it. As the box opened, a blazing essence composed entirely of fire elements shot forth, instantly merging with Flame's body. Flame's body trembled, and the already vibrant fire attribute soul power within him surged like sparks thrown into boiling oil, becoming even more ferocious and refined. His perception and control over the fire elements in the air instantly elevated to a new level. Haha, excellent, Flame exclaimed, reveling in the transformation within him, throwing a triumphant fist into the air. My affinity for fire elements has increased by 10%. Fantastic. Coupled with the previous boost from the Tin Show, I now enjoy a total increase of 20%. My flames are hotter, more potent, and far easier to control. Though it paled in comparison to the soul bone and that miraculous cultivation method offered by Liena, this tangible enhancement of his foundational abilities left him thoroughly satisfied, allowing him to temporarily cast aside his earlier astonishment. Still immersed in the delight of his improved fire affinity, Flame felt invigorated, finding every mystery box appealing. Rubbing his hands together, though he hadn't tapped into Leaf Lingling's fortune, he felt the ritual was necessary. He grandly pointed at his next target. You shall be the one. Open. With a satisfying sound, the mystery box opened, revealing a card that shimmered with extraordinary light, intricately inscribed with profound runes and a swirling vortex pattern at its center. This is a Martial Soul Awakening card. Flame instantly recognized the item, his voice quivering with excitement. What a treasure! A tremendous treasure indeed. Previously, the enchanting girl Lingling utilized this, awakening her second martial soul. His breath grew suddenly heavy, his eyes widening like copper bells, fixated on that card, as if it were an unparalleled treasure. A twin martial soul. This was an opportunity coveted by countless soul masters. Its value far surpassed that of an ordinary soul bone. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin almost snatched the card into his grasp, eagerly tearing it open. With a rip, the card shattered, transforming into a resplendent pillar of multicolored light that enveloped Yin entirely. A tremendous surge of energy erupted like a tidal wave, compelling those nearby to instinctively retreat a few paces. Within the light, Yan's body trembled slightly, his brow furrowed, as though he were enduring some form of impact or undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Faintly, a deep and powerful roar seemed to emanate from within him. Moments later, the radiant pillar retracted as abruptly as it had appeared, dissipating swiftly. Yin opened his eyes wide, a crimson glimmer flashing within them. He instinctively raised a hand, not to unleash his original flame, Lord Martial Soul. A roar erupted, not from a human throat, but filled with wildness and authority. Following this, a colossal, unseen shadow emerged suddenly behind Yin. It was a gigantic bipedal creature. Its abdomen and the underside of its tail were cream-colored. It possessed robust legs and relatively short arms, with piercing blue eyes and a pair of enormous bat-like wings sprouting from its back. Most striking was the flame engulfing the tip of its tail, radiating an astonishing heat. What is this? Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar creature's silhouette. Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a powerful aura. The quality of this martial soul is undoubtedly exceptional. But what kind of soul beast is this? I have never encountered it in any texts. Shui Binger also frowned slightly, her cool voice laced with confusion. Indeed, unfamiliar. Its form differs from any known soul beasts, yet its might is anything but ordinary. As the group speculated and debated the nature of this martial soul, Ling Yi, recognizing the familiar orange figure and the flames on its tail, couldn't help but twitch his mouth in a mix of bemusement and affirmation. Stop guessing. This martial soul is known as the Fire Dragon. Fire Dragon? They all turned to Ling Yi in unison, their faces riddled with questions. The name, while straightforward, was unfamiliar. Yin himself gazed at the formidable shadow behind him, both excited and perplexed. Fire Dragon? Ling Yi, I have seen numerous dragon-type martial souls, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Earth Fire Dragon. But dragons do not appear like this. This resembles a large lizard with wings. His words nearly provoked a fiery breath from his new martial soul. Ling Yi rubbed his forehead, anticipating such a response. He couldn't possibly reveal that this creature belonged to another world-s animation. So he began to speak with an air of profound nonsense. You see, your experiences are limited. The world is vast and filled with wonders. The variety of soul beasts is as expansive as the sea. How many have you truly encountered? This fire dragon can be understood as an extremely ancient and powerful branch of the dragon lineage, with a bloodline that might be purer than some true dragons you are familiar with. However, this branch is exceedingly rare, residing in obscure realms or perhaps distant continents, which is why your texts do not mention them. He paused, summarizing. In short, you only need to know that Yan's second martial soul, the Fire Dragon, is extraordinarily strong. It aligns perfectly with his fire attributes, holding boundless potential for the future. Now, stop staring at him like curious children. Yan, shall we continue? Under Ling Ye's persuasion, while the others still found the Fire Dragon's appearance somewhat peculiar, keywords like ancient dragon lineage and pure bloodline immediately conjured vivid imaginations, replacing their awe with admiration as they gazed at the martial soul. Yin was elated. Regardless of appearance, strength was all that mattered. Feeling the profound connection with his new martial soul, he chuckled foolishly and nodded eagerly. Let us proceed. Of course, let us continue. Today, I shall open until my hands tire. He inhaled deeply, extending his hand toward another blind box. At the moment of opening, there were no earth-shattering phenomena. Only a fragment the size of a fingernail, translucent and seemingly containing myriad tiny lights swirling within, emanating an indescribable, supreme aura. As the fragment appeared, though its energy was subdued, it evoked an involuntary urge to worship among all present. What is this? Yin curiously picked up the fragment, feeling it light as a feather, yet heavy as a mountain. Ling Ye's gaze froze again. He sensed that these two had perhaps exhausted a century's worth of fortune today. He took a deep breath, explaining with as much calmness as he could muster. This object is known as a divine fragment. Divine fragment? The group expressed confusion. The name sounded somewhat ominous. Yes, divine fragment, Ling Yi affirmed, nodding decisively before introducing a concept even more shocking than the previous golden core cultivation method. As the name suggests, this is the opportunity to ascend to divinity. Ascend to divinity? Those two words struck like thunder, resounding forcefully in everyone's minds. 100 times more shocking than the previous revelation about soul masters. By collecting 10 such fragments, Ling Yi pointed to the seemingly insignificant yet weighty piece in Yan's hand. One could randomly forge a complete divine position. Forge a divine being? Feng Xiaodian exclaimed, his voice cracking in shock. Xie nearly dropped the moon blade from her grasp. Shui Binger felt the cold aura around her become chaotic, frost forming beneath her feet. Even Yin himself nearly dropped the fragment from trembling hands. Divine, that is the legendary existence, the ultimate pursuit of soul masters, a nebulous myth. Now, Ling Yi was telling them that they could gather fragments to forge one. This transcended the ordinary. It was nothing short of miraculous. Feng Xiaodian abruptly turned to Ling Yi, his eyes filled with profound shock and dread, his voice trembling. Ling Yi, you can pull such things from blind boxes? Who are you really? A creator? Or perhaps a divine envoy bestowing blessings? He was seriously beginning to doubt that Ling Yi was human. This blind box had to be the private treasure trove of a creator god. Faced with their incredulous gazes, Ling Yi could only shrug helplessly. Wearing a nonchalant expression, calm down, everyone. This is just a basic operation. So, shall we continue? There might be even more thrilling surprises ahead. Yin and the others. More thrilling? Is there anything more exhilarating than becoming a deity? Their hearts had already endured so much today. They felt they could scarcely withstand more. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew strange and silent again. with only the divine fragment emitting a faint glow and the sound of their hearts beating like drums. Meanwhile, Liena barged into the Popes Hall, nearly colliding with the sacred knights at the entrance. Recognizing her and sensing her urgent aura, they hesitated briefly before allowing her passage. Liena rushed to the depths of the grand hall, barely catching her breath before seeing Bibi Dong still seated on the throne, one hand supporting her forehead. Seemingly lost in thought, surrounded by an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Teacher, Liena's voice, tinged with breathlessness, resonated with remarkable clarity. Shattering the stillness of the grand hall, Bibi Dong slowly lifted her head. The depths and shadows of her violet eyes stirred slightly upon seeing the ancient tome in Liena's hands. She did not express anger at her disciple's impudence, merely inquiring with a hint of detachment, "Nana, what causes such alarm?" Liena hastened forward, almost reverently presenting the book titled The Method of Golden Elixir Cultivation, her tone fervent yet striving for coherence. "Teacher, please take a look. This is what I just obtained from Liena's blind box." Liena said, "This is called the method of golden elixir cultivation, which is not a soul skill, but an entirely new cultivation system." An entirely new cultivation system? Bibi Dong's brow arched as she accepted the book. It felt cool to the touch, made of a material neither paper nor silk. The ancient and unfamiliar characters subtly tugging at her spiritual energy, piquing her interest. Indeed, Liena nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath as she recounted Liena's words as comprehensively as possible. Liena said that by cultivating this method, one will no longer need to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. One can absorb the energy of heaven and earth and condense it into the most suitable soul ring for oneself. Even Bibi Dong, with her composure, felt her grip on the tome tighten involuntarily. The notion of not needing to hunt soul beasts and the possibility of self-generating soul rings touched the very foundation of the Soul Master system. Yet, before Liena could finish, she dropped the final bombshell. Furthermore, Liena claimed that this method theoretically applies to everyone, regardless of the quality of their martial soul. Even if one possesses a useless martial soul or mere farming tools, as long as they practice this method, they can draw energy into their bodies, condense the golden elixir, and embark on the path of cultivation. If this book were to be disseminated, it could potentially realize the dream of universal soul masters. The phrase universal soul masters struck Bibi Dong like a series of heavy blows to her heart. Her pupils constricted sharply. The usually impassive expression on her face finally revealed an unmistakable shock. She abruptly lowered her head, her gaze fixated on the ancient tome in her hands. Her spiritual energy sweeping over the contents of the pages with unprecedented speed. The profound characters, the peculiar meridian paths, and the new concepts surrounding the golden elixir, energy sea, and circulatory systems surged into her mind like a torrent. The grand hall fell into an extreme, suffocating silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Liena could even hear her own heart pounding. She held her breath, nervously watching her teacher. She observed Bibi Dong's brow furrow and then relax intermittently, her eyes brimming with astonishment, disbelief, contemplation, an increasingly intense, nearly incendiary gleam. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. After an indeterminate duration, perhaps a quarter of an hour or half an hour, Bibi Dong finally closed the pages of the book slowly. She had not finished reading, but with her unparalleled strength and insight, she had already discerned the astonishing nature and terrifying potential of this cultivation method. She inhaled deeply, as if trying to suppress all the shock and excitement within her chest. When she raised her head again, her gaze had regained its usual depth and authority. Yet, deep within, a wildfire of ambition burned fiercely. She looked at Liena, her voice carrying a barely detectable rasp and profound emotion. "Nana, your discovery of this item reflects an extraordinary stroke of fortune, far beyond imagination." Her gaze returned to the book, her tone heavy and solemn. "The cultivation system articulated within this tome is exquisitely profound, self-contained, and directly addresses the essence. If it is genuine, it will utterly shatter the long-standing rules of soul masters across the continent, overturning all existing power structures. Its significance far surpasses that of 10,000-year soul bones or even divine inheritances. This is a path capable of enabling mortals to challenge divine authority." Her words echoed throughout the hall, each syllable laden with gravity. Although Liena had prepared herself mentally, hearing her teacher's lofty praise still left her momentarily dizzy. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before making a decisive resolution. She returned the method of golden elixir cultivation to Liena, her tone leaving no room for dispute. Very well. For the time being, you shall remain here and commence your cultivation of this method at once. I will personally safeguard you and observe and record all changes. You must remember every detail, every energy flow. Her eyes shimmered with a wise yet chilling light. Once you have grasped the fundamentals and confirmed their accuracy, return to your residence and impart this method to Xie, Yin, Fengxiation, Shuibinger, Yi Lingling, and the others. Understood, teacher. Liena suppressed her excitement, solemnly accepting the cultivation method. Without hesitation, she immediately sat cross-legged on the cold floor of the grand hall, clearing her mind and attempting to sense the ethereal energy of heaven and earth according to the guidance of the first layer of the method. Bibi Dong sat high upon her throne, her gaze piercing, meticulously observing every subtle change in Liena, her expression grave beneath the golden crown. She understood that an unprecedented era might quietly commence from her papal hall and from this seemingly unremarkable book in her disciples' hands. The spirit hall must lead the way. Returning to the scene, as Yin excitedly clutched the burning hot, psychologically, fragment of divinity, his breath heavy and eyes reddened, preparing to extend his grasp toward the next blind box. Eager to seize further glory, the impatient Xie finally made his move. Yin. Xie's voice brooked no argument as he firmly grasped Yan's eager arm, asserting, "That's enough. Your gains today are already substantial. What? Do you intend to hoard all the good fortune for yourself? It's our turn now." Yin, caught in the thrill, refused to concede, defiantly retorting, "I've only opened 3. Brother you, there are more to come. Just let me open one more. Just one. I feel lucky right now. Lucky my foot." Xie shot him a glare, pulling him back with force. "You just struck it rich. No one to stop. Focus on digesting your fire dragon. If you keep going, I fear your fortune may be too great for you to bear," leading to an explosion. Fengxiation fervently nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Yin, even when feasting, you must leave some broth for us. You've already uncovered a divine position. What more do you want? Just conjure a divine realm while you're at it." Though Shuibinger remained silent, her icy gaze clearly conveyed the message that it was time for others to have a turn. Observing the united front of his companions and glancing at Liena's nonchalant expression, Yin had no choice but to reluctantly stow away the divine fragment, muttering, all right. I yield to you all. Is that satisfactory? As if I could exhaust all the good fortune myself." Yet he still clutched the fragment tightly, retreating to the side to happily study his new martial soul, the fire dragon. Seeing Yin step back, Xie released a sigh of relief and steadied his slightly agitated emotions. His gaze swept over the remaining blind boxes, eschewing any mystical rituals like Liena or the impatience displayed by Yin. Instead, he calmly selected the one closest to him, extending his fingers steadily to tap it. The blind box opened quietly, devoid of any earth-shattering phenomenon or tangible item. Instead, a profound and obscure light, laden with an array of complex information streams, shot forth, swiftly penetrating Xie's brow. Xie's body jolted violently, his eyes instantly glazing over as if a deluge of knowledge surged forcefully into his mind, compelling him to shut his eyes, his brow furrowing as his body swayed slightly, seemingly striving to absorb and comprehend this overwhelming influx of information. Meanwhile, Liena, witnessing the feedback, felt a strong sense of déjà vu and an urge to scoff arise within him. "Well, here it comes. It's back. Understanding hidden weapons. I knew it. The Xintian art, ghostly shadow stealth, and purple extreme demon eyes. This grand package from the Tang sect has indeed been assembled by that rascal, Xiaoyu. What does this signify? A limited edition of Tang San from the Spirit Hall? Or perhaps a gender-swapped, more ruthless version?" Ling could almost envision a future where Xiaoyu wielded the moonblade with impeccable precision in one hand, while the other unleashed an array of cunning and exquisitely lethal hidden weapons. If the genuine Tang San were to witness this, he might very well be compelled to unleash the path of death, immediately bombarding Xiaoyu with an onslaught of maternal skills. As Ling Ye's mind spiraled into a frenzied theater of thoughts, Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze became sharper and more profound as he murmured softly, tinged with confusion and immense astonishment. The secrets of hidden weapons? The sensations coursing through him were profoundly unusual. The previously acquired Xiantian art, ghostly shadow stealth. Purple extreme demon eyes, though intricate, felt like isolated entities. However, as the knowledge of the secrets of hidden weapons flooded his mind, he abruptly realized that these skills shared an intrinsic, flawless connection and complementarity. They seemed to be different branches of a cohesive system. He rapidly perused the kaleidoscopic array of ingenious and exceptionally deadly methods for crafting and deploying hidden weapons that danced through his mind. When the complete design schematics, material ratios, forging techniques, and mechanism principles of the Zhuge Divine crossbow materialized, Xieyu's pupils constricted in shock. The Zhuge Divine crossbow? Wasn't this the very item that emerged from the initial blind box? Here lay its complete crafting methodology. But that was not all. There were even more exquisite, more clandestine, and far more powerful hidden weapons. The Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus? The reigning pear blossom needles? The peacock feathers? In an instant, Xiaoyu broke into a cold sweat, quickly followed by a surge of exhilaration. The value of these items was immeasurable, should they be mass-produced. The combat capabilities of low-ranking soul masters from a spirit hall would experience a qualitative leap. It could even pose a threat to high-ranking soul masters. This would be a formidable trump card. No time to lose. Xiaoyu abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. This matter was of great significance and required immediate reporting to His Holiness the Pope. The strategic implications of these hidden weapons were extraordinary. He scarcely had time to offer an explanation to Yin and Feng Xiaotian, who awaited the outcome with eager anticipation. Instead, he hastily remarked to Ling Yi, I must take my leave. Then, under the bewildered gazes of Yin and the others, Xieyu's figure flickered, vanishing like a phantom, having subconsciously utilized ghostly shadow stealth. And in mere moments, he had disappeared beyond the courtyard gates. Once again, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Yin, mouth agape and poised to inquire, remained in a daze for quite some time before finally exclaiming, What on earth? What just happened? He opened one and ran off? What astounding treasure did he uncover that he fears we might covet? Feng Xiaotian, equally perplexed and envious, remarked, Xiaoyu, usually so composed, displayed such excitement? Is everything from today's blind box this exhilarating? Shui Bing'er and Yi Lingling exchanged glances, each reflecting profound curiosity and astonishment in the other's eyes. Ling Ye's blind box resembled an endless abyss, challenging their cognitive limits with each reveal. Ling Yi gazed in the direction where Xiaoyu had vanished, then glanced at the remaining blind boxes and the eager yet slightly intimidated warriors before him, letting out a wry smile. Well, another one off to report to work. It seems today's blind box party is destined for nonstop excitement.